Such a humble beginning. His arrival wasn't announced to kings. It wasn't made before large crowds. Jesus' birth was revealed to men protecting sheep. And yet, could this have been any more fitting for a man who would become the greatest shepherd in the world? We're here in Israel. It's episode 1. We're trying to focus on the birth and the infancy of Jesus. So what are some of the things that we're going to try to go see and visit today?
Well, the first thing we're going to go see is down in Bethlehem. This is where the traditional location of where Jesus was born. Of course, we know he was born in the city, but there's a number of different ideas about exactly where. But we're going to go to one particular place called the Church of the Nativity.
Okay, so we know from the Gospels that during a Roman census, Joseph and Mary come down, and when they get down to Bethlehem, there's no room for them in what the English version says is an inn. We have some images in our imagination that we conjure up when we picture an inn.
The word in the book of Luke is the word kataluma, which literally means a guest room. So when they arrived in Bethlehem, there was no room in the guest room.
Okay.
Which makes sense because there were a number of families there who have come for the census.
That's going to be an interesting sight. You know, we're crossing a border there to go into Bethlehem.
Even though Jerusalem and Bethlehem are only 6 miles apart, there is a security barrier there between Israel and the West Bank.
Now, Luke, the historian of the Gospels, records that in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration when Quirinius was governor of Syria, and all went to be registered, each to his own town. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, from the town of Nazareth to Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be registered with Mary his betrothed, who was with child. Now, the text talks about Mary and Joseph going up, even though they're heading south. Could you explain that?
The idea here in the scriptures is that you're rising in elevation. The city of Nazareth sits in the Galilean hills, and from the Jezreel Valley, which is fairly close to sea level, you will rise nearly 3,000 feet coming to Jerusalem.
Now, we really want to go see the first century steps at the southern wall of the Temple Mount. There's some significance there to the birth and the infancy of Jesus.
There is. After Jesus was born, his family, being a good Jewish family, went to Jerusalem to have him dedicated at the temple, and they would have gone up those first century steps that we will visit.
All right, so there's some significant events that take place in the life of Jesus, just even at 40 days old.
Bethlehem is only 6 miles to our south. It sits in the West Bank, and so we'll need to travel down there to see all this.
I had no idea Bethlehem was that close to Jerusalem. I'm really excited to go see the Church of the Nativity. When we got to the Church of the Nativity, Barry explained the different sized doors and the humility gate, or the humility door. You have to bow to get underneath it.
What we're looking at here is a statue of Jerome, who translated the Latin version of the Vulgate.
Barry, these arches are incredible.
They are. They're really pretty.
I'm really glad you brought me here.
Oh, this is one of the places I really love to come. But as pretty as this church is, there's something underneath the ground that I think you'll be interested in. Well, one of the things I appreciate about traveling around Israel is because it helps me to make the Bible stories even more real.
Barry, in Matthew chapter 2, Matthew records that after the birth of Jesus, Herod is trying to get him. He's threatened by this king that's going to take his kingdom. And so in a dream, Joseph is told to take Mary, take Jesus, and flee to Egypt. They do that. Herod is frustrated that he missed his opportunity. And so in Matthew 2:16, when he saw that he had been tricked by the wise men, he became furious and sent and killed all the male children in Bethlehem and in all that region who were 2 years old or under, according to the time that he had ascertained from the wise men. Now, that verse is connected to what we're standing next to.
It is. What they found in here are a number of burial chambers and ossuaries in which small children, very young children, were buried. There's some first century tombs down there that they think this is where a number of the babies that during the first century were buried. And this possibly relates to the story in Matthew's 2nd chapter that we read about.
Now, when my mind goes to that event and I read through the Gospels, I think of a larger city. I think of hundreds of children, thousands of children that would fit that criteria. But that's really not what's going on here, is it?
No, it's not. In fact, Bethlehem of modern day is around 60 to 70,000 people. Bethlehem in the first century would have just been several hundred. And so when we think about all the children who were killed, it wasn't in the hundreds or thousands. It was really probably in the number of dozens. Of course, any death is one too many.
To think about what Herod did because he thought Jesus was a competitor to his throne is just, it's horrifying. It's such a haunting reminder of such a terrible time. And all of that was an attempt to get at Jesus as an infant. It was very sobering. It's very sobering to think about. Down in this cave, they found the remains of children that Herod massacred trying to kill Jesus as an infant. And to think that that was the way things worked, I mean, Herod the Great ended up killing some of his own children, one of his own wives, so it wasn't unprecedented for him, but that's not something that civilized people do. That's not something that's a part of our culture. And so it was sobering. It really established the reality of the event. This isn't something that was imagined. It wasn't something that was made up. You know, with fairy tales and everything else, you want to dress things up and get rid of the ugly parts. And the Gospels don't do that. The Gospels say, this is what happened, even if it's not pleasant, even if you wish it hadn't. And that was one of those moments. Up at the front, there are 3 different religious groups, 3 different churches that maintain the main portion of the church. There was one group that came in and they were praying and doing their morning mass, and then another group came in and they were supposed to clean up, and then another group came in and went down and prayed inside of the cave. So to watch multiple groups maintain the same space was really, I mean, it was different. That's not anything I've ever seen. Barry was able to take us to the cave where the traditional location of Jesus' birth was, and the traditional location of where the stone manger was found that he was laid in. When we use the phrase a traditional location, we mean that this location has a rich heritage going back millennia in some instances to identify a general location.
A lot of the times that means we have a history of people passing down that information from generation to generation.
We may not know the exact rock or piece of dirt, but it's fairly confident to say it's in this general area that this event took place. And we should probably add that God never meant for us to worship a piece of ground. He never meant for us to worship a specific site. What was important for him was what happened at those places.
All right, Jeremy, this is what I wanted to show you. We're down in a cave underneath the Church of the Nativity here in Bethlehem. This is the traditional location of where Jesus Christ was born. The 14 points around the star represent the generations from Abraham to David, David to the exile, and the exile to Jesus.
And those 14 generations, those are captured for us in Matthew chapter 1.
That's right.
And all day long, people are going to be coming down here, they're going to be touching it, they're going to be kissing it, they're going to be leaving prayers down in this little alcove. Now, this marks that spot, but there's something else down here we want to see.
Yes, on the other side of the cave here, there is a little alcove in which they believe the manger sat.
Let's go look at that.
Okay.
Barry, we're only about 12 feet away from that 14-pointed star. What is it that we're looking at?
Well, we read in the Bible that after Jesus was born, that they laid him in a manger. As you can see here, we're underneath this little cave, this little alcove in the cave here. This is the traditional location of where that manger laid.
This was a fantastic honor to be able to come down here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think one of the misconceptions that most Westerners have ties back to the idea of Jesus was born in a barn. There was no room in the hotel, so they went to the stables and he was placed in a wooden trough, and just that whole picture. And understanding the cultural difference, no, there was no room in the family guest house, so they went to this cave where the animals were kept for privacy and seclusion and placed in a stone manger after he was born. I think corrects a lot of cultural misunderstandings. It's hard to imagine what that must have looked like because so much structure has been built on top of it. It's not natural rock. They've been burning incense down there for millennia. They have pictures of Mary and Jesus as an infant all over the walls. You have all kinds of decorations, and it's hard to imagine. But one of the things that did help was it communicated the idea of going into a cave. You take these steps down and around a curve, and so you have the sense of you're going underground. You think about the Son of God coming down to earth and being born in the back of a cave with animals in the seclusion and privacy of the hills of Bethlehem, without any trumpeting, without any fanfare, without any attendance other than his parents. And to think about how humble his beginning was. And that was intentional. He was willing to choose that. And to get a better visual of that drives that point home even more strongly. As we walked up to the sheep, they were slowly munching grass coming towards us, and we could hear this underlying crunching and munching. And there were a couple of them that were wearing the bells, so you could hear a couple ringing, and we were trying to figure out which one has the bell around its neck. There was one that looked to be lame, and so he was slowly following all the rest of them. And then to see this young boy, who barely looks like he's in his teens, was leading this flock of dozens of sheep around. And it was just really sweet to watch. It was very tender. One of the things that Luke records for us in chapter 2 is that in the region of Bethlehem, the same region that Jesus was born, that night there were some shepherds out in the field with their sheep. And as they were tending their flocks, an angel came and announced the birth of Jesus. And they celebrated and wanted to go meet him. It would have looked a lot like this. It would have been dark. There would have been the bright light. And as they rejoiced, they would have been excited to know that the Messiah had been born. Being out there on that hillside, it was so much easier to imagine the night of Jesus' birth and to imagine a dark hillside while these shepherds are putting their sheep down for the night. They're resting, it's quiet and calm, and then all of a sudden there's this angelic announcement about the birth of the Messiah, and they start worshiping and praising, and I've just got that image stuck in my head now.
And our guide actually made a great point when we were out there in the fact that because shepherds are always awake while they're working and because they see other flocks and other shepherds, that the best way during the first century to carry a message out is through the shepherds. And so maybe that was why God chose to send the angels to the shepherds first, because they would be able to spread the word, spread the good news of the birth of Jesus.
One of the things coming to Israel does is it helps put into perspective distances. I always visualize Bethlehem is just an hour's drive or 2 hours drive from Jerusalem. You know, Bethany is so far over here. The Mount of Olives was so far over here. That's not the case. So the distance just from Bethlehem to Jerusalem
Is 6 miles. 6 miles.
that's a 1 hour walk. You know, that's less than a 1 hour walk if you're jogging or really trying to get it done. And so to realize it really wasn't that far from where Joseph's family was to come to the Temple Mount, They had already traveled all the way down from Galilee to Bethlehem. To get from Bethlehem to the Temple Mount was nothing. And to be here in person and to have made that trip puts that in perspective.
And I think also you get an appreciation for not only distance, but altitude. One of my favorite verses in the Bible is from Luke chapter 19, in which it says, and Jesus, after finishing his conversation with people in Jericho, it says he went up to Jerusalem. Well, what does that mean? It's a simple phrase, but what we learn is just within that 15 miles, you go up nearly 3,500 feet in elevation. Your ears are popping and all kinds of things as you go up the hill. It gives you a great appreciation for exactly what Jesus went through as he went up the mountain.
The historian Luke records for us over in chapter 2, when the time came for the purification according to the law of Moses, they brought Jesus up to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. As it is written in the law of the Lord, every male who first opens the womb shall be called holy to the Lord. Now, we are standing right next to the Temple Mount on a Herodian, a first century road. This is the area that they would have come to present Jesus.
They would have come to Jerusalem to present Jesus in the temple.
So they've come down from Galilee because of the census. They stop in Bethlehem. Mary gives birth there. And then they bring Jesus to the Temple Mount. And we're standing in the shade of the Temple Mount right now. So this is a totally different feel than what they were used to back home up in Galilee. A slower pace, it would have been more calm, more rustic, fewer people. And then they come to the hustle and bustle of Jerusalem.
And this would really be the big city. I mean, they have really come to the big city. Up in Galilee, you have farms and you have, of course, the lake and all the serenity that's up there. But when they came here, this would have been an eye-opening experience for any of the Jewish people coming from the north.
And we know that they made annual trips down to Jerusalem, but this would have been a special trip.
It would have been for the family, yes.
You know, the birth of their firstborn. They're coming to the temple to dedicate their son. They would have been purchasing some small turtle doves or something from the shops along the way here. How do we know that this is a first century road? What identifies it as that?
Well, this road was uncovered by archaeologists about just a couple of decades ago. This road is very typical of roads of that time. It has the same look and feel that other Herodian roads do. As you'll notice, there are some holes in the road. That is caused for two reasons. One is it's 2,000 years old.
Okay.
And so it is just sunk in a little bit. And the other has to do with all these big boulders that are here behind us. We know that in 70 AD, the Romans destroyed the city of Jerusalem. And when they did, they burned the temple and burned a lot of the things up there. In doing so, they pushed a number of the rocks off of the Temple Mount and they landed on this road. And that caused a lot of damage to this road as well.
They're huge. I mean, those aren't even potholes. I mean, you could fit a car inside of some of those.
Large holes.
Now, when they uncovered the road several decades ago, to help us understand the size and the weight of those stones, they left the street the way it was.
They did. And it helps us to appreciate just how destructive the Romans were to this city at that time.
There are layers of history to walking on this first century street. We have rubble from the destruction of the Temple Mount in 70 AD by the Romans. To the side, you see the shops. It helps you visualize what was going on around the Temple Mount. And of course, we know that Jesus was frustrated by that when he went there as an adult. The pavement, the stone pavers are huge. They're huge. I mean, everything that Herod did was on such a massive scale. And to see the finesse and the beauty and the scale and just everything was overwhelming.
Being able to walk on that Herodian street, knowing it's the exact same street that many people in the first century would have walked on, that's just awe-inspiring because you realize that you're walking through history.
And when we're there, Barry's trying to reconstruct things for us. So while we're looking at the wall and see just a few stones jutting out of it, he's trying to explain there was this arch that came out, and then there were some steps that led down to it. And so he's trying to fill in the gaps, and you're trying to picture in your mind's eye what this looked like complete. And he does a great job at that. To get the idea of the magnitude of what we're looking at, there is a rock in that wall under the ground. You can go see that. It's over 500 tons heavy, 45 feet long, and you can see other stones a little bit smaller than that, but still hundreds of tons, and they make up the blocks of this western wall of the temple. And so as you're walking along this first century Herodian street, Mary and Joseph would have been seeing that. You know, it was a source of pride for the Jews to have such a glorious Temple Mount. When we look at the Temple Mount, when we look at the shops and the stones that make up those structures, there's something unique that makes them Herodian as well too. What is that?
King Herod not only built big things, he wanted to make sure it looked good. And if you'll look at a lot of the stones here on the Temple Mount and the Western Wall and even on these shops behind us, not only are they perfectly cut and perfectly set in place, but they all have little etching around them.
I mean, some of the things that people have pointed out is that you can't even slip a piece of paper. Even now, 2,000 years later, you can't fit a piece of paper into some of those cracks.
That's correct. Each one of these stones was specifically cut for the position it's located.
So that's amazing from a design, engineering, architectural standpoint, that they were able to do something so refined 2,000 years ago.
That's right. Many of these stones were cut from quarries a few miles north of Jerusalem. So it's not even like they were cutting the stones here and could compare them. They had to cut them up there and then bring them down and then chisel them into place to make sure they're exactly the right side, then slide them in.
So coming from Bethlehem, they would have walked down this Herodian first century street. They would have gone around the corner here to the first century steps and entered the Temple Mount that way to present him to the Lord.
That's exactly right.
It would have been a lifetime moment for them. That would have stuck with them for the rest of their lives. I remember how excited I was at the birth of every single one of my children. And I remember how excited I was to introduce them to family. This is their name. Everything that went along with introducing a new life, a new family member. And to stand on that Herodian street at this immense moment for this young couple, this birth of this extra special child that Joseph has chosen to take on as his own, and to think about going there to dedicate him, just as a father, I think about it from that perspective. And being there on the Herodian street really helped me do that. In this episode of Following the Messiah, we've been to several different places talking about the birth of Jesus. We've talked about Mary and Joseph coming down for the census. They go to Bethlehem. We went to the Church of the Nativity. We went over to the Temple Mount to talk about his dedication. There's something else that we need to focus in on though. In Luke chapter 1, Luke records for us the announcement of the birth of John the Baptist to his father Zechariah. In that same chapter, the announcement to Mary of the birth of Jesus to his mother. And in both of those instances, each of the parents responds in a similar way. Each one is shocked by the angel appearing to them. Each one is afraid. The angel encourages each one to not be afraid, but to believe and to respond. Zechariah did not, but Mary did. The challenge for us is to figure out how we're going to respond to the birth of Jesus. Are we going to trust the gospel accounts? Are we going to trust them as reliable? Are we going to choose to believe in the miraculous birth of Jesus or not? We hope that during this episode, we've helped to increase the possibility that you too would choose to believe in the Gospels and in the miraculous birth of Jesus. Can anything good come out of Nazareth? Those words show the questionable local reputation of this small village. But God had a plan, and that little town was home to God's greatest gift. Barry, in this episode, we're wanting to focus more on the childhood, the young years of Jesus. So we're wanting to get back up to Nazareth. You know, over in Matthew chapter 2, it explains when they make that move, that Herod died, and behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, "Rise, take the child and his mother, and go to the land of Israel, for those who sought the child's life are dead." And he rose and took the child and his mother and went to the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus was reigning over Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And being warned in a dream, he withdrew to the district of Galilee. And he went and lived in a city called Nazareth, that what was spoken by the prophets might be fulfilled. He shall be called a Nazarene. Now, we're not going to be able to go down to Egypt. That's not possible this time. But we do want to get up to Nazareth. What can we go to see something that would have been like what Jesus saw?
Luckily for us, they have created a first century replica village in Nazareth, complete with buildings and people and animals, and kind of get an idea of what it would have looked like during the first century.
I would love to go see that.
Oh, it's a great place to go.
Okay, so we want to go up, we want to go see Nazareth Village, but we also have recorded for us that during the childhood of Jesus, especially around his 12th year, that there was a trip his family made from their hometown of Nazareth back down to Jerusalem to go to the temple. And it was in that instance where he gets left behind and his family actually leaves town, and they end up realizing he's not here, and they end up interacting with Jesus. So we want to talk a little bit about what that would have been like.
We will. Any good Jewish family would have been following the law, and the law required that the family come to Jerusalem 3 times a year for the feast, and that's exactly what we have recorded for us in Luke, the 2nd chapter.
Now, how far are we going to go from Jerusalem up to Nazareth? How far is that?
Oh, there's probably about 60 miles.
How long will it take us to travel that?
Well, for us in the car, we can do it in actually a couple hours. For them, it would have taken nearly a week.
Nearly a week to go just one way. So 2 weeks for the round trip.
Right.
So I'm really excited to go check out this first century replica city of Nazareth.
Oh, it's a beautiful place, and I think you'll enjoy your visit.
We're in Nazareth Village, here in Nazareth, and there's just a lot to see.
You're right about that. I really enjoy coming to Nazareth Village because it gives you an insight of what cities and towns would have looked like during the first century. Modern day Nazareth is a huge city. It has about 70,000 people. And ancient Nazareth sat in a little bowl in the Galilean hills, a very small town during the time of Jesus. And being able to go to Nazareth Village helps you understand a little bit more about what the city and the buildings and everything would have looked like.
And it's very secluded. It's on the side of a hill. And to walk into the town, they have trees all around the lower sides. For the most part, you feel like you've walked into a time warp because you can look around, and as you look around, it's like modern day Nazareth disappears, which I think is it's brilliant. It really helps maintain the atmosphere and the mood. And I really appreciate how they put that together.
Right, every time I come to Israel, I always go to Nazareth Village because it teaches you so many lessons about the first century.
The first thing that we come to at Nazareth Village is a threshing area where they have a donkey, and he's got a wooden apparatus behind him threshing out grain and threshing out wheat, walking in a circle.
What they would do is they would bring the wheat in after the harvest, put it around here, and they'd put a threshing floor behind a donkey. They would lead it around, and it would thresh the wheat so that it would pull out the grain from the wheat. Then it would be taken over here and ground into a meal that would be used then for bread. It's fantastic being here at Nazareth Village and be able to see things like this. One of the things I like about coming here is that it brings first century Nazareth to the current age, and we can come around here and we can see these things, how they operated during the time of Christ.
They had several sheep, they had a couple of lambs. You know, they're sticking their noses out through the gate and trying to get really close and touch them and talk to them. Very calm animals. We passed by there to come to a replica first century tomb. And you see the circular stone that would have been rolled in front of the opening. Climbing into the replica tomb, It's hard to describe. You know, you're walking down into this small little cavernous space, this opening with some niches in the back, and to think about Christ's body being laid in something like that, and then having the stone rolled away without anyone helping, except for the angels, and then looking from the inside out is something that we don't think about very often. What would Christ have seen for the very first time as he's looking out after the resurrection? So it's just, all those thoughts go through my head when I'm stepping through that doorway.
One of the things I appreciate coming to Nazareth Village is being able to see the character actors there in their first century outfits, doing first century activities. Seeing that helps you appreciate so many of the verses in the Bible so much more.
When we walk into the carpenter shop, I have a special attachment to that. Woodworking is something that I do for a hobby back at my house, and to see the kind of tools that Jesus would have used, that Joseph would have trained him in using, it was special. So we are at Joseph's carpentry shop. So first century replica of what Jesus would have been doing with his father, and some of the tools. So we have the drill. Could we try the drill?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. So this is supposed to be a first century drill, and he was going a whole lot faster. But it's spinning. How long for each hole? 2 minutes? 5 minutes? Oh man. Yeah, I prefer my cordless at home. That is really cool.
You want to try?
Yeah.
No. Look. Keep it far.
Okay. You make it look easy.
No, it's not easy.
You make it look easy.
Yeah.
There we go. You do it better.
That's easy.
Joseph, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
To see what that would have looked like, to reach up and touch that was special. It was a neat thing for me to connect with. How long did he say it would take
I think he said about 5, 6, 7 minutes.
to do one?
Right.
I'd be there a long time making one of the pieces of furniture that I did.
The last couple times I visited, he's been working on the same ladder. And so I guess eventually he'll get finished with it, but who knows?
So not a very efficient guy.
No.
But it's very visual.
But I guarantee you when he gets finished, it'll be a very nice ladder.
So he's grinding using a mortar and a pestle. So what is this?
Rosemary,
It's rosemary? And you're grinding it? Now what would you use that for?
chicken, food.
So you use it to flavor your food. Okay. So it's pulverizing that herb. It smells amazing, very fragrant. Thank you. So when we walk into the weaver's house, she's working on this rug, and she's finishing it up. I mean, she's really wrapping up the bottom, and the tassels are getting made. And she took the time to explain the different yarns that she has, how she made the yarn from the wool in the first place, and then the processes that she uses to dye the wool. So would you boil it?
Yes.
Okay.
We dry it and we boil it with the water, and after that you take all the peels out and you leave the water. When the water is warm,
Yes.
you put the wool, because if it's hot, the wool will shrink.
Okay.
This colors from the grass, everything's green. This is from the leaves of the victory.
Okay.
These are natural from our sheep, the brown, the beige, and the white.
So that's undyed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is from spice. We use it for our cooking, saffron. It's
Yes.
very expensive.
Yes.
And this is from walnut skin, the brown. And
Okay.
the
And what
blue.
makes the blue?
Now I will tell you. These are reality colors.
Yes.
This is, we use it from seashells, kind of snails. You crush it and it gives you 1 drop of ink. To dye 1 kilo, you need more than 1,000 snails.
Just 1 kilo, you'd
Yes,
need more than
because-
1,000
yes,
snails to get the
because-
color.
Yeah, and when you fish it, you need to keep them alive.
Wow.
And you put salt with the snails to
Yes.
give you different color. Under the sun, it gives you different color.
So very expensive.
Ooh, just royalty color, just the king and the priest was
Yeah.
wearing this. And you know that it mentioned in the Bible about a woman, she was selling the purple,
Yes,
Lydia.
Lydia.
And the blue, it mentioned also in the Old Testament about the prayer shawl of the priest.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right. Very good.
yeah, that's the colors which we are used.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
It's easy to walk away with the mistaken idea that older civilizations were somehow behind us or lesser than us. To watch her work and to see what she does, how much she's putting into every single thing. I mean, these people were brilliant. And it may have taken them longer to do things like that, but the fact that they were able to figure out how and get the process down without some of the mechanical helps that we have today just hints at how brilliant they were. We're inside the only first century synagogue replica in the country. And it's an amazing place to be. You see the multi-tiered seating system around the perimeter, so everyone would be facing each other. You see the heart-shaped columns in the corner. There are 7 columns in this particular replica. And when you come around opposite the front door, you've got this area where someone would have been presenting or speaking to those who came to the assembly. Now, this table setup would not necessarily have been there, but for prop usage, it's great to understand this is where the speaker or the reader would have been. So off to my left in the corner here is a doorway that goes to a storage chamber. They would have had jars holding their sacred writings on a scroll. So when it says that Jesus read from Isaiah, that would have come out of the jar, out of the storage room that he would have been reading to those who were gathered here. This just gives you a great sense of where Jesus would have learned, where Jesus would have taught, where Jesus would have gathered with folks from his hometown of Nazareth. Walking into the completed first century synagogue it's a special moment. To visualize Jesus standing and teaching and interacting with crowds as a preacher and teacher is just astounding. I'm really struggling with how to wrap up our experience at Nazareth Village. There are things I want to see more of. There are things I want to spend more time with. I appreciate the time we were there, but it wasn't nearly long enough. I want to come back. Today we went down to the marketplace in the old city of Jerusalem.
Jeremy, we're in this Muslim quarter of the old city. We're in the midst of a marketplace here.
A busy marketplace.
Yeah, very busy. Well, we've got all kind of fruits and vegetables over here. We've got flowers over here.
The marketplace is really the heart of the city. I mean, especially old Jerusalem. You come here to get anything. You come here to get your produce, your precious metals, your clothes. It's like a huge bazaar.
It really is. And I love coming here. The old city has such personality. It really is exciting to come.
Walking through the marketplace in the old city is unlike any other shopping expedition I've gone on. It's not like going through an outlet store in the US. It's not like going to an enclosed mall with escalators and everything is pristine and clean and glass. You're passing shops made out of stones that date back centuries, sometimes millennia. They're rough and there's texture to them. And artifact shop on one side, and you turn the corner and there's a butcher on the other side with things hanging in the window. There's nothing else like it. You're going through there and people are coming and going, and when we talk about, well, I'm gonna go to the grocery store, or I'm gonna go to the market in the West, in the US, we're talking about a large big box store with huge aisles and lots of room and tons of space. But that's not the way this works. You have vendors selling out of these small little hole in the walls all the way down these streets, and they're displaying their wares along the way in just bright colors. A lot of salesmanship going on, a lot of haggling going on. Almost everything's negotiable. You know, the first question you ask is, so how much? And let him throw out a price and then go back and forth. And you kind of have to have an idea of what something ought to go for before you go in. And it's just, it's a neat place to go.
I don't really enjoy big cities. I'm more of a country person. I'd much rather stay in the country, have the wide open spaces, but I love the old city of Jerusalem. It's just a maze of alleyways and small roads and hundreds, if not thousands, of little shops. Every 10 feet, there's new little shops on every side. There are people selling everything. This is not just a tourist place. People live there. And so this is where they shop for fruits and vegetables and tennis shoes and clothes and eyeglasses and spices. One of the places where we stopped going through there was one of the spice shops. You knew that you were getting close just because of the aroma in the air.
About 200 yards away, you could smell the spices.
It's a wonderful place to stop.
Some of their spices are combined, you know, for a specific food. So over here on the right, we've got one that's for a falafel, but it's a combined spice. There are multiple spices in that. Or one for meat. Further up, there's some for a Cambodian flavor. And we've got coriander right here, cinnamon right here, and a bunch of different curries. Shawarma. I mean, it's beautiful, and the colors are vibrant, and you can smell everything from so far away.
The old city has so much personality to it. It's divided into 4 quarters, the Jewish quarter, the Muslim quarter, the Christian quarter, and the Armenian quarter. And each of those 4 quarters are completely different places. And as you're walking from one quarter to another, you immediately notice that, okay, I'm in a different area now.
And to some degree, that would have been there in the first century. As Jesus was walking in downtown Jerusalem, or as he was walking around the Temple Mount, you would have had vendors, you would have had shops, you would have had stalls. There are examples of that at the first century street by the Temple Mount. And so you'd have that kind of flavor going on, and it's been preserved. That's still the way they do things.
We read about that in the Bible, of course, when any Jewish family came to Jerusalem, especially around feast time, or if they had a special dedication they needed to perform on behalf of their family, they would need to go to some sort of marketplace to purchase doves or a goat or some sort of sacrifice. And so there are all kinds of things there.
Barry, one of the times that Jesus' family came down to Jerusalem, we're told they came down annually for the Passover. Luke tells us that his parents went to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover. And when he was 12 years old, they went up according to custom. And when the feast was ended, as they were returning, the boy Jesus stayed behind in Jerusalem. His parents didn't know it. You know, they're on their way home. They don't realize that Jesus isn't with their group, and they have to come back and find him. It takes them 3 days, and they find him in the Temple Mount interacting with teachers. So where are we standing right now?
We're standing on the southern steps of the Temple Mount. And so the Jews of that time, when they came to Jerusalem, they would have come up these steps into the temple so that they could have taken care of what they needed to do here.
Okay, so these steps that we're standing on are first century steps. We're also facing the southern wall of the Temple Mount. Actually, in this corner, there are the remains of the double gate.
Double gate.
Right? It's been blocked off. It's not in use. We can actually only see about half of that former gate.
Right, there's later period buildings that have blocked a lot of it.
But that would have been one of the entrance points, one of the 2 southern entrance points
Right.
into the Temple Mount. To imagine the events of Luke chapter 2, throngs of people coming to Jerusalem for the Passover, Jesus and his family coming south from Galilee, they would have been accessing the Temple Mount, they would have been sacrificing, there would have been teaching going on, scribes and rabbis, and Jesus was interacting with those folks.
That's right.
He was impressing the teachers. He was there for multiple days, and when Mary and Joseph finally interact with him and find him, he explains that the reason he stayed behind was to do his Father's business.
That's correct. That would all taken place up here on the Temple Mount.
You'll hear us say a lot, this was the traditional location. You'll hear us say it was somewhere in this area, but there were 2 primary entrances into the Temple Mount. Some think one was used for an entrance and one was used for an exit. That's even better for us because that's easy to say. Jesus used these steps. Jesus went to the Temple Mount on an annual basis. His family went there for Passover. Jesus walked on these steps. And it's thrilling to think about that and confidently say that. Now, what do you think about Jesus and his parents not realizing that he was gone for so long? I mean, people joke around about leaving their kids at the church building and 5 minutes later going, wait a minute, we have an empty seat. But for a family to be traveling and not realize that for so long, what do we make of that?
As they were going back to Galilee, there would have been a large group of people. It would have been easy for them to assume that Jesus was probably with other family members. And they got halfway up the road, and realized, oh no, he's not here.
They would have thought something along the lines of, Jesus is with Uncle so-and-so or with Aunt so-and-so. And after tracking that down, they realized, wait a minute, Jesus is not with Uncle or Aunt, he's back in Jerusalem.
He was. They found him here in the temple talking to the priests and the scribes.
That's right, so you have a 12-year-old boy interacting with these men that have made it their life's work to understand the law, to understand the rabbinical teachings. And this 12-year-old boy is interacting with them, astounding the people that are listening to him. And of course, when his family finds him, Jesus makes the statement that he has to be about his Father's business and making reference to his Heavenly Father. Jesus understands what he's about and what his mission is, even though he's a child.
That's exactly right. And I think it's so interesting how Mary approaches a lot of these things about Jesus. She sees things like that and stores them in her heart. She knows there's something special about this child.
As a parent, I think about how I would have felt to realize I left my Nazarene son, I left in Jerusalem.
And then you couldn't find him for 3 days.
It took you 3 days to find him. And then when you finally do, there isn't this, oh, I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. There wasn't any of that. There was just this very calm, I needed to be here doing what I was sent to do. I initially probably would have been taken a little aback by that. But they obviously took that to heart. And Luke records that for us to help us understand that even at 12 years old, Jesus understood something about himself and his mission. In this episode of Following the Messiah, we've been talking about the childhood and early years of Jesus, culminating with his 12-year-old trip for the Passover down to Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. Now, all of these stops that we've made along the way are like breadcrumbs. We're following a trail. All of these things hint at his identity as the Son of God, the one who came to be the Messiah. We know, especially at that Temple Mount visit, that his mother saved up that trip in her heart, that everything that had happened, her conversation, Jesus saying he must be about his Father's business, that was just one more piece of the puzzle for her to figuring out who Jesus was and what he was about. Now, if those things were special to Mary, and the gospel writers thought they were significant enough to record them for us, then we ought to pay special attention to those things as well. Those things help us understand who Jesus is. We all have our wilderness. We think our temptation is too much to handle. We give in to sin and feel alone. Jesus knows our weakness. He stood face to face with Satan, and through the struggle, he stood up and said, "No." Barry, in this episode, we're wanting to talk about Jesus and his baptism and his temptation in the wilderness. Now, we have both of those events recorded for us in Matthew. Matthew chapter 3, we have the baptism by John down by the Jordan. And then in chapter 4, Jesus is led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. What we want to do is we want to go to places that would be close to where Jesus was baptized and where Jesus would have gone into the wilderness to be tempted for those 40 days. What are our options to be able to see that?
Well, with regards to the baptism, there's actually a couple places where we're going to go.
Okay.
I want to first take you to Yardenit, which is a site just south of the Sea of Galilee. We want to go here because the Jordan River is much more attractive there. It looks much more like what it would have looked like down here at the traditional baptismal site. The second location we will also visit, and this is the more traditional location. We hear about John the Baptist baptizing at Bethany beyond the Jordan, and it would have been in this area. So this is the better place for where Jesus would have been baptized.
In Matthew chapter 4, when Matthew records for us that after the baptism, the Spirit led him into the wilderness, what wilderness are we able to go see?
Well, we're going to be looking at the wilderness of Judea, and this was most likely the location where he was during this time.
When I picture wilderness, I picture something barren, desolate, large sand dunes, people aren't around for miles. I mean, is that what we're going to go look at?
Well, you're partially correct. It is very dry, it is very barren, but it has mountains and valleys. It's actually, in my opinion, one of the prettiest places in the entire land.
I have a hard time visualizing that, and what you're describing is beautiful. I can't wait to go and see that for myself. We're standing on the Jordan River. Where exactly are we?
We're at a site called Yardenit. It's just south of the Sea of Galilee. A number of people use this where they come and be baptized.
Why are we coming to this spot on the Jordan River as opposed to closer to the Judean wilderness?
And where the traditional baptismal site is. Well, that's because the Jordan River, for the most part, is a boundary between two countries. It's between the countries of Israel, the West Bank, and Jordan. And so that area is politically and militarily sensitive.
And in comparing the two places, you've explained that the water level here is higher, the river is a little bit wider, but when you get further south, it's lower, it's narrower than even it was during Jesus' time. Why is that?
Mostly it's just because of population growth. In Israel and the West Bank and in Jordan, the population has grown significantly over the last 100 years. And they need that water. They need it for agriculture, they need it to water their cattle, they need it for consumption. Because of that, water is not making it into the tributaries which lead to the Jordan River. So by the time the Jordan River flows all the way from here to the Dead Sea, it's just much lower and the flow is much slower. When we get down there, you'll notice that it's probably 12 or 15 feet wide at the widest. During Jesus' time, it was at least this wide, if not maybe a little bit wider.
So where in the New Testament do we read about Jesus being at the Jordan River?
Well, it's referred to a number of times. In Matthew, of course, he tells us that Jesus left Galilee and went down to the south to Jordan to be baptized. But in Luke 3 we read, "Now when all the people were baptized and when Jesus also had been baptized in praying, the heavens were opened, and the Holy Spirit descended on him in bodily form like a dove. And a voice came from heaven, 'You are my beloved Son, with you I am well pleased.'"
So what Luke records for us is Jesus traveling from up here in the Galilee region down to his cousin, John the Baptist. He's preparing the way for the kingdom of God, and Jesus comes to him to be baptized. Now, there are several things that John says as he interacts with Jesus at that point. One of them is, "I need to be baptized by you. What are you doing coming to me?"
Right.
And Jesus explains that he needs to fulfill all righteousness, and John consents and baptizes him. And both in Matthew's account and here in Luke, we have this Spirit descending on him like a dove, verifying something for John. I mean, he was looking for that event to confirm something about the identity of Jesus. This wasn't just his cousin. This was someone special. At one point, John looks at him and says, "Behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world."
That's right.
That baptism marked a pivotal moment, which is just amazing to visualize. There would have been crowds of people all the way around as people were trying to get to John, as he's speaking to them, as he's baptizing them. So all these people would have watched this event unfold as he baptized Jesus from Nazareth. Now we're going to go further south, closer to the traditional site where he would have been baptized by John.
That's right. That site is about 60 miles south of here, just north of the Dead Sea.
With talking to some of our sources, they encouraged us to go in with a smaller footprint.
That's right. That location is on a boundary, and it's also in a militarily controlled zone.
So we're still allowed to go.
Sure.
It's going to be different than what we've been doing so far.
Oh, I got just close. So,
Yep. Yeah.
Matt, it should pick you both up. So
Okay.
it's Mike's.
What's on?
So this front button is the power button, but it's on right now. It's got a full battery, and it's it's
on time lapse.
Yeah, we're gonna change recording, but all you have to do is push that top button.
It'll start recording.
It'll start.
Okay. The whole drive down, they've been talking about the complicated nature, the political situation, the religious situation, and all of that. It's sensitive and it's delicate, and you need to be respectful. Let's see. We are. So we're recording. The guys just gave me a brief tutorial on using the GoPro. We're at the Southern Baptismal Site.
We are.
And we're holding a GoPro, which we have not done at all during any of these episodes. So why are we doing this?
Well, we're doing this because this is a military location, and so we want to be respectful of that. And so we've left a number of our bigger cameras in the bus.
Basically look like tourists, so I can do that.
It's very hot down here. We're down in the bottom of the Jordan Rift Valley.
Yeah.
And it's probably close to 100 degrees today. It's very warm.
It's warm. I mean, we've got this fence behind us. We've got this danger mine sign on the fence behind us. Obviously, they haven't totally cleared that area, and we're at a tourist stop.
We are.
So we've seen this a couple different times.
Yes.
Let's head on down to the water.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna step down several steps to get close to the railing. So we're coming up on the Jordan River, which we set up north. Looks different than what we saw. Tell us what we're seeing.
All right, what we've got here is the Jordan River behind us. And as we've mentioned, the Jordan River is much smaller here.
Very stagnant.
Very stagnant, barely flowing at all. They will have, at the end of the rainy seasons, they'll have water come through here.
Yeah.
But most of the year, it looks just like this.
Not near as wide as we would imagine it to be.
It's probably only 15 feet wide right through here. We were about 2 miles north of the northern end of the Dead Sea.
Okay, now what's on the other side of the river here?
Well, you can see a number of churches and everything. On the other side is the country of Jordan. We read in the scriptures that John was baptizing at Bethany beyond the Jordan.
Right.
And so what we were doing is visiting the baptismal site from the Israeli side.
Yeah.
But in reality, Jesus was probably baptized a few hundred yards on the other side over here. The scripture tells that John was baptizing at Bethany beyond the Jordan, which is a location just probably a quarter mile or so to the east of the Jordan River at this spot.
But we can't go beyond the Jordan. We're on the Israeli side of the Jordan.
Jordan is to our east.
About halfway across the river, right behind us, you can see that golden dome. That golden dome is in Jordan. We're standing on the border of Israel and Jordan. That's why this is a military zone.
Right.
And you've got Jordanian soldiers kind of guarding their side on over there. You've got Israeli soldiers kind of guarding this side over here, which is the reason we're seeing these barbed wire fences, occasionally a soldier. So we're just trying to be respectful of all of that. That's why this is a little bit different.
That's right.
Even though it's not exactly where Jesus was baptized, it's the traditional baptismal site that people visit.
It's the traditional site, and I believe this is a fairly close location.
Okay.
I mean, it was probably just within a half mile or so of here, over there on the other side of the river.
Let's just take another second to walk around and see what we can see.
Maybe we can walk down to the water.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Let me just look at how murky that water is.
Yeah. The water doesn't move very much through here.
You've barely got a ripple in the water. It's a lot different when you visualize this and then compare that to singing on Jordan's stormy banks I stand.
Yeah, this is much different than where we were at Yardenit.
Yeah.
Yardenit was a much cleaner place, much more representative of what it looked like during the time of Jesus.
Yeah. From a biblical point of view, Jesus comes to be baptized by John the Baptist in Bethany beyond the Jordan.
Right.
He comes up out of the water. The Holy Spirit descends in the form of a dove. John hears a voice from heaven saying, "This is my beloved Son in whom I'm well pleased." And then from that point, Satan leads him into the wilderness, the Judean wilderness, to be tempted. And he's tempted for 40 days.
Right.
So I think from here, we're going to wrap up, and the plan is for you to take us to some wilderness to get a sense of what that would have looked like and what that would have felt like.
The Judean wilderness literally starts just 5 or 6 miles to our west.
All right. The baptismal site of Jesus is right next to the Judean wilderness.
Yeah, we're in the bottom of the Jordan Rift Valley that runs all the way from the north to the south. The Dead Sea is literally 2 miles behind us.
Imagine Jesus being here with John the Baptist, quarter-mile wide Jordan River, throngs of people waiting to be baptized, and he goes from that scene into this barren, desolate, dry, hot, dusty space. And we're about to see that transition. That's where we're going next. Barry, what are we doing up here?
Well, I wanted you to experience the wilderness. We read in Mark 1, immediately after the baptism of Jesus, it says, "The Spirit immediately drove him out into the wilderness, and he was in the wilderness 40 days, being tempted by Satan, and he was with the wild animals, and the angels were ministering to him." Now, we're in the wilderness of Judea. This is exactly the type of place where Jesus would have been when this event happened. And of course, today, the day we went, is tremendously hot. I think it was probably near 100 degrees.
Even right now, I can feel the heat radiating through the soles of my shoes, burning and scalding them. I just hide it really well. Being out here and seeing this, I can really imagine Jesus being in this space for 40 days, the sun beating down on him, no food, no water, and during that period of time, Satan is tempting him, trying to get him to take shortcuts, trying to give him ways out of fulfilling his purpose for coming to earth. One of the things he tempts him with is, you've been without food for so long. Turn some of these stones into bread.
Right, and as you can see, there are plenty of stones around here to do that.
There are. And for Jesus to be offered that shortcut, you don't have to get back to civilization. You don't have to get back to people. You can satisfy your hunger right here. The Bible describes Satan as cunning, and he uses opportune moments to tempt us. And he obviously did that in this instance. Jesus was hot, he was thirsty, he was hungry, he was alone, and for 40 days, Jesus is being tempted by Satan. And so it was wise on Satan's part, it was crafty on Satan's part, but Jesus didn't give in.
Well, not only was Jesus out there for 40 days, but he was out there also for 40 nights too. During the time Jesus lived, it would have been complete darkness with the exception of the moon and stars. And to be out there alone, I think, during that time, and to be considering all the things that not only the devil was tempting him with, but just the environment itself would have been very difficult to handle. I know growing up, I had a misconception of what the word wilderness means. I always thought it was dry and arid like it is here, but I always thought it was flat, sandy, kind of like a desert back in the United States, but it's really not. It's mountainous. It's actually really beautiful, but it's completely different than what you normally have in your mind.
Well, and it mentions there were animals. I mean, we've seen some of those since being here. Being in this space helps us visualize that, absolutely. I really appreciate you taking me.
Glad to.
I think one of the things that biblical students need to connect, a couple of dots they need to connect when they think about the temptation of Jesus, is that Jesus came to fulfill all righteousness. And so just like Jesus was 40 days in the wilderness, the children of Israel had been 40 years in the wilderness and had consistently fallen short of God's standards and expectations and desires. And so Jesus comes, and as he perfects all righteousness, he goes through this 40-day, this shortened version of being in the wilderness, and he does it perfectly. He never once gives in, he never once fails God, and it is one of the events that helps demonstrate that he's able to be our sinless sacrifice. We've come from the Judean wilderness where Jesus went out. He was led by the devil to be tempted in the wilderness. And during that temptation, one of the places that he takes him is here to the Temple Mount. Now, specifically, Matthew records that the devil took him to the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, He will command His angels concerning you, and on their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone." And Jesus replied, "Again it is written, you shall not put the Lord your God to the test." In my mind's eye, when I hear he took him to the pinnacle of the temple, I think like the peak of a western roof. But what you've been explaining is that's not exactly what we should be picturing. What should we be picturing?
We use the word pinnacle as meaning top.
Right.
That's not necessarily the way it's used here. Most likely, the pinnacle of the temple was referring to the southeast corner of the Temple Mount. There's a place here that would allow the devil to take Jesus. He would have been able to look down over the Kidron Valley and tempt him to throw himself off there. The fall there would have been several hundred feet. The Kidron Valley actually has filled in a good bit over the centuries, and so it would have been much deeper at that time.
Well, and one of the things to think about when he's taking him to that part of the temple and asking him to throw himself off, he's tempting him, and it's a unique type of temptation. What he's offering Jesus is this very public, dramatic display that if he were to throw himself off the pinnacle of the temple down into the Kidron Valley and God were to catch him up, that everyone would have recognized him for who he was. He's trying to offer him a shortcut from the cross, a shortcut from the betrayal, from the beatings. Instead, he's trying to offer him a glorious way, a dramatic way, a safe way to prove who he is.
That's exactly right.
He decides not to test God, that he's not going to give in to that temptation to appeal to his pride. One of the things that I've noticed standing here is in front of us, we're looking at the pinnacle of the Temple Mount. We've got the Ophel in front of us. And then behind us, we've got traffic whizzing by and tour buses and cars and mopeds.
Yes.
These people are driving past all of this every single day.
Every single day. And I often joke that David and Solomon, when they originally designed the city, didn't account for all the traffic that would be coming through here 3,000 years
It
later.
would have been nice if they had done that.
There's a lot of traffic that comes through these wonderful places that are so rich in history.
In this episode of Following the Messiah, we've focused on the baptism and the temptation of Jesus in the Judean wilderness. Now, over in Hebrews, the Hebrew writer explains that Jesus is able to sympathize with us in our weakness because while in the flesh, he was tempted just like us, yet without sin. Jesus had to be sinless in order to become our sacrificial lamb. So when we see him go through these moments where he completes all forms of righteousness by being baptized by John, or when he goes into the wilderness to be tempted for 40 days and never succumbs to the temptations of Satan, we see him successfully become the sacrificial lamb that every single one of us so desperately needs. Jesus chose 12 men. They weren't kings. They weren't priests. They were ordinary, average men. But he knew these 12 would serve a special purpose in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus saw their potential. Fishermen, a tax collector, a zealot, men with ordinary jobs who would become the 12 apostles. Barry, we've talked about a lot of events in the life of Jesus. We've talked about his birth, his infancy, his childhood. But over in Mark chapter 1, the next phase of his life and ministry starts. Mark chapter 1, verse 16, it says that passing alongside the Sea of Galilee, he saw Simon and Andrew, the brother of Simon, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. And Jesus said to them, "Follow me, and I will make you become fishers of men." And of course, he calls a couple of other men from there to become followers of him. Where can we go to see places connected to those events?
All those events took place in the region of Galilee. And so I'd like to take you to some of those places. There's a Roman road that I have read is still exposed that stretches from Nazareth to Capernaum. I've never been there, and I'd really like to try to find it. Next, I'd like to take you out on the Sea of Galilee. A boat ride out there will help reinforce a lot of these places in your mind. Capernaum is another wonderful spot. Jesus lived there. This is where a number of the disciples lived at the time. A visit there will be something you'll always remember.
Imagining a place in Galilee that you haven't been is kind of shocking. I really want to go try to find this Roman road. Well, right now we're leaving Nazareth. We're trying to get to a remaining exposed section of first century Roman road at a location called Galilee Junction. There's an actual current road that goes around there. The modern road has been reconfigured, so we're still trying to figure out exactly how to get there, but we're supposed to be able to put our feet on some actual first century road that Jesus would have used when he left Nazareth.
All right, so that's what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to
Hoof it.
Yeah, we're going to have to hoof it. I have seen this place on Google Maps and I've read stories about it, and I wanted to go see a Roman road that Jesus walked on. It was no problem. All we had to do was
Over that barbed wire fence and through that field and over that hill.
two guardrails, and after about 20 minutes,
Past the dead horse.
There we are. During the first century, of course, the Romans controlled this area, and they built a series of roads that just dotted the landscape.
It's a ruined road, and you have all these weeds, you have all these thorns and thistles popping up.
This is a road that actually stretched all the way from the Mediterranean Sea to the Sea of Galilee and even farther beyond than that.
And so Jesus would have left Nazareth and come down this way toward the Sea of Galilee, and over the hill there to the left and over that and down, he would have come out at the bottom of the Arbel Pass and then continued around the north side of the Sea of Galilee to Capernaum.
It would have.
And behind us, so heading west, we would have Nazareth, the hometown of Jesus.
Yes.
So from Nazareth to Capernaum, what's the distance?
Well, it depends on exactly where the road meandered through here, but I would say somewhere between 20 and 25 miles.
We're walking on history right now.
We are. If Jesus and his disciples during the time as they were walked between Nazareth and Capernaum, they probably would have come down this road.
Which is amazing.
Yes.
Part of the culture in Israel is there's history everywhere. There's history underneath you, there's history around you. Several hundred yards behind this gas station, there's a first century road. In the US, we think something a couple hundred years is old. And over here, they've got things millennia old.
That they don't call old.
But they don't call old because there's stuff older than that just around the corner.
Sure.
So it redefines in your mind what old is. It gives you a fresh perspective.
One of the things I remember is walking on the road and being able to see the hill in the distance and knowing that these are probably the same views that the early disciples had as they walked on this same road. Nothing has changed about that over the last 2,000 years, walking literally in their footsteps.
It was an adventure. I mean, getting up there and walking on the road was an adventure, and it was worth it to be able to stand on that piece of history. I've been looking forward to coming to Nafganisar the whole trip.
Yeah, what's cool in here is they have this boat that they found is actually from the first century.
We're in the museum, getting ready to walk in and look at the boat, and we meet Mr. Lufan, one of the two brothers that helped find the boat. So we're here at Ginasar
Yes.
with Mr. Uvi Lufan,
Yeah.
one of the two brothers who found the ancient boat
Yeah.
back in 1986.
Yes.
How did that feel when you found the boat?
I feel like I'm a fly. 1 year I am fly because I'm a child dreaming maybe one day the water going and I find something, maybe boat. And after I find it, all the time you're thinking about it and you find what you dreaming. I don't touch the air, I fly. And she changed my life because before I don't believe the God. After I find it, everything changed inside. And now I believe it. And because I believe it all the time, day after day, the good things come for me.
Okay.
Because he changed all the area from something good. You see people coming.
Yes.
Because the boat is here.
Well, and the boat is beautiful. I mean, a first century boat, and you all did a wonderful job preserving it, getting it over here and sharing it with the world. In 1986, there was the drought. The water went back from the shore. That's how you saw it and found it.
Yes.
What was the process like getting it out of the mud and over here?
We are find it in the spring, and the raining not stop it. And the level go and go. We are afraid they covered, so we are digging 12 day and night, very, very quickly, in the night too, because it's not stop raining, we are must...
You were putting sandbags down, trying to keep the water away. And then when you got it over here to preserve it, because the wood was so fragile, you were going through a process of solidifying, making the wood hard again.
After she stay in the wax, warm wax, 10 years, the wax go inside the wood, the water go outside. We are checking carbon 14. She's 2,000 years, the
Yes.
time from Jesus.
Behind us, there's this example of polyurethane. You coated it
Yes.
and you floated it on the lake around.
After 2,000 years, she
So,
flew.
so after 2,000 years, that boat came out of the mud and
Yes.
was floating on the sea again.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's amazing. Everything is.
It was a blessing. It was a blessing to be a
yes.
part of that.
The moment we find the boat, the archaeology came, clean pieces, and said, she's very old. The weather changed, it's very strong rain starting, stop quickly. The sun go out, this big rainbow go outside. She's so strong, she's double rainbow.
Yeah.
And we are feeling this boat belonged from somebody before, now we give it to us. I call him Peace Boat.
Yes.
She changed all the area
Yes.
from something good.
Could you take us to go see the boat? Could we go through and see it?
Come.
All right. That would be great.
Okay, now you see slowly, slowly she's go. And after you see how, look, the wax out, now we are clean it.
Uh-huh.
She stay, I think, 1 year, you see?
Thank you, Yuvi.
Tova,
Thank you.
toda.
I mean, it's not something that, compared to the Eiffel Tower, I mean, it's not that impressive. It's not that big. What's impressive about it is how old it is, how long it was preserved, the fact that they were able to harden the wood and keep it from disintegrating further, the fact that it's connected to the lake, it's connected to the first century, it's connected to the time of Christ. That's what impresses you about it.
It's a darkened room because they're trying to protect the boat. And it's really only about a third of the boat, the part of the boat that was concealed in mud for 2,000 years.
You know, growing up in the Pacific Northwest, around water, you know, the Pacific Ocean, you get on boats all the time. You know, you go crab fishing, you get on ferries to take you from one place to the other, you dock your car. But to come and see this boat and see something that was connected to the time and the life of Jesus is just extra special. To see something that helps you visualize what several of his apostles might have worked in, it helps you picture that so much clearer. And I think there's tremendous value in seeing the boat and making that connection.
Especially if you know something about the Sea of Galilee during the first century, because at that time there were about 16 ports all the way around the lake. And so there was constantly traffic going across the lake. It's not really that way anymore. Most of the boats that are out there are tourist boats, but then the lake was much more active, and this would have been the type of boat that would have been all over the water.
So to imagine being in something like that when a windstorm came down, or imagine being in something like that at night and not being able to make headway, would make me a little bit nervous to be in something that looked like that. And so to see that helps me picture how the disciples might have felt when things like that happen. That ancient boat was really cool.
Yeah, but you couldn't ride on it on the Sea of Galilee today. Let's get on a real boat.
Let's
All right.
try this out. Being on the boat and passing as close as we did to everything gave great perspective to how close everything is. You know, when I'm reading through the Gospels and I read about Jesus going from Nazareth to Capernaum, or he goes from Capernaum around the side of the sea, in my mind, the spaces are so large, the distances are so large. But to be on the boat in one spot on the sea and do just a little bit of a quarter turn and see all those places. You get Capernaum and you get the Church of the Beatitudes, and you keep going around and there's Nathgenosar with the ancient boat, and there's Mount Arbel with the pass that he would have walked on the Roman road. Just to see all of that in a quarter turn puts into perspective how tightly everything is connected and how close it is. To be here, just passing the Cove of the Sower, it's a Bible student geek out moment to see the natural amphitheater of the cove. It helps you visualize why Jesus got in the boat and put out a little ways as he spoke up to the folks on the hill. It's hard to put into words. Being here and imagining that and seeing that in your mind's eye, not just reading it on a page and going, oh yeah, that happened, but to understand the why. Anybody who's been reading through that and then you see it, that's a geek out moment. to stand here and get perspective of distances and elevations and contours and roads, and it helps the text come alive. These things really happened. It happened in this land, and hopefully we're able to communicate some of that to everybody else as they watch this. One of the boat drivers comes up and throws the net. And he shows us this is how they would have thrown a net when they were fishing in Jesus' day. So you've got Peter and Andrew and James and John, these fishermen that would have fished like this. And then he offers, hey, would you like to throw the net? So yeah, you know, how often do you get a chance to do something like that?
He should not quit his day job.
I think on a scale from 1 to 10, my net throwing's like a 12. Still nothing for lunch. More falafel. It is gorgeous out here today.
It really is. It's a beautiful day here.
So we're at the Sea of Galilee. Why don't you read a little bit from Mark 1?
This is the area where Jesus called his disciples, and in Mark 1 it says, "In passing along the Sea of Galilee, he saw Simon and Andrew, the brother of Simon, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. And Jesus said to them, 'Follow me, and I will make you become fishers of men.' And immediately they left their nets and followed him."
You can really visualize that. It talks a lot about the occupation of these four men. You know, they're fishermen. They're casting their nets, they're cleaning their nets, they're fixing their nets, and you can really see all of that going on right here. You can imagine that really well.
Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why it's so nice to see this here at the Sea of Galilee.
About how far would that have happened, where Jesus calls them, how far would that have happened from this spot?
It would have happened somewhere here on the northern shore, so I would say anywhere between a half mile either way of where we're standing right now.
So let's get some perspective then. If I start going around the lake this way a little bit further, what am I going to run into?
Well, this will be the northern shore, and the next big city you'll come to is Capernaum.
Okay, and go in the opposite direction?
Well, we've got the plain of Gennesaret, which would have sat just over that ridge, and there were a number of villages during the first century, including the town of Magdala, which we think is where Mary Magdalene lived. And of course, rising above that, you have Mount Arbel and the Arbel Pass, which would have been the road between the lake and lower Galilee, where Nazareth is.
So these men, these were common men. The four that we read about, they're fishermen. They have this very average, everyday job, and those are the types of people that Jesus called to be his apostles. What type of fish would they have been fishing for?
Well, most likely they would have been fishing for tilapia, which is a common fish you can pull out of the lake today. They even serve it here in town. You can actually purchase what they call St. Peter's fish.
How about we go try some of that?
That sounds great.
Those fish are huge.
This is tilapia. Tilapia comes out of the Sea of Galilee here, and it's commonly served in a lot of restaurants around here as St. Peter's fish.
Now, is it always served and prepared this way?
Well, you can get it with filleted and things like that, but it's more fun to eat it like this.
Okay. That is really good.
Very good.
I have never eaten fish like this before.
I love coming to Capernaum. Capernaum is one of the favorite places to go in Israel. And the reason is because so many things with regards to Jesus' life happened there. And so it's a great place to go to. It's a great place to visualize exactly where it sits on the sea. When you stand there on the shore, you can actually visualize a little harbor there that boats went in and out of. And no doubt Peter and his fishing partners did all the time.
Well, you think about it from Jesus' perspective. This is the first place that Jesus goes from his family's home in Nazareth. This is his home. This is where he's meeting people. This is where he spends the majority of his time. This is the place where his family comes to get him at one point, thinking that he's lost his mind. And this is the place where he explains, look, my family, my mother, and my brothers are the ones who do the will of my Father. So it's a special place to Jesus, even though eventually it's a place that he ends up condemning because of their lack of belief. One of the standout features of Capernaum is the 4th century synagogue, built on top of the foundation of the 1st century synagogue that Jesus would have used. And so you know right underneath your feet, this is a place where Jesus taught. This is a place where Jesus read from the scrolls. This is a place where so many things happened. And even though you're not in the space, you're above the space. You know that's the area. So there's so much to Capernaum for anybody who's been reading their Gospels. When Jesus was rejected at Nazareth, he came about 25 miles over the north side of the Sea of Galilee to Capernaum.
That's right.
And he makes Capernaum his hometown. We're standing right now in a 4th century synagogue. What's significant about that?
In Luke the 7th chapter it reads, after he had finished all his sayings in the hearings of the people, he entered Capernaum. Now a centurion had a servant who was sick and at the point of death, who was highly valued by him. And when the centurion heard about Jesus, he sent to him elders of the Jews, asking him to come and heal his servant. And when they came to Jesus, they pleaded with him earnestly, saying, he is worthy to have you do this for him, for he loves our nation, and he is the one who built us this synagogue. So we are standing in a 4th century synagogue, but it's on the foundation of a 1st century synagogue, the synagogue that's mentioned here in Luke the 7th chapter.
We know from Mark that this is one of the synagogues that Jesus came and taught in over in Mark chapter 1, where people were just amazed at his teaching.
Yes.
Because he taught as one who had authority, and they were just so impressed with what he was saying and how he was saying it. There's just so many things that happen here. And you mentioned there's significance to the port here.
That's right. Jesus used the port here at Capernaum a number of times as he traveled across the lake,
Right.
going to different places he needed to go to.
Standing here in this synagogue, it's really easy to visualize what it would have been like to have the synagogue be the center of the town.
Sure.
And really easy to visualize what life must have been like. You walk out through the door and you can see the remains of the city. You go down toward the beach, which you could have seen from here as
That's
it
right.
goes down.
This synagogue here would have been just like many other synagogues in the region, in which as you exited, the door always faced Jerusalem.
Okay. And the 1st century synagogue would have been made out of basalt stone. So it wouldn't have been this white that we're seeing.
right.
It would have been a darker black
That's right.
volcanic rock. It's a really neat layout, a very consistent layout.
It really is. From city to city, town to town, they had the same type of synagogue. They may have had little small differences in sizes, but they would have been the same basic layout.
Okay.
See what you have here, little prayer notes in the wall. People will come through here and they'll write down a prayer on a little piece of paper and stick it in the wall. This is reminiscent of what they do in Jerusalem at the Western Wall.
Right.
And so the thought is that prayers that are put into the wall will be sent directly to God.
Because they see this as a holy site or a sacred site.
That's right. It looks like they picked up the practice here in Capernaum.
I mean, these pieces of paper, some of them are so tiny, and they're cramming them into these little nooks and crannies and cracks.
Every little available space will be taken up.
One of the things that makes Capernaum special is it's a place that's been developed and preserved really well. I mean, you can see the outlines of the 1st century streets, of the alleyways, of the houses. One of the features there is this very rich tradition identifying Peter's house, the probable location where Peter lived, where Jesus would have healed Peter's mother-in-law. A very strong, reliable tradition. But to be able to look at that spot and think, that probably happened there.
It's a little odd when you first see it because
Yeah.
about 20, 25 years ago, they actually built a church building over it. And so what you have underneath there are the remains of a Byzantine church, and down at the bottom are the remains of a 1st century dwelling. And so the thinking is that, well, if the Byzantines so many centuries ago thought there was some importance to this place, this may be the house of Peter.
There's a verse in the Gospels that talks about how Jesus taught in the synagogues in Galilee. There's this very vague, there are multiple synagogues, multiple towns. We don't know specifically which one Jesus taught in. But Capernaum we do. We know that Jesus taught in the 1st century synagogue in Capernaum. So to have that specificity and standing right above it is just, it's unique, it's special, it was beautiful. In this episode of Following the Messiah, we've tried to focus on the men that Jesus called to be his apostles. He called ordinary men with ordinary occupations, these fishermen, this tax collector, in order to accomplish the great goal of spreading the message about the coming kingdom of God, that it had arrived and that Jesus was here. Jesus and the gospel, they do the same thing today. They call ordinary people. What Paul says over in 1 Corinthians 1 is he doesn't call the most popular, he doesn't call the strongest, but he calls the foolish, he calls the weak, he calls those that the world wouldn't necessarily recognize or choose first. But those are the kind of people that respond to the gospel. They become what they need to become because of Jesus. The same is true of you. God wants to use you for extraordinary purposes, for his kingdom, for his glory, for his name. The question is, are you going to respond to the gospel call in your life? Caesarea Philippi, a place where men built a temple to worship a false god. The people who lived here were about as far away from Jerusalem as you could get, both physically and spiritually. Why would Jesus bring his disciples here? Why would he ask them such a profound question here? Who is Jesus? We've been all over the place looking at locations and events that were significant to the life of Jesus. And what we want to focus on in this episode, we want to focus on Jesus' identity, who people came to understand him to be. We want to start back at his presentation in the temple. And there are two people that interact with that young family, and they say some things that are they're astounding. You have Simeon, who interacts with them. He's excited to see this young man. He says in Luke chapter 2, "Lord, you're letting your servant depart in peace according to your word, for my eyes have seen your salvation, that you've prepared in the presence of all peoples, a light for revelation to the Gentiles and for glory to your people Israel." You have this older man that they don't know interact with them at the temple. And then just after that, it says in verse 36 of chapter 2, "And there was a prophetess, Anna, the daughter of Phanuel of the tribe of Asher, who was advanced in years, having lived with her husband 7 years from when she was a virgin, then as a widow until she was 84. She did not depart from the temple, worshiping with fasting and prayer night and day. And coming up at that very hour, she began to give thanks to God and to speak of him to all who were waiting for the redemption of Jerusalem." She says these things about a little tiny baby that she's never met, about a family that she doesn't know. This is not your typical greeting of an infant.
You're right. And because of that, I want to take you to a few places here in which Jesus' identity is being revealed to the people. And I'd like to start off in Jerusalem. Then I'd like to go up to Nazareth and discuss Jesus as he preached and taught in the synagogue. And then from there, I want to go back out on the Sea of Galilee. There's a question there about who Jesus is. And then finally, I want to pull it all together with a visit to Caesarea Philippi.
The events that take place at these locations hold great significance in trying to answer the question, who is Jesus, the son of the carpenter? To stand here at the southern wall of the Temple Mount, coming up these steps, we face one of the two entrances to the Temple Mount itself. And the arches, they've been blocked in for a long time, but even when you stand back at a distance and you look at them, you can see the profile and the outline of the gate. And you can just imagine how many people would have been able to access the Temple Mount at one time, coming through gates as large as this. Not to trivialize it at all, but for a modern comparison, I mean, you think about going to a sporting event and going to the stadiums, you think about going to a theme park and the flow of people coming in and out. And so you would have had families constantly going up, and as families finished their business and their sacrifices, they would have been coming down.
When you walk up to these gates that are in the wall, you're just humbled at the size of them. I mean, they were 25, 30 feet high. Just think as a Jewish family coming from Galilee, coming to Jerusalem and seeing this huge structure would have just been almost unbelievable.
Imagine being Mary and Joseph coming into this space for the first time with your firstborn son to dedicate him at the temple. However, we're going to add to that story a little bit because Luke includes some details that the other gospel authors don't. What he includes is interaction with two individuals, one an older gentleman named Simeon and one a prophetess named Anna. Simeon actually takes Jesus up into his arms. Simeon starts offering praise for being able to see the Lord's salvation before he dies. Now, that's not a normal thing that someone would say upon meeting someone's firstborn child. We like to praise how they look and they remind us of so-and-so. They would have prayed over him, they would have wished good things for the future, but not everyone gets connected with salvation. He got to see the Lord's Messiah, and he recognized something special about Jesus. And Anna does the same thing. When they're done with the dedication, she starts getting excited that she's been able to meet baby Jesus. So even from his infancy, there are some questions about the identity of Jesus that need to be answered, and Simeon and Anna answer those for us. Walking into the completed first century synagogue to visualize Jesus standing and teaching and interacting with crowds, to see the seating area around both sides of us, to imagine people facing each other even as they're paying attention to the person at the front of the room speaking or reading. It's a special moment. We're here in the first century replica synagogue in Nazareth Village, and over in Luke chapter 4, it explains one of the times where Jesus comes back to his hometown of Nazareth. In Luke chapter 4, verse 16, it says, "He came to Nazareth where he had been brought up, and as was his custom, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and he stood up to read. And the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, 'The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, and proclaim the year of the Lord's favor.' And he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. And the eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him. And he began to say to them, 'Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing.' And they wrestled with what he meant by all of that. They understood this was Jesus who grew up here. This is Joseph and Mary's son, the carpenter's son. What does he mean that he has fulfilled this prophecy from Isaiah? Toward the end of that section in Luke chapter 4, he explains a prophet in his own country is not accepted, and they actually reject him. They drag him out of the synagogue, take him to a cliff here in Nazareth to throw him off the hill. But Jesus ends up escaping, and from that point on, he makes Capernaum his hometown. But it would have happened in a place like this, where his first century neighbors were wrestling with, who does Jesus think that he is? Who is he saying that he is? And this is just a great place to help us visualize that as they wrestled with that great question. To imagine Jesus being in a synagogue like that in Nazareth when he reads from Isaiah and says, "This has been fulfilled in your hearing," and to imagine that group of people that he grew up with in a space like that reject him and drag him outside to throw him off a cliff, and to imagine the hurt that he must have felt thinking about how he wanted to be a benefit to these people. He wanted these people to benefit from who he was and what he was doing. And it made you hurt for Jesus as he was hurting for them. We're on the Sea of Galilee, the northern part of it, up by Capernaum. Capernaum is just a little bit west of where the Jordan feeds into the northernmost tip of the Sea of Galilee. Now, Capernaum is where Jesus lived during the majority of his ministry, and it's where he called several of his apostles. So many things happened on and around the Sea of Galilee in regards to Jesus and his ministry. And one of those events is recorded for us in Mark chapter 4, starting in verse 35. At the end of the day, the evening had come, it's starting to get dark, and Jesus and his apostles get into a boat to sail to the opposite side. Jesus ends up falling asleep and a great windstorm comes down. The disciples become afraid. They wake Jesus up and say, "Teacher, do you not care that we're perishing?" And when Jesus was awake, he rebuked the wind and said to the sea, "Peace, be still," like he's calming a household pet. And in just an instant, in response to his instruction and his words, the wind stops. He turns to the disciples and asks, "Why are you so afraid? Have you still no faith?" They were filled with great fear and said to one another, "Who then is this that even the wind and the sea obey him?" And we come back to this question where they're trying to understand and figure out, who is this carpenter's son? Exactly who is he that can command and instruct nature and have it respond to him in a split second? And that happened somewhere right around here on the Sea of Galilee. So we've arrived at Caesarea Philippi, about an hour north of the Sea of Galilee.
Yes.
And walking up to it, this thing is just enormous. It's huge.
It really is a beautiful location, and there are a number of things here I want to show you.
This site has a lot of historical significance even prior to the time of Jesus.
Well, it does. It sits on an international highway between Mesopotamia and Egypt. And so there was a lot of traffic through here.
Okay.
People would come through the city, they would trade here, they would stay here, but they would also come here to worship. And what they worshiped was a grotto and temple dedicated to the god Pan, and that's where the name Paneas came from.
Okay.
Now, since then, the word has changed a little bit, and we now call it Banias.
Okay.
Changed the P to a B. And this was set up by Herod Philip II, the son of King Herod.
Okay, so this is Herod the Tetrarch. We read about him.
Correct.
And in this same area, we also have something that was built in dedication to one of the Caesars, Caesar Augustus. And we don't know that it was exactly right here, but it was here in Caesarea Philippi, somewhere in the area.
That's correct. King Herod built 3 temples. One was here at Caesarea Philippi, there was another one at Caesarea Maritima, and there was another one at Samaria.
And we have examples of some of that. You know, we have some of these pillars, some of these capitals, but besides that, I mean, what most people come to see is the remains of those temples and the sacrificial site to Pan.
That's correct. And those are just up the hill over there.
Okay. So below us is what?
This is the Banias Spring. It's one of the 3 rivers that lead into, that are the headwaters for the Jordan River.
Okay, so this connects with the Jordan a little ways down.
Yes.
Okay. When we first walk up, it's very peaceful. You've got one of the headwaters rolling by, but then when you turn the corner and go up the hill, it's just this stark red cliff face with temple ruins. The sun is baking you. Coming up here, we've got this cave with a big rock in it.
Right. Well, this is where the sanctuary of Pan once stood. The grottos are on up the hill here. The sanctuary used to sit right here, right in this grotto. There was water that flowed out of Mount Hermon down through here. And what they would do is they would bring a goat and try to sacrifice the goat, and they would throw the goat into the water. And if the goat sank, that was good. If it did not and it floated, that meant that Pan rejected their sacrifice. Unfortunately, at that point, the next sacrifice was a child. And so they would bring a child up here and throw the child into the water.
That's horrible.
Yes.
So at some point, this was all filled in. Water's
Yes.
not flowing out anymore.
No, it was all filled in. There's a huge building here, and the water would flow out and it'd flow down to the stream where we were below.
Okay. So this is the court of Pan, and we're walking up into this grotto area with a niche, with this shelf. What would have been put on this shelf?
They would put all kind of idols and other things dedicated to the god Pan on
Okay,
here.
now there are a lot framing this grotto on the outside as well, so those would have been filled
They would have been filled as well.
with statues and idols as
Yes.
well. So a very, very idolatrous place.
That's right.
Okay. So we've got this arch, the niche right there.
Yeah. And the temple would have come out from here and sat on this platform. Of course, a lot of it has fallen down over the years.
So this whole floor has sunken in.
Yes.
You were saying seismic activity in the area.
That's right. This is where a statue would have sat, here at the court of Nemesis. They would have had a huge temple right here for them to come up and worship.
You see niche after niche after niche where they had idol after idol after idol. You can just imagine the lighting that would have been there, the candles that would have been there, incense that would have been offered there. This was a huge deal.
Yeah, you see floors and columns and things that have, of course, fallen over over the years. That these used to be temples. These used to be sanctuaries. These are places where people would go and worship these idols. And that's what the city was known for.
So to see all of that just makes you realize how empty all of that idolatry was and how it didn't help the people who observed all of that. It didn't help the people to sacrifice the animals and their children. The niches are empty, the idols are gone, the floors are a mess, the columns are knocked over. That is not the answer. Idolatry is not the answer. And it didn't benefit those people in the least to worship those things. Normally when you come here and you're helping people understand why this is so significant, there's a specific passage that you like to read and explain.
I do. I think it's interesting that as Matthew wrote his gospel, there are some times in which he tells us exactly where things took place, and then there are other times in which he doesn't. For instance, the Transfiguration. We're not exactly sure where that took place. Or something like the Sermon on the Mount. We're not exactly sure where that took place. When he came to this story, he made the specific decision to tell us it happened at Caesarea Philippi. And I'm forced to ask the question, why? Let's read this passage here. Now when Jesus came into the district of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, "Who do people say that the Son of Man is?" And they said, "Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and others Jeremiah or one of the prophets." And he said to them, "But who do you say that I am?" Simon Peter replied, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God." And I think Peter's response is so significant. If you look at Peter's answer and think about the role of the city and the nature of the city and the grottos and temples and everything that are up on the hill, what he's doing is drawing a distinction between the living God that Jesus is the Son of and the dead false idols here in Caesarea Philippi. And I think that's exactly why Matthew told us this event took place here.
So by going up there and seeing the temple to Pan, they're contrasting those dead idols with who Jesus is.
Correct.
Who he's claiming to be. Peter is saying that's who he now believes Jesus to be.
That's correct.
Being here and seeing that helps put all of that in perspective. It helps me visualize exactly what Jesus was trying to communicate, what he was trying to compare and contrast. I'm so glad that we came here to see all of that.
Absolutely.
For any Bible student, that text is probably one of the most critical or important pinnacle passages in the entire New Testament. And so to go to the place, the region where Jesus asks that question and Peter answers it is just huge. One of the things that you realize when you go to the site, this is a place where they're worshiping dead idols. This is a place where they're sacrificing animals to things that don't exist. And in some cases, they are sacrificing their children. They're sacrificing their sons to these things that don't exist. In contrast to that, the Son of the living God asking the question, do you realize who I am? I'm the Son that's going to be sacrificed. It just blows you away to realize the stark contrast. And so I think to be there, to have that explained, to be able to visualize that helps you appreciate how immense the question and how significant the answer is. This wasn't just a carpenter's son. This was the long-awaited Messiah, the anointed one. This was the promised deliverer of Israel and everyone else. In this episode of Following the Messiah, we've been trying to look at different events in the life of Jesus where his identity is being questioned, where people are trying to figure out, who is this man? We talked about Simeon and Anna at the dedication of Jesus at the temple, them acknowledging that this is the Lord's Messiah. We talked about Jesus explaining to his hometown synagogue that he was the fulfillment of the prophecy in Isaiah. Now they rejected him, and then he went on to Capernaum. We culminated by going over to Caesarea Philippi, where Jesus asks his apostles a very personal question. First by saying, who do people say that I am? And then really bringing it home and asking them, after all the time they've spent with him, all the teaching they've heard, and what they've seen him do, who do you say that I am? Every person in every generation has to answer that great question. Who is Jesus? Is he the Son of God, or is he not? Our hope is that you'll be able to answer that great question by saying that Jesus Christ is the Son of the living God. His miraculous power to heal amazed. His power to feed thousands excited. And his power to raise the dead proved he was more than a prophet. These feats were signs that demonstrated Jesus was the Son of God. There have always been people who claim to be able to perform miracles, but when Jesus started performing his miracles, they were so numerous and the quality was just so impressive. And when I read about those miracles, I get a certain picture in my head. My mind fills in the blanks with what's familiar to me.
As we read through the Bible, a lot of us have preconceived ideas about these locations or how these events actually took place. By traveling around, I think that going to a lot of these places will clear up a number of those misconceptions.
It's important to remember that Jesus' official ministry really kicked off with a very simple but potent miracle in Cana, where Jesus turns the water into wine. And from that point onward, the miracles increase in intensity, and what he's doing is so different from what anyone else claims to be able to do. The crowds just continue to grow. We're wanting to talk about the miracles of Jesus, and there's a place over here on the eastern side of the Sea of Galilee that you're taking us. What miracle did Jesus perform over here?
This is the miracle of Jesus casting the demons into the swine, a site called Curzy. We know this event happened directly on the Sea of Galilee because we know that the swines ran down a steep embankment and into the sea. Jeremy, we've come to the eastern side of the Sea of Galilee and we've kind of climbed the hill a little bit. And I did that because I wanted us to read a passage. They came to the other side of the sea, the country of the Gerasenes. And when Jesus had stepped out of the boat, immediately there met him out of the tombs a man with an unclean spirit. And of course we know this story as the story in which Jesus has compassion on this gentleman and heals him of his demons.
Now, this is a really famous story. This is the man that is possessed by legion, and the other gospel accounts let us know that there were 2 men that were healed that day. It was during that trip over here from Capernaum when Jesus calmed the storm. And as soon as he finished healing this man, they asked him to leave, and so he sailed right back. He came over here for 2 Gentile men across a stormy sea, which I think speaks a lot to the compassion of Jesus.
We know that he cast the demons out of the man and into a herd of pigs, and the herd, numbering about 2,000, rushed down the steep bank into the sea and drowned into the sea. And of course, you can kind of picture that whole story happening right here. It's not just a cliff that goes to the edge of the water. There was a considerable distance, at least a few hundred yards, between the bottom of the embankment and the water's edge.
That just changes how I've always imagined that. That herd of swine would have rushed down this really steep hill, gone across this flat area, and then run into the sea. Normally, an animal has a sense of self-preservation. And so even though it may have survived running down a steep embankment, it would have stopped in the plain, but these thousands of pigs didn't, which further attests to the fact that there was something controlling them other than themselves. Jesus performed signs that demonstrated that he was from God, that he had control over everything and everyone, even spiritual forces like demons. You know, the details at the beginning of Mark's account of this event are really helpful because they let us know the desperate condition that this man was in. He was separated from his family. He was living in the graveyard. He was basically living as a dead person. He was out of his mind, out of control. He was hurting himself, showing these signs of deep distress. And Jesus takes care of all of those things. So when the people come back out, he's sitting, he's clothed, he's in his right mind. It would have been a startling and a shocking sight for the people to come out of town and to see the aftermath of those animals drowning and to see someone who they had tried to help for so long, finally healthy and in his right mind. And something that's emphasized down through the text is the begging that takes place. When Jesus gets there and Legion recognizes Jesus, he begs Jesus to spare him. And then later on, you have the townspeople begging Jesus to leave them because they're afraid of him. And then you have the man who's been healed begging to go with Jesus, the man who's finally helped him. And I think what Mark is trying to help us do in that chapter is to challenge us with how are we going to respond? Are we going to be so afraid of him that we beg him to leave like they did? Or are we going to respond as the healed man and beg to stay close to him because of what he does for us?
Jeremy, we're standing on top of the archaeological site called Et Tel, and many people think this is ancient Bethsaida. Now, there's a number of different places that could be Bethsaida. In fact, there's one right down in the valley that they're digging on right now. We came up here because I wanted to read a passage to you, and it says, "On their return, the apostles told him all that they had done, and he took them and withdrew apart to a town called Bethsaida." And this is the beginning of the account of Jesus feeding the 5,000. And that probably took place right here in this plain of Bethsaida, just down below the hill where we are now.
Now, it's helpful to put that feeding in context. The disciples had come back to tell him all that they had done. They had been sent out on that limited commission. But the other piece of news that they brought to him was that Herod Antipas had just killed his cousin John the Baptist down at his black fortress. And what the other Gospels reveal is that hurt, and he was trying to get away to a desolate place to let them recharge and also for him to grieve the loss of his cousin. And so they came across the sea over here toward Bethsaida, and the crowds saw that he was heading this way, and so they ran around the north side of the Sea of Galilee and beat him here. We need to appreciate the humanity of Jesus. He sees all of these people who aren't just there for the teaching, but he sees people that need help, they need healing. And it says that he had compassion on them. And so despite how he was feeling in the moment, he spent that day taking care of thousands of other people. And so Jesus, in this moment where he should have been grieving and having some privacy, was surrounded by thousands of people and still took the time to care for them, to heal them, and by the end of the day, to miraculously feed 5,000 of them.
And Jesus looks at Philip and asks Philip, "Where do we go and buy food for these people?" And I think the reason he pointed Philip out was because Philip was from Bethsaida. Philip would know where to get food for these people. Philip's response is, "We don't have the money to buy enough food for all these people." And of course, we know that he grouped them into specific groups and then asked for food. And one boy produced 5 loaves and 2 fishes. So imagine, if you will, 5,000 people spread out across this plain right here. and Jesus performed the miracle where he was able to feed them all.
Now, John's emphasis is that Jesus is actually able to miraculously produce food for people, very similar to the way that God produced manna for the Israelites in the Old Testament. And so, not just performing a miraculous sign, but that sign pointed to the fact that he was connected to the Yahweh of the Old Testament. It would have reminded them of Moses and the wandering of the Israelites and the fact that God miraculously provided food and manna for them. This man from Nazareth is doing what happened in the days of Moses. And Moses prophesied that a prophet would come like him, and they would have made that connection.
After Jesus was rejected at Nazareth, he moved to Capernaum and really set up this city as kind of his home base for his ministry in this area.
A lot of the miracles that are recorded in the gospel either took place here or just outside of here. When he walked across the Sea of Galilee at night, he was coming from the opposite side of the sea, coming toward Capernaum. And if he hadn't intercepted the boat, he would have passed by them and come here to this harbor. We mentioned the casting out of the demons into the swine. Well, that started here and stopped here. He took off from Capernaum, and then when he came back to Capernaum.
Capernaum was a small village on the northern shore of the Sea of Galilee. Probably had a few hundred people in it. And given the miracles that are recorded for us in the Gospels, of all the things that Jesus did there, obviously he would have been well known in the community. Anytime he came to Capernaum, people would have known about it.
Now, there are a lot of miracles that we could talk about, but there's one that I think is extra special. It's over in Luke chapter 8. And as Jesus is coming into town, Jairus, the ruler of the synagogue, has a daughter across town who is very, very ill. And so he sends word asking for Jesus to get to him and try to help his daughter. And as he comes through town, crowds start to surround him. And in the midst of all of that is when a woman who has had a flow of blood for 12 years and has been spending all of her livelihood, gone to all of these doctors to try to take care of that, comes up to Jesus and she just touches the edge of Jesus' garment. And as soon as she does that, she feels within herself that she's been healed. And Jesus stops and makes a comment about it and gives her opportunity to acknowledge what she's done. And in that interlude, the ruler's daughter actually dies. And by the time he gets there, the mourners are already there. But of course he goes in and he raises her. There's just so much about the facts in that miracle that testify to Jesus and who he is and how compassionate he is. You have this woman who for 12 years has been ceremonially unclean. It's hindered her ability to be social, and she has exhausted every possible way to heal herself. She is hopeless. There's nothing left. She's so desperate that she's willing to try to sneak a miracle from Jesus because her condition is such that it's a very delicate matter. And what Jesus does at first glance seems kind of cruel. He draws attention to her. It says the crowd was kind of jostling him and he asks, "Who touched me?" And his disciples are a little indignant. There are all these people. What do you mean, who touched you? When he mentions it again, she comes forward. She tells him everything that happened and he says, "Go in peace, your faith has made you well." And what he did, you think about her situation. If she had left that crowd without Jesus having done that, she would have felt like she had stolen something from God. And she wouldn't have been as apt to have shared the news about it, and she would have felt guilt over that. Instead, Jesus provided her an opportunity to be open and to come clean about it and to be more public with it and walk away feeling like she had been granted a gift, not that she had taken anything. The way that he interacted with her was so compassionate. There's just so many details. I always think about that miracle when I think about Capernaum. But unfortunately, after him living there and doing so much, Capernaum is one of the towns that he pronounces a woe on when he's done with his ministry because it says they didn't believe, which is just so shocking to think, look at all that he said and all that he did in that spot, and the town didn't believe. And I think that's a warning to us that we need to pay attention, and we need to make sure that we pay attention to what Jesus says and what he does so that we don't end up with the same woe pronounced upon us.
We're actually driving through Cana. This is one of the two possible locations of the first miracle that Jesus did, where he turned the water into wine at the wedding feast.
The Gospels record that Cana is really where Jesus' ministry got started with that very first miracle. So what we saw at the Israel Museum was some large stone jars that were used for holding water for ritual purification.
That's right.
It was most likely that Jesus converted that water into wine in Cana.
I don't think we have time to stop here today, but it's interesting still to drive through this area. It gives you a perspective of where it's located in relation to other cities and villages nearby. Visiting ancient Jericho, I really enjoy going there because you get a different perspective of the city. We hear about Jericho a number of times in the Bible. Outside of Jerusalem and maybe one or two other cities, it's mentioned more times than any other city in the Bible.
On a clear day when there's no haze, you can stand on the Tell and you can actually look across the Jordan Rift Valley and see Mount Nebo. Jericho is one of, if not the oldest, longest occupied cities in all of the world. And so there's just layer after layer after layer of historical events that took place there. It is blistering hot out here.
Well, the thermometer says 103 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's because we're so far below sea level. At Jerusalem, we're about 2,700 feet above sea level. Here at Jericho, we're nearly 800 feet below sea level. We're down in the Jordan Rift Valley, and we're probably only 5 miles or so from the northern end of the Dead Sea. And this time of year, it gets really warm down here. We're here because we wanted to talk about one of Jesus' miracles. It's so powerful. In Mark, the 10th chapter, we actually read a scripture that says, "And they came to Jericho, and as he was leaving Jericho with his disciples and a great crowd, Bartimaeus, a blind beggar, the son of Timaeus, was sitting by the roadside." But if you look over at Luke's account, it says in chapter 18, "As he drew near to Jericho, a blind man was sitting by the roadside begging." So this appears at first glance to be a contradiction.
Right.
Mark tells the story and he says he was leaving Jericho, but Luke says he was coming to Jericho, so which is it? Well, actually, it's both. During the first century, Jericho was divided into two different parts. Residential Jericho sat right around where we are right now. Administrative Jericho sat about 1.5 miles to the southwest of us. This is where King Herod had his palace. So Mark is telling this story from a Jewish perspective as Jesus was leaving Jericho. Luke, on the other hand, is telling this from a Gentile perspective. As he was approaching Jericho, he's talking about administrative Jericho. And if you think about it, that makes sense, because if you were a blind man, where would you want to be? Well, you would want to be on the road between the two parts of the cities where the most traffic is.
He's placed himself on a crossroads. Besides just the logistics of the miracle itself, Jesus is on his way up to Jerusalem from Jericho, making his way toward that last Passover feast, his final week before he's crucified. And so anyone else, they'd be thinking a lot about themselves. He takes the time to heal one more person with a physical malady. Jesus already knew, he's the Son of God. He already knew what the man's problem was, but he still gave him opportunity to identify it. Jesus asked him, "What do you want me to do for you?" And God wants to hear from us. He already knows what our problems are. He already knows what our struggles are, but he wants that level of communication with us too. He wants us to vocalize it and interact with him. And Jesus gave him that opportunity. This man, when he recognizes that Jesus, the Son of David, the King, is coming, he cries out all the more loudly and identified him as a descendant of David, attaching the title of king to him. And Jesus responded by healing him on his way up to Jerusalem.
The blind man Bartimaeus is one of my personal heroes in the Bible. This is a gentleman who knew he had a problem. He knew that there was only one person that could fix it, and that's Jesus. And he wasn't going to let anybody stand in his way. That's the approach that we should take with our lives.
That's right.
There's a wonderful story of Jesus having compassion on a blind man in John the 9th chapter, in which he tells the man to go down to the pool of Siloam and wash his eyes. It's just a beautiful place, and I just love the story.
Now there's a picture that I have in my mind that I've seen since I was a kid, and it shows this pool of water off to the right and some stairs going up to the left. That's the image I've got stuck in my head. Was that accurate?
For many, many years, there was a misunderstanding about exactly where the Pool of Siloam was located. This is actually the picture that you've seen. This is a picture of a pool that sat underneath a Byzantine church built around the 4th or 5th century. It's at the exit of Hezekiah's tunnel, which comes out the western side of the eastern hill here in Jerusalem. And it wasn't until recently that they found the real Pool of Siloam. They found it while doing some excavations. They were digging for a sewage line in town, and what they found was a 1st century Roman Herodian style pool, and it was in the right area, so they knew they'd finally found the Pool of Siloam.
During one of Jesus' trips to Jerusalem, his disciples saw a blind man and had the question, who sinned, this blind man or his parents, that he's blind? And Jesus, in answering their question, actually bent down, spit in some clay, rubbed it on the man's eyes, and sent him to wash. Now, where that miracle took place was somewhere in between here and there. Where are we walking?
We are on a 1st century road that leads from the Temple Mount area behind us all the way down to the Pool of Siloam. We're about 15 or 20 feet underground, but they have excavated this just within the last couple years.
And after he would have washed and realized that he was miraculously healed, he likely would have gone back to the temple. And it's possible he would have come back up this exact same road.
This would have been the main road between the Pool of Siloam and the Temple Mount.
As you get closer to the Pool of Siloam, they've uncovered more of the width of the road. So it's actually much wider in the 1st century than it is when we were walking on it. So if you can picture it, at least 6, 7, 8 times wider than what we actually see. This was a major thoroughfare going through town.
This is a beautiful artist representation of what the Pool of Siloam would have looked like in the 1st century.
The pool is so much larger than I imagined it to be. I mean, it's almost the size of a swimming pool.
Yeah. During the 1st century, especially among the Jewish people, there was a practice of ritual bathing before you did anything of a religious nature. And so there were a number of these pools or mikvahs around the area, and sometimes they were much larger, like the Pool of Siloam. And so this pool would have been a pool that people would have gone to go through the practice of ritual bathing before they went up to the temple.
Barry, we've come out of the tunnel, and we look to be on some steps. So I'm assuming we've reached the Pool of Siloam.
We have. This is an active dig site. They're still digging here. They're still doing a little construction here. They've only actually exposed one side of it. And what you have is the typical Herodian style with step, 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 flat area, another few steps, another flat area. The rest of the Pool of Siloam, probably 90% of it, actually sits behind us, but it's on private property. And that's good and bad. It's bad in the fact that we can't see it, but it's good in the fact that we know it's there and it's protected.
This pool, which is mentioned over in John 9 with the healing of the blind man, is a significant part of that event. You have this man who's been born blind, and they want to know whose fault was that? Was it his parents, or did he do something? Really similar to the question that Job's friends asked him in the Old Testament. Is there such a thing as innocent suffering? Is all suffering a direct result of someone's personal guilt? And Jesus' answer was no. It wasn't a result of him sinning. It wasn't a result of his parents sinning. We live in a world that's been broken by sin. And as a result of that, people get sick, there's disease, we see death, we see natural disasters. So it answers that question. I don't always suffer because of a direct result of my own personal sin. But I live in a world where it has been cursed. And even in the midst of that, God is able to be glorified in how we respond to that innocent suffering. It's a rich, rich text. It's powerful to think about, what did he see for the first time? As he came down to this pool and washed that clay away, all of a sudden he was able to see when for his entire life that was not possible. The rest of the chapter is just how everyone in this man's circle responds to the fact that he can see now. His neighbors have questions about it. The religious authorities have questions about it. They bring his parents in to ask them questions about it. And by the time you get to the end of the text, the point that John is making from the sign of the miracle, because all of the miracles were signs, this man who had physically been born blind was the one who spiritually saw Jesus for who he was, a righteous man who was able to work miracles. And the religious leaders who had physical sight were spiritually blind. They weren't able to recognize Jesus for who he was. So at the end of the chapter, they've rejected Jesus as the Son of God, and it's the blind man who's wanting to follow him.
I love visiting the Pool of Siloam. Jesus has such compassion on people. To me, it's a vivid reminder of the love that Jesus has for everyone. Not only this blind man in the 1st century, but for me as well.
We just left Jerusalem, the Pool of Siloam. Where are we heading?
We're heading to the tomb of Lazarus in Bethany.
This is a pretty significant miracle. I mean, he personally knows the people involved.
The story even tells about how he wept. This was someone very close to him, but he used the opportunity to show the power of God in doing what he did.
Have you been there before?
I actually haven't been there before, so I'm looking forward to being there, but I've seen a number of pictures and a number of videos about it. We're probably going to have to get down on our hands and knees and crawl a little bit. And it's going to be dimly lit, low clearance, and it should be a real adventure. I'm looking forward to being there. This is a difficult place to get to now. A number of years ago, they put up the separation wall between Jerusalem and Israel and the West Bank, and a lot of tourists don't come to this area anymore.
We don't know exactly which tomb Lazarus was in, but we know that those tombs are first century tombs, so they're a good representation of what Lazarus would have been laid in when Jesus came to raise him from the dead. When Jesus heard it, he said, "This illness does not lead to death, it's for the glory of God, so that the Son of God may be glorified through it." In this moment leading up to his triumphal entry and to his rejection and to his crucifixion, as he gets closer to Lazarus's tomb, everybody that he encounters is saying, if you had been here, you could have stopped this from happening. If you had been here, he wouldn't have died. He's already raised people from the dead. And so part of what Jesus is wrestling with as he approaches the tomb is these people that I'm closest to still don't understand. And so when it says that he was greatly troubled, it's possible that what he was greatly troubled with was the people closest to him still didn't fully understand who he was, and that hurt him deeply, and he wept. When you get into the vestibule, there's a rectangular opening in the floor that gives you access to just 2 or 3 stairs, and then you have to get on your hands and knees and crawl into the actual tomb area itself. Wow, Barry.
This is really tight down here.
It is. It's very stale air. It's not moving at all.
No, we're probably 10, 15 feet underground here.
It looks like over here there's a niche behind this block wall. You see people have left prayers written on pieces of notepaper. The entrance we took in is a 16th century entrance. They're saying the original entrance would have been in a different spot.
That's right.
But in one of these niches is where Lazarus' body would have been laid.
Right. He would have been laid, according to tradition, over here on this side of the room here. Jesus would have been outside in the vestibule area when he called Lazarus to come forth. And of course, Lazarus rose from the dead and came out to meet Jesus.
Now, Lazarus had been dead for multiple days. Jesus intentionally waited after he heard that he was sick to give him time to pass away. He knew what he was going to do, even though the disciples didn't. And by the time he got here, one of his sisters was concerned about the odor that would have been there because he had been dead for 4 days. Now, according to Jewish tradition, one of the significant things about the 4 days is that Jews believe that after so many days of death, your spirit finally departed your body. And so for Jesus, he waited that long so that they would have had that understanding that his spirit was already gone. He was for certain dead before he called him out of the tomb. But Lazarus comes out and he doesn't look like someone who has been buried for 4 days. And so it astonished everybody. Now, all of this is really significant, especially in John's gospel, because the raising of Lazarus happens in John chapter 11. In John chapter 13, you're into Jesus' final week. And so you have the raising of Lazarus leading up to the death, burial, and the resurrection of Jesus himself. So it wasn't just a miracle pointing toward his divinity, but it was a foreshadowing miracle about what would happen to Jesus himself.
The raising of Lazarus was the event that really sent the Jews over the top, because once Lazarus was alive and he was being seen by people in the city, they wanted to quiet Jesus.
The text even emphasizes that they were actually seeking opportunities to have Lazarus killed. So this man that had just been miraculously raised from the dead, they were ready to kill him again, to get rid of him as evidence to Jesus.
Right.
And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I said this on account of the people standing around, that they may believe that you sent me." And when he had said these things, he cried out with a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." The man who had died came out, his hands and feet bound with linen strips, and his face wrapped with a cloth. Jesus said to them, "Unbind him and let him go." You know, this is possibly one of the tightest spots that we've crawled through to get to see something, but it was so worthwhile to come down here. Following the chronology of Jesus' time on earth, he's foreshadowing his impending death, burial, and resurrection. If Jesus from Nazareth has the power over life and death, then death is not the end, and we have hope. After John the Baptist was arrested by Herod Antipas, he sent some of his disciples to Jesus with an interesting question. In Luke chapter 7 and verse 20, it says, "When the men had come to him, they said, 'John the Baptist has sent us to you, saying, Are you the one who is to come, or shall we look for another?' In that hour, he healed many people of diseases and plagues and evil spirits, and on many who were blind he bestowed sight. And he answered them, 'Go and tell John what you have seen and heard. The blind receive their sight, the lame walk, lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear. The dead are raised up, the poor have good news preached to them, and blessed is the one who is not offended by me.'" What Jesus did to encourage John the Baptist in that moment was to point to the fact that he was able to perform miracles to a degree and in a measure that no one else ever could. And the Gospels call those miracles in multiple places signs. Those signs pointed to something. From the very first sign that he performed in Cana, turning water to wine, to the raising of Lazarus, and eventually to the sign of his own resurrection, the miracles of Jesus point to the fact that he was the Son of God who came to die for us all. Jesus taught with authority. He taught about the heart. His words, his examples, using a coin, talking about water. He taught simple yet profound lessons that convict and apply even today. One of the things that really gets me excited when we talk about the life of Jesus is the teaching that he did. People have described him as a master communicator, and one of the things that really stands out is his ability to say such powerful things in such short spans of time with such simple illustrations.
Jesus' teaching was so simple. However, there's some hidden nuances in a lot of things he taught that we don't fully appreciate because we're separated by time. When he's telling the story of the Good Samaritan, he doesn't describe the road. It's because the people of that time understood how dangerous that road was. And when he's talking about paying taxes to Caesar, he talks about the denarius. To us, that's just a coin. But to the people of that time, they understood everything that was involved with that coin.
So you're saying that there's a cultural and historical gap between the people who originally heard Jesus' teaching and ourselves. And if we come to be more familiar with their history and with their culture, that we'll have a better understanding of what Jesus was communicating to them.
At the Church of the Beatitudes, which is on the northern side of the Sea of Galilee. It is built on top of a site that was established in the 4th century. And I wanted to bring you up here because this is the possible location of one of the most famous sermons that Jesus ever spoke. In Matthew 5, verses 1, it says, "Seeing the crowds, he went up on the mountain, and when he sat down, his disciples came to him." And of course, we know this as the beginning of the Sermon on the Mount. Now, whether it happened exactly here or somewhere near here, The geography of the area fits the description in the Bible very closely.
It has fantastic gardens. As soon as you walk up, you're just greeted by these flowering bushes and trees and shade, and the rest of the hillside doesn't have that. So to walk up to such an incredibly beautiful place is special.
This area would have been very important for Jesus. Not only did he live here, but there's a strategic importance as well. The Via Maris ran from Egypt all the way up to Mesopotamia. And so anybody traveling through this area would have listened to the teaching of Jesus or heard some of the stories about some of the things he did and would have been able to carry the news of that throughout the world.
Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, Matthew takes up 3 chapters to cover that, Matthew 5, 6, and 7. Luke also takes up quite a bit at the beginning of his gospel. And there are a lot of people that have talked about what that sermon meant. There's some people that view Jesus just as a political revolutionary. There's some people that see him as just a good moral teacher like Aesop and his fables. But really, Jesus doesn't leave any room for those kinds of ideas. He's not speaking as just another teacher. He's not speaking as a rabbi. He's speaking with authority. In chapter 5, you have him repeatedly say, "You've heard it said, but I say to you." And then when you get to chapter 6, he's helping them understand that there's a difference between how people are practicing their religion to be seen by others and how you really need to get to the heart of things. Over in chapter 7, he puts himself in a position of being able to judge at the end of time. He's set himself up as much more than just a man. To read through his sermon, you can't just go through and say, well, this is a list of good things to do, or these are good suggestions. Jesus is speaking from a position of authority, which makes him to be divine. All the way through the Sermon on the Mount, he's trying to explain what it looks like when people belong to his kingdom, this spiritual kingdom, starting with the Beatitudes, what it means to pray, making sure you do things with your focus on heaven and not trying to please men, the golden rule, which almost everyone is familiar with, and then he closes it with a 3-part invitation, and that last part is where he's challenging people to think about what they're building their lives on. Are they going to build their lives on anything other than God, which is like building your house on sand, or are you going to build your life and your house on the authority of Jesus and his teaching as the Son of God? And if you do that, you're like someone who builds your house on a rock that's going to be able to weather whatever kind of storm life may throw at you.
I would have loved to have been in the audience. When he got through, they were amazed at his authority.
To think about being at the top of the mountain from Jesus' perspective and looking down and seeing all these people that were so spiritually hungry finally being fed is just overwhelming. And the fact that we're able to sit at his feet today and experience the exact same thing, no matter where we may be sitting or no matter where we may live, we can experience the exact same teaching.
At the very end of the Sermon on the Mount, it says that he left the mount and he went down to Capernaum. And if you look over my shoulder, you can actually see Capernaum just down the hill from where we are. It's a wonderful illustration of what we read in the Bible.
We know Jesus did a lot of teaching on the northern side of the Sea of Galilee. There's that triangle up here on the north between 3 cities where he did 80% of his ministry. Now, where would we go from here to see some of those places?
Well, we want to go down to the Cove of the Sower. This is where he pushed off into the water just a little ways so he could speak to the people on the hillside.
Well, I think this is right. You can correct me. You have never led a tour group down to the Cove of the Sower.
No.
And why is that?
It's almost impossible to get to.
Okay, so it was amazing to go to. It was a lot of work. It was worth the work. But the average person coming to Israel is not going to make that stop.
No, from the place that we found to park that we could access it, it was probably 45 minutes hike.
Over rocks.
It was very difficult to get there. Jeremy, we've come to the northern shore of the Sea of Galilee, and as you can tell, there's a natural cove here in the shoreline just behind us. In the mid-1980s, there was a drought in this area, and the water level dropped and exposed a number of harbors around the Sea of Galilee.
We know from Luke chapter 5 that one of the times Jesus was coming along this side of the sea, there were a lot of people crowding around him trying to hear him. And when he got to some spot around here, he got into a boat with Peter and pushed back from the shore and spoke up to the people that were still on the land. Now, standing here in this cove, you can turn around and see it forms kind of a natural amphitheater. And it's really easy to imagine Jesus, this is his stage as he turns and faces the people and speaks up to them.
Many people have questioned whether or not Jesus could actually be heard by a large group of people if he's a few feet off the shoreline. Let's do an experiment. Let me go up the hill a little ways, and when I get up there, I want you to read the parable of the sower in a natural but loud speaking voice, and let me see if I can hear it.
Sounds good.
I'm in position. Go ahead and read that passage and let me see if I can hear you.
All right, I'm going to read from Matthew 13. That same day, Jesus went out of the house and sat beside the sea, and great crowds gathered about him, so that he got into a boat and sat down.
The instant he started talking, I thought for a second he was still using the intercom. I could hear him perfectly. No doubt if I was twice as far away, I could have heard him easily.
And the whole crowd stood on the beach, and he told them many things in parables, saying, a sower went out to sow, and as he sowed, some seeds fell along the path, and the birds came and devoured them. Other seeds fell on rocky ground, where they did not have much soil, and immediately they sprang up, since they had no depth of soil. But when the sun rose, they were scorched, and since they had no root, they withered away. Other seeds fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked them. Other seeds fell on good soil, and produced grain, some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. He who has ears, let him hear. The parable of the sower really marked the beginning of Jesus using parables in his ministry. That one really paved the way. And you finally get to the end of the parable and Jesus has this invitation, he who has ears to hear, let him hear. Explaining even to his disciples afterwards, who didn't get the parable, that we need to make sure that we're paying attention and allowing Jesus to teach us what he wants to teach us, and that we're going to hear and allow his word to go deep into our lives.
We had the opportunity to go out to the wilderness today, and the overlook was amazing. From the vantage point that we had, if you look to your left, which would have been to the west, you could have seen the top of the Mount of Olives. And if you looked to the right, you'd been able to see Jericho all the way down. And so we're able to visualize the road that went between Jerusalem to Jericho.
It's hard to put into words what the vista looked like. There are times where Barry wants to take me someplace where he hasn't been before, and this was one of those places. So when you get to the top of a hill and you hear Barry catch his breath, you know you've found something really special. When Jesus was teaching in parables, there's a certain parable that he gave when a lawyer came to test him, and he was asking him what he needed to do to inherit eternal life. Jesus asks him, well, how do you understand the law? And he answers with, well, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And the second law, which is like it, is to love your neighbor as yourself. And Jesus says, you've answered correctly. The lawyer says, I've done all of those things. And then the lawyer was seeking to justify himself and asked him another question. Who is my neighbor? Trying to prove that he's good and righteous.
He answers that question by telling the people a story. A man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and he fell among robbers who stripped him and beat him and departed, leaving him half dead. We're on a road between Jerusalem and Jericho. Jerusalem sits about 8 miles to our west here, and you can see it up on the ridge. Jericho sits behind us about 6 or 7 miles. And I want you to look at this road in this area. It's desolate.
Totally desolate.
I think it's interesting that Jesus doesn't describe the road at all. The people at that time knew about this road. They knew how dangerous it was.
The road between Jerusalem and Jericho would have been really hot and dry and dusty. It was a place you wouldn't have wanted to have stayed for very long. This was not a hospitable place. On top of that, to have been wounded and left on the side of that road exposed, he was in really dire straits and eventually would have died if he didn't receive help. And so Jesus has set him up. He needs someone to assist him, and then starts to give several people that were in that position to assist and chose not to. There are several people that pass him by. There's a priest that sees him and passes by on the other side of the road. There's a Levite that sees him and passes by. And the person who finally stops, which would be so offensive to a Jew, is a Samaritan. And he stops and he takes care of him. He takes him down to an inn. He pays for his wounds to be bound up. It was this person that finally stopped, which would have shocked everyone that was listening to Jesus at that point.
Jesus is taking the next step. From the time of Abraham, the Israelites were God's family. This was his chosen people. And I think by including the Samaritan in this story, and by especially making the Samaritan the good guy, he's expanding that to tell the full story that he was coming to save not just the Jewish people, but everyone.
And Jesus just wraps up with a question then, who proved to be a neighbor? Making the point that loving your neighbor has nothing to do with proximity, but opportunity to do good to somebody who's in need.
In John, the 4th chapter, we have recorded this wonderful conversation between Jesus and this woman from Samaria. The scriptures tell us that took place at a well in the city of Sychar. Sychar is modern-day Nablus. Well, I want to take you to the city of Nablus because there's a Greek Orthodox church there in which contains Jacob's well that we read about in the Bible. It's an hour and 15 minutes north of Jerusalem. It's right in the middle of the West Bank. As you approach Nablus, you have the opportunity to drive through what we refer to as Samaria in the New Testament times. And one of the things that strikes you immediately is how hilly and how mountainous that area is.
Imagine walking that.
It would be very, very difficult. And the scriptures even say that Jesus, when he approached this well, he was thirsty. That's why he stopped there. I wanted to bring you here and show you this because there is very, very good historical evidence to show that this is the actual hole in the ground that was dug by Jacob and his men over 3,500 years ago.
We're not able to say that very often.
No, we're not. But the historical evidence here is very, very strong.
The fact that you had a well of that nature, that depth, through that type of ground, it makes sense that they'd be able to keep track of that over such a long period of time.
So if that was the well Jacob dug, this is the same location where Jesus had this conversation with the Samaritan woman. Let me read a couple of verses here from John, the 4th chapter. So he came to a town of Samaria called Sychar, near the field that Jacob had given to his son Joseph. Jacob's well was there. So Jesus, wearied as he was from his journey, was sitting beside the well, and it was about the 6th hour.
To have Jesus in Samaria in the first place and to initiate this conversation with a Samaritan woman is pretty significant. The woman went into logistics. How on earth are you going to get any water? The well is really deep.
I'll tell you what, why don't you draw some water for us? Very good. Okay, Jeremy, there's one other thing I want you to do for me. I want you to dip a cup of this water and pour it down the well. And I want you to be real quiet. I want you to listen so you can see how deep it is.
How high up is that?
It's amazing, isn't it? It's got to be well over 100 feet deep.
Wow.
Yeah.
There are nuances to the story about the depth of the well that we would just gloss over. Well, of course, a well is deep. So going to that place and playing with the water really highlighted a seemingly insignificant line in this interaction between Jesus and the Samaritan woman. And there are things like that all through the Bible. And they emphasize these were real people and real places, and even those small details are important and connect us to reality. Jesus stops and interacts with a Samaritan, but not just any Samaritan. He interacts with a woman, which is culturally not normal, and he interacts with a woman of disreputable character. I mean, she's had multiple husbands. He's never met her before, but he understands what her character has been. And he has this long verbal exchange with her, and at the conclusion of it, he's able to talk to her about who the Messiah is and how to worship God. What Jesus was trying to get to as he interacted with this woman was to make the connection that he was providing living water to her. And they go back and forth with this dialogue. The topic changes quickly over the course of a very short conversation, but Jesus is moving it to a very important point. There are a couple of passages at the end of that exchange where the woman said to him, "I know that Messiah is coming, he who is called Christ. When he comes, he will tell us all things." And Jesus said to her, "I who speak to you am he." And so Jesus reveals to this Samaritan woman that he's the long-awaited Messiah. And she runs into town and tells everybody what she's experienced. They all come out, and he spends a couple of days there and helps this entire town come to realize who he is.
So many biblical events happened right here.
There's just so many layers of history to this one spot.
I love the old city of Jerusalem. I love the alleyways and all the hundreds of little stores and everything.
The shops in the old city are varied. You have so many different types. Some are just like a couple of feet, and then some are full-blown shops. You can walk 20 feet into them.
And I know a guy who sells antiquities in town, and he's got a coin I think we want to look at. Hello. Jeremy, earlier today you had asked me about a denarius.
I did.
So I want to introduce you to Zach.
Nice to meet you.
He's got a store here in the old city. He has a denarius.
You're talking about the tribute penny when Jesus said, "Show me dinar"?
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Yes, because this is a specific dinar that was used by Caesar Tiberius. Please.
There it is.
Feel.
Oh, look at the impression on that. That's a beautiful coin.
The coin itself was not that large, probably about the size of a dime.
Just a little bit bigger than a button on a shirt.
The one he had was very well maintained. It still had a beautiful shine to it, and the relief on both sides was still remarkable.
It's very light. It's a lot lighter than I would expect. Similar to aluminum, obviously much sturdier than that.
It's a low silver. It's not like sterling silver. They did not have enough fire to make as good silver as we have today. Romans were very professional in making coins. And then when we understand coins, it opens very big windows in the New Testament. This is the image of Tiberius. And who have seen the image of Tiberius have seen him. So they won't trick him, shall we pay taxes or not, just like to embarrass him. When we look at the dinar, we need to understand what is written. It's written here, Tiberius T. Caesar Diva, like divinity in Caesar Tiberius, which is against the Jewish law. The second side written in Tiberius Augustus, like he's the highest. It's even more against the Jewish law. But what's more shocking is his nickname. You can see here his nickname is Pontiff Maxime, like the highest priest. It was enough embarrassment for the Jews, or for the Pharisees specifically there. You're holding a coin for someone calling himself the highest priest. It's unkosher coin to be carried.
And Jesus teaching so much by using the impression on a coin. Whose face is on the stamp? This belongs to that person. Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's.
So that's why they left with no talking, and the story ended up over there.
And his ability to use a simple coin and a face on a coin to teach all of that says a lot about Jesus' ability to teach.
Yes, he was tough.
Yes.
He was a strong man that faced the Pharisees and embarrassed them on the spot.
Yes.
Show me dinar.
Well, and all of these things, rooted in the antiquities, help us understand that Jesus was real, these events were real, the coins that he spoke of were real. Zach, thank you for everything.
Yeah, see you again.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
See you
Good to
again.
see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
From now on, every time that I read that event of the disciples asking Jesus about paying taxes, I'm going to be in Zach's shop with him pulling out that denarius and pointing out the inscription and the words around the side. We've been talking about Jesus and the teaching that he did in the Galilee area. We know that he spent a lot of time around Capernaum and on the north side of the Sea of Galilee, but we also read about him going to a place called the Decapolis. Is there anywhere that we can go that would show us what that looks like?
Well, the Decapolis was 10 cities that were of Greek and Roman heritage, and most of them were located on the eastern side of the Jordan River. However, there was one city that was located on the western side. That's the city of Scythopolis. That is also the same site of the Old Testament city of Beit Shan.
Is Beit Shan similar to some of the other villages and towns that we've visited so far, like Capernaum?
No, it's not, and I think that's one of the reasons why I think it's important for us to go. This was a Roman city during the time of Jesus, and it had a totally different look than a Jewish village. We're in Beit Shan, which in the first century was known as Scythopolis. The Decapolis was a group of 10 Greek and Roman cities, one of which fell on the western side of the Jordan River.
Realizing that Jesus came to Greek and Roman cities helps us to appreciate the truth of John the Baptist's observation when he saw Jesus. Behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world.
The city of Beit Shan is steeped in biblical history. Even before the Israelites came into the land, the Canaanites lived there. Even before that, the Egyptians lived there for a while. It's best known to Bible students as the city where King Saul's body was hung after being killed over on Mount Gilboa.
And it's so different from the northern towns here in Galilee. When we think about Capernaum or even Bethsaida, they just seem so rural compared to how refined and large and big city upscale Beit Shan was.
Most of the cities that Jesus taught in around the Sea of Galilee were nothing more than villages, a few hundred people. Scythopolis would have been a community of several thousand. This was a Roman city with a cardo running north and south, with theaters, with bathhouses, with thousands of different people that lived there.
Usually when I think about Jesus going into a village or going into a town and teaching and preaching, he's preaching and teaching in a Jewish synagogue. And so it's actually kind of jarring, is the word that I would use, to think about Jesus and his Galilean apostles going into such an industrialized metropolitan place and how much these men would have stood out when they went in. That just leaves such an impression on me.
We read about a number of situations in the scriptures in which Jesus came into a town and immediately the people flocked to him. My impression of when he walked into a place like Beit Shan, he would be at some level an unknown. They wouldn't know who he is until he started teaching.
All through Jesus' life, there are these little snippets that hint at the fact that he is a universal Savior. When his cousin John the Baptist in John chapter 1 encounters him and acknowledges, "This is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world," that meant everybody. These little snippets where he passes through a Greek or Roman town of the Decapolis really highlight that truth. From the age of 12 years old, Jesus impressed people and made them marvel at his ability to teach and to communicate such profound truths about God in such simple ways. People were amazed with his authority and his conviction. Now, the Hebrew writer gives us a unique perspective looking back on Jesus' ability to teach. When he said, "Long ago, at many times and in many ways, God spoke to our fathers by the prophets. But in these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed the heir of all things, through whom also he created the world. He is the radiance of the glory of God and the exact imprint of his nature, and he upholds the universe by the word of his power." When people heard Jesus talking and teaching, he wasn't just another rabbi. He was the Son of God. He was divine. So the next time that you're studying through the teachings of Jesus, really think about the invitation that Jesus extends when he says, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." the Passover is filled with meaning. Remembering how God delivered his people from bondage. For Jesus, his last Passover meant so much more. Once again, God was going to provide deliverance for everyone. Whenever you talk about the life of Jesus, you get to the most important part. You get to his death, burial, and resurrection. And each gospel writer has a slightly different focus, and it can get confusing trying to harmonize all of those accounts.
The story of Jesus' final days are recorded by 4 different men in 4 different ways, and it is easy to kind of get lost. What I'd like to do is take a very close look at the final week of Jesus' life, and especially those final hours. I want us to retrace his steps. By visiting these places, I think you can have a different perspective of many of those events, and it'll help you understand the scriptures even more.
There's just so much to take in there. You have his betrayal, you have his arrest, you have the various trials that he goes through over a very short period of time. So to keep things straight and to maintain a continuity, we're just going to go from start to finish, from his triumphal entry down through his death, burial, and resurrection. To do all of that without stopping is going to help us comprehend where he was, what he was saying, and what was happening around him.
In Luke, the 19th chapter, it tells us about Jesus leaving Jericho after he had visited with Zacchaeus and the people there and going up to Jerusalem. And of course, he did this knowing that this would be the last time he would do that. And we were able to go to a location about halfway between Jericho and Jerusalem and look over the wilderness. The entire path would have been 15 miles, and you gain nearly 3,500 feet in elevation, and there's no trees. So you are fully exposed to the sun the entire time. So this would have been a very difficult walk, even under the best of circumstances.
As we crested a path along the top of a hill, the whole valley just opened up, and all at the same time, it was beautiful and desolate.
There's a passage in Luke, the 19th chapter, that I really love. It talks about how Jesus left Jericho and went up the hill to Jerusalem. It's a simple verse, but when you know the road that he took, it causes you to think more about what's in that verse. I've done a lot of hiking, and I know that a lot of times it's hard to walk and talk at the same time. So my guess is, as he was going up that hill, he didn't do much talking. He probably did a lot of thinking. I wonder what he thought about as he walked. And he probably thought about the week ahead of him. And he probably thought about his family and his friends. And he probably thought about you and me and the sacrifice he was going to have to make for all of us.
Just a few miles up the road is the Mount of Olives, and we know that after he crested that hill, on his way down was the triumphal entry. Everybody was excited to see him, but we understand from other passages that he was anticipating their final rejection of him at the end of that week. He understands what's waiting for him on the other side of the Mount of Olives. And even though he's coming up and getting ready for the triumphal entry, where everybody is celebrating and they're getting ready to remember the Passover, there's still a part of Jesus that is apprehensive because of what he's looking forward to. I felt a sense of wonder as I looked at just how beautiful it was. And I also think I felt a sense of foreboding because I was trying to put myself in Jesus' position and imagining what he had to look forward to. As Jews traveled toward Jerusalem for Passover, there's a series of psalms that we have recorded for us in the Bible called the Psalms of Ascent. And they were the psalms that travelers would sing to each other as they traveled toward Jerusalem. And they're excited as they climb that road, cresting the Mount of Olives, and they're excited about the temple and the Temple Mount and God's presence. And so all of that anticipation is building as they crest that hill. Barry, we've made it to the top of the Mount of Olives, up from Jericho. This was a momentous event for Jesus. This is his last Passover. He's used to coming here, but this one's extra special for him.
That's right. We typically call this the triumphal entry. And it's interesting, in verse 37 of Luke 19, it says, "And as he was drawing near, already on the way down the Mount of Olives, the whole multitude of disciples began to rejoice and praise God."
Can we go and follow this path down into Jerusalem, similar to what Jesus did?
We can. Of course, the road that he went down is long gone, but there is a road that leads from the top of Mount of Olives down to the Kidron Valley, and that's where I'd like to go right now.
Let's do it. Now on that day, Jesus sent a couple of his disciples into town, and they came back with a donkey's colt for him to come and ride down this road on. They threw some cloaks on the donkey, people were throwing down palm fronds, they were celebrating the coming of the king. They quote Zechariah 9:9. There's some people that tell Jesus to get the disciples to be quiet and stop saying things like that. And Jesus' comment was, if these people didn't cry out, then the very stones they were walking on would recognize who he was and respond.
You can imagine them coming into the city and this beautiful view that they would have had. The temple would have been right there in front of them. They would have been able to see that as they were coming down the mountain. It would have been really beautiful.
Now there's a very big contrast between Jesus coming into Jerusalem on that day and that triumphal entry, and the triumphal entry of, say, a Roman general after a military victory. He's humble. He's not riding a beautiful war horse, he's riding on a donkey's colt.
Right, with people's clothes as the saddle.
You have Jesus continuing his humble, unassuming entry into Jerusalem. There's a church that marks one of the spots that Jesus wept over Jerusalem during the triumphal entry. And so in the midst of all that jubilation, Jesus is actually sorrowful because he's anticipating the rejection he's going to experience in just a couple of days.
Jeremy, this is the Dominus Flevit Church. Dominus Flevit is Latin for the Lord weeps, and of course we know the Lord wept many times over Jerusalem.
There are several times where he does that. The one that most people think of is at the end of that final week of Jesus, where he's been teaching, he's been in the Temple Mount, but during that triumphal entry, when everybody is celebrating about their king arriving in his city, he's actually weeping as he's riding that donkey down into town, because he's anticipating their rejection of him at the end of the week.
Yeah. Let's just go in here and take a look around. Jesus had visited Jerusalem many times over his life. In fact, when he was growing up, of course, his family would have come to Jerusalem 3 times a year. And so it's probable that he had been to Jerusalem more than 50 or 60 times during his entire life. But of course, this trip was different. He knew what lay ahead of him, and he knew what he was going to have to go through. He knew what was about to happen. We've got a great opportunity tomorrow because we've been approved to go up on the Temple Mount. I've been up a number of times. It's a wonderful place to visit. The buildings up there are beautiful, and we've actually been given the opportunity to go in a couple of those buildings, and so this is really kind of a once-in-a-lifetime situation. But when we go up there, we need to be respectful of everything they're doing, and we want to make sure that the things that we do are appropriate. And we've been told the different types of cameras we can bring, and so I think maybe, did you bring some of those with you?
So just like the Jordan River, have a GoPro with you, keep that on you, you can hold it out and get both of you in the same shot.
We'll be capturing footage of us, but then you all will have the smaller DSLRs.
We'll probably just have something like this. As far as audio, we won't do traditional mics like you guys have been doing.
Right.
These mics can actually plug straight into your phone.
Right.
You'll have one and Jeremy will have one. You'll hit record, put it in your pocket. We'll just kind of walk around.
I think that'll be fine.
We'll get what we can get.
That's right.
There are 3 major monotheistic religions in the world, and they all have a claim to this spot. And so everybody is just, from day to day, you don't know what kind of access you're going to have.
Yeah, it's a very sensitive area, and you have to be very polite and understanding of everything that's involved in going up there. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
All right, Jeremy, we're walking up the steps on the eastern side of the Dome of the Rock. It's a beautiful building. The Mount of Olives will be behind us. I think the Temple Mount is interesting from our standpoint. This is the place where the temple was. Jesus came up here and taught many times.
There were a couple of reasons we wanted to come here. One was the original location of the first century temple being here, but also it's pertinent to the life of Christ.
All during his ministry, anytime he came to Jerusalem, he would spend time in the temple area and teaching at the temple and talking to people about the things that he came to talk about.
Inside the Dome of the Rock, there's a large stone called the foundation stone. It's original rock. And Christians and Jews believe that it's at this location where Abraham offered Isaac on Mount Moriah.
They arrive at that conclusion because in 2 Chronicles, the 3rd chapter, it tells us that Solomon built the temple on the top of Mount Moriah. The very same place where Abraham offered Isaac as a sacrifice is the same place where Solomon built his temple, and that's the same place, of course, where Herod rebuilt the temple in the 1st century.
Seeing the foundation stone and thinking about those connections makes me imagine what Jesus was thinking of as he came up here and thought through all of that history, thinking about how God spared Abraham from actually offering his son, but he would follow through with offering his own son. We just came down from the main platform. We're just about, 80 yards away from the Dome of the Rock. It's right in front of us. Now, the reason we're up here is because during the final week of Jesus' life, he would crest that hill behind us and come here to the Temple Mount and do a lot of teaching.
He taught a lot of people that last week up here.
He came up here to cleanse the temple. We have a recording of that. It was a huge honor to be able to come up here.
It was. Why don't we just keep walking down the sidewalk here?
That sounds good.
Yep. We're standing outside of the Lion's Gate. Sometimes it's called St. Stephen's Gate because this is the traditional place where they brought Stephen out to stone him that we read in the book of Acts. But we just came off the
Temple Mount.
Temple Mount, yeah.
Right now, the adrenaline level is lowering.
Going down a little bit.
Foreigners, especially Christian foreigners, don't get to do that very often. So it was a treat. John the Baptist identified Jesus as our Passover lamb who takes away the sins of the world. So for Jesus coming to the Temple Mount as our Passover lamb and witnessing and participating in everything that foreshadowed what he was here to do that final week would have been huge. And it was hard for him because all of the people around him didn't understand that those symbols and all of those things that foreshadowed him, they didn't understand the connection until afterwards.
Right.
And so it must have been a huge emotional toll on him to understand what he was about to do, and at the same time, people didn't understand what he was about to do. I think Jesus' Last Supper with the disciples is a big question mark to Western readers. Hardly any of us have ever experienced a full Passover meal. Obviously, it was important to him. He explained to his disciples that he had looked forward to doing this with them, and it was something that they did on an annual basis. So to have something that was so integral to his last week and the night of his arrest is really something that we need to spend some time and try to figure out. And Barry found a place where we were able to go and not experience the full 3-4 hour Passover feast, but a very condensed Passover feast.
Having the opportunity to sit down and have the same dishes served to us and explained their significance and meaning was very beneficial.
Hello.
Hello.
We serve what we call biblical meals here. I'm one of the main people who leads Passover meals. We basically do a very shortened, approximately half-an-hour presentation that is integrated with the food and the symbolic foods that we have passed down to us by tradition to this very day. There is actually often all kinds of singing involved in Passover. Families get together, it's a family event. And so the first element, this is the plate with symbols in it. Near to the beginning of the meal, we begin tasting things. You know, even though we may not eat traditionally for an hour or two, we start tasting stuff just so people don't get too antsy. And so we've got the sprigs of parsley. Sprig of parsley, a symbol of life, and also of the hyssop that was used to smear the blood on the doorposts, dipped into the salt water, representing the tears of the children of Israel because of the slavery in Egypt, and parsley with salt water.
That's really salty.
It is.
The brownish stuff is actually sweet, and it represents the mortar. So we know that they built 2 whole cities for the pharaohs, it says in scripture. It's sweet. Generally, this is interpreted that even though you work hard, hard work is actually good for humans. And then finally, we have the bitter herbs. And it's supposed to be hot enough that when you taste it, it makes you cry. Again, this idea of relating to the children of Israel in Egypt and their slavery.
Thank you.
What we do is, first, we taste the bread on its own. So we have a sense of what it's like to eat unleavened bread on its own. This stuff is really nice. But the stuff that we actually normally eat in Passover, it's kind of like a saltless cracker. So we taste the bread. Then we taste it with the bitter herbs, which is very important because the bitter herbs are actually commanded to be eaten. And so we take some of the bitter herbs. Hopefully this is sharp enough to make us cry a little bit.
Wow.
Then we have a tradition, not something commanded in Scripture, of mixing the symbol of mortar with the symbol of suffering. And so we basically, we kind of put them together and we eat it.
It's definitely bitter. There's some bitter in there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They complement each other a
Yeah,
lot.
they do.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
And finally, the shank of a lamb. This is purposefully, looks like it's been fired because the lambs are supposed to be cooked over a live fire and not boiled in water or anything else. And this reminds us, of course, of the original lamb in Egypt that the children of Israel slaughtered and used the hyssop to smear the blood on the doorposts and the lintels of their houses. And also then the perpetual sacrifice that was supposed to go on every year at the temple or the tabernacle to remember every year sacrifices were made at the Passover in remembrance of the original Passover in Egypt.
So you were mentioning some of these elements over here. You mentioned the bitter herbs. That was a part of that. During Jesus' Passover meal, it mentions that he dipped his hand in the dish.
Mm-hmm.
What was that referring to?
My impression of my memory says that it was some kind of sop. Usually sop was some kind of vinegary mixture. We see an example of this also in the book of Ruth, where when she's invited by Boaz to partake, there's some kind of vinegar sop there that is part of their daily meal. So I think that's what that would have been. However, it's possible that maybe one of these elements also could have been the case.
All right.
When we celebrate a Passover meal, there's sort of an order of service that I will go through. The cup is pretty primary. There's 4 cups of wine that we drink.
Right.
And they're based actually on the text in Exodus that's full of I wills. God says, I will take you out of slavery, I will free you, I will take you unto myself, etc. And it's interesting that traditionally the 3rd cup after the meal is the cup of salvation. And it seems that Jesus picks up after the meal the cup and establishes what we call communion with the cup of salvation, which is what he's about to accomplish that night and the next day on his death on the cross. And so that's very significant, the symbol of the vine. Wine is actually not mentioned in Exodus, but we have it by tradition. And of course, when Jesus with his disciples sit down to celebrate the Passover meal in what we call today the Last Supper, there's wine present, of course, on the table. And in Jewish tradition, wine has a few meanings. First, it's a symbol of joy and of God's provision, but also, especially because of the color, it's also associated a bit with blood. And so this thing that Jesus does, I believe that is already established as having a connection to blood. But then we also have this interesting setup with the unleavened bread. We have 3 pieces of bread that are separated by linen. And this is a specific thing that's related to the Passover celebration. And so we have a very curious tradition. It's not really clearly explained. And that is, we take the third of the matzahs that is in here, and at a certain point in the service, we break it, and we take half and put it back together between the other 2 pieces. Again, this was the middle piece. And then we take half and we wrap it in another piece of linen. And this is hidden away by the master of the banquet who's doing the presenting. And the children go on a treasure hunt after dinner is over. And this has to be found. He will redeem it, either by money or a gift. And it'll be eaten as a final dessert, even if Mother created all kinds of dessert, unleavened, of course. This will be eaten at the end afterwards, and nothing basically else will be eaten that night. Everyone, of course, has stuffed a big meal. This is very significant. It has a curious name, afikoman, which seems to be a Greek word. One possible meaning is, I have come. This is curious. This is hidden away, and then it's brought back, redeemed, and then it is partaken of. And so, as a Messianic Jew, I believe that this is a wonderful symbol for Jesus. Notice he's in the middle, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, perhaps, right? His human nature, he dies, and he's wrapped in linen and buried away. But his eternal nature cannot die, and so it remains with God. And God resurrects him, and Jesus takes the bread, and he blesses it, and he gives it to the disciples, says, take and eat of this. This is my body broken for you. And we see this connection with the New Testament. It's very beautiful, because all the other explanations for this in Jewish tradition leave something to be desired. So those are the basic elements of the Passover meal, and just in brief, their significance according to tradition.
I think there were 3 layers that we really tried to have explained to us. The first layer was understanding the original setting in which they observed it. So going back to the Exodus, going back to when the Israelites experienced the angel of death passing over their home, and the fact that they had sacrificed a lamb and put its blood on the lintel, and that spared the life of their sons. And then understanding how first century Jews partook of the Passover meal. What traditions had they developed, and how did they practice it? And then the third layer was how, toward the end of the meal, Jesus made the connection between some of the most important elements of the meal and what he was about to do in becoming our Passover lamb.
And the fact that toward the end of the meal, Jesus took this meal in a slightly different direction may have caught them off guard a little bit. They didn't understand what exactly he was doing.
Now, would Jesus have acted as the head of the Passover meal that last night?
Good question. Very likely, since he was the master and he was the teacher. And we see him taking these elements and renewing them, you might say.
Right.
And so he redefines the cup, and he says, this is reflexive, this is pointing to me. And the sacrifice of the lamb, the shank bone, right? I am the lamb. As John identifies Jesus, of course,
the Lamb of God.
The Lamb of God. The bread from heaven, right? And he's been reframing this symbol of bread, the bread of heaven, the manna from heaven, the fact that he has come from the Father to give life to the world.
It's obvious from everything on the table just how important remembering things was to God, and he wanted people to keep in mind the past deliverances that he had accomplished for them. And I think it really stands out that Jesus, during that last Passover meal, is making connections for them, trying to help them understand that he has become the Lamb of God, that he's about to sacrifice himself, and he's connecting himself with salvation. And the disciples never would have thought of a Passover meal the same way again.
And I think it's interesting, throughout what we refer to as Old Testament history, all those feasts were a series of reminders, whether it was the deliverance from the bondage that they had in Egypt, or the struggles that they had in the wilderness during those 40 years, or just the fact that God had delivered on his promise to bring them into the land.
All of those things foreshadowed Jesus, and the perfect fulfillment of them was in Christ. I want to experience the full meal. I mean, at some point in my life, I'd love to experience what a full first century Passover meal would have been like. And this first experience was just phenomenal. And from the text, we know that at the conclusion of that meal, After they sang some of the psalms, the hymns that are associated with the Passover, they finally left that meal and went out to the Mount of Olives. He had been in this garden before. It was a quiet place to pray. But this night would be different. It would begin the culmination of God's masterful plan. Jesus wrestled with what was to happen. Yet he submitted and said to God, "Not my will, but yours be done."
Jeremy, we've come to the Church of All Nations, which sits on the traditional site of the Garden of Gethsemane on the eastern side of Jerusalem.
Now, obviously it's closed. It's dark, we're not gonna be able to get in. And it looks a lot different than it would have when Jesus was here. We've got modern city streets, cars, lights, but if we can imagine what that would have been like after Jesus' final Passover meal with the disciples. They have sung their songs, Jesus has prayed for them, as recorded over in John, and then they come up here for Jesus to pray multiple times. What's one of the reasons that coming out at night is so important, especially looking back to Jerusalem?
Well, understanding that when Jesus and his disciples were here, it would have been dark. They didn't have the lights that we have today. They would have been able to see the walls of Jerusalem, and they would have been able to see the gates. And John tells us about the army coming out with their lanterns and torches and weapons. Jesus would have been able to see that from here.
Now that's really heightened by this dark atmosphere. It's going to be great to get in there and see what that looked like.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Jesus had the reputation of going to that spot, to that garden to pray. And he knew what was happening that night. During the Passover meal, he actually sent Judas out to do what he was going to do. For anybody else, if they knew what was going on, they would have gone to an alternate spot. They would have gone to a spot that was different than the routine, to be safe and to keep themselves from harm. But Jesus didn't vary his routine. He still went through with where he normally went, knowing that that's where Judas would find him. I was a little disappointed we couldn't get into the Garden of Gethsemane at night. I understand why, but it's exciting to go back.
Yeah, they had a special prayer service going on. Being there in the daytime, we'll have even a better perspective. We'll be able to see things even clearer than we did last night.
It's such an emotional place. I mean, Jesus was so vulnerable when he was in the garden praying the night that he was arrested. I don't even know how to anticipate what that's going to be like to be there.
Jeremy, we've entered the courtyard of the Church of All Nations, which sits on the traditional location of the Garden of Gethsemane. This building was built in the 1920s, and it was built on top of the foundations of a 4th century Byzantine chapel and a 12th century Crusader basilica. In the 1st century, there was an oil press here. Of course, in Aramaic, the word Gethsemane means oil press. During the time of Jesus, this would have been the area where they would have crushed all of the olives that come from the olive trees from what we know as the Mount of Olives.
There's some cultural ideas about the various numbers of olive pressings. You'd put the olives in and you'd press it, and the first pressing went to this, and the second pressing went to this, and the third pressing would be used for this. And so the fact that Jesus was in an area known for its olive press, and that he prays and pours himself out under intense pressure 3 different times is very significant.
This was a place where he was known to go to for just some solitude. And so this is a place where on the night he was betrayed, he felt it was a good place for him to go and talk to his Father, and he carried some of the disciples there with him.
To be able to walk into a grove of olive trees, especially one as old as the one that we went to, is really special.
That whole area is really only about the size of half of a football field. If the church building or the olive trees aren't sitting in the exact location, it's very close.
Jesus prayed all through his life. Prayer was something special for him. He set aside time to make sure to communicate with the Father. This night was especially significant for him. It's just before his betrayal, it's just before his arrest. He comes here to pray 3 times to ask God if there's any way possible that he could avoid the cross and everything that went along with the cross. The Gospels tell us that Jesus prayed, that he had a habit of praying, that he would go off by himself to pray. But it's not very often that the Gospels give us the words of his prayers. And so to have those words on the eve of such a momentous day is really, really special. And then to understand that it was several times that he offered a very similar prayer. That's how intent he was on it. And the answer was given to him with the light of the torches coming down. The answer was no, this is the way. And he submitted himself to God's will. When he was done with that 3rd prayer, he gathered up his disciples and he made a statement. Matthew and Mark record it for us. He says, "Rise, let us be going, for my betrayer is at hand." Now, how does he know that?
Well, I think there's a possible explanation in John the 18th chapter. In verse 1, it says, "When Jesus had spoken these words, he went out with his disciples across the brook Kidron, where there was a garden where he and his disciples entered. Now Judas, who betrayed him, also knew the place, for Jesus often met there with his disciples. So Judas, having procured a band of soldiers and some officers from the chief priests and the Pharisees, went there with lanterns and torches and weapons." You remember when we were here last night and it was dark? Now picture yourself in that environment with regard to this passage. The gate that you see across the valley here is the eastern gate. Now that gate was built in the 6th century, but it sits on the foundations of an earlier gate. Now think about that, a band of soldiers with lanterns and torches coming in at night. Jesus could have easily looked across that valley and seen those people coming. He had the opportunity to do something, but he didn't. He stayed right here for you and me. And we don't know exactly which gate those soldiers came out, but that gate seems logical given its location. Jesus clearly would have seen them maybe for as much as 10 minutes before they arrived there in the Garden of Gethsemane. He would have had plenty of time to run.
Imagining what you're asking us to think about, the nighttime prayers, and being able to see those lit torches from the group that were coming up with weapons to arrest him. And then thinking about the journey that Jesus has already taken. He's already come from heaven, come to earth, taken on flesh. He came all the way down, but this was a trip that he easily could have made if he wanted to. When he saw the threat of danger coming, he could have run off. He could have gone to Bethany over across the top of the Mount of Olives. He could have gone to Bethphage. He could have gone back to Jerusalem. He could have done any number of things, but he didn't take that journey. He stayed and he allowed himself to be arrested and crucified.
In the Israel Museum, they have a number of things that relate to the life of Jesus, but one in particular is the ossuary of Caiaphas, the high priest. During that time, when Jewish people died, they would have laid them in a burial chamber and wrapped their body, and after a year, the body itself has decomposed and what's left are the bones, and they would take those bones and put them in an ossuary, a bone box, and they found the ossuary of Caiaphas.
They have several ossuaries in that wing, and so you can actually compare. There are some that are very, very simple. And there's actually the ossuary of a crucified man that has a remnant of his ankle bone with the nail still in it. That ossuary is very plain compared to Caiaphas's. Annas and Caiaphas They were the high priests, and I say that because really Annas was the high priest. According to the Jews, that was a role that you held for the duration of your life. But from the Roman perspective, that was a title they passed along to different people. The way that that political family maintained that role was to make sure that from the Roman perspective, different younger men within the family would rotate the title, but functionally, Annas was the one behind all of that, pulling the strings in the background. What the Gospels explain to us is that the men in that family had actually prophesied that Jesus would die for the nation, and they had been looking for opportunities to arrest him and kill him.
Well, Judas provided that opportunity for them. He approached them and said that he would be able to give Jesus over to them, identify him for them. And so that's exactly what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. And of course, Jesus then was arrested, and he was brought to the house of Annas and Caiaphas, which would have sat on the western hill in the city of Jerusalem. It was a place that was high on the hill. Important people of the city would have lived there, and that's the location that we visited.
After Jesus was arrested in the garden, they would have led him up this way to the home of Annas and Caiaphas to begin that night of series of trials to condemn him. Now, we're in a spot that you think is really important to that story.
We're at the Church of St. Peter in Gallicantu. And Gallicantu is Latin for the cock crowing. So this is the traditional location of where the house of Annas and Caiaphas was located, the same location where Peter denied Christ while he was here.
Now, from this spot, I can see the Mount of Olives and a spot just above where the Garden of Gethsemane was. There's an ancient, it looks like a first century road behind us. How would that have played a role in that night?
That road led from the upper city to the lower city here in Jerusalem. If you'll notice in the scriptures, Annas and Caiaphas and the people that were here did not seem to be surprised that Jesus showed up in the middle of the night.
Right.
Well, it's because they could see him coming. From here, you would have the vantage point of being able to see the torches in Gethsemane, and then as they led Jesus here. And this road that's behind us was probably a road that Jesus was led up.
Both Annas and Caiaphas could have looked out from their house, and they would have seen those torches go to the garden and then start making their way back toward them. And they would have known that their plot to arrest Jesus and ultimately kill him was in motion.
There's some things inside this building that I think give some credibility to this being an approximate location. Jeremy, look at this door. It's a picture of Jesus, and he's instructing Peter that he's going to deny him 3 times. And of course, we know Peter does that. Come on inside. Jeremy, one of the reasons why they feel like this could possibly be a location of the house is the fact that they found these 5th century Byzantine mosaics here. And if the Byzantines built a church here, they must have thought this site was important as well. Jeremy, here's a hole in the floor that sits above this holding cell down here. A prisoner would have been let down with ropes into this area. When we get down there, you'll be able to look up and see this from below.
So you're saying that the Byzantine church was built on top of this 1st century dungeon. There are a couple of hours when his trials with Annas and Caiaphas were completed and before the Sanhedrin could meet in the morning. It's likely he could have been held in a place like this.
Even for important Jewish leaders, it would have been out of the ordinary for them to have a holding cell down in the bottom of their house. Whoever lived here was someone of importance who would have been in a position that they would have had the need to hold prisoners for either a trial or some sort of hearing.
On top of that, you have a number of mikveh, religious baths on the front of the property, which indicates that this person is a person of means, they're a religious person, and other than ordinary people, they have what they perceive to be a need to hold people and restrain them down in the basement.
Jeremy, we're down in this holding cell underneath the bottom of this church. You can see up above us a hole that we saw earlier. This would have been the hole that they would have let down a prisoner into this holding cell. This hole was originally a mikveh, which was a ritual bath, but it's obvious that it's been cut deeper for the purpose of holding a prisoner down here.
How ironic that a place where they would have been coming down to get ceremonially clean is a place where they would have lowered a prisoner and held them for a while.
This would have been a very dark, lonely place for anybody who would have been down here.
I've done work in prisons, and in almost every prison there's a place that they send them for isolation, to cut them off from everybody else. And for anyone who had been lowered down through here, the only way out, a hole in the ceiling 20 feet up, they would have felt completely isolated. And we know Jesus felt similar to that, having all of his closest associates run away from him and give up on him. It would have been a very haunting experience.
And imagine any prisoner that would have been lowered down in here with the ropes tied underneath their arms, how uncomfortable that would have been. And of course, once a prisoner got down here, they would have let the ropes up there. And so if they looked down and saw the prisoner was sleeping or something like that, they could have jerked on the rope and of course woken them up. It's just another way of torturing them.
Now, there was something else that we walked past on our way down, a room that had some ropes on the side. Now, what was that?
That was a place where they could have punished prisoners if they wanted to. They could have stretched them out with ropes tied on each arms and on each legs, where they could have whipped a prisoner or done whatever they wanted to do with them.
We know that Jesus was mistreated during his trials with Annas and Caiaphas. We know that they spat on him. We know that they struck him. There was more that was going to happen to him when he was turned over to Pilate and to Herod. But he wasn't treated well when he was with Annas and Caiaphas by any means.
No, he wasn't.
We need to try to put ourselves in Jesus' position. He's been up for a full 24 hours at this point. This is probably one of the first moments being lowered down if he were put in a place like this, where he's finally calm into himself. But how isolated he would have felt, how tired he would have felt, and how these trials were the first time during this process where they had finally physically abused him, and what that would have felt like to have been so rejected by the people he was coming to save. There's a passage over in Psalms that might help someone relate to how Jesus may have been feeling in that moment. But I, O Lord, cry out to you. In the morning my prayer comes before you. O Lord, why did you cast my soul away, and why did you hide your face from me? Afflicted and close to death from my youth up, I suffer your terrors, I am helpless. Your wrath has swept over me, your dreadful assaults destroy me. They surround me like a flood all day long, they close in on me together. You have caused my beloved and my friend to shun me, and my companions have become darkness. It's really easy to imagine Jesus feeling that way in the morning hours prior to being sent over to Pilate and to Herod, as all of his apostles scattered from him and he had been mistreated and was getting ready to be sent over.
Regardless of whether or not this is the exact location of where this happened, it's still a vivid reminder of everything Jesus went through for you and me.
It was also during this period, just on the heels of the conclusion of the illegal trials, when Judas comes back into the story. It's my personal opinion that Judas never really anticipated that this would progress as far as it did. I think he assumed that Jesus would be able to walk away from this unscathed, really similar to how he walked through the mob that was trying to throw him off the hill in Nazareth when they rejected him there. And that when he realized that it had progressed to the point in the morning where the Sanhedrin found him guilty of blasphemy and they were going to take him to Pilate, is when he rushes back to give the money back and feels such guilt over that, and they refuse to take it, that he throws it at their feet, and then he goes out and hangs himself. I really believe that Judas didn't think it was going to go as far as it did.
The story of Judas is interesting and sad. One of the overlooks that you have there at the church looks over the southern side of the Hinnom Valley, and there is a portion of land over there that's been divided off, and that's the traditional site of the field of blood, the field that was purchased with the money that Judas threw down at the priest's feet when he realized what was happening. The other thing that's interesting about Judas is the fact that we have other people during the time of Jesus' crucifixion who did things they shouldn't have. Peter denied Christ. All of the other disciples fled. However, all those other disciples came back to Jesus. Judas had that opportunity as well. He had a choice he could make. He could have easily have come back to Jesus and said, I'm sorry. But he didn't. There's a lesson for all of us in that, but it's a sad lesson that we have to learn.
In that one spot, you're reminded of Peter's denial, and you can see the potter's field where Judas chose a very different response to his guilt. He chose alienation from Christ and just wallowing in his guilt instead of coming back to a gracious Lord who forgave the one who denied him later on. I think it's a powerful place. When Jesus' trials at Annas and Caiaphas' palace were concluded, in the morning they took him over to the Sanhedrin to be tried there, and one of the likely places for that was at the Temple Mount behind us. Now, when that trial was all wrapped up, they took Jesus over to Pilate because the Jews didn't have the authority to condemn someone to death. Now, one of the likely places for that is over to a place called Herod's Palace.
We went to the Kishla, which is part of the Tower of David Museum on the western side of the old city of Jerusalem, very close to the Jaffa Gate. This compound is built on top of where the palace of Herod would have been in the first century. This is the probable location of where Pilate and Herod Antipas were located during the trials of Jesus. A number of years ago in the city of Caesarea, they actually found a stone which talks about Pontius Pilate being the prefect of Judea, which is very interesting because, of course, it's an extra biblical reference that confirms what the Bible says about Pilate.
It had been removed from its original site and then reused as a step in the amphitheater there in Caesarea Maritima. There were some people that had questioned the existence of Pilate, and they had questioned his role as described in the Bible. And so to find this stone that mentions that he was the prefect, which was a role they had been questioning, just helps substantiate the biblical text.
This is beautiful.
This is incredible.
This room is called the Kishla, and in the 1940s it was a prison. But after Israel gained its independence in 1947, they were able to come in here and do some excavation works, and they found civilizations going all the way back to the first century.
You can actually still see the remnants of the prison bars in the roof where they cut them out.
This is really a great space. What we have at the very top are the layers from the 20th century when the prison was here. And as they began digging, they found ruins that dated back to the Crusaders in the 12th century, and then the Byzantines in the 4th and 5th century. And of course, what we're most interested in is what they found here on the very bottom, which dates back to the Second Temple period, or the 1st century AD. This would be the foundation of King Herod's palace that sat here on the western side of Jerusalem.
So that would be a Herodian section, dating to the same time as that 1st century road over by the Temple Mount.
That's right.
So you just keep marching down through the centuries and you get to the time of Jesus. And something that was pointed out to us is that on either side of that wall are tunnels that run in opposite directions. And knowing Herod the Great and how paranoid he was, he had built these tunnels for escape purposes, primarily to move water, but also to get away in case he needed to. So just above that was where the trial of Jesus took place. What I had always heard is that Jesus' trial before Pilate and Herod actually took place over at the Antonia fortress connected to the Temple Mount. But you're saying that it's more likely it took place here at Herod's palace on the other side of town.
Well, it is possible. That was a military barracks during the time. But it seems more natural to me that Pilate would have been here. Most of the time, he would have been ruling in Caesarea Maritima, which was the Roman administrative capital of this area. But because he's a political figure and because he wanted to be near the people, he would have been in town for the Passover. Same way with Herod Antipas. He normally would have been in Tiberias, but of course he had come to town as well. In Mark 15, it tells us that after he was arrested and taken to Annas and Caiaphas and to the Sanhedrin, that he was then led to the palace, to the praetorium, which would have been this location right here.
And I think people need to realize the difference between the two spaces. Antonia Fortress is a smaller military barracks. Herod's palace here on the other side of town was a large estate. So it makes sense that the Roman governor for the area would have taken one of the largest, most beautiful places as his in-town residence when he came to Jerusalem.
We also read in the scripture in Matthew 27 that Pilate's wife was here. It seems unnatural to me that she would have been over at the military barracks. She would have been here at the palace.
Pilate knows that they're coming and he comes out of the palace to meet them, and they're trying to get him condemned before Pilate. There's a mob forming. Pilate takes Jesus back into the palace and has a dialogue with him one-on-one. What is this about the accusation about you being the king of the Jews?
And during that questioning, Pilate learns that Jesus is a Galilean. And so Pilate decides, I have found a solution. I'll give him to someone else. And so he sends him across the courtyard over to Herod Antipas.
And so in verse 8, when it says, when Herod saw Jesus, he was very glad, for he had long desired to see him, because he had heard about him, and he was hoping to see some sign done by him. And I think we need to put ourselves in Jesus' shoes. Jesus and his family fled to Egypt to escape being put to death by Herod the Great, Herod Antipas' father. And Herod Antipas was the Herod who had killed his cousin, John the Baptist, and now he's standing in front of the killer of his cousin. And this man is really only interested in seeing Jesus perform parlor tricks. Jesus knows he's not going to get a fair trial in front of this man. I think it helps to understand the mental pressure and anguish that Jesus was going through and the exhaustion that he was under. And then he's sent back to Pilate. His wife says, have nothing to do with this innocent man. You know, I've suffered a lot because of dreams. He performs this perverse form of mercy. He has him beaten. He has him flogged. He's mocked by the soldiers. And then he leads him back out and says, behold your king. I find no fault in him. And they still cry out for him to be crucified. And then they actually ramp up the charges against him over in John when he comes out and tells him, look, I don't find any guilt in him. The Jews answered, we have a law, and according to that law, he ought to die because he has made himself to be the Son of God. Not only has he claimed to be king, but he's made himself to be divinity. And so Pilate quickly grabs Jesus, comes back into the palace, talks to him some more, and from verse 12, then on Pilate sought to release him. But the Jews cried out, if you release this man, you are not Caesar's friend. And so everything is escalating. The mob is getting unruly. There's a possibility that Pilate could be charged with being against Caesar, which would be death for him. We know what happened. He ends up washing his hands and turning him over to a centurion to be crucified.
One of the best views of Jerusalem, the old city, is from the top of the Lutheran church. Well over 100 steps and a winding staircase all the way up. But once you get up there, it's one of the best views of the old city of Jerusalem.
How gorgeous.
Yeah. I'll let you catch your breath for a second. I brought you up here because I wanted to show you something.
Okay.
The two blue domes are the top of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. That church sits on the traditional location of where Jesus Christ died, was buried, and arose. The big dome on the left sits on top of the edicule where they said he was buried. And the smaller dome on the right sits on top of where they think is Calvary, where he died.
What a great perspective, a great view of the old city.
It really is. I love coming up here and seeing this. As nice as this view is, actually there's something I want to show you that's down below the church.
Below?
Yes.
Back down all the stairs?
All the stairs.
In the basement of this church are a number of things they found archaeologically. The main thing I wanted to show him was the remains of the first century wall of Jerusalem.
So Mark tells us that Jesus was led out to be crucified, and then John specifies that he was still near the city. So what do both of those passages have to do with where we're standing?
Interestingly enough, where we're standing is outside the city. Now, how do we know that? Well, behind us is part of the wall from first century Jerusalem. Everything on the other side of this wall would have been inside the city. Everything out would have been outside the city. And the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which we believe is the traditional location of Jesus' crucifixion, would have taken place about 200 feet in that direction.
We can imagine people coming through the gate of this wall to access the point in Golgotha where Jesus was crucified.
That's correct.
Right in front of us, according to what I've been reading, is this shaft that goes down about 40 feet. Back in the early 70s, they did some excavation, and they actually hit quarry bedrock from the time of Herod the Great. What can you tell us about the layers in this shaft?
Well, you're right. Down at the very bottom, there is a quarry. From the time of King Herod, he used rocks from this quarry to build the walls and the other structures inside the city. Probably another 10 to 12 feet above that is a garden layer that actually dates to the time of Jesus, so about 30 AD. And another 10 or 15 feet above that is a large section of basically residue. It was just a dumping ground during the time of Hadrian around 135 AD.
So if we can imagine going back to that second layer, that layer of garden, And imagine it right up against this wall, about this wall extending down another 30, 35 feet, down to that garden layer where Jesus was led out to be crucified. It helps us imagine how large this wall was and how much history has taken place in between now and then. And it was out into that garden layer that Jesus was led to be crucified at Golgotha. What Barry was able to do for us was show us more evidence that helps us understand that our Bible and the descriptions of the crucifixion are accurate. Just in that one stop, Barry was able to point out the traditional crucifixion site of Jesus was outside the city walls. There was also a garden in that same spot, and the Bible talks about both of those things. It makes the Bible come alive to see things like that. We're on our way to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. What's the route that you're taking us?
We're currently on the Via Dolorosa. We're in the Muslim quarter of the Old City. The Via Dolorosa is Latin for the Way of Sorrows. It marks the traditional path that Jesus took between his condemnation by Pontius Pilate and Golgotha.
Now, between here and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre are called the 9 Stations of the Cross. Inside you've got 5 for a total of 14.
There's a number of those stations that aren't really even biblically based. They're more traditional than anything. And the path of the Via Dolorosa has changed many times over the centuries. The current path, of course, even if it's accurate, is still about 20 feet or so higher than the first century Jerusalem. Whatever path Jesus took from Pilate to the cross, it would have been hilly the whole way, which of course is just one more layer of the suffering that he went through for all of us.
It's helpful to think about what would have been going through his mind as he was led through those trials, as he was led outside the city, as he carried and dropped his cross, as Simon of Cyrene was enlisted to pick it up and carry it the rest of the way. To realize that I was near the places where those events took place, and that people kept track of those locations for thousands of years because it was so important. It was a very sobering moment. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Barry, where are we right now?
We're in the courtyard in front of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in the Christian quarter of the Old City of Jerusalem. This is the traditional location of where Jesus died and was buried, and of course where he rose from the dead. When Constantine became Emperor of Rome in the 4th century, he established Christianity as the religion of the Roman world. And his mother made a trip to Israel for the sole purpose of trying to identify locations associated with the life of Jesus. She would ask the locals, and this is where everybody said those events took place. And it was also noteworthy that the Romans had basically demolished that area to a degree because they knew of the importance that spot held to Christians.
Cultural cleansing is not a new concept, and so when the Romans came through, they tried to remove those locations and reminders of things that they didn't want the people to associate with Jesus. So this structure behind us is on top of those locations?
It is.
Is there anything special that we need to do when we go in?
Well, we need to observe reverence when we go in, so we'll remove our hats.
Okay. I think one of the things that will catch anybody who visits the Church of the Holy Sepulchre for the first time is when you walk in through that double door, the very first thing that you see on the floor is the spot where they say they prepared Jesus' body for burial. And that specific rock is not the rock. That rock has actually been replaced several times because it's been worn down from people touching it and kissing it and placing things on it. If you can stand in that entranceway and try to use your imagination and remove the ceilings and remove the walls and just look at heights, to your right, where the cross would have stood, is a hill.
We've climbed up these steps here to an elevation a little higher than the rest of the building here. And we're standing in front of the traditional location of Calvary, which is where they believe Jesus Christ was crucified. And underneath the glass behind us, what you see is some exposed bedrock, and what they believe is that this is where the cross actually went into the ground.
So this is the traditional location where Jesus was crucified with robbers on either side of him. It would have been very, very visible to have those three crosses there. The floor that you reach by those stairs is not very large. You can't fit a large number of people up there. So if you imagine those floors are gone, it shrinks the area where those crosses were. It really makes it plain that Jesus' crucifixion was a public crucifixion. They were making an example of these men. They were taunting him and taking advantage of the fact that he was finally stuck and he was exactly where they wanted him to be. And so there was a huge lack of respect shown to him by those who were there. Again, we can't say for certain that that is the exact spot.
My personal opinion is this is the general location.
Right.
Now, whether or not these specific spots are exactly correct, I don't know.
And the topography over time has changed. I mean, originally this was a hillside, and now you've got this large structure on top of it. To imagine Jesus and Simon carrying that cross, coming outside of that city wall, coming down to Golgotha, and having his cross placed here, and then at the finale of the crucifixion, having his body removed and placed in the tomb down beneath us.
Right.
And what most people don't realize is how close this spot is to the Rock of Anointing just below us, and then the edicule over the tomb where Jesus was buried. And we're talking less than a football field to contain all three of these locations. They're really close.
The scriptures even tell us that in the area where he was crucified, there was a garden.
Right.
And so this is a very close location here. Just around the corner over there in the same building is the edicule, which is the traditional location of where he was buried.
We were able to talk to somebody at the front door.
Yeah.
And we weren't sure how much of it we were going to get, but they're trying to work it out so that we can go down inside by ourselves for just a couple of minutes, which is a huge honor.
Yeah, it is. And what they refer to as the edicule here is this huge building that's inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and it sits on top of the traditional side of the tomb.
So it's a superstructure over to protect whatever is left.
They've actually done some renovations here. For the first time in years, there's not scaffolding and brackets. They took all that down about 3 or 4 months ago, and so it's actually really beautiful now.
Until then, you didn't have a clear view of the edicule itself.
Right.
Thinking about the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. The resurrection of Jesus is the cornerstone of Christianity. And so to be in the place that traditionally marks that event is enormous.
Yeah, very special, very special.
Doing my research about the edicule, every time you see pictures of it or videos of it, it is jam-packed, crowded. I mean, there are people that will wait for hours trying to get in there for just a couple of seconds.
I have visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre probably 8 or 10 times, and I have never been able to go inside the edicule. And the reason is exactly that. There's usually a line of hours to get in there.
We were really blessed to go just before one group started their time at the entrance of the edicule, and we were told to wait, that as soon as they were done, there would be this brief window of time. So we just stood there and we waited and we watched them perform their service, and after a few minutes we were finally allowed in, but we took as much time as we could to try to soak in as much as we could of the space. When you first walk in, you go through a door into a square room, and in the center of that room is a pedestal with a glass case. And what I understand is that the rock inside that glass case is supposed to be a remnant of the rolling stone that actually closed the tomb. And directly opposite the entrance is another smaller door that leads into a much more confined space.
Okay, Jeremy, we're inside the edicule, and this right here, this flat slab, is where they believe they laid the body of Jesus Christ after he died.
Now this slab is on top of what remains of that. We don't see any original rock left.
No, the original cave and everything is long gone, centuries ago. It was destroyed. But they built this edicule over this area to help protect it. This spot was established by Queen Helena in the 4th century when she came here, and the people of the area said this was the location where it took place.
The tomb that his body would have been laid in would not have been large.
No, it wouldn't have been large.
It was very much similar to the Church of the Nativity, where everything is protected and you have this structure built over the top of it. But you still get the idea of I'm going underground, and there's a shelf here where a body would have gone. And it's just around the corner from a hill where a cross would have been placed. And that was just really special. It's hard for people who aren't familiar with first century burial practices to picture what a first century tomb would have looked like. And frankly, going into the edicule doesn't help a whole lot with that, but Barry knew that there was a place just on the backside of the edicule where we could go and see an example of first century tombs.
And the location of these tombs is important and gives more credibility to the location of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Okay, Jeremy, we've crawled into a hole here, back behind the edicule of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But I wanted to show you these niches in the rock here. These are first century Jewish tombs. What's significant about this is that we are literally 20 feet from where the edicule is. And so that shows that Jewish people buried people in this area.
You can see how a body would be placed inside each one. You've got the chisel marks where they carved it out, and as opposed to the edicule, you can actually see the natural rock. You can see what it would have looked like.
Right.
Now, from what I understand, after about a year of a body laying in here, they would bring it out, and then they'd put the bones in those small bone boxes, the ossuaries.
And it would be reburied again.
Seeing this helps us to imagine what it would have been like when they placed Jesus' body in the tomb. They would have placed his body in, they would have rolled a stone in front of it and closed it off.
Right.
There are a lot of times where the location is really important. Even in the Old Testament, God specified a place for his people to worship, and it was in Jerusalem. When you go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, you see people from all over the world coming to this place, and it's important. But I think it's important to remember what Jesus said to the woman at the well. There was going to come a time very shortly where it wasn't in Jerusalem or in Samaria where you would worship God, that God was looking for people to worship him in spirit and in truth. It's not the location. And after his death, burial, and resurrection, and especially after Pentecost, Jesus provided a way for worshipers of God through him to worship anywhere. And I think it's important to remember that.
I enjoy taking people to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and I enjoy trying to help them understand what the building is and what probably happened there. After we walk through the building, I always try to bring people outside and gather them together and try to remind them that this isn't just a tourist stop. There's some very important events that happened in this location. They're the most important things to ever happen in the history of mankind.
From the creation of the world going forward, this is what all of history was working towards. And from our perspective looking back, it's all been influenced and shaped by that. To say that the crucifixion and burial and resurrection of Jesus was the pivotal moment of history is not an exaggeration.
We're west of the old city of Jerusalem. We've actually come to a tomb from the first century. We wanted to show what a tomb from the first century would have looked like. Joseph of Arimathea was a rich man, so he would have had a rich man's tomb. This tomb would have been very similar to what Joseph of Arimathea would have had.
Coming up to the tomb, I was surprised. I wasn't expecting the landscaping to be what it was. We're in this nice garden area. There are these trees providing shade and some flowering bushes. I wasn't expecting that. So it was beautiful. It kind of put me in the frame of mind of the women on the first day coming into the garden area where the tomb was. I think it helps give that feeling.
Jeremy, what we have here is a rolling stone tomb from the first century. King Herod, of course, built his tomb out the Herodium, but his family's tomb was built right here in Jerusalem.
This arch doorway, because it says they stoop down in. Is this doorway a normal height?
Yeah, this is very typical of a first century tomb like this. It would have been this short, and we read that in the Bible. When John and Peter came to the tomb, they had to stoop down to look into it.
And there's this massive metal door in the way. We can't get in. We can see this rolling stone, and it's just massive. It's longer than my forearm.
Yeah, look how wide it is.
It's really easy to imagine the women being concerned about how they were going to get this rolled out of the way when they were going to be the first ones to the tomb to get to Jesus' body.
There's no way they could have rolled it. I mean, it's that heavy.
There was the earthquake. The angel moves the stone back, and that starts the whole post-resurrection appearances. The women run out to tell the disciples. They come back. John beats Peter in this foot race to the tomb. Mary still struggled with believing in the resurrection even after Peter and John run back. She runs back with them, and they look in and believe and take off, and Mary's left in the garden, and she begins weeping, assuming that the body has been taken. And that's when she has her encounter with Jesus and assumes that he's the gardener. To think about that, this was a wealthy person's tomb. This has a much different feel than those first century tombs we saw in the Church of the Sepulchre that were just niches where they would have placed the bodies.
Right, this is a complete tomb. The niches that you saw in the Holy Sepulchre would be inside the tomb area right here. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's amazing. This is amazing. One of the things that we need to remember when we come to a site like this and we're trying to envision and imagine what it must have been like on that morning, all of the disciples have assumed that he's died. They don't understand that he's going to be raised. And they're not expecting that, which from our perspective is kind of shocking because multiple times before the arrest and the trial and the crucifixion, he flat out told them that he was going to be crucified and that he was going to come back on the third day. And this is the third day, and they're still shocked. They think that this has been a failure. All of the apostles have fled. Peter has denied Christ. The women are coming to prepare his body for final interment. They expect his body to stay there. And so they would have been in absolute shock to have found the tomb empty. And all the Jewish leaders had to do was to produce a body. If he was not raised, then everything that he taught was wrong, it was false. He was either lying or crazy. And so this moment and the fact that it actually happened is critical to all of Christianity. Trying to follow the sequence and the order of that last week of Jesus' life was so hectic. There were so many things that happened in such a short period of time. We're finally back up here in Galilee on the shore of the lake. The feel is entirely different. It is so much more relaxing. It's almost like you can take a breath and slow down.
We're in the city of Tabgha, which is a location on the northern side of the Sea of Galilee. And this is the traditional site of where the events of John 21 occur. This is the conversation that Jesus has with his disciples early one morning after they had been fishing all night. If you remember, Jesus had appeared to a number of people in Jerusalem, but had instructed the disciples to go to Galilee, and from there he would give them further instructions.
Now we're about 8 days after the resurrection. He's appeared to several people down there in Jerusalem. He's appeared to the disciples on a couple different occasions. He's already appeared to Thomas. they're up here getting back into the swing of everyday life, but they haven't been told when he would arrive. And so they're basically waiting for Jesus to show up. And while waiting, they decide to go out for a nighttime fishing trip. Before we go too much further into John 21, I think we need to add a layer of perspective. If you remember, just around the corner from here is the Cove of the Sower. What Luke does for us is he explains over in Luke chapter 5, after Jesus finished teaching the parable of the sower, he tells Peter to push back further into the sea and to go fishing. Peter explains to him, we've been out all night, but at your command, I'll do that. And so he and the people on his boat lower the nets down into the water and bring up such a large catch that the boat starts to sink. It's in that moment that Peter makes a startling declaration about Jesus. Peter falls on his knees and says, "Depart from me because I'm a sinful man." Peter starts to acknowledge something and confess something about who Jesus is. We come back to John 21. They were all so discouraged at the crucifixion of Christ. Peter denied Jesus 3 times. They go out for a nighttime fishing trip and they haven't caught anything. And then they see someone walking along the shore and they don't know who it is. And the person from the shore tells them to throw their nets in on the other side. And they have such a large catch of fish that Peter has flashbacks to that moment in the Cove of the Sower and jumps into the sea to get here as quickly as possible. They sit down with Jesus and have a meal with him.
And of course, later on, after they had finished breakfast, Jesus had a conversation with Peter. And in that conversation, he asked Peter 3 different occasions about the love that Peter has for Jesus. Peter responds by saying he does love Jesus, probably a reflection of the 3 times that Peter denied Christ.
I think it's amazing that Jesus provides for an opportunity back where he spent so much quality time with the apostles, away from the hustle and bustle of Jerusalem. He comes up here and has a quiet down moment with them and provides a slower opportunity to help Peter work through what he had done and to understand that he had been forgiven for that.
All of the post-resurrection appearances by Jesus were important, whether they were to his disciples or to just people in general. There's one more that we really need to take a closer look at, but to do that, we need to go back to the Mount of Olives.
After Jesus meets with the 7 disciples in John 21 and has breakfast with them on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, they go up to a mountain somewhere in the Galilee area where they receive the Great Commission that we read about over in Matthew 28. And then following that, they head back to Jerusalem, and they're in that area for a couple of weeks before Jesus ascends from the Mount of Olives. And so just a little over a month after his crucifixion, they're back in the area where that whole thing took place. Barry, we've arrived, top of the Mount of Olives. We're talking about the Ascension, and there's a passage that you like to read.
I think the best text to look at is actually from Luke, the 24th chapter. In verse 50 it says, "When he led them out as far as Bethany, and lifting up his hands, he blessed them. While he blessed them, he parted from them and was carried up into heaven. And they worshiped him to return to Jerusalem with great joy, and were continually in the temple blessing God."
Now, they've just come down from Galilee, and they have some questions about the nature of the kingdom. Is Jesus going to restore the kingdom?
Right.
It's really easy from this spot to imagine them standing here. They're at the top of the mountain. There's a part of me that wants to imagine it in the garden where he prayed, because he had a habit of going there, and he was known for going there to pray. So there's a part of me that wants to romanticize that and think that that's where it is. But either way, no matter where it was, as he went up into the sky and was taken from their sight, as they turned, they would have seen all of Jerusalem laid out before them. I wonder if they had thoughts running through their head about just a month and a half ago, this is where the triumphal entry took place. Just 40 days ago, he was in a tomb on the other side of town. Just so much has happened. It's been an intense 3.5 years. Jesus starts ascending up into the sky, and what Acts records for us, it has more detail about the ascension. It tells us that Jesus goes up, he goes beyond their sight behind a cloud, and a couple of angels appear to them and ask them, "Why do you stand here looking off into heaven?" Now that was a really natural thing for them to have done. I can imagine myself gazing off, trying to figure out where he went, and is he coming back down anytime soon? They let him know that Jesus will come back in a similar manner. He's coming back in judgment. While they're waiting for him, they're told to go back into Jerusalem and wait for the day of Pentecost, when they would receive the promised Holy Spirit.
Right. There was a part of them that probably wondered, what now? Not only had they been given the Great Commission, but they'd also been promised a comforter, someone that would come and help them in all of this.
I'm sure they were confused because their concept of the nature of Jesus' kingdom has been shaken a couple of different times. And we know that they were asking him about that during that stop on the Mount of Olives. And Jesus said, it's not for you to know when I'm going to restore my kingdom. Go back to Jerusalem and wait.
I think there was a transformation of the disciples going on during this period. And then, of course, when you look a little further ahead into the book of Acts, you really see it, especially after the day of Pentecost. But I'm sure this was a period of a lot of questions, but a period of looking forward to the future because everything Jesus had told them over the last 3 years had come true.
During the triumphal entry, they were excited. They thought that the kingdom was imminent, and so they would have been riding this incredible high. They didn't understand that Jesus was going to go through what he went through. They weren't anticipating that, even though he had warned them several times. They've just had all of these ups and downs, and so I just kind of picture this moment that's recorded over in Acts chapter 1, where they've kind of steadied themselves. I don't think they're as overconfident necessarily as they had been at the triumphal entry. They're still excited, they're still hopeful. There's just this quiet peace about them as they wait to see what Jesus is going to do next. As our time in Israel journeying together draws to an end, there are two important passages that I'd like for us to read together. The first is over in Matthew chapter 28, and this is Jesus' second to last appearance after his resurrection. It says, when they went to Galilee, to the mountain to which Jesus had directed them, when they saw him, they worshiped him, but some doubted. And Jesus came and said to them, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go, therefore, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you. And behold, I am with you always, to the end of the age. It's our hope that as you've taken this journey with us and witnessed all of these places where Jesus lived and taught and died and was raised, that you would become convicted that he really did exist, that he came from heaven, that he became a man, that he died on the cross, and that he rose from the grave. And he did all of that to atone for our sins, to grant us forgiveness, and to bring us into a relationship with our Heavenly Father. And if you've not yet been baptized because of that belief, we hope that you'd respond to what Jesus instructs his apostles here. Now, the second passage that we want to pay attention to is over in 1 John chapter 1. Our second hope is that for those of you that have taken this journey with us, that you would realize that you've been able to see things that not everyone gets to see, and that it helps ground your conviction that Jesus was real. What John tried to emphasize is that because he had spent those 3 years with Jesus, he had interacted with him, he had heard him, he had witnessed the miracles, he had witnessed the post-resurrection appearances. Because of all of that, it built this fire inside of him to tell others about Christ. We hope that in some small way, that you feel the same way after having seen these places, going with us. Listen to what John has to say. That which was from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we have looked upon and have touched with our hands concerning the word of life. The life was made manifest, and we have seen it, and testified to it, and proclaimed to you the eternal life, which was with the Father and was made manifest to us. That which we have seen and heard, we proclaim also to you, so that you too may have fellowship with us. And indeed our fellowship is with the Father and with his Son, Jesus Christ. And we are writing these things so that our joy may be complete. They feel a stewardship of the site, and I think that's a great way to describe it. They understand they've got something special at Magdala. They want to share it with as many people as possible, while at the same time preserve it for generations to come. Hi, I'm Jeremy.
Hello, Jeremy. I'm Jennifer.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Well, welcome to Magdala, the ancient first century Jewish town.
Thank you.
And we have an active archaeological dig going on right as we speak.
I'm looking forward to seeing everything.
Well, why don't I show you around?
Great, let's go.
Okay.
This is an active archaeological site. About 3 months out of the year, they're working on uncovering new things. Universities send volunteers. Every couple of weeks, they rotate out. Recently, they found an incense shovel dating to the Second Temple period, Herod's period, the time of Jesus. So there's a lot going on right now.
Yes,
Okay.
we have pilgrims coming in every day.
So what do we have here, Jennifer?
This is a first century synagogue in the Galilee area. It's one of 7 first century synagogues that we find in Israel. Actually, many call it the Pompeii of Israel because of the beautiful design of the mosaic, the frescoes. It's very well preserved. And we have many different treasures inside.
Okay, now I noticed the entryway here. These stones look like they're Herodian. They've got the edges on them.
Exactly. We actually found those entrance stones in a corner in the synagogue, which was very curious, and with different clues have led us to the conclusion that the people themselves took apart their synagogue before the Romans came in the year 67 AD.
And what do we have a little bit further in?
Well, we can walk in here to the Bet Midrash.
Okay.
So this would be the place of study. And inside the Bet Midrash, you have a stone with little nooks there that you can put the scrolls. So inside the Bet Knesset, the second part of the area, there's a little room there that's blocked off by limestone, and that would be the Aron Kodesh. So the scrolls would be stored there. They can get out the scrolls and open them up and set them here.
So you would use those nooks to rest the wooden, what we would call dowels, to rest those there to hold it open?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're standing inside of the synagogue, and what are we standing on and around?
Well, these are the seats that go all the way around. There would have been 3 columns on this side, 3 columns over here. Strangely, the columns are missing, but if you go kitty corner to the synagogue, there's a blockade to the marketplace, and there we find all the columns for the synagogue. And then the people could also sit all the way around the edge. So you could fit about 150 people in here. In the first century, it would have been both men and women.
Okay.
It's believed that they weren't separated at that time.
Okay.
It was a thrill to be able to sit really on the same seats that some of the first century Christians and believers in Christ sat in.
Now, toward the back of the room, we have this stone down there. What can you tell us about that stone?
This is a one-of-a-kind archaeological wonder and one of the first significant finds. Ironically, or you could say by God's providence, when the Israeli antiquity authorities came in to do their initial digs, they dug right over top of this. So this is the first thing they found, and then digging it out around and around, they discovered it's in the middle of a synagogue. Many symbols on this stone give us a schematic model of the temple where we have different objects we find in the hall, to the holies, to the deepest part of the temple, the Holy of Holies.
It's a scale model meant to represent the temple. How do we know that? What lets us know that it's supposed to represent that structure?
Well, you have the classic Jewish symbol of the menorah.
Yes.
So if the person is standing facing the menorah, they're actually facing south to the temple in Jerusalem, and it's like they're entering into the hall of the temple. This is considered the oldest carved menorah in a public place right now, found in Israel.
Okay.
Found in the world. And that menorah has a tripod base, which is very curious. That tripod base, it's believed that that's what it actually looked like in the temple.
In the temple.
Then you can look at the top part and you continue in and you'll find different objects that signify showbread tables where the 12 loaves of bread were offered every day in the temple. We also find 2 columns that are representing the columns that flanked the veil before the Holy of Holies.
Okay.
They have palmette capitals on top. And then you have that special flower right in the middle, the 6-petaled rosette. It has 6 petals and then 6 petals around, so 12 petals altogether, perhaps standing for the 12 tribes of Israel. And this flower is representing the veil before the Holy of Holies. And then the backside would be the deepest part of the temple.
Right.
So that would be the Holy of Holies. And we have an image there that represents the presence of God, the Shekinah, the glory of God. You have two wheels with triangles underneath which represent fire. And so this represents a fiery chariot or God's throne.
So very much what we read about in Ezekiel chapter 1.
Exactly.
Okay. So one of the things on the back perimeter of this synagogue is all of this intricate tile work. And that's still original.
Yes.
And you're saying that that has a later dating than the actual synagogue.
Right. So if the synagogue started somewhere around the year 5 to 11, the mosaic is believed to be put in later around the years 40 to 50.
So several decades later.
Yes.
And then back over here, we've got some color popping off of this wall. What is that?
Yes, this is a beautiful fresco that's in the same style that you find in Pompeii, Italy. So this again gives it a 1st century dating.
Yeah.
You see the brilliance of the colors. It would have been all around the edges, making this a very beautiful synagogue.
It reminds me a lot of the color that you see at Herod's southern palace in Masada.
Yes.
Same kind of color scheme. Normally we just see the ruins.
Yes.
We don't see that.
Right, this is a treasure.
It is, it absolutely is. It's exciting to see it. What biblical texts could we connect from the time of Jesus in the Gospels to Magdala?
Yeah, well, we could go to Mark chapter 1, verse 39, that speaks about Jesus teaching in all the synagogues of Galilee. And this is clearly a synagogue of Galilee in the time of his public life. It's in use. We could go to Matthew chapter 4, verse 23, that speaks about Jesus teaching in the synagogues, preaching the good news and healing all kinds of illnesses. And we know there was one woman from this town who had the need of some healing.
Yes.
She was possessed by 7 demons.
Mary Magdalene.
Exactly. And then we could go more specifically to Matthew chapter 15, verse 39. And this is one right after the multiplication of the 7 loaves. It speaks about Jesus getting into a boat and he comes to the region of Magadan, also translated Dalmanutha, these words being a derivative and believed by many scholars to be Magdala. It's this region.
Okay.
And we have a port, a harbor that was used in the 1st century that actually connects to a road that runs right up here along to the synagogue, in between the synagogue and the marketplace. So you can perfectly imagine Jesus walking this road from the port, walking around and entering into the synagogue.
So what we would say about this synagogue and its use by Jesus is it's very likely that Jesus used this 1st century synagogue to do some of his teaching.
Exactly.
I'm very excited to be standing right here.
Me too.
It's just easy to visualize what people would have seen, how they would have used it, and to consider that Jesus likely was here teaching.
Exactly. It's a blessing to be here.
Absolutely, and it's well preserved. You all have done an amazing job.
One of the things they found there is this huge marketplace, and one of the stores in that marketplace was a fish market. You can actually see the indentations in the ground where the different types of fish would have been kept.
Now, what is of biblical significance?
Obviously, Magdala specifically is not mentioned in the Bible. However, in Matthew, the 14th chapter, beginning in verse 15, it says, "Now when it was evening, the disciples came to him and said, 'This is a desolate place, and the day is now over. Send the crowds away to go into the villages and buy food for themselves.' But Jesus said, 'They need not go away. You give them something to eat.' And they said to him, 'We have only 5 loaves here and 2 fish.'" And of course, we know this story, the feeding of the 5,000.
Right.
Jesus then took the bread and the fish and made food for all the people that were there. But what's interesting about this word fish here actually means a pickled fish or a smoked fish. And Magdala was known for its cured fish factory here, and that's probably what was sold here.
You just don't think about those types of background details, but to make the connection that there's this 1st century market in Magdala where they would have been selling and treating these fish, and that's likely where this boy would have gotten something like that. It just gives more depth, it gives more texture to the story, more detail that helps you realize this was a real thing. This wasn't made up. We don't think about where did those fish come from?
That's right.
You know, where were they preserved? But to come here and see this, it makes the biblical world come alive.
That's exactly right, and that's why we wanted to come to Magdala.
Every year, they're doing a better job displaying it, getting groups through, uncovering more. There are archaeological magazines and authors and people the world over that are writing about this thing right now, and we got to walk into it. I've been a student of the Bible for a long time, studying and searching for the truth. As a Bible teacher in the United States, I've been asked if Israel's United Kingdom really existed. Were the first kings of Israel real? Are the biblical narratives of events like David and Goliath accurate? My name is Jeremy D. Hutt, and I've met up with Barry Britnell, a seasoned traveler and close friend. He's been to Israel close to a dozen times, and he'll be my guide on our journey through this country. We're going to talk to experts in the field of archaeology and examine the geography, comparing everything to what the Bible says.
We're going to be able to visit a number of places that have bearing on the United Kingdom. I think we should begin our journey where the scriptures begin. The story of the United Kingdom begins at Shiloh.
Did Shiloh exist? Was it a real place? Does it match the location of the biblical text? Does the function of the city serve the same function that it did in biblical text? Was it a holy site? Were sacrifices offered there? Those are all questions that I think can be helped by the study of archaeology.
Back in the 1980s, Israel Finkelstein led an Israeli dig here, and you can see the work that they did exposing the big fortification wall that surrounds the entire perimeter. What we have done is take his work, and on the other side of us, the work that the Danish did in the 1920s and 1930s, and we're connecting the two.
Now, the tabernacle supposedly was here for several hundred years. Do you have any places here at the site where you think it stood?
It's all about the Mishkan, which is the presence of God, and I think it answers that most basic of all human questions, like how do I connect with God? The tabernacle gives us a way to do that, and this is why it's so critically important. And in the center of it is the Ark of the Covenant. These are the main ideas. Was the tabernacle on the northern platform outside the city wall? Was it on the summit, the apex of the tell? Number 3, it could have been on the southern approach. There's 4 churches on the southern approach. Well, the Christians seem to really like the idea of the tabernacle being there because they're building their churches there on that spot. May have also been functional. It's very flat and it could have fit over there. Now, I've introduced a 4th possibility, and that's that the tabernacle may have been mobile at Shiloh. That it was not in one spot. By its very nature, it's mobile.
Right.
They are slaughtering a large volume of animals. Certain times of the year, if you've got the tabernacle set up, say, down here, and the wind is blowing this direction, it's just going to be unbearable and not hygienic. Maybe seasonally, the tabernacle is moving around Shiloh, so it's not that one side is sacred, maybe the whole side is sacred.
And are you finding evidence for Israelite presence on this site during the Iron Age when Samuel was supposed to have been here?
Oh, absolutely. We've got abundant evidence of that. You see a transition here from the Amorites who dwelled, sometimes we say Canaanites, but in the hill country, they're Amorites actually that were living here. In some ways, you can see that a different ethnic group or a different theological persuasion has come in. Do we see a shift in the material culture? Do we have Hebrew inscriptions and writing? Yes, we do. So there's no doubt that in the period of the tabernacle, that there were Israelites at Shiloh. We're just inside this 5.5 meter wide perimeter wall that went all the way around the site. And what we have are storage rooms that are built against this. What we're after is an understanding of the stratification of our site. And you can see the separation where we've got a lot of tumbled, crumbly, grayish material into a brownish, reddish soil down to about right here. So that's about a 10-inch spread. Now we know we're changing time periods. Something definite happened right here. We're reading the block. What we believe is that this represents the Iron Age right here. This is the period of the tabernacle at Shiloh. We've got late bronze, middle bronze underneath this layer, and Hellenistic and Roman above this layer. Kind of trim the block so that you get a better look at it. When I do, we're gonna lose this piece. So now we can get a good look at that. That's been worked, hasn't it?
That is so light.
So that's clearly man-made. It's pumice. So put it in our finds bucket right there. As we trowel through, there's a nice piece of pottery.
Looks like a rim.
So this is a whole mouth vessel. This looks like it's from the Iron Age, probably Iron II. Now here's a bone.
What type of animal bones are you finding here, and in what quantities?
We found 2 to 3 times the quantity of animal bone here at Shiloh in season 1 than we have found at our other excavations. And I think that's, we've got good reason for that.
Yeah.
We have an ancient text, the Bible, that indicates that there was a cultic site that operated a sacrificial system here. There was a massive favisa or bone deposit in area D over here on the east. Only bones from the biblical sacrificial system within that bone deposit. And interestingly, we get about 1% pig bone. In the pre-Israelite period, it's 4%. And then when you move into the Israelite period, it's 1%. That's a significant drop.
Yeah.
And so again, that's an ethnic indicator that there's a change in who's living at the site, or at least their value systems or their cultic understandings have changed. So the bones are very interesting to us. Okay, that's charred pottery, that's good. We've got the naked eye of the trained volunteer. Then we have a metal detectorist checking. Now we're checking a 3rd time. Then it's going to go through wet sifting for a 4th time. We found that when we dry sifted things, many times you could have something as important as a scarab that still looks like a clod of dirt. And when you wash it with a hose, wow, you realize the things that you've been missing. Maybe we're gonna have markings on here. Yeah, we're already seeing grit. We could have Hebrew lettering on here. You can already see, look at the difference between the pottery that we've washed and what we haven't washed. So it's popping. Sometimes we're wanting to do analysis, so I want to double check everything before we publish it. So we'll take something like this, for example, and when we get in the lab, we'll look at it under a microscope, and I have a feeling I'm seeing part of a Hebrew letter there, but I'm not sure it could be a random marking, so I want to get it under a microscope. So let's pull out these pieces, and when we're in the lab, we'll analyze them more closely and see exactly what we've got.
The development of the central place of worship for the Israelites through the United Monarchy is an important thing to follow. And I think the text implies that Shiloh was actually destroyed by the Philistines after the death of Eli and his sons and the loss of the ark. The central place of worship started there, and then it moved. I was thrilled just to go to the site.
Scott knows of a lab near Jerusalem. It's in an undisclosed location. A number of these labs have artifacts that are valuable, or they may be politically or religiously sensitive, and so they don't like to advertise exactly where these labs are located.
Our lab is pretty unique here in Israel. You find a space that's available, you get good lighting, you've got tables together, a microscope, water, perhaps some chemicals and brushes and tools, and this is the way that we work. Some of these artifacts that we excavated, then we're able to look at them under magnification and see some things that we couldn't tell in the field, obviously. And I know one of the things that really caught your attention was this jar, looking to see if there are any markings that we missed, any lettering, anything that's intentional around the rim. And I'm also looking at the size of the inclusions, and it's exactly what we would expect. So we would pretty confidently date that then to Iron II. Maybe once every season we get a whole vessel, and we get about 2,000 broken pieces a day. When it has writing on it, a sherd becomes an ostracon, and now it is elevated in importance to a whole nother level. This also caught our eye. It's pumice. Why did it catch our eye? Because it's not native to Shiloh. I mean, somebody brought this from up north, where we have the volcanic material up in the Golan. It's clearly man-made, it's clearly worked, and it is kind of exciting sometimes when you look under here. You'll end up seeing a letter or a little bit of gold that's embedded that you didn't expect to see that gives you a clue. That's an interesting piece. Now, the bone analysis at Shiloh is critically important because we're dealing with a biblical sacrificial system.
What you were saying at the site earlier was that that percentage is consistent with an Israelite occupation, that you see that
absolutely.
percentage of pig bone go down to 1%?
Well, when you're moving from, say, an Amorite-controlled culture to an Israelite culture, you see a significant drop in the percentage of pork that they're consuming. So we're not talking about fairy tales here. We're talking about real people, real places, and real events. Notice now, under magnification, we can see ridges and lines and all kinds of things. When I sit with our zoo archaeologist, I'm just fascinated. The things that she's seeing there that I wasn't. Okay, yeah, see if you can see that collagen there.
When you've got that collagen, you're able to do radiocarbon testing on that.
That's right.
Once it's all been preserved and it's been analyzed, and you want to hang on to it for a while, where does it go?
We have a storage unit at the Israeli Antiquities Authority that's devoted to our material. Every one of these has an object number assigned to it. So when we want to go back and retrieve it for further study, we can easily get it out. So I hope you have high expectations, and no matter how high they are, they're going to be exceeded. So this is one of my favorite places, guys, because you can see that it's floor-to-ceiling artifacts and it's super organized.
How big is this place?
Oh, this is the size of a couple of football fields.
Wow.
Just think back to the famous Indiana Jones scene where they're storing the Ark of the Covenant. Welcome to that warehouse. In archaeological terms, when we're talking about the United Kingdom, we're talking about what we would call Iron 1, or the transition between Iron 1 and Iron 2. This entire section is Iron 1 material, which would be roughly from about 1200 to 1000. So if you want to understand what the period of the Judges would like, and that transition from, say, Samuel into Saul, what was the material culture like? This is it. This is what we would call a collared rim jar. Very typically Israelite. You find one of these, for example, inside a 4-room house with an absence of pig bones, and now we've got ethnic indicators that we're dealing with a different material culture than had preceded them. The pottery is somewhat static at the beginning, because remember, God had told them, you're going to live in houses you didn't build. You're going to occupy cities you did not construct. They really don't know a whole lot about pottery making at this point. So when they come in, let's say around the year 1400, the pottery types don't really change much until around the year 1200. So those first couple of centuries, they're very homogeneous with the Canaanite Amorite culture that's here.
Which makes sense.
They're learning from them how to make pottery.
Well, one of the reasons I appreciate coming to a place like this and looking at this and learning about it is because, quite frankly, I don't know that much about pottery. And so there's a separation between what I know and what I need to know. And I think in doing so, we understand the context of the way those verses are written and the people of the time.
For most people, when they hear pottery or the study of pottery, they would just naturally think, that has got to be so boring. Digging up broken ceramics out of the dirt, it's got to be all the same. And what you've shown us is it's not.
No, it's not.
It shows the development of a culture, artistic expression, and it's fascinating.
One of the greatest things about my job is that I learn something new every day.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm an expert, but all that has done is give me the ability to understand how much I don't know so that then I can add to it. I just had this strong desire to understand their culture then and there in the setting so that I can peel the whole thing back and reevaluate what I believed and why I believed it, set it in a context, and go from there.
I think there's a resurgence in that. I think that even the generation coming behind us, there's a strong desire for that information. You mentioned that you can attempt to triangulate a time period by using several different methods. What are those methods?
Okay, so we look at pottery, coins, because when you have a new person in power, it'll say year 3 of, and then we also can use scarabs. The Latin word scarabus means beetle, and so what we have are each one of these in the shape of a beetle.
Look at that.
What you have is each pharaoh, when he comes to power, he creates his own iconography for that administration. So we have very good dates in Egypt, and no future pharaoh ever uses that same iconography. So when we can get a scarab in a clear archaeological context, we can use it to date everything else. All of these scarabs would have had gold on it. So at some point, before these scarabs were discarded, somebody pulled the gold off of them. But this one, it got left behind. So you can see how beautiful this would have been.
Yeah.
We do get them down into the Iron Age. At Khirbet el-Makadar, we found one from the Iron II period, Samtik scarab, which was the first one ever found here in Israel, so it was pretty significant. So there are a very, very valuable means of dating.
There's a school of thought that increasingly doesn't believe that the United Monarchy existed. They think that the stories of Saul and David and Solomon are propaganda pieces for an Israel government. With all the time that you've spent researching and digging in Israel, what do you think about that theory?
Well, we have two schools of thought. We have the minimalists, which are saying, well, they existed, but it wasn't exactly what the Bible describes. Then we have another group, mythicists, that are just total deniers, that it didn't even happen at all. We have found the opposite. We have found in the material culture, if the Bible says that there was a river, we can find the river. If there was a mountain, a city was in a certain place, we find just many, many synchronisms that passes the smell test. It's what you would expect to see from the literary description that you have. And so we have found just a lot of direct synchronisms between the archaeological data and the biblical text.
The time that you've spent researching and digging and exploring the physical material is that it's reinforced your faith.
Right. I was a Christian before I began excavating, so it did not bring me to faith, but it never scared me to examine the tough questions. Sometimes we do have questions where we scratch our heads, but in archaeology we say that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because something happened, let's say a city was burned and we can't find evidence of it, well, a lot of things could have happened to that burn. Wind and rain and future peoples could have scraped the foundations clean. We've only excavated about 5% of the land of the Bible. 95% is still underground. And so when we do have some sort of gap between what we expected when we read the text and what we find in the culture, you think there might be some clues in the other 95%.
There's some potential there.
Our direct goal is not to prove the Bible or to bring people to Christ, but in the process, is there an apologetic function of archaeology? You better believe there is, and it comes across all the time.
I think it was important to start with the archaeological piece. Just the sheer volume of what they're finding in the material culture and archaeological sites that attest to synchronisms from the material culture in the Bible. I wish everyone could feel what I felt as I walked into that site, and to feel just the weight and the enormity of there is so much here, and such a great percentage of it speaks to a united monarchy and the biblical text being validated. There's a lot more to do, but I think this was a great first step in trying to answer this question. I think it's important to talk about Israel's enemies, especially the Philistines. They're mentioned all through 1 and 2 Samuel. Israel's enemies play a key role in the nation demanding a king. They wanted a ruler that would go out and fight their battles for them like the other nations had. That is a part of the catalyst for them prompting Samuel to go to the Lord and find somebody for them.
During the reigns of Saul, David, and Solomon, we read about a number of nations that they had battles with. But the one that keeps creeping up every couple of chapters are the Philistines. We are in one of the Philistine cities. This is the city of Ashdod. Now these ruins around us are actually from Crusader times, so they're much later than the time of the United Kingdom.
Do we know where the Iron Age Ashdod was?
Yes, a lot of those ruins are about a mile inland. This was one of the 5 cities of the Philistine Pentapolis. Ashdod and Ashkelon and Gaza are right here very close to the coast. Gath and Ekron are about 8 or 9 miles inland on the eastern side of the coastal plain. As we read through the book of 1 Samuel, the really first interaction we have with them comes with a battle between the Israelites and the Philistines a few miles north of here. The Israelites lost the first battle, and so they thought they would take their good luck charm as the Ark of the Covenant into battle with them. Well, unfortunately, the Philistines captured the Ark and brought it to the city of Ashdod.
Now that did not go well for them.
It didn't.
When the Ark of the Covenant, the Lord's mercy seat, is brought into Dagon's temple, and when the Philistines come in the next day, Dagon, this stone statue, is on its face in front of the Ark of the Covenant. And so you have their idol in a position of worship and adoration in front of God's mercy seat. and they prop him back up and don't make a whole lot about it until the next day when he's down again, but his head has been removed and his hands have been removed, and they're lying on the threshold of his temple. God has humiliated, he has defeated what these people are worshiping.
Once the citizens of Ashdod got tired of that, they sent the Ark of the Covenant over to Gath, and then it stayed there for a little while, and they sent it to Ekron. And at that point, the Philistines made the decision, we need to send this back to the Israelites, and they sent it up the Sorek Valley.
It is so gorgeous right here. Just beyond here as you move east, it's still very fertile. Why would the Philistines want to continue heading east into the Jordan Rift Valley?
Well, like any nation of that time, they want to expand their borders and they want to control more people. And of course, if they were able to conquer the Israelites, they would use them as slaves for their own good.
Not only do we know where a lot of the major events took place on the Israel side of things, but even their enemies, they're historically grounded and rooted. We know where their locations were.
The best way to understand the full relationship between the Philistines and the Israelites is to not only know the people, but also know the geography. And probably the best way to do that is to get above it.
To understand a lot of the time of the United Kingdom, I think it's important to understand the geography as well. And of course, there's really no better place to do that than from the air. And so what we're going to do, Jeremy, is we're going to head over the Shpela, which was an area between the coastal plain and the hill country. It was the border area between the Philistines, who lived in the coastal plain, and the Israelites, which lived up in the hill country. There was not very many ways of getting from the Mediterranean Sea, for instance, up to Jerusalem. So those small valleys in the Shpela were extremely important.
Whoever controlled the valley controlled the access.
That's exactly right. And that just jumps out at you when you see it from this perspective. We're looking west down the Sorek Valley. The Philistines, after wanting to return the ark back to the Israelites, put it on 2 milk cows on a cart up this valley. The citizens of Beth Shemesh saw the cart coming down the valley and went down there and got it. Just south of the Sorek Valley, we're coming up on the Elah Valley. Yeah, it's raining down here in the Elah Valley.
Not able to do Elah right now?
Not right now.
I can take you to Jerusalem if you want.
Yeah, let's do Jerusalem.
Jerusalem? Okay.
Yeah.
וויסקי פאפ, אנחנו נמשיך לכיוון ירושלים ולאחר מכן נחזור לכאן בגלל...
513, ישראל מסתק 9. Okay, we are approaching the old city of Jerusalem. Okay, we're flying almost directly over the city of David right now, which was the original Jebusite city that David and Joab conquered.
Wow. Wow, I see it.
The Dome of the Rock, of course, sitting on top of the Temple Mount.
It's amazing to see the landscape change, the topography change so quickly.
This land is so small. I mean, it's only 40 to 50 miles wide and, about 150 miles from Dan to Beersheba. But the differences in elevation and contours of the land is quite striking. Try for the Elah Valley?
Continue?
Yes.
Okay.
The Elah Valley goes from east to west. You can see the entire battlefield right here. The Philistines were on the hill on this side of the valley. The Israelites were on the opposite side on that hill. You can see the valley there below us with the brook running through the valley. This is the brook that David would have picked up his 5 smooth stones when he went out to fight against Goliath. But this is a beautiful, beautiful view of the Elah Valley.
That's an incredible perspective right there.
Where this famous battle took place.
Yeah.
Okay, in just a minute, we're going to come up on ancient Gath. Gath, of course, was the hometown of Goliath. It's kind of ironic to think about that Goliath, as a young boy, may have played in the Elah Brook, which was the same brook that David chose stones out of that later killed him.
was so helpful to meet Scott and to go to an actual archaeological dig and see how the archaeological process works. Then to go to the IAA warehouse and seeing everything they've got there.
I loved how organized that place was.
There's just so much there that I think speaks to the period of the judges leading up to the United Kingdom. And seeing Ashdod and realize that not just the Israelites left a footprint here in the land, but even the enemies that they fought, the Philistines, left footprints in all of those cities. The plane ride gave a perspective, just like you said, that you really needed to get above and see how the valleys moved, to see which way the roads went. All of that together acts as evidence that corroborates the first several chapters of 1 Samuel as the period of Judges winds down. The United Kingdom history transitions from the Judges to the Kings, where Samuel supposedly anoints this Benjamite named Saul. Is there any evidence that points to the existence of the kings of Israel specifically?
Yeah, I believe there is. I can think of 3 or 4 places that you will enjoy going to. In fact, one of them is the location of one of the most famous stories in the Bible.
For Israel, Gilgal became a significant location, but it's not something that we know exactly where it is.
We know that it was northeast of Jericho somewhere, probably 3 to 5 miles. There was another Gilgal that was especially associated with Elijah and Elisha that probably was not this same location. It was probably up in the hill country. Among the things that they remember from this location is there was the original landing point. When they crossed the Jordan River, which sits about 2 to 3 miles to our east, this was where they camped for a long time. The word Gilgal literally means a circle of stones, and a lot of times those were used in religious practices.
And some people speculate, since it was a place of circular stones, some place that was more of a sacrificial site, it makes sense that we might not have as much to find. To imagine Moses being on the other side on Mount Nebo looking in, and to imagine all of those Israelites crossing the Jordan across a dry riverbed and setting up memorial stones that came from the bottom of the riverbed, you understand what a historical national monument just the spot would have been. And so it makes sense that the place of primary sacrifice for their first king was at that spot.
Samuel would rotate between Ramah and Mizpah and Bethel and Gilgal as he did his yearly duties. Saul was told by Samuel that there was going to come a time in which he was going to need to meet him here and to wait on him so that Samuel could offer sacrifice. Saul waited and waited and waited, and when Samuel didn't come quick enough for Saul, he went ahead and offered a sacrifice.
At that sacrifice, Samuel proclaimed something very strong against Saul.
Samuel actually told Saul that he was going to take the kingdom away from his family and he was going to look for a man after God's own heart.
I think there are personal lessons that we can all learn from Saul and the mistakes that he made, where we get ahead of God, whether out of fear or desperation. We don't wait. And so we act out on our own and try to solve our problems in ways other than what God has instructed.
Later in Saul's life, Samuel had given him the instruction to utterly destroy the Amalekites. When Samuel arrived here at Gilgal, Saul had saved King Agag and a number of the best cattle. This did not sit well with Samuel.
Well, he had disobeyed God's instruction, and he'd failed to finish the battle. And Samuel actually picks up a sword, and he's the one who kills King Agag at Gilgal on the spot.
And it was at this point when Samuel and Saul parted ways. It mentions in the Bible that Samuel never saw Saul again.
And it was a dramatic parting. I mean, when Samuel explained to him that the kingdom had been removed from him and that God was going to be looking for somebody else, Saul clung to him, tore his robe. Samuel used it as an object lesson. Just like you've torn my robe, God's torn the kingdom away from you. I think it's fitting when we're talking about Saul to come to a place like Gilgal where we're not exactly sure where it is, because there were some things that he did for the kingdom that were positive. He was the first national ruler. He was the first one to try to take the military out and to transition from the judges to a king. But in a lot of ways, his kingship was temporary. And so just like Gilgal, we're not exactly sure where that was. That's kind of Saul. My personal opinion is that the text indicates he was always ill-suited to be a ruler. And it seems to hint that God gave them the ruler they deserved. They had rejected him, and God was going to give them a leader that was suited to helping them learn that they needed to rely on him. Things really didn't start to progress until you get to David. After God rejected Saul at Gilgal, God sent Samuel to anoint somebody else, a man after his own heart. And he sent him to the home of Jesse the Bethlehemite, so someone that lived in Bethlehem. Samuel was afraid that Saul would hunt him down when he found out that he was going to anoint another king. God actually gave Samuel a cover story of going down and offering a sacrifice with this family. They went through 7 of Jesse's sons, didn't find the right one, and Jesse ends up explaining that he's got one more son who's out in the field taking care of the sheep.
And that's exactly where they found David. David would have been out in an area just like this.
I'm seeing these little paths cutting through the field. What are those?
Well, those are actually paths caused by the sheep as they walk through here. Shepherds still bring their sheep to these hillsides even today.
This is not what I would have pictured a field to look like.
We often have the idea of pasture land and where you would take sheep to graze as being nice and lush and green, but we're in the hill country of Judah, and this is the area where people would have been.
I don't think it's an overstatement to talk about how formative David's time was as a shepherd as a young man. You know, he references the lessons he learned taking care of his sheep and defending them when he's explaining to Saul, look, God took care of me fighting off a lion and a bear. He's going to take care of me as I go out and fight this Philistine. He refers to David as the shepherd of Israel, how he took him from shepherding sheep to shepherd his people.
And it's interesting too that once you get to the New Testament that Jesus pulls that imagery to talk about himself. And he says, I am the good shepherd. Of course, a good shepherd, just like David would have been, would know how to take care of his sheep and know how to provide for them and protect them.
We've seen them responding to their shepherd's call. You know, he'll whistle, he'll click, he'll have an instruction, and they turn and they pay attention. Taking care of animals is not always a glamorous job. You know, it's smelly, it can get dirty, you're out in the open. It was that kind of responsibility that God used to get David ready for leading the kingdom. The occupation of a shepherd hasn't changed from David's time to now. Same country, same hillsides, same type of pastures, same trails. The Bible knows what it's talking about. As it describes this millennia-old occupation that was so formative, it just really helped to visualize that. It makes it come alive. After Saul was rejected by God and Samuel, You try to imagine how much turmoil he must have felt, trying to figure out when his time as king of Israel would be over. Samuel, in secret, anoints David, but he hasn't been installed as a king yet. Saul is trying to fight these battles with the Philistines, wondering when he's going to be replaced.
And that brings us to one of the most famous stories in all of the Old Testament, as we walk beside a brook in the Valley of Elah. If I were to ask someone, tell me the story of David and Goliath, they would tell me that there was this giant, he came and fought against the Israelites, and it was a wonderful opportunity to show the faith of David. And they would be exactly right. That's the right story. But the Bible tells it a little bit differently. The Bible scopes it in geography. In 1 Samuel 17, it starts off and says, "Now the Philistines gathered their armies for battle, and so they were gathered at Soka, which belongs to Judah, and Soka is located just along that ridge over there on the eastern end of the valley. And they encamped between Soka and Azekah. Now Azekah sits just around the corner here. So we are in between Soka and Azekah. It said Saul and the men of Israel were gathered and encamped in the valley of Elah and drew up a line of battle against the Philistines. The Philistines stood on the mountain on one side, that mountain over there, and Israel stood on the mountain on the other side with a valley in between them. And that's how the Bible sets up this story. Then it introduces the main characters of the story.
Well, then later on we know that when David finally went down to battle with Goliath, he didn't use any of Saul's armor or his sword, but he crosses a brook and picks up 5 smooth stones.
Right, and of course we just crossed the brook ourselves right here below us.
So he would have come down from the Israelite camp, crossed that brook, and then gone down into the valley.
That's exactly right. Then David came out here and faced the giant, and I believe at that point he gives one of the most moving speeches that's in all of the Bible. In 1 Samuel 17, after Goliath has taunted him, it says in verse 45, "Then David said to the Philistine, 'You come to me with a sword and a spear and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you down and cut off your head. I will give the dead bodies of the host of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air and to the beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel, that all this assembly may know that the Lord saves not with sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hand.'" Such a beautiful speech, and of course we know that as soon as he finished that, he took one of those stones, put it in his sling, and killed Goliath.
It's obvious reading that and sharing that is a very emotional thing. Does it hit you more to read that here in the valley?
There's something about coming to this exact location and rereading it again. When I read this passage, I often think about my own life. And there are times in my life I wish I had the faith to stand up to things that trouble me and things that taunt me in life. It's obvious that David was able to face this person who was much bigger than him, but he knew where his faith was, and he knew, based on past experiences with God, that he was going to be the victor here, as with anybody if God's on their side.
I think everybody who reads the story of David and Goliath feels that way. That there are moments where we wish we had demonstrated the faith of David in overcoming obstacles and trusting in God, not just having faith in general, but trusting that God would deliver us and that he would respond. But in the development of the context of 1 Samuel and the United Kingdom, you've got this incredible transition happening between Saul and David. You have the king who's giving his garments, his armor, to somebody else. You've got David who ends up using a shepherd's sling as his weapon of choice, but it was Saul's tribe, the Benjamites, that were renowned for their accuracy with a sling. So David's using Saul's tribe's weapon to take down this giant. It should have been Saul down there, but he didn't do it. The writer of 1 Samuel is establishing David as Saul's replacement. He's the next anointed, he's the next king. And to be here, it's not just another story, it's not just another myth. It fits the geography of the land, and he puts so much attention and detail into that to help us establish that. Every culture lionizes its heroes. They glorify and exaggerate facts. It's easy to think, and I know that there are skeptics who do, they read the David and Goliath story and think, well, that's just so made up. But with what Barry pointed out, it's so rooted in accurate geography, even subtle details in this quest for, was this real? Did it actually happen? It fits the history of the period between the Philistines and the Israelites. The entire world is familiar with the David and Goliath story. From a literary perspective, it's powerful because in David's speech, he emphasizes, he already knows that people are going to hear about the next couple of minutes for the rest of history. And he wants them to understand something about God from it, not something about him. The reason that Goliath went down was because God helped David do that. And the God of Israel, the Yahweh of Israel, was the true and living God.
Walking around here in the valley is a really neat way to experience it. But there's also other vantage points as well. I want to take you to a hillside where the Israelites were encamped. There's a site up there called Khirbet Kiapa. They've done some recent excavation work there from the time of David. And I think from there we can get a much better visual image of the entire area, although it's a little bit more difficult to get to.
Imagine the fight and the people sitting up there and watch.
Right.
In a minute we're gonna climb to Kayafa. It's the time of David.
Is that the road we're going up? Oh man, that is so beautiful.
One of the reasons why we wanted to come up here was to see this beautiful view of the Elah Valley. The Philistines, of course, would have been on that side, the Israelites on this side, and you can see how the whole battle would have happened right here in front of you. If you can imagine, for 40 days, Goliath coming out of those hills and standing right down there, they could have easily hurt him.
David goes down and slays Goliath. The Philistines have officially lost, but then the Israelites rush down the side to follow David, and they chase the Philistines toward Gath.
They do, and it says that they fell on the way to Sha'arim. The question is where is Sha'arim? We're not 100% sure, but the word Sha'arim in Hebrew means two gates. When they dug here at Khirbet Kiapa, this city actually has two gates. And so it's probable that the place where the Philistines were killed were along this road between Khirbet Kiapa and Gath.
What other value is there to coming up here besides just the view?
A lot of the things they found here are unique, and they're unique to the time of King David, and they're unique to Judean cities. For instance, come on into this room right here, let me show you something. All of these cities had casemate walls, and what you have here are a double set of walls that surround the entire part of the city, but you'll see this gap here in the middle. Well, this gap could be used as an extra room or a storage room. However, in the event that they were attacked, they could fill this with even personal items, but debris and everything, and that would give a huge, thick wall to protect them.
So what you're saying is this type of wall, built during David's reign, there are so many things they found here that are dated to that period in the Iron Age, that this is evidence that David was a ruler of more than just a tribal area, that he was a monarch. It wasn't just that he was ruling from Jerusalem. There are cities, walled cities, fortified cities, outside of where he was living.
That's exactly like what we read in the Bible.
to stand on top of this city and overlooking one of his greatest moments of victory. There was a wheat field and there was a vineyard, there was an olive grove. To see the sun moving across that, it just felt so grand. That was pretty special. When you read about David being pursued by Saul and he moves from place to place to place, the forests of Hereth or over to Moab to ask the king there to keep his parents safe. He's a fugitive trying to stay one step ahead of him. But this is a decade-long pursuit. There's a lot that happens in between David killing Goliath and him hiding out in a cave. Saul sent soldiers after him a couple different times. He fled to the priests at Nob. He hid out in Gath, Goliath's hometown, and eventually he goes to the cave of Adullam.
If he were to go from Gath to the cave of Adullam, which is what he did, he would have had to walk through the valley of Elah. I wonder what went through his mind. I mean, just prior to this, that was the location where he had been praised because of what he did, and now he's on the run. The caves of Adullam sit in a fairly remote part of the country. I think that's probably one of the reasons why he came out here. He knew that he would be at least temporarily secluded from King Saul and his men that were chasing him.
Wow, this is incredible.
It is so much larger in here than I expected.
There are caves heading off in that direction. There's caves heading off in this direction. I can see light down here, so there must be another opening down there somewhere. This is the perfect place for David to hide. He's up high. He could easily go outside this cave. He could see for miles around him.
A natural fortified location. How deep does this cave system go?
You know, I have no idea. You want to go find out?
It looks like the walls have been built up and reinforced.
Right, they may have been filled in. This may have been more open during the time of David.
Oh, surely to fit all those people.
That's right.
David's time here at the cave of Adullam was very short, and only a couple of verses in 1 Samuel 22 that mention that. Even though it's mentioned so briefly, obviously it makes sense why he came here. Look at how much this opens up in here.
This is huge.
another tunnel leading out. There are little nooks and crannies all over the place. There's a place for a millstone, a small millstone.
Hey, look over here. Look over here.
Wow. It looks like an entrance.
How deep does it go?
It looks like the wall used to continue around. Maybe it's been backfilled. But the cave continues on the other side.
There's just room after room.
Oh man. Look at this.
Oh my.
It was surreal to think about this being the spot where David hid out, and to wonder which of these entrances was the one that he used every day. Which of these places was the place where he slept? And to think about this cavern being filled up with the people that had come to him, with the soldiers, his mighty men. Could 400 people really have met up with David and hid out here? Once you got into the cave system, it could easily house as many people as the text says that came and united with David here. It felt like we had gone through a time warp back to that day, and you might see David walking around at any moment. After David left Adullam and hid his parents in Moab, he kept moving around.
That's right. We are on the edge of the Judean wilderness. This part of the country only gets about 4 to 5 inches of rain per year. So it had been very important for David and his men to find water, which is why they came here to the streams of En-Gedi.
I would never imagine being in a place so arid as the Judean wilderness and then seeing a waterfall with a stream like this gurgling through.
It's a beautiful place, and of course you can see even here in the middle of the summer, water still comes through here. Take a look at this place. This is very similar to the caves of Adullam in the fact that it's remote. In addition to that, he had a layer of protection here. He would have been able to see when people were coming. The most important thing, of course, is the water. As you walk around this area, you can see for miles, this is the only place where water is. And so water continually funnels through the wilderness of Judea into this narrow valley that comes through En-Gedi. During the rainy times of the year, the water can be actually much higher than we are right now. In fact, you can see some of the markings and stuff on the wall where the water has been up that high during the wet season.
Again, Barry has taken us to a place that the Bible describes David going to during Saul's pursuit of him, and it's not some random place. It makes sense that he went there, and it makes sense why he went there. It's a real place, and you can walk up that canyon yourself. It was at En-Gedi that Saul heard David was there. He brings his troops down, and he needs to take care of some business. Goes into a cave. It just happens to be the cave where David and his men are hiding. He had the peer pressure of his soldiers saying, God has given you a moment. God has provided an opportunity for you to eliminate the opposition. And David goes as far as to cut the king's robe, just the corner of it. And then guilt overcomes him, and he goes out after Saul leaves the cave to let him know, look, your life was in my hands. I could have removed you if I wanted to. For 10 years, David was on the run, trying to keep from being killed by Saul. And it would have been so tempting to cut all of that short by eliminating him in that cave.
He knew this was his opportunity to get back at Saul. But I appreciate David's attitude in the whole thing. Through all of this, he recognized that Saul was the king. He was the king chosen by God. David was a man after God's own heart. He had honor for the king, even though he was in the situation that he was in.
Reading through 1 Samuel, you start to see some really strong contrasts between who God allowed to be king first with who he rose up to be king second. And I think this final battle at Mount Gilboa is the pinnacle of that. At approximately the same time, you have two battles going on. You've got the battle here in the valley, and then you've got David, whose family has just been kidnapped from Ziklag. And they both have to make a decision. How do we figure out what we're going to do? And Saul tries to communicate with the Lord, but the Lord's not responding to him anymore. David, when he gets to Ziklag, he appeals to God and says, should I pursue these attackers? And so you've got this contrast that here's this final downfall of Saul as a king, and simultaneously David, after 10 years of running, is raised up to serve as this new king who's going to expand and stabilize Israel. The battle that is described in 1 Samuel mentions a lot of different geographical locations.
Saul died right here. This is where the end of his life happened. And one of the things I love about the Bible is the geographical accuracy. And you can actually see that here. It mentions at the end of 1 Samuel, the Philistines were encamped at Shunem, which sits at the base of the hill of Moreh across the valley. The Israelites were encamped over here on Gilboa. And the night before, Saul wanted to talk to a medium over in Endor. Endor is just on the eastern side of the hill of Moreh. If you think about that, he went over there at night in disguise, but he had to go around the Philistine army just to get there.
To look down on the valley and have the battle drawn out. This is where people moved, and this is where Saul went at night and snuck around the army and then came back around. You can sense his desperation. What king would do that? The king is the high target in any battle, but he's willing to risk himself at night before the battle starts to try to get someone to tell him what's going to happen, even though Samuel's already told him.
The battle ensued, and that battle took place somewhere between here and the hill of Moreh.
Saul is moving back this way. So as the Philistines are defeating the Israelites are retreating, or maybe trying to get to high ground, coming and moving up Mount Gilboa. Saul takes an arrow, and then he falls on his sword, and then an Amalekite is coming along. Saul asks him to kill him before the Philistines find him, and that's how he dies. And so it all just continues moving this way.
Then his body, as well as the body of his three sons, were taken to Bethshan, and those bodies were hung on the wall of Bethshan.
It was an Israelite city, but it was occupied by the Philistines. They had worked their way that far into the valley.
And the citizens of Jabesh Gilead found out about it, and they came from Jabesh Gilead, which is about 30 miles in that direction, took the bodies down, took them over to Jabesh, burned the bodies, and then buried the bones.
I think the author of 1 Samuel, in relating the history of the death of Saul, really wants us to feel the tragedy of what had happened. You know, Saul was selected in a moment of rebellion on the part of Israel. They were rejecting the judges, they were rejecting Samuel as a prophet, and they wanted a king to fight their battles. They wanted a king like the other nations. And so God gave them what they wanted, not necessarily what they needed. From the get-go, Saul was pretty unimpressive. To see him just so tragically fail and fall here, it's chilling to sit in this spot and to think about that. When we talk about geography and all of the places in the biblical narrative, that seems to fit and to back up what the story says. Coming to these places and seeing where they are and seeing the movement, all of that reinforces the reliability of the text. After David got the news of Saul dying on Mount Gilboa, he ends up being installed as king. He's been chased for over a decade, and so there's a part of him that's probably elated that finally he's getting to do what God set him apart to do. They're setting up some permanent roots, but at the same time, it came at a terrible cost. His father-in-law, the Lord's first anointed, and his best friend, Jonathan, have lost their life. You see that heartbreak when you read his beautiful song, mourning the loss of the Lord's anointed. You see that conflict in him just before he moves to Hebron.
Now, Hebron is actually in the West Bank, and so the situation down there isn't quite as stable as where we have been. And so we'll just have to see what it's like when we get down there. Just pull right over here.
There are two people that are just indispensable to us traveling over here. One of them is our driver, Fauzi, who's just spectacular. And the second is Gus, our guide. And they jumped out and spoke to some of the kids in the yard in the front of the house, and they said, yeah, you can come use our side yard. And so we went around trying to get our perspective, and while he's doing that, the wife of the family sent Fauzi out with a platter to serve us hot tea. They just brought us hot tea from inside the house. It smells delicious.
It does.
Thank you, Fauzi.
You're welcome.
The hospitality here is amazing.
So kind. People are so kind everywhere. Boy, it's good.
Sweet?
Yeah. I'm not really a big fan of hot tea, but this is really good. On the way here, we talked to our guide and our driver. Both of them advised us against going into Hebron, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we can see the city of Hebron from this standpoint. You can see it up there on the hill. It's over 200,000 people. It's one of the largest cities in the West Bank.
The transition to a centralized government really accelerates here. I mean, he moves into Hebron and probably moves about 1,000 people into the city. They didn't all fit. Some of them had to move into the surrounding areas.
It's interesting too, when David asked God, where do you want me to go? God specifically says, go up to Hebron. And I don't know if you noticed it, as we drove here, we're really up in the hills. Hebron is over 3,000 feet in elevation. And so it's one of the highest cities along the Central Mountain Range.
From the excavations that they've done, they found evidence of possible Israelite occupation during Iron Age. They seem to have found a lot of foot traffic that would have gone through the main square there, indicating that there had been an increased presence of people, collared rim jars that are associated with that period of time. They've found the possible remains of David's residence, but it's underneath a building and they haven't been able to dig that up. So there's some significant things at Hebron. As far as the development of the United Kingdom goes, Saul, the first king, made his hometown, Gibeah of Benjamin, his capital. David chose to make his first capital, Hebron, in Judah. But not all of the tribes acknowledged him initially as king. And so it makes sense. You see him choose a more neutral central location in Jerusalem, and it's right on the border of Benjamin and Judah. You see him thinking through, this is more than just my tribe. I'm a ruler over all the tribes. Something that you hear people say a lot as you travel around Israel is everything is political. There are a lot of conflicting ideas about how things should go, what belongs to whom. But the reality was, we rode up this hillside, there was this Palestinian family, and they welcomed us right onto their property. So what we thought was just going to be a quick stop ended up being this very hospitable visit by some folks who did not know us until we pulled up in their driveway. So on a day-to-day basis, there are just so many people from different ethnicities and religious backgrounds that do get along, and they do make it work, and they just try to be very respectful of each other and their differences. Seeing both En-Gedi and the Caves of Adullam, you get the sense that David selected his hiding places from Saul very intentionally. They gave him some type of advantage or provided some type of very needed resource in each place. And the view from Adullam was just incredible.
That's right, and both places are so remote, that gave him kind of a strategic advantage as well.
And then being on Mount Gilboa, the text is very specific about Saul's movement that night. To stand on the top of the mountain and have you point out the exact same places, you could see them all from that one spot, and to know that that was the spot where the Bible describes him dying.
The accuracy of the Bible in a lot of stories, and especially that one, is so important.
And then to go to Hebron, where after David gets the news of Saul's death, after all this time of waiting, he finally becomes king and establishes his government there, and to realize everything that's been found there. They believe that there's evidence of a central government beginning there and just so many people thriving. That fits David in his first 7.5 years as king. So much of the text is devoted to David. There's so much more that describes his reign. Surely there's more. There's more evidence out there for David.
Well, there is. In fact, we know that David eventually moves his capital from Hebron to Jerusalem. Now, once we get to Jerusalem, there'll be a number of things inside the city I think you'll really enjoy. In fact, the story of how David conquered the city is really, really interesting. After ruling for 7 years in Hebron, David decided to move his capital to the city of Jerusalem. The problem was that the Jebusites were here, and so he needed a way to enter the city and capture it. He issued a challenge to his men, and he challenged them to go up the water shaft. The word in Hebrew is sinor. Sometimes it's translated as pipe, because he knew that would be an entrance into the city, and if they could get someone in there, they maybe have a chance of capturing the city. Joab volunteered for that and was able to successfully get in. For a long time, we didn't understand exactly what that meant in the Bible. But in 1867, a British explorer by the name of Charles Warren came to this land looking for different biblical archaeological sites. And he found this shaft. And he actually climbed up this shaft and discovered this whole tunnel system under here. And he proposed that this was probably the way that the citizens of the Jebusite city came to retrieve their water. And so he proposed that this is the pipe, the water shaft, the sinur that is mentioned in Scripture.
How do we know that this could be that shaft?
This may not have been the exact way that the people retrieved their water at the time, but this is the way Charles Warren came up. There are one or two other shafts in this area that Joab could have come up, but it would have been something very similar to this that would have given him access inside the city.
So it still fits the story, whether it was this shaft or another shaft. There was something just like this that Joab would have come up to help capture the Jebusite city.
That's right.
Why would David ask Joab or one of his men to come up a water shaft in order to help capture a city?
Well, the city of Jerusalem, the ancient Jebusite city, sat on a little peninsula of land that was surrounded by the Kidron, Hinnom, and Central valleys. So it was very defensible. It was very hard to attack the city. I think that's one of the reasons why David wanted the city. There was going to have to be something secret to happen. And as you can see, it wouldn't be very easy to get here. Only one man could come up here. You couldn't pull a whole army. And so probably Joab came up a shaft like this, then was able to open the door and allow the army in.
So it was a very defensible position. Some people have described this spot as the true foundation for the nation of Israel and for the city of Jerusalem itself. You know, most people look at the Temple Mount and they think, that's Jerusalem. Well, it became that, especially during the days of King Herod. But when you come back to the United Kingdom, Saul did a little bit, but David really coalesced the nation around him. It's incredible. It sends chills down your spine to think about. This marks the beginning of that.
And it all started with Joab coming up a shaft like this and capturing the city.
I don't think you can overstate the importance of going down to Warren's Shaft or even the discovery of it. There are so many battles and so many cities that are conquered in Canaan by the Israelites. But to have one that's so uniquely conquered, where you climb up through a water shaft, you know, archaeology plays such an important role in helping us understand how legitimate the biblical text is and how accurate the biblical text is. In this spot, from the Gihon Spring, there was water that the city accessed through these tunnels. To have that detail and then to have a place like that found that fits the description was just invaluable. Going underground and exploring the shaft that Warren found and thinking about Joab going up and helping David conquer the city. I think about going back to our conversation with Scott and thinking about the development of weaponry. In 1 Samuel, the text specifies that the Philistines kept the Israelites from working with metals, that there was no blacksmith in Israel. And if they even wanted to sharpen their farm implements, they had to go to the Philistines to get that done. That makes sense with the rest of what we read in 1 Samuel, where it really emphasizes the weapons that Goliath uses, or the shortage of weaponry. At one point, only Saul and Jonathan are the ones with weapons. You can see the development of arrow tips, spearheads, things that are coming out of that layer of archaeology. Scott put forward the possibility that during David's time where he was hiding out with the Philistines, he actually figured out or discovered that technology and brought it with him. And you start to see that become more prolific during the time of the United Kingdom. Is there extra biblical evidence for the existence of David and his kingdom? Evidence outside of the biblical text?
Well, honestly, there's not a lot. However, in 1993 and 94, a couple of archaeologists who were digging up at Tel Dan found 3 pieces of stone that when they put it together, it seems to have been written by King Hazael from Aram. And he's describing a battle in which he has defeated the kings of Israel and Judah. However, he doesn't refer to Judah as Judah. He refers to it as the house of David.
Now, when do they date this?
About 150 to 200 years after King David lived.
So the value of this is that there's a foreign king who has defeated the southern kingdom of Judah centuries after David actually lived, but he still refers to the kingdom as the house of David. That would be evidence that David was more than just a city leader or a tribal leader, that he had authority over a much larger area.
From his vantage point, he sees the whole kingdom of Judah as being David's family.
And he has no reason to try to substantiate whether David existed or not.
Right.
He's just stating what he knows to be true.
That's exactly right.
That kingdom was referred to by the house of David.
I think it'd be beneficial for us to return to the city of David. Just within the last couple of decades, they've done some great archaeological work there, and they think they've uncovered part of King David's palace.
The current modern Jerusalem just sprawls all over these hills, across these valleys. Most people, when they enter the city, they have this picture of this bird's eye view from the Mount of Olives looking down, and you see the Temple Mount. But that wasn't there with the city of David. You're talking less than 3,000 people. And so really with the city of David, you have this seed of Israel starting as a nation and growing out from its capital.
We are in the city of David, the true location of the ancient biblical Jerusalem. And you can see around us the tourists coming, just exploring again this amazing
Active place. It's a very active place.
We are standing in the palace area. Up till 150 years ago, we didn't know where the city was. Everybody thought that the ancient biblical Jerusalem lies within the confines of the old city. It's only when Charles Warren, by accident, came and he discovered the place that he realized, but listen, this is the actual location of the ancient city.
Archaeologically, how do you establish that this was the palace? How do we know that?
We cannot say 100% that this is the palace.
Right.
This is how archaeology works.
Right.
Unless you find something that is written, David was here,
right,
you cannot say that.
Right.
Elat Mazar, she came and she said to us, guys, I think that this is the location of the palace of King David, and we need to dig down. And we said to her, but we did dig down. She said, you didn't dig deep enough. And we said to her, okay, we are willing to go, but you have to tell us why. And she said to us, 60 years ago, a woman named Kathleen Kenyon found a capital broken into in a landslide, and that capital, it's a Phoenician style. Phoenicia is the modern day Lebanon. It dates back 3,000 years, and when I opened my Bible, she said, I read about a king, Hiram of Tyre, and he came and he helped David to build his house, Solomon to build his house, and to ultimately to build the house of God. The second thing is we found houses built into the walls of the ancient city dating back to the first temple period. And that means that we are very close to some kind of citadel here. Within those houses we found furniture, and that furniture dates back 3,000 years. The third reason is the city itself lies between two valleys. We have the Kidron Valley, you guys can see it on that side, and at the back of me another. Between these valleys we have the city situated. Very difficult to take the city. So difficult that the Jebusite king said, not gonna happen. Elat Mazar, she said, on the north side it is level. It means that you're gonna have to put something here to keep the city safe.
Yeah. She came with her Bible in hand and kept reading it and referring to it and looking for reference points and kept finding those reference points as she dug.
I think that's very important. If you want to find the Bible and what's written in the Bible, you have to go to the Bible,
That's
right?
Well, I'm very grateful for her approach.
So are we.
Very grateful.
What's going on currently around this site?
Full-time excavations going on all the time. We started a project with the name Jerusalem Watch, and through that people can actually support the excavations here. You can become part of getting the buckets on the ground so that we can absolutely expose the complete blueprint of the city to the world. So we have a big building, right? How do we say that it's the palace? In 2005, we found a very important seal. 3 years later, we also found another seal. And these two seals are very, very important. Two seals that appears in the same book in the Bible, Jeremiah, in the same chapter, in the same verse, back to each other. Gedaliah ben Pashur, Yuchal ben Shelemiah. Written in the Bible, written on the seals. So that tells us that we are in the governmental area of that time. The time of King David dates back 3,000 years, the time of these guys 2,800 years. And we know that in that time, this was the governmental seat of the city itself.
How does it make you feel to stand in a place like this where such an important point in Israel's history happens.
This city brings the Bible to life 360 degrees. The city of David, Jerusalem itself, leads in the fact that there is unequivocal proof that there is a connection to the Bible. In front of us we can see a wall. It's this wall that led us to find the place here, and we can get a better vantage point of the palace area if we go to that side.
When you see the size of the walls, you can imagine how difficult that must have been for people to try to come and capture the city. And you understand why David would have sent Joab up through the water shaft to get inside.
Correct. If you go down, this even go down more to the Kidron Valley over there, and that's why the city was so difficult to take.
The city of David is such a great location strategically. You have the military fortifications. He's up high, he's surrounded by mountains. And when you talk about Iron Age cities, they're developing the fortifications, they're developing the fortified cities. You're getting more cities with walls. They're becoming less and less nomadic as a people.
You can see a house built into the wall itself. These houses that we found date back to the First Temple period. This house belonged to Achiel. We know that because it was written in pottery that we found. This man, Achiel, was a very important person in the government as well. Firstly, his house is very close to the palace. Secondly, you can see his garage where he parked his donkeys. You can see two pillars over there with holes inside the pillars, and that's where he fastened the donkeys. But more than that, we found an ancient toilet. And for people like me in those days, you had to run a little bit further than your house to do certain things. Achiel had a toilet.
The luxury.
He had the luxury of that inside his house. Seeing houses built into the wall itself, we are reminded of the story of David and Bathsheba, when it says when the time comes when kings go out and fight, the men has to be out of the city, they have to go and fight, and the women come outside. Bathsheba was taking a bath, and now we can see where he was standing and how this whole story played itself out.
Talking about David and Bathsheba is a hard thing to do. When you contrast David with Saul, he's just so starkly different. He's so much closer to God. He's the one described as the man after God's own heart. And then you get this incident where he chooses to take another man's wife to the point that to cover it up, he's willing to send that man into battle and have everyone step back so that he dies. So he has a valid reason to marry this widow so that he can adopt his unborn child. You know, that just seems so out of character for David. But the truth is, it highlights that he was a real man and he made mistakes. In many ways, he's more relatable. He also repented of those things. There were real-life consequences. When he was confronted, as opposed to Saul, he repents and he responds. He doesn't make excuses. He takes responsibility. He's such a model for how to respond when your sin catches you and when you're found out.
We are reminded of the story when Absalom was chasing his father, when he wanted the throne, when he wanted to rule. It says in the Bible that David had to come out with the whole party. He brought the ark out and then he sent it back. And they walked through the valley over there and he went up the Mount of Olives. If you look across from where we're standing in the village over there, in the bedrock you can see that there are tombs. We know that that was an ancient cemetery. So, what do we put together here? David writes in Psalm 23, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because your rod and your staff, they will protect me. We also spoke about the hills surrounding Jerusalem. Where we're standing, you can see how the hills surround Jerusalem, and that he wrote, as the hills surround Jerusalem, so God surrounds his people.
To the people that question whether there really was a David or a Solomon, you're standing here and you're looking at where they lived, and you're looking at where the Bible says so many things took place with great specificity. It talks about the routes they took and the places they were, and it's easy to realize that's rooted in reality. What Honorina shared about what's going on at the city of David was just fascinating, but a huge part of the United Kingdom story is the temple that David stockpiled for and Solomon ended up building. Is there anything archaeologically that we can see that connects to that?
Well, digging's not allowed on the Temple Mount now. However, a number of years ago, an unfortunate event happened, but it opened up some really unique opportunities for us. Once David and Bathsheba learned that Adonijah was trying to anoint himself king down in En-Rogel, they put Solomon on the king's donkey and brought him down to the Gihon spring. And what you're looking at below us is the Canaanite pool, dates back 3,800 years, 800 years prior to King David. And many archaeologists believe that this is where the water pooled up from the Gihon spring, and this is where Solomon was anointed king. If you listen, you can kind of hear the water still coming out of the Gihon spring as it travels down the tunnel.
They believe that this pool was in use a long time for the Canaanites and the Jebusites before David made Jerusalem his capital.
Because this has been in the same spot for 3,800 years, we're highly confident that this is the location of where King Solomon was anointed third king of Israel. David was getting old, and he had not formally named his successor. And one of his sons, Adonijah, decided to take that job on for himself.
Over in 1 Kings 1, Adonijah is trying to stage a coup, and he and his friends have gone down to a place called En-Rogel. Where is that in this landscape?
It's located right at the bottom of the hill right down there, and that's where Adonijah had his feast. He had priests down there and either generals for his army, and he was trying to proclaim himself as king.
Nathan and Bathsheba come to David and let him know what's going on. His health has been failing. He's not as aware of what's going on. And when he hears about it, he sends Zadok the priest and Nathan and his son Solomon on his donkey down to the Gihon spring, where he would be anointed as the next king.
That's correct. Now, what's interesting about that, here are all the people that are around here.
Yeah.
This is a very public place, and the sound just kind of reverberates through this valley. Well, the Bible tells us that when that occurred, they heard the trumpets and the people were cheering, and that sound reverberated down the valley, and the party that was going on with Adonijah, they heard that. And a messenger came from this area down to En-Rogel and said, Solomon has now been appointed the king.
Imagine how Adonijah felt when he heard that in the middle of what he was trying to attempt. And when he gets that message, he rushes back up the hill to where they worshiped and grabbed the horns of the altar, trying to keep Solomon from killing him for trying to take his place. Saul was the first anointed king, and when it was finally time to anoint him publicly, he was found hiding in the luggage. He wasn't really fit and ready to do what God needed him to do. When David's anointed, that's done pretty privately, just with his family, and then he has to wait more than a decade before he's publicly anointed. And this is the first time in the monarchy where the kingship is being passed from father to son. Adonijah is trying to supplant that. You've got this attempted coup, and Solomon is anointed in a rush, but still it's public enough that everyone hears and knows that it's happened. And so even in the process of their anointings, it changes. Even though you go from Saul to David and David to Solomon, and you seem to increase, the nation grows, it expands, it's still not the king that they're looking for. They're imperfect men, and they make mistakes. And even though there's been a prophesied king that's going to come, they're still waiting to see that in the historical record.
Once Solomon became king, he pushed the city up the hill so that he built the temple on the very top.
So with these layers of history, you've got the original Jebusite city that David captured. He expands that city to the point where it becomes Mount Zion, the city of David. But then Solomon takes it to a whole new level, and the city grows to the point where he has to continue moving up toward Mount Moriah.
That's right. He wanted to put the temple as high as he could in the city to give proper reverence to God.
The splendor of Solomon's temple was world-renowned from biblical accounts. We don't have that temple remaining. That was destroyed millennia ago. King Herod built the second temple. That's not even standing anymore. So when people talk about how do we know there was a Solomon? How do we know that he actually built anything? What's left?
I think we need to talk to people who are authorities on the matter. There have been some things found, and I think what's really interesting is how those things were found. Within recent years, there's a project that's been going on in Jerusalem in which they've been able to go through a lot of rubble that's been found underneath the Temple Mount. The lead archaeologist, Dr. Barkai, lives here in Jerusalem, and I think it'd be beneficial if we went and talked to him and see what we can learn from him.
In 1999, as a result of certain political developments, there was a criminal act taking place. I would call it an archaeological crime. A gigantic pit was dug without any scholarly supervision in the southeastern part of Temple Mount under the excuse of an emergency exit. They removed approximately 400 truckloads of earth. That earth was dumped in the Kidron Valley. From there, we moved the soil here. This is the place where the first stage of sifting took place.
How did you know that the earth had been moved from the Temple Mount?
We have eyewitnesses that followed the trucks and came there. A second way of proving it is via the internal contents of the soil. For example, we have several thousands of gilded wall mosaic tesserae which once decorated the Dome of the Rock. They could come only from the Temple Mount. We have even a seal of the Islamic Trust of the Temple Mount.
Dr. Barkai was able to take us down and explain that they currently process not only the fill that was brought over from the Temple Mount, but they also process and sift material from all sorts of archaeological sites around Israel.
This is the place where the larger stones are removed from the contents of the soil. This is done like this.
I see.
Every one bucket goes in here,
yes,
and it is subdivided into 3/3. The rest of the space in the bucket is taken by the water.
Okay.
1/3 soil, 2/3 water.
How long does it soak?
Several hours.
Several hours.
As you know, there are people that question whether the first kings of Israel were historical figures or legendary, and whether there's anything that we can tie to that period of time. And it sounds like that you have found some incredible things.
Listen, I'm a Jerusalemite for the last 68 years. I was not around some 3,000 years ago, so I cannot testify for David living here or being here. On the other hand, if I read the scriptures well, there are so many things there which seem to be a reality. I'm dealing with archaeology, I'm dealing with material culture. Solomon built an official compound made up of the king's palace, the construction of which took 13 years, There was the house of the forest of Lebanon, the house of Pharaoh's daughters, there was the great court, there was the other court, there was the house of the Lord. All that becomes alive when we sift through the material originating in the Temple Mount. We have abundance of pottery. We have a plethora of other finds from First Temple period. The period cannot be denied.
Yeah.
Again, I was not an eyewitness.
Right.
I didn't meet them personally, but meeting the material culture of their time and meeting the texts, I have the feeling as if I shook their hands. Temple Mount is the soul, heart, and spirit of the Jewish people. That is the place of traditionally the binding of Isaac by Abraham. That is the place purchased by David from the last Jebusite ruler of Jerusalem, Aravna. That is the place where David's son Solomon built the house of the Lord. And until this very day, all synagogues all around the world, they are directed towards the Temple Mount of Jerusalem. It is also the #1 archaeological site in this country, and maybe in the world. Nevertheless, it was not exposed to the spade of an archaeologist ever. So Jerusalem, which is one of the most excavated places upon earth, has a black hole. Altogether, in these 14 years of sifting, we have had over 500,000 finds. The vast majority of it is, of course, pottery, but pottery is datable. We have only, again, small finds. Those include jewelry, they include artifacts of ancient warfare, they include dice and playing pieces, they include coins in abundance. About 9% of the dated finds that we have are from First Temple period.
Amazing.
Our general work does not try to prove anything or to disprove anything. We are interested in whatever is found. We are interested in the facts and the conclusions that we can draw from the facts.
The difference in this project is nothing is situ. It's all been tumbled together.
That is correct, and that is a challenge.
Yeah.
The sifting project is the closest that we can get to a controlled archaeological excavation in the Temple Mount.
What's the most unique thing that stands out to you that you've found so far there?
The people. It is amazing. Children, elderly, students, religious, non-religious, ultra-religious, all kinds of types of people. And we have had people from all 4 corners of the world. We have had an incredible number of volunteers. They were about 250,000 people, which makes this project into the most exposed archaeological project in the world. To look into the eyes of a child who finds a coin which was not touched by somebody for 2,000 years, or to look into the eyes of an elderly person who realizes that he touches the sacred soil of the Temple Mount, and the excitement of these people, that is unparalleled. So the greatest discovery of mine was the people.
We're not able to go back and uncover Solomon's temple, and who knows if or when we'll be able to actually do any official archaeological work on the Temple Mount. But from that discarded dirt, the Temple Mount Sifting Project has been able to produce and discover some pretty impressive things. He was able to show us several pieces that dated back to David's time in a united kingdom. No one would have wanted what happened in 1999 to have happened. No one would have wanted that to have been disturbed. But it provided you an opportunity to find things like this. And after doing that for 14 years, what conclusions have you reached about what you have found and how it connects to the Davidic united monarchy?
Listen, I cannot prove through the finds anything. I cannot prove that there was a David, but we have indirect circumstantial evidence that there was much activity at that time. I'll tell you more than that. 5 years after the death of Solomon, In the days of Rehoboam, the country was attacked by Shishak, king of Egypt. Now, why would Shishak attack that place if it was a small village? That attack is documented in Egyptian sources. It would be impossible to assume that 5 years after Solomon, the Bible is historically correct, and 5 years earlier, all of it is fantasy, and all of that is fiction. That is beyond my logic.
There's another quote from an archaeologist, and I thought it was interesting, that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
I never ever draw any conclusion from absence of material. If you draw conclusions from the absence of material, you can come to the conclusion that the ancient caveman spoke on radio telephone because we didn't find the wires. That's anti-logical.
Dr. Barkai, it has been an honor to be with you. Thank you for sharing your office and your knowledge with us today.
The privilege is mine.
Dr. Barkai is just a wealth of knowledge. I mean, we could have spent days with him and still not exhausted his knowledge on the topics of archaeology in Israel. Having him explain the significance of what they've found and what it attests to was especially moving. I wish everybody who's trying to answer the question, was there really a Saul, David, and Solomon? I wish all of them could be in those labs. I wish all of them could see those artifacts be brought out. I wish all of them could meet the archaeologists that pulled them out of the ground. They're there and they're real. I think to ignore them is going to hinder anybody's honest search about the reality of the United Kingdom.
One of the things that came out of that period of time was literature and songs, music. Well, that brings us here to Qumran. Qumran sits on the northwest corner of the Dead Sea. You can see the Dead Sea spread out here before us. But behind us is the caves of Qumran. You can see a couple of the caves here, and there are more caves around the corner and throughout these hills. In 1946, a Bedouin shepherd stumbled into one of these caves and found a number of scrolls. And they began to inspect them, and they realized that there were scriptures written on them. They found portions of copies of every single book except for Esther. The scrolls actually went through a number of different hands, but today, if you want to, you can actually go and see them at the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. They have dated a number of these scrolls to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century BC. And so in particular, if you think about the time of the United Kingdom, these are copies of the originals that were only placed 700 or 800 years after their originals were written.
How many Old Testament manuscripts do we have?
We don't know the exact number, but they're in the thousands. Some of them are very small, but they can use those to piece together a much larger document. There are some books, though, for instance, the Isaiah scroll, in which we have an entire copy of that book available to us. For a number of authors that we appreciate, like Plato and Aristotle, we have less than a dozen copies. However, when it comes to the Hebrew Bible, we have thousands of copies of manuscripts. And because of that, we can have an even greater confidence that what we read today when we open up our Bible is accurate to the original writings.
And you think about what that should do for people. I mean, most historians don't question the authenticity of these other ancient works when they have less than a dozen copies, but it comes down to the Bible or the ancient Hebrew or even the ancient Greek text, and we have thousands, if not tens of thousands of copies. That should reinforce or bolster anybody's faith when they come to realize that. Qumran isn't a place that you would automatically think about David or Solomon or the United Monarchy, but we're told in the Bible Solomon wrote 3,000 proverbs, 1,001 songs. To go back to what does the text say, you need to have a reliable text. It's like building a house. You need to have an accurate blueprint. We can trust what we have. It's accurate, and it's accurate so many times over. And I think that's huge, especially for those of us in the West, especially for young people, college students, high school students, who in the West are being told, no, that's not a historical document, that's just a legendary document, or that's just a cultural document. The details are too specific just to be a cultural document. We find evidence in the archaeological record that fit what's in that document. We have so many copies from independent places around the globe that match. If you came to that question, can we trust the accuracy of the Bible, with an open mind, without bias, and just looked at it fairly, that you'd walk away with the conclusion, I can trust what that says.
These texts were written by the Essenes. Essenes were a Jewish sect, and they lived here at Qumran. And they had particular rooms in which they wrote a number of these documents that were later stored here in the caves. You can see the different rooms.
So this was someone's house.
Yeah.
It'd be such a stark contrast from one side to the other to be able to see the Judean hills over here, but then the Dead Sea over here.
Water is vital for their survival down here. As they collected the rainwater, it would come down this little trough and it would fall into this little bitty pool. Once the pool filled up, it would spill over into this larger cistern. In doing so, it leaves the sediment that was in the water in this smaller pool, so the water in the cistern was perfectly clean.
So it was an ancient filtration system.
Exactly.
I think it would surprise people to see how many ritual baths and all of the water that would have required.
And they would go through a ritual cleansing multiple times per day. And so the need for good clean water was important to them. And this could be used as a community room. You can see the seating all the way around here.
What this is explaining over here is this would have been for studying, and that they found a lot of oil lamps for light in this room.
The oil lamps could be easily set up here on these rocks to light the entire room here.
Why did the Essenes find such value in preserving these texts?
Well, I think they found value for the same reasons that we find value. You look at the Song of Solomon, it's a song about the love that he has for a woman. You look at the Proverbs. How often do I open up the Proverbs if I'm having some problem in life? I can find something there that I can use today.
Even Ecclesiastes Kohelet, the preacher, where he's answering this question of, is life meaningless or not? And he's answering, with God in view, it's not. Without God in the picture, it really feels like it's meaningless.
And of course, then we can look at the Psalms, and we use those same songs today in our praise to God.
A lot of people have the misconception that the Bible's very flat. But with this poetic literature, God is trying to evoke emotions. He's trying to get an emotional response to truth. The books that we're talking about that David and Solomon contributed to are rich, and God included that kind of text, and it was preserved, and those types of writings accomplished that. The people who lived during the reign of Saul, David, and Solomon, they were looking for a ruler. They knew that even from back in the days of Joseph, from Genesis, God had promised a ruler that was going to come from the tribe of Judah. All of these centuries, they've been looking for the Lord's anointed. And that's one of the reasons they got so excited when Saul was finally anointed, why they celebrated David, this man after God's own heart, who was by far an improvement over Saul, and the continuation of his kingship through Solomon and hopefully down through the line. To be on this side of history, we recognize that all of those prophecies were pointing to the true king, God's son, from the tribe of Judah, this man who took on flesh. That was part of what the people thought they saw in Jesus. They had a misconception about his kingdom. They didn't understand that it was a spiritual kingdom, but they recognized there's a king here. That's what they celebrated during the triumphal entry. It's what Pilate asked him about. Are you really the king of the Jews? It's the accusation that went above his cross. And so we recognize that Jesus is the prophesied king. We've been looking for evidences of the United Kingdom, but all of the men from that United Kingdom just foreshadowed the true king, Jesus. Having Barry bring me here has been so helpful to think about what's the most accurate, best way to answer that question. Is the United Monarchy something that has historical roots, or is it simply a myth or a legend? And I think coming here and seeing these places and speaking with these experts, hearing their experience, it helps increase my faith and trust in the biblical record. There's a quote from a book that's currently out of print where the author is trying to help his unbelieving friend wrestle with faith. And I think it just sums up this entire trip. What he writes is, faith is a venture based on evidence. Evidence adequate enough to justify the decision to leap. Evidence adequate enough to create hope in the success of leaping. I would say that my job as an apologist is to encourage responsible leaping. I try to show that the leap is not hopeless, that you can reach the other side, that many have done it before you, that the dangers below aren't as great as you think. Beyond this, however, the apologist can't go. I present the evidence. You must decide to leap. We have all of this evidence, and there's no final proof that is going to convince everybody. At the end of the day, each of us has to make a decision based on the evidence. Is that adequate enough to justify the decision to place my faith in what the text says? And at the conclusion of all of this, personally, the answer is yes. And I hope that whoever's taken this journey with us would reach the same conclusion. I, John, your brother and partner in the tribulation and the kingdom and the patient endurance that are in Jesus, was on the island called Patmos on account of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, "Write what you see in a book and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, and to Smyrna, and to Pergamum, and to Thyatira, and to Sardis, and to Philadelphia, and to Laodicea." Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me, and on turning, I saw 7 golden lampstands. And in the midst of the lampstands, one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe and with a golden sash around his chest. The hairs of his head were white, like white wool, like snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined in a furnace. And his voice was like the roar of many waters. In his right hand he held 7 stars. From his mouth came a sharp 2-edged sword. You want to show me some pictures? My interaction with the book of Revelation has been lifelong. I mean, I remember reading it as a kid and being so confused with the imagery of it and just not understanding what it was all talking about, when it was talking about things. It was just a couple of years ago when my teenage son, we were having a conversation about his Bible and his exposure to the Bible, and asking him, what are some weak spots in your Bible knowledge? And he said, well, there's some places in the prophets in the Old Testament and Revelation. Like, I don't get what it's about. And I was like, I get it. So before you graduate high school, we're doing Revelation. Years ago, I was visiting a congregation where the congregation was taking inventory of their group. the teacher had distributed these little pamphlets asking the members of the church to fill it out and rate their congregation. I opened it up. I was really intrigued. What questions was this guy going to ask? And what he did was he included the 7 churches of Asia. And he included the text. And basically he was asking, if Jesus were to write a letter to our church, which of the 7 would we be? If Jesus were to send me a letter, a personal letter, what would he say? Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, doing good, thank God.
You're up there in New York, you're up there in Brooklyn. As you look at Revelation, you look at those first 3 chapters, what are the problems, what are the challenges that you think churches face today?
I think one of the greatest challenges for us as Christians is to keep our eyes on things above, to set our mind on things above, to set our hearts in the heavens in the midst of all the chaos and confusion and crises around us.
In America, some of the challenges are maybe complacency. We've become really comfortable. We're in a very wealthy nation, and it's very easy to lose sight of the mission of the church.
Without going on a huge
tangent
against the American church, no offense or anything like that, because I think materialism, modernism, postmodernism, a lot of the cultural things that have kind of seeped in, I think those are some of the biggest challenges that we face now in developing a culture of Christ.
We are living in a time of uncertainty and doubt. In many ways, I feel like we as a church, as a people, we've given in to the fear.
In some parts of the world, they're still getting legitimate persecution, like burning the churches and harming the members, whereas here it's more of a social or emotional type of persecution, not so much physical.
It's fascinating to see the similarities. I've lived in different places, different states, worked with a variety of congregations, and they're saying the same thing. I mean, they're all talking about witnessing apathy, worldliness, the idea of compromising. Christians everywhere encounter the same struggles.
Talk about your personal experiences and struggles and trials.
Our family has certainly encountered trials on a personal level, in our own home, as we've gone through things with our kids, within our marriage, things to keep their families safe. Especially the idea of long suffering and enduring something for a period of time. We encountered that as we tried to raise our special needs boys. It was just an ongoing, you didn't know how long that time of service would be. And it was hard. You get worn down over time. You can feel alone, you can feel isolated, you can mistakenly think that you're the only one. You kind of get tunnel vision, super focused on your circumstances, and you're not as aware of the people around you and what they're going through. Heading to a study. We normally get together once a week over at the coffee shop. We've gone through Daniel and a harmony of the Gospels. I think one of the questions that we need to consider that most people will ask is whether the trials that we're facing are getting more difficult. And I think that's a perspective question. That if you go back and we look at what the saints were going through in the first century, we realize that what they went through was really hard. So I think there is a lot of application and relevance between what those Christians were going through and what our culture is going through.
We have been granted as a gift to suffer for Him. Pain is a more powerful teacher than pleasure by far. It gets our attention. We are granted the privilege of suffering for Christ's sake.
Paul Earnhardt is a friend of mine who's been preaching for decades, and he's been extremely helpful to me and my family as we have worked through some of our own personal struggles and trials.
Every age and every generation, Christians face the same challenges. It may be in varying degrees, in different generations, but they're all there. Revelation is significant. It gives us a vision of a time and place when there are no more tears, no more sorrows, no more disease, no more death, no more sin. That is the most blessed thought. And he intends these letters to the churches to turn them in their course. There never has been an idyllic time when we could say the churches were all doing well, and certainly things were not perfect in the churches of Asia. There will be opposition. The culture in which we live is never on our side. The gospel is always countercultural. It always will be a minority movement. Jesus did not come into the world to change political systems. He did not come into the world to change economic systems. He did not come into the world to change social institutions. He came into the world to change people. 2 generations from Pentecost, and already this has happened to the churches.
Yeah, 2 generations away and you already have Christians that are leaving their first love, Christians that are so complacent Jesus is just about ready to remove them from his presence. And you have John isolated on an island because of his testimony for Jesus.
But the important thing about those letters is he has not given up on them.
Well, visiting with Paul was great. That was really helpful, and I love his insights into Revelation. But after visiting with him, I think it will be really helpful to go to Turkey, where the churches were, where those Christians were living, and to get a better historical, cultural understanding of the trials they were facing and what it was Jesus was trying to help them faithfully overcome. Okay, love you. See you in a couple weeks. There's someone that I know who lives here in the States. He's been traveling internationally, leading Bible land tours for decades. It'd be really beneficial to go down and get some advice from him before we make the trip.
I've got a collection of lamps that gives all periods of lamps. See, so that's her.
Oh, how beautiful.
Yeah. So you're beginning to think in terms of 7 lamps. But actually what you have is 7 individual lampstands. So it's the stand, the church holds up the light. So the church is the lampstand holding up the light. Elijah said, you go and tell Ahab, where's Ahab? Ahab's at Jezreel. Where's Jezreel? Down through there. I've been to every major Bible land country except Persia, except Iran. There's just a difference. When you hear somebody talking about the Bible lands, a place they've never been, and somebody who's been there and who is explaining how we went from here to here, and the customs we saw, the practices that are still the same as they were in Bible times. Yeah, these are my archaeology books, mostly here, all of these down to here. From there, and I ran out of space on that too. Okay. Yeah, so this one shows it. So you could do this, you could fly into Istanbul to Izmir, which is Smyrna, and from there you can visit a number of places. You have Ephesus, and then you can go north from there. You can go to Pergamum. So you do then the Thyatira, and you come on down Sardis, and then Philadelphia, and then Laodicea.
Yep.
This was a postal route. So you actually started down here, you went up like this, you came down like this, and this was a main road too.
Are there any things that we need to be aware of? Any concerns that we need to have as we make the trip?
Actually, Turkey is a very friendly place. Get your guide that you know to write you a statement. And what they write in my little notebook is something like, these men are history teachers, and they are wanting to see historical sites, and please help them any way you can. Something like that. They write it in Turkish.
Okay.
And so then you show that, oh, they just light up.
Because they want to show you something.
They want to help you.
So we've made it to Istanbul. We need to catch our connecting flight to Izmir. We have a little bit of a layover. Hopefully our gear has all made it over there. Here's the team that's going to be making this trip. Going to be a lot of work, a lot of late nights. We've got a lot of luggage to get through the airport, but I think in the end, it's going to be worth everything that we put into it. So even though Asia Minor and Patmos are so close to each other, they're actually two different countries. Asia Minor, where those 7 churches were, that is in modern Turkey, and then Patmos is in Greece. And because of international travel restrictions, we were able to go into Turkey, but Greece was not letting Americans travel into their country. Even though we were so close, there was just no way for us to go during this trip. When visiting with Farrell, he mentioned a friend of his that he's known for a while who lives in Turkey. His name is Mark Wilson. Mark has been there for about 15 years, living there with his wife, and I think he is going to be the right man for the job, leading us around to the sites of the 7 churches.
As we talk about John himself, we're told that he is the companion and the sharer of the sufferings of these Christians here in the 7 churches. And so this is the very reason now that he is no longer with them as a leader. So he's been separated from them, put on the island of Patmos. And so you can feel the pastor's heart in John, as he's writing to them. And from the island of Patmos on a clear day, you can actually see the coast of Asia Minor. So you can just imagine looking across and praying for the churches and knowing what's going on there and hoping that the revelation that he's had is an encouragement to them to persevere and heed the words of Jesus.
Jesus acknowledges the fact that John is someone who has been a faithful witness, and then Jesus identifies himself as a faithful witness. And then through the course of Revelation, John and Jesus are communicating to others, trying to encourage them to be faithful witnesses. I feel like we got a little sense of what that would have been like, not to the degree that John felt, but we were right there and we'd made this trip and we were so close yet so far away. I think John would have felt that magnified.
There's a tradition on the island that his nephew by the name of Procurus is with him there, and he's the one who's actually writing down the visions for John as he's receiving them, and then he becomes the messenger. So he comes by ship, arriving in Ephesus, and then makes the circuit, going to the 7 churches. It follows a natural road that we know about that existed in the 1st century.
To the angel of the church in Ephesus write, the words of him who holds the 7 stars in his right hand, who walks among the 7 golden lampstands. I know your works, your toil, and your patient endurance, and how you cannot bear with those who are evil, but have tested those who call themselves apostles and are not, and found them to be false. I know you are enduring patiently and bearing up for my name's sake, and you have not grown weary. But I have this against you, that you have abandoned the love you had at first. Remember, therefore, from where you have fallen, repent, and do the works you did at first. If not, I will come to you and remove your lampstand from its place, unless you repent. Yet this you have, you hate the works of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will grant to eat of the tree of life, which is in the paradise of God.
So by the time of Paul and John in the first century, because of silting, the harbor had significantly decreased in size until it was reached by this narrow channel coming in from the Aegean Sea. The archaeologists have documented at least 25 to 30 temples and sanctuaries to the various gods and goddesses in the Greek pantheon here in the city. The city of Ephesus being the temple warden or temple keeper of Artemis. Now we have the merger of that with imperial cult worship. As we walk up and take a look at these columns, they're really fascinating. You can see how very nicely carved into the stone here are the names of the elite of this city who functioned as both in the Artemis cult as well as in the leadership in the assembly of the province of Asia. The who's who of Ephesus in the first century.
Now, how does that connect to some of the letters in Revelation 2 and 3?
Well, we see a promise, of course, to the victors in Philadelphia, that those who are steadfast and endure, their names are going to be written on the columns in the heavenly temple. And so it's a great promise. So obviously their names aren't going to be written in the earthly columns like this.
But Jesus used something culturally that they understood and had significance.
Yeah.
So what can we see that would help us understand the culture of the imperial cult here in Ephesus?
So we're walking now on the terrace for the state agora, and over to our left-hand side we see the platform for the later imperial cult temple that was built under Domitian and then later rededicated to his father and brother. But this is part of a valley, and so the placement of these imperial cult temples was very important too. Location, 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 and so this made very much a statement in the city of Ephesus, who is Lord. In the museum, you'll see one of the heads from the statues. So these supersized emperors that ruled over this city. You really get a perspective as you stand in front of this monumental structure here, and everyone would see that imperial cult temple.
The reason for the emperor worship was not religious, it was political. They were using that system to keep their empire together. And anybody who wouldn't offer incense to the emperor was looked upon as a bad citizen and a dangerous one.
We're looking at a beautiful fountain dating to the early 2nd century, and the leading citizen dedicated this to the Emperor Trajan. So any idea what that round thing is?
No.
The ancients actually understood that the world was round, and so it's the globe, the globus.
He's got his foot on it.
Right foot, showing domination. Again, we're looking at symbolism, how important it was of the Roman power in the empire, especially here in the city of Ephesus. This is the Greek goddess of victory. She's got her left arm outstretched, holding something. Any idea what that might be?
It looks like a wreath.
It is a wreath. The theme of victory, of course, is very important to Revelation. And,
huge.
The Greek word nikao ends the promises to each of the 7 churches there. To the one who is victorious, the promise is that they will receive the crown, or really wreath of life. And then in one of his later visions, John's looking up to heaven and he sees a crowd there. And they're wearing white robes, but what are they holding? Palm branches. So what's Nike holding there? Palm branches. They are the victors. They have overcome and have made their way into the presence of God.
So culturally, what's the significance? When would people here in Ephesus have seen someone receiving a wreath?
Oh, at the games that would be held regularly in the stadiums here and in many of the cities of the 7 churches.
So the idea of athletic competition was very relatable to the audience of Revelation.
Yeah, they love their sports just as much as we do today.
I don't think it's an overstatement to talk about how impressive it is to walk the streets of Ephesus. All along the way, you would have had these statues and these busts. You would have seen all of these idols placed there. It just would have been overwhelming to walk that street and to see how prolific idolatry was. And it was just in your face. Then you tie into that the idea of Artemis and her temple that would have been there. When you hear that, you think back to Acts and you think about the riot that took place in Ephesus because of the influence of Paul. The statues of Artemis or Diana, their sales had gone down. It was just everywhere. It permeated their whole culture. To walk the streets and think about what would that have been like as a Christian? To have a temple dedicated to a deity or to an emperor, and you didn't have that. Like, you didn't have a physical temple. You didn't have a statue of your God. You didn't have anything like that to try to impress people in some emotional way. But when you read through Revelation 4 and 5, we are ushered into the throne room of God, and we're given a picture of God seated on his throne, of Jesus walking into this place where these living creatures and 24 elders are praising God and praising Christ. So Jesus is trying to give his disciples an awareness of the spiritual reality that we do have a temple and that each of us is a part of that, and that God dwells in us. We do have something, and it's real and it lasts, and it's not going to fall down, and it's not going to be left in ruins. So we seem to be in a really domestic area as we come through these terraced houses.
Well, this is really the lifestyles of the rich and famous, but we know that the early church was not just comprised of poor people. Now, we have some richer elite members in the congregations too. They're very much attracted to the monotheism of Judaism, and then now is Jesus is Lord and Christ. Yeah. But they kind of give us some idea of some things we read about in Revelation. One of them has to do with dining spaces and the whole issue of eating food sacrificed to idols.
Yes.
So this would have occurred in a dining hall like we're looking here. Dining couches around the horseshoe-shaped dining area, servants bringing food in here, but the whole event would have been first offered up to one of the pagan deities.
Okay, so that would have been a huge struggle. You become a Christian, can you continue to participate in these meals that are associated with idols?
Yeah, so the Christians are starting to withdraw from public and social events, and they're considered antisocial. So they're kind of breaking the customs that are accepted.
Now, what's this area with all of the columns on the opposite side of the dining hall?
So in these terrace houses, we have a number of what's called peristyle houses. On the inside of the peristyle, this is open to the elements. There's no roof, and they would collect rainwater in cisterns under here. And then the living areas would be around here, the bedrooms, the kitchen. If you have a richer member in the congregation, this would be an ideal place for a house church meeting.
Oh, absolutely. I can imagine that. So it could be that the churches in Revelation are assembling in places like this.
Yeah, very much so.
You really get some perspective up here of how large these houses were.
They're just one on top of another as we move our way up to the top of the terrace. These rooms, as you can see, were just gorgeously painted, and we can also see signs of redecorating where they chipped away the plaster and then put another layer. So the woman of the house says, hey honey, we need to redecorate, so she does that. So we have examples of that as well.
Going through the terraced houses at Ephesus was, I don't know how to describe that. Most people, when they think about going to worship, assembling with their church family, most congregations have a property or a building that they've constructed, and they've got a sign out front in their own paved parking lot. And some people have large signs to advertise who they are. But that is not how most congregations get started even today. And that's certainly not how they got started back in the first century. Thinking about a place like this is likely where the congregation there in Ephesus got started, where they're meeting in these open courtyards, they're meeting in these personal homes, in places that can accommodate the size. It's not about trying to have some super impressive place, it's about meeting the needs. Where can we meet? So I thought about that as we were walking through the courtyards and thinking how little has changed between the first century and now.
This is a combination of two things. It's a library, for one, and it's also the mausoleum and the burial place for a very well-known governor of the province of Asia, and was built by his son for Celsus in the early 2nd century. And the significance about Celsus is he was the governor of the province of Asia at the end of John's life, so they were contemporaneous. But the Austrian archaeologists have reconstructed this really incredible structure. We know very clearly, Josephus and other writers tells us that there were Jews in this city, but archaeologically speaking, very little has been found. But when they were excavating here in the library and doing the restoration some years ago, they found this very interesting thing. So what do we got here?
Oh, wow. So right on the face, you've got a menorah. You've got the 7 wicks.
Yep. So they carved this lovely menorah right here in the step of the Library of Celsus.
How incredible is that? To be in Ephesus, to see the city and see how steeped it was in idolatry, the pressure to compromise and try to keep a foot both in the Christian faith but in idolatry and emperor worship, it would have been hard. And there are pressures in our culture today on Christians to compromise, to soften our message, and to try to make Christianity more palatable, more marketable, more acceptable to people. Hopefully that'll help people relate to the Ephesians and understand that they're just like us. If we were in their shoes, we would be tempted to leave our first love and not be as zealous exclusively for Jesus as we ought to be. So today has been really extraordinary. And to the angel of the church in Smyrna write, the words of the first and the last, who died and came to life. I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you are rich. And the slander of those who say that they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satan. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, that you may be tested, and for 10 days you will have tribulation. Be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. The one who conquers will not be hurt by the second death. I can already tell that it's going to be invaluable to have Mark with us. He has connections to a lot of different specialists in many of these locations.
Smyrna is the most beautiful city of Ionia. It's the political and commercial heart of the city. We are at the courtyard of Agora, the city center of the modern city.
So tell me a little bit about your background. How are you connected to the
Agora excavations? Well, I'm an archaeologist, and I'm working for here more than 12 years. I'm the part of the excavation team in here. During the Archaic period, the city of Smyrna was located at Bayrakli, on the other side of the Gulf of Izmir, at north. This building is first built in the 2nd century BC.
What are the different layers that we're seeing here on the walls?
Well, we have 2 different layers of stucco, or the plasters in here. Most of them made after the earthquake, which takes place in the Agora in 177. It's a huge earthquake. The whole city is collapsed. So by the generous aid of Marcus Aurelius, the emperor didn't take any taxes for 10 years, and they rebuilt the city in such a small amount of time. So you can see lots of different layers in here just because of the fast reconstructions in here.
Turkey has been struck by a powerful earthquake off its Aegean coast, a magnitude of 7.0.
At least 20 buildings have collapsed.
More than 70 people lost their lives and nearly 1,000 were injured.
We know from history that Asia Minor is prone to large earthquakes. About a week and a half after being in Turkey, that was the epicenter of this 7.0 magnitude earthquake that hit the region. And that was just scary. We missed that earthquake by just a week and a half. So to realize what we read about in the history of these cities is still going on. I'm starting to see inscriptions.
Some of them are quite new.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just because of the part of the vandalism the modern people made. But these are the graffitis. People can imagine the harbor and the ships, so they can come here and depict it. And these areas open to the citizens, the normal people. They are shop vendors. They are tenders. They are trying to selling their goods in here. It's hard to imagine, but there are hundreds of people in here. So when they are selling their goods, they can depict something. And they're not artisans. They're normal people, just like you and me.
Now there's some special graffiti that we want to try to see.
Yes.
Are we able to go in and see that?
Well, normally our permission is for the inscriptions of the Christianity.
Yes.
But we can take a general plan in here. There are thousands of the graffitis in here. I think it's approximately 3,000. But some of them is just a letter. Some of them huge. Some of them are just depicted to daily life.
You know, you're talking about graffiti that has been preserved for thousands of years. A lot of our modern graffiti is done with spray paint. It's just this topical application of paint. But ancient graffiti was scratched in. So you're talking about an engraving where someone has taken a piece of bone or a piece of stone and they've etched the image into a pillar or the pavement. And then in some places they'll blow in some chalk or charcoal dust to make it stand out. So as far as what actually stands out, it depends on how deeply they etched the image. And sometimes it's not very deep. It was hard to see sometimes, especially with the light. It was like going on some crazy Easter egg hunt.
Yeah, we're looking at one of the earliest Christian inscriptions that we have as a graffiti here. So this is the noun form of the verb we find in Revelation 13:18. Calculate the number of the man, 666. So this is how they calculated it, because each letter represented a number.
Yes, they are.
So a Christian by the name of Artemidorus in Smyrna incised this graffiti here, telling us that the sum of the letters in Lord, Kurios, equals 800, and pistis, faith, equals 800 as well. So he's noting that here on this column, so it's quite interesting.
Just a fragment of graffiti.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting groups of graffiti we have are called love-based graffiti. When they'll write here, I love the girl whose number is 745. So because you can calculate the girl's name with numbers, and they did that.
Interesting. Every culture has that.
Yeah.
Every culture depicts its life through art. There are times where the graffiti is an image or a symbol that communicates the idea of oppression and persecution and trial, where they're leaving images that would be recognizable to their people, but not necessarily to everyone else. Like a secret mark or a secret handshake that only those who are initiated would understand or recognize. So Christians would have to communicate with each other much more carefully. These pieces of graffiti that have Christian imagery, they're all over the ancient world, speaking to how far Christianity had spread. You see what life is like through the eyes of the artist. And Smyrna, out of all the cities, is not particularly wealthy historically. Economically, it was on the lower end. And so these people would have been your average blue-collar people, living life and trying to be a disciple under their circumstances. So that's super relatable. I mean, any blue-collar worker, anybody who has less, this is where you would have been. And so to read through that letter and to realize Jesus understands them, he understands their daily life, he sees them, looking at that everyday graffiti really reminded me of that. And so there was value even in that graffiti, not just the Christian artwork. What we know from the biblical text in Revelation is that the saints in Smyrna were about to undergo increasing testing and tribulation, and he was preparing them for that. What he tells them to do is to be faithful unto death. What he's helping them think through is not all of them are going to live through what they're about to go through. There's not much more that he tells them specifically about their future circumstances. What Jesus is preparing them for is external opposition. And that still happens today. That still happens in different places, different countries. Some are more restrictive than others, but there are Christians who have to think through, how am I going to remain faithful to Christ in an environment like this?
I've lived in Tahlequah, Oklahoma all the way up until I was like 25 or so. And so I was part of the same congregation in our town. And it was always good to have the connection of the local church and just have the support of them always, no matter where we lived. I got into aviation, building airplanes. My wife and I, we had plans of moving to Saudi Arabia for a while, and as I got the job offer to build military planes over there, everything just seemed to work out perfectly. It seemed like this is God's plan, and so we sold our house and most things that we owned and moved over there.
So living in Saudi Arabia as a white woman and a Christian, I always felt, out of place. I always knew that there were people watching me because I stood out. I didn't wear a hijab. I never could quite figure out if that was more cultural or more religious. So I didn't wear the hijab, and that made me stand out.
It was interesting being an American over there, good and bad. Being a Christian in a place like Saudi Arabia was probably the most adversity that I've ever faced. Just knowing that we were kind of being watched to make sure that we didn't spread our faith too much. When I first moved to Saudi Arabia, it was just me by myself. And so that initial 6 months was extremely difficult to not shrink spiritually. You don't really realize from America how important just worshiping with other Christians is. Being in an assembly with each other, having the fellowship with each other. We were so disconnected from other Christians. Your faith has to cover your full day, and it was a lot more evident in a place where 5 times a day you hear the Islamic prayers being blared at your apartment from megaphones. And that actually made it easier for us to pray more because it was a reminder, oh, we need to pray as well. So that actually helped our prayer life.
One of the biggest lessons I've learned is that your faith in God can be with you anywhere, in any circumstances. I know my prayers are important to Him wherever I am. I know that I can reach Him wherever I am, and He can reach me.
Even though we were away from all the Christians that we knew and there weren't many in the city, Christ was still with us. He was strengthening us every day in a place where Christianity is outlawed. It doesn't matter what your surroundings look like. It doesn't matter what is being worshiped around you or being focused on around you. You have to just keep your eyes on Him.
And to the angel of the church in Pergamum write, the words of him who has the sharp two-edged sword. I know where you dwell, where Satan's throne is. Yet you hold fast my name, and you did not deny my faith, even in the days of Antipas, my faithful witness, who was killed among you where Satan dwells. But I have a few things against you. You have some there who hold the teaching of Balaam, who taught Balak to put a stumbling block before the sons of Israel, so that they might eat food sacrificed to idols and practice sexual immorality. So also you have some who hold the teaching of the Nicolaitans. Therefore repent. If not, I will come to you soon and war against them with the sword of my mouth. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will give some of the hidden manna, and I will give him a white stone with a new name written on the stone that no one knows except the one who receives it.
We're up about 1,000 feet over the valley below. Spectacular setting here.
Oh, it's incredible.
It's one of the most unique cities in the ancient world here at Pergamum.
What makes it so unique?
Well, the fact that they located the city on this really impregnable fortress up here, and so you can really understand why it's so defensible. Our near view right below us, we have the steepest theater in the Greek world.
So how many people could sit there?
Somewhere in a neighborhood of 15,000 or so.
15,000.
The nosebleed seats way up the top. I mean, that's really an incredible theater there. And then right next to it, a Temple of Dionysus. So these are from the Hellenistic period. So the imperial cult temple, the Trajan temple that's here on the summit of the Acropolis, is the only Roman structure up here. And we're actually going to start walking now through the substructure of that temple.
So substructure, you're talking about something that they would have built and expanded on the top. What other examples do we have of that in antiquity?
Well, when they were beginning to build it, they didn't have enough room. So they had to expand it to the south using these arches. So this is very similar to what Herod did on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem when he expanded the temple.
So talk to me about the significance of the city historically.
Yeah, it was founded in the 3rd century BC and became initially a treasury. But then the city developed here, and we have a kingdom called the Attalids that ruled this city for 150 years. And the final king of the Attalids, Attalus III, bequeathed his kingdom to the Romans. And so in 129 BC, the province of Asia was formed, and now the Romans controlled this part of what is today Western Turkey and made Pergamum their capital.
Okay, did Pergamum stay the capital?
Well, one of the issues with Pergamum, as we drove up, you saw we're not on the sea, are we?
No, we're not.
Yeah, so that became a major issue related to commerce. As Ephesus emerged as a much more important commercial center sometime in the 1st century, Ephesus becomes now the capital of Asia, but Pergamum remains a very important city in the province. And so we're coming out on this terrace where the most important temple in the city was, the Temple of Athena. She was called the Nikephoros, the victor, bringer of victory for the kingdom here over the
We've been talking about victors.
Well, I like to point this inscription out because it has the names of 2 of our 7 churches on it. And of course, the one we're at right now, Pergamum, but also the next church, Thyatira. So this is the neighboring city just to the southeast. And so they are honoring their neighbor here by erecting this inscription for the honor that they've been given to be the first and the second neochorus of the emperor. So this is our key word again, dealing with the ability of hosting an imperial cult temple in your city. So the first one built for Augustus in 29 BC, this one built in the early 2nd century for Trajan. This is an interesting one, Jeremy. You well know that there was a conflict in the early church with the titles that were assumed by both Jesus and the emperor. In Ephesus, remember we saw the statue of Trajan with his foot on top of the globe?
Yes.
And he was asserting that he was what?
Well, he was conqueror, he was Lord, right?
And that's exactly what we have here, calling him Lord of the land and the sea.
That's a bold claim.
So the whole issue in Revelation of the blasphemous names that the emperors had, because they were using the same names for the emperor as for Jesus.
Deification.
Deification.
Yeah.
And one of them was Kurios. Another big issue in Revelation is the image or statue of the beast. As we look down in the end of this hallway, we see a statue of the Emperor Trajan. His head is missing, and this is a copy of the original ones in the museum. These statues would have been everywhere in the cities of the 7 churches. This particular one shows him as the head of the Roman legions in his military garb.
So strength and might and conquering victory.
Absolutely, and he would also be depicted totally naked, which was how male Greek gods were depicted as well, showing his divine nature. And the other way he was depicted was with a toga on, and he would be the model Roman citizen in his toga. So statues of the emperor would be everywhere.
So that gives us great historical context for the book of Revelation and helping us understand that the first century Christians were familiar with this imagery. It was all around them.
It was all around them.
All the time.
They were immersed in it, absolutely.
What do we have here with these steps leading up to this tree?
Well, we got the base of the altar of Zeus, and this was the largest altar in antiquity. So Pergamum was very famous for having this altar here in the city. You can just imagine the billows of smoke that would go up into the air from the sacrifices that would be rendered here on a regular basis.
So between the sacrifices being offered here and the sacrifices being offered up at the Temple of Trajan, a very active, idolatrous place.
Yeah, and then the meat from these sacrifices would be taken down into the lower city and sold in the public markets, which would be meat sacrificed to idols, because they'd just been hours before offered up to a pagan deity.
And that was something very common in the first century world. Paul had to address it in 1 Corinthians, but that was something mentioned in the letter to Pergamum that they had to wrestle through.
Absolutely, and so this whole issue of syncretism or accommodation to the culture was something the church in Pergamum was very much in conflict with as they struggled with how to deal with it.
And we have to face syncretism today. Every generation of believer has to work through that process of what the culture is saying and then what Jesus is saying.
Yeah, we don't have visible gods and goddesses today, you know, in the West, but we have our own issues like materialism and whatnot that we struggle with.
Idolatry is very rampant now. We have our gods. Maybe we didn't make them with our hands, but we created in our imagination the God that we want to have. So we make God in our own image. Idolatry hasn't stopped just because we're not making them out of wood and stone and precious metal.
There's another phrase in the letter to Pergamum that talks about the teachings of Balaam and the sexual immorality that they were facing. How is that relevant to Pergamum as a city?
Well, the temptation to syncretism or accommodation would have been very real for the Christians in places like this, especially as we've talked about for the elite members in the congregation. We have both external pressure coming from the Roman governors and then internal issues with some false teaching that are going on.
Apparently there is somebody in that first century church that is doing something very similar to what Balaam did. And what Balaam did was he received payment for trying to discourage the Israelites and affect the Israelites, and he accomplished that by getting them to engage in sexual immorality. So for profit, Balaam authorized and tricked the Israelites into being sensual. And that's something that takes place in every age, but certainly took place at Pergamum, and they were being warned about that. It was easier to understand the letter that Jesus sent to Pergamum after walking the ancient city, going to the top of the hill where there used to be this altar to Zeus. And then just maybe 100 yards away, there was this huge structure dedicated to the Roman emperor. Jesus's letter had to do with not compromising. Farrell Jenkins made the point that the first century world was not persecuting Christians for their faith in Christ. They were persecuting Christians for their exclusive faith in Christ, the fact that they wouldn't compromise and acknowledge all of these other deities and participate in the cultural and religious practices of this idol worship. So we are at the Asclepion here at Pergamum, and Dan and Jet are down here talking, but Dan has been excited about coming here this whole project. Why are you so excited to be here?
Well, I'm a medical oncologist. I do medical oncology and hematology, so blood and cancer. This is an ancient location of healing. The Asclepion, you'll see the stone columns with the snake wrapped around, generally a staff, and the snake was associated with healing, and we even think about the story of Moses and the bronze serpent. Even modern medicine uses the caduceus as well as the staff of Asclepion. Particularly Galen, one of the fathers of medicine, he actually is famous in the Roman world, was born here in Pergamum. The main Asclepion actually had the Hippocratic tradition. And we think about Hippocrates, the father of medicine. It's his tradition that we still follow in modern medicine. We take the Hippocratic Oath.
What's the room that we're standing in? What is it for?
This would be pretty much a dormitory. Sometimes your doctor ran out of treatment options, and so rather than kind of admit defeat, give you a referral. You know, I need a second opinion, so they'd send you to one of the healing centers. Right around the corner, there's a healing tunnel. Put the patients in there, and a lot of times you would induce a dream sleep, sometimes with some medicines. Healing could actually come through your dreams from the gods. You would actually stay in there, and the priest could be up above, kind of through the skylights, shouting encouraging words down to you. Then on the other side, you had more of the complex. So you had a sacred spring over there, there's a theater.
So thinking about Christians in the first century, what would their struggle be? What would their trial be, having your hospital associated with pagan idols, but you're trying to be a follower of Jesus?
You need healing, but your doctor's sending you to a place where you're supposed to be looking to a man who had been deified basically over time. And that was definitely against what you were taught, because true healing comes from God.
Even what they would consider their hospitals, these places of healing, they were saturated with idolatry. I mean, if you want to get well, you would go to this idolatrous place to receive physical healings. Them simply going to the doctor was exposure to idolatry. Just driving home the point how much their culture was steeped in these pagan ideas. And how would you as a Christian navigate all of that? I think we're living in a culture and in a time where there's a lot of pressure to acknowledge or validate everybody. Everybody's equally valid. Everything is equally true. And that what Christians are going to have to wrestle with and prepare themselves for is God does not share his worship. We're only supposed to offer worship to God, and Christ is his son. And there's no ambiguity about that. And so if we're going to be faithful to God, if we're going to be faithful to Christ, then I can't compromise and acknowledge or water down my doctrine to accept these things that aren't real. And there's going to be some cultural pushback on that. There are going to be people that are offended by that. There are people that are going to be upset about that. And what they're upset about isn't the fact that I'm claiming that God is who God is, but the fact that I'm not validating their opinion or their idea or what they want to pursue. So I think there is a lot of application and relevance between Pergamum and what those Christians were going through and what our culture is going through. To the angel of the church in Thyatira write, the words of the Son of God, who has eyes like a flame of fire and whose feet are like burnished bronze. I know your works, your love and faith and service and patient endurance, and that your latter works exceed the first. But I have this against you, that you tolerate that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophetess and is teaching and seducing my servants to practice sexual immorality and to eat food sacrificed to idols. I gave her time to repent, but she refuses to repent of her sexual immorality. Behold, I will throw her onto a sickbed, and those who commit adultery with her I will throw into great tribulation, unless they repent of her works. And I will strike her children dead. And all the churches will know that I am he who searches mind and heart, and I will give to each of you according to your works. But to the rest of you in Thyatira, who do not hold this teaching, who have not learned what some call the deep things of Satan, to you I say, I do not lay on you any other burden. Only hold fast what you have until I come. The one who conquers and who keeps my works until the end, to him I will give authority over the nations, and he will rule them with a rod of iron, as when earthen pots are broken in pieces, even as I myself have received authority from my Father. And I will give him the morning star. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches."
We're right in downtown Akhisar, a bustling Turkish town here in west central Turkey.
But then you turn and look over the fencing, and it's totally different.
Exactly. We've got the ancient city of Thyatira right here. So the modern city is built around the ancient city.
Compared to some of the other places we've seen, there's not much here.
This is part of the issue of urban archaeology, you know, when a modern city is built over an ancient one.
So I would imagine we have a lot more underneath us.
Yeah, all around here, if you dig down under these apartment buildings, you're going to find ruins.
What are the buildings that we're looking at?
Well, we've got a Roman stoa, we've got a later Byzantine basilica, so we're clearly in the central part of the ancient city.
You were explaining the difference between tea and coffee between U.S. and Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey is very much a tea culture. So in the mornings, they don't have coffee, they'll have tea. It's only later in the day they'll have coffee, and they'll tend to be not black coffee like we drink, but you know, flavored coffees, sweet coffees.
When I think of Turkey, I think about Turkish coffee. You go to get that, though, ask for Turkish coffee in the morning.
You don't.
That's a faux pas. Why is that a faux pas?
Well, Turkish coffee is typically drunk only after at least lunch, or more typically after the evening meal. It's like the final course, you know, usually with fruit or some sort of a sweet.
So what is it like to live in a place where you're eating and dining and living right next to such history?
Yeah, for me, the immediacy of these texts, you know, is just renewed over and over when I come back here and visit them. I'm reading them and re-engaging with these texts. So it's just a constant reminder of, you know, John and Paul and the other apostles speaking to me in a for me, much more vivid way.
Does it make you more passionate about what the Bible has to say?
Oh, very much so. And that passion in me is to communicate it and share it with others. So that's why I'm so delighted that you're here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been pronouncing it Thyatira. You've been pronouncing it
Thyatira,
which is
the influence of hanging around with some Greek guides who know how to speak Greek.
Pronounce Greek.
Well, it's the central letter of the seven, and it's the longest. So it's a bit ironic that the least number of ruins are in this city.
Right.
But Jesus speaks the most words to this particular church. Yeah. And we've got a very famous lady from this city. Do you remember her?
Yes, Lydia from Acts.
Yeah, and Paul runs into her in Philippi when he's there, a Roman colony. So she apparently is representing the guild of the purple dyers in there, selling them the dye they need for their togas and clothing. This is a city that had many trade guilds, and we know them from the inscriptions here in the archaeological park. They have two inscriptions that mention the fullers and the wool workers. So we know they were active in this city for centuries.
One of the things that Mark talks about throughout this trip is this element of the first century world called the trade guilds. Very similar to our modern unions. If you wanted to participate in the economy of the day, it was helpful to belong to a trade guild. And to belong to the trade guild, you had to pay your dues, you know, you had to agree with what they agreed with. And a lot of that was steeped in some form of idolatry, where there was a god or a deity that was associated with each guild. There was this pressure to accept what they taught, to go to these banquets and these feasts that they would hold, which were usually associated with idolatry and sexual immorality. And so as a Christian father, you're trying to provide for your family. You want to be able to work, and you have some kind of skill. It's going to be harder for you to provide for your family if you don't belong to a guild. And so the pressure was just economic. Let's talk about the content of the letter, because it seems like Jesus gets more stern.
Yeah, he's really in their face.
He really is. What are they struggling with?
Well, we have a mention of another Old Testament figure here. Remember, in our last church in Pergamon, we had Balaam. Here we have Jezebel, so that's kind of her symbolic name of a false prophetess now who is again advocating accommodation. So what do? You become a Christian. Can you attend these guild meetings? You might lose your union card if you don't show up. Your networking, all that goes along with being a prosperous business person. Simply disengaging, they were making a comment that they no longer approved of their fellow tradesmen, and their activities.
Visiting Thyatira really drove home how easy it would be to be pressured into worldliness and how Christians would wrestle with that and struggle with that, to compromise just a little bit at a time, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you're like the world.
I leave Indiana, I go down to Florida College. One of the guys who I became friends with at camp also went to Florida College. So I spent a lot of time with him, and his roommate was Roger Polanco. Roger is my brother-in-law, and we both work here in New York City, sharing the gospel with people. Within a week or two of being in New York, I was in love with the city.
I grew up here, and I love it here. I love the people. There's always people around. And you feel like there's always something to do. I've always felt suited for New York.
And he was a mess. He was kind of a character at the time.
I got around the wrong kind of people, but then I started getting around good people, or good people started getting around me.
At that time, his life really changed. I've never seen somebody change as quickly as he did. And from that time on, he was serious about sharing the gospel with people, about teaching people about Jesus. There was something special about being able to come to a place where people had none of the privileges that I had had, spiritual privileges growing up, and yet see their faith and devotion, their eagerness to learn about the Lord and to get to know God.
I think the book of Revelation, especially when he's addressing the 7 churches, really helps you to see that, number one, people were part of a local church, that there were differences, but that you lived in that community. Jesus expected you to be there. And I think that's important.
And I think there are tremendous benefits from studying the scriptures with people who are different than you. There are things that maybe my culture blinded me to, or my upbringing blinded me to, that have been much easier to see when surrounded by other people who love God, who are committed to His Word, but they're reading the same scriptures that I am.
Really powerful. Be imitators of God as beloved children. I think it's hard to be in New York and not be so attracted by whether it is greed or, I think worldliness in general will be one of the things that Jesus was like, okay, we need to get focused on that. There's some changes that we need to make.
You know, I think Jesus, if he was to write us a letter, I think for some of them he would say, I know that you're poor and I know the tribulation that you're facing here, but really you're rich. For other Christians, I think Jesus would say, hey, I know that you think that you're rich, but really you are desperately poor. So with that, it's much easier, I think, to become captive to the culture that you're living in. The pull of the greed in the city, the pull of the idolization of sex and the idolization of just self is really strong on Christians here, and I think a great challenge for us to fight and to combat. But I think there are tremendous advantages to raising children in a diverse place.
Cyprian, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Batman.
Batman?
There are tremendous challenges for sure, but it's also really strengthening. And one of the things that I think I will want them to look back on and appreciate is just how much of the world they got to experience here in the city, and just how much they have benefited from learning from Christians who come from all over the world. We're blessed to be able to worship with brethren from South America, all over the Caribbean, Africa, the Middle East, Asia. I mean, it's a very diverse church family. And it's interesting because the churches here are so diverse, the needs are also so diverse. So for example, like we have new Christians from the Middle East. So they're coming out of Islam. Now they are no longer allowed to return. They had to apply for asylum when they became Christians, because if they were to return, there'd be a good chance that they could be hurt or even killed. So for them, you know, some of what's said to the church is about persevering and enduring, and you know, you're being tested right now, but this is just going to be temporary. Those messages would ring very strong and be very important for them. You know, I came here like young and naive, thinking that I had a lot to offer the city. I think I was pretty unaware of how much the people of this city who love God had to offer me.
To the angel of the church in Sardis write, the words of him who has the 7 spirits of God and the 7 stars. I know your works. You have the reputation of being alive, but you are dead. Wake up and strengthen what remains and is about to die, for I have not found your works complete in the sight of my God. Remember then what you received and heard. Keep it and repent. If you will not wake up, I will come like a thief, and you will not know at what hour I will come against you. Yet you have still a few names in Sardis, people who have not soiled their garments, and they will walk with me in white, for they are worthy. The one who conquers will be clothed thus in white garments, and I will never blot his name out of the book of life. I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches.
Careful, careful, careful. You got it?
The city itself was set up in elevation on the top of this really high plateau. That's where the Acropolis was.
I've been to Sardis many times with groups, but only have been to the Acropolis 2 times.
We're here at the Temple of Artemis.
Correct.
What's the route that we're going to take to get up to the Acropolis?
Well, there's a path coming in a ravine right behind the temple. We're going to follow that up through the open clearing and make our way up on this ridge, and then we get to a final ascent, which is quite steep.
Okay.
Let's do it. Looking at the terrain, wondering if we could just go straight up there and then around to the right. Yeah, so we'll end up just going straight up through the vineyard.
There's a fence line there. Don't tell me we have to go all the way around it.
Oh boy.
He's close.
Well, where's the dog at?
Yeah, let's see.
So we've been planning this trip, and then all of a sudden there's this fence, there's a dog barking on the other side, we're burning daylight. Like, this is not what we had planned for.
Just be paying attention, guys, because there's that dog. There we go.
I think this is where the other trail comes up from the ravine. See, we got a clear trail going up now.
Wow.
Well, we're within view.
We are within view.
It's exciting. Here's the trail switching back.
Careful, careful, careful.
Yeah.
You got it?
Oh.
Ho.
That was not good.
Can you get it? So imagine invading armies trying to get up this thing and why they felt so secure up there. Yeah, the view is outstanding. You see the Temple of Artemis where we were?
Yeah, so down below.
Seeing the surrounding mountains, seeing the valleys down below, looking down on the temple on one side of the Acropolis, and you could go to the other side of the Acropolis, and you could see the synagogue and the bath. I mean, it was breathtaking.
One of the images there talks about Jesus coming as a thief in the night, and seems to be recalling a very famous story about this place, because when the Persians besieged the Lydian kingdom, of course, the king Croesus and his Lydians came up here on top and settled up here. They had water, food, and they could last for months up here with the Persians camped around below. Well, the Persians almost gave up, but one day, one of the sentries who were watching on the east face of the Acropolis saw a Lydian soldier drop his helmet down. And so he saw the Lydian soldier climb down on a secret path and go back up to the top. So he reported to Cyrus, and so they formulated a plan on how to attack the citadel here. So they did on one side, feinted an attack there, and then they sent a commando unit up the back, came through the wall, able to open the gates, and this citadel was captured.
So it seems like in the letter to Sardis, he's playing off of that, but he's warning against prideful self-deception, where you think you're one thing, you think you're strong, you think you're defensible, but really you're not. And that seemed to be going on with the Christians at Sardis.
Yeah, the same false sense of security that the Lydians had up here, the Christians now seem to have too, you know, in their walk with Jesus.
So you need to be able to see yourself the way the Lord sees you. And it also seems to mention there's a group of the saints there at Sardis that have not given into that self-deception. They really do see themselves the way that they should, humbly. And the admonition to them is to hold fast and to hang on.
Yeah, they seem to be kind of a mediocre church, you know, not doing anything really wrong, but they're really not excelling either.
Right. So there's some encouragement there. You know, you can be a part of a group that maybe isn't everything that the Lord wants it to be, but he still sees you as faithful.
Absolutely.
And he hasn't removed you from among his churches yet.
Yeah.
But there's a warning to repent and make the changes you need to make.
Yeah, fire up and get some more passion for following Jesus. I think that's one of the lessons here.
After making that strenuous hike and realizing the effort that it took just for our team to try to get up there, I can imagine how the citizens of Sardis would have felt about their location. Like, who on earth would be able to get up there and take them down? They were literally the kings of the hill. But they weren't. Jesus is trying to humble them. He's trying to help them understand. We need to take that lesson to heart as well. It is so easy for us to be prideful, to be more confident in where we are, and we need to be careful of that. We need to take heed lest we fall. And we need to be humble and honest about our strengths and especially our weaknesses. To the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, the words of the Holy One, the true One, who has the key of David, who opens and no one will shut, who shuts and no one opens. I know your works. Behold, I have set before you an open door, which no one is able to shut. I know that you have but little power, and yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. Behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan, who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. Behold, I will make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. Because you have kept my word about patient endurance, I will keep you from the hour of trial that is coming on the whole world, to try those who dwell on the earth. I am coming soon. Hold fast what you have, so that no one may seize your crown. The one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God. Never shall he go out of it. And I will write on him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my God out of heaven, and my own new name. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches.
Philadelphia, all this year is noted for its bread.
I can see why.
You really understand what they mean by daily bread in this part of the world.
Sure. Are we able to buy some?
We sure can. Super. Make it up. Wow. Hot and fresh.
Oh, that smells delicious. Thank you. Thank you.
Of the 7 churches, Philadelphia, or here in the modern city of Alaşehir, here, has the fewest archaeological remains of any.
Why is that so? Why hasn't there been more preservation or digs?
Well, they've just built the modern city over the ancient one and only preserved a few things.
Let's talk about the letter that was sent to Philadelphia. Yeah. It's a unique one.
Yeah.
There's nothing negative that Jesus says about that group.
Yeah, they have little strength, but he commends them nevertheless.
For holding fast. He mentions something that I find intriguing. He talks about Satan, and he talks about the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah. I think we're talking about internal conflict in the synagogue itself between those traditional Jewish members of the synagogue and now the Jesus followers. And so we have a conflict, and again, this whole issue we see in the Gospel of John of being put out of the synagogue happening here in Philadelphia.
That's something we see consistently through the New Testament. You know, the gospel of Jesus goes first to the Jews when Paul goes to synagogues.
Yes.
As is often the case, they reject the gospel, and then he goes and talks to Gentiles.
Exactly. Look at what we got ahead of us here. This is one of the few remains in the city. So this is a pillars of a 6th century basilica dedicated to St. John.
So we're talking about several hundred years after the Revelation.
Yeah, so the tradition, the memory of John is preserved here in Philadelphia.
I mean, it's beautiful, but it's kind of sad that this is all that there is to see.
Yeah, all there is. And they've kind of made an open-air museum, brought in some of the antiquities from the museum, architectural fragments, some inscriptions. So, but this is it. No museum in this town either.
Philadelphia is another one of the cities where the town has grown up on top of it and around it. You know, very similar to Smyrna. What's different is there have not been a lot of archaeological digs done there. They haven't done much with the site, and there's just not an interest in developing the site and having even tourism come through. Mark has a close friend, a lady by the name of Ingi, who grew up in Philadelphia, and she has this connection there.
This is the Turkish coffee.
Yes.
In the traditional style. And we always have it with some Turkish delight or chocolate.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
We've been doing it wrong this whole trip.
Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love.
That's right.
My hometown. It's named after Attalus II Philadelphus, who loved his brother and did not betray his brother Eumenes II.
There's not much to see in Philadelphia. Why is that? Why isn't there much to see in Philadelphia?
I was born there, and I spent the first 5 years of my life, and I still have relatives there. First of all, awareness is missing. And then the other thing, there were excavations only at a temple up Toptepe and the theater and the prehistoric mound, only for like 5-6 years, and it didn't last longer. Everybody's home is on top of some ruins, so in the past they were rebuilding. Of course, in the past the houses were 1 story or 2 story. Then I grew up with stories, oh, there are tunnels under this way, under that way, and we got a torch, we went this far, but we were scared, we came back. I grew up with these stories.
That's amazing.
But it's difficult to say that there's nothing to see there, but there's all things to say about it.
Right.
There was a Jewish presence in Philadelphia. All these 7 churches had a Jewish presence because for a monotheistic religion like Christianity to find some roots in the ground, you do need to have some background, you know, and that's Judaism.
So the message to the church in Philadelphia, these folks that were experiencing oppression by the Jews in the area, the message to them was to hold on.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
keep doing what you're doing. Don't grow weary. I think that's a message that any Christian in any era would benefit from hearing.
We've seen a number of columns in temples, haven't we? Everywhere.
Everywhere.
There's a promise to the faithful, the victors here in Philadelphia, that if they continue on and endure, they're going to become columns in the temple of God. So what a precious promise.
But very different, because instead of a broken down remnant of a column or a pillar laying on the ground, we're talking about being a pillar or a column in a heavenly temple that's never going to fall apart.
Exactly. So pillars represent strength, stability, even in earthquakes. They know how to anchor them, and how we're anchored in Jesus.
Oh, that's a fantastic illustration. The letter that Jesus sent to Philadelphia is super encouraging, but it's sent to this city that is smaller and even in its original setting, maybe a little bit less significant. It's to these people where he does not have something to say to condemn them or correct them. He doesn't offer any kind of rebuke. It's just flat out encouragement from start to finish, where he's encouraging them to hang on. Jesus, as he looks at these churches, he's not impressed with size. He's not impressed with wealth. The thing that Jesus values is faithfulness. And so he praises them for their faithfulness and encourages them to hang on and hold fast and to endure. And I think that's a lesson that we need to take. Jesus is not impressed with our attendance size. He's not impressed with the size of our building, the location of our building. He's not impressed with how much money a congregation contributes on a weekly basis or an annual basis. That's not what he's worried about. But what he is impressed with is faithfulness, especially faithfulness that can endure any kind of trial.
Caitlin and I met in Missouri, where we both grew up in the same hometown. And actually on the very first date, I told her, I'm like, I want to move to a Spanish-speaking country and preach. What is it? What is that?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico? And I said, listen, if you're not down with that, you know, that's going to be it.
It's basically kind of like starting over, figuring everything out again. I come from a family where everybody lives close together, basically spends your whole life there. And so it was just definitely
a culture
kind
change.
of a good stepping stone, to live in other places. And then come here where it was even like a bigger shock, just figuring out like what food I can find here, finding the doctors we want to use, and figuring out what is here.
We decided on Puerto Rico because there was a great need for preachers here and ministers.
These here are the residenciales, the projects, in other words. We've done some.
I've known Eric for a long time and elated that they were able to come, and we're thankful for their dedication to this work. And we've definitely bonded and worked together at overcoming trials. 2017 was rather difficult for us.
The latest track brings the hurricane eventually across Puerto Rico. This is one of the strongest hurricanes so far this season.
Everything is going down. We've lost all communication, we've lost power. We're hunkered down and waiting for this to pass. Category 4 when it came here, the eye of the hurricane actually passed over San Sebastian, and it just devastated everything. We didn't have anybody else from the States here with us. The brethren in San Juan were a long way away. All communication was shut down. We didn't hear from our family stateside, or they couldn't even contact them for a week and a half or so. Gas stations, there were lines that were over 2 kilometers or so to get to a single gas pump. People were camping out like multiple nights at gas stations just to get gas to run their generators to have any electricity. It was super scary. And we both asked ourselves, what are we doing here? We had to do some real soul searching, and we had to really understand why we were here and be convinced about why we were here. We have to remember the mission. If we're here for a good purpose, we can't be deterred from that purpose. We have to remain resolute. We have to persevere. And I think it's really important to think about externals, because too many people, and myself included for years, we look at success and define success based upon these external things. And so it's very easy to get discouraged. It's very easy to be like, well, we're insignificant. We have 10, 15 members. We're insignificant because we're the only ones out here. Well, let's go back where there's a lot. But there's no growth if you're always sitting in the box. And especially when we think about externals, we as Christians should be redefining what success is and what externals are. And if you're faced with a hurricane or earthquakes or church problems or sickness or whatever the case may be, don't give up. Don't do what the rest of the world does. We've got to push beyond being molded by the world, being molded by the mediocrity of our society, and to accept what's comfortable and really be convicted about our mission and our purpose and stay faithful to that. One of the benefits of leaving our patria, as they say in Spanish, our homeland, is that you're forced into a situation depending on God, and you recognize that really wasn't my home. And we're just in tents. And we're hoping these tents will be transformed into wonderful abodes someday. But we're not there yet, and we got to keep pressing on, and we got to keep working. When you give up a lot of the things that are comfortable here, it hits your spirit deep, and it calls you to the place that is beyond what this world can provide.
To the angel of the church in Laodicea write, the words of the Amen, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of God's creation. I know your works. You are neither cold nor hot. Would that you were either cold or hot. So because you're lukewarm and neither hot nor cold, I will spit you out of my mouth. For you say, I am rich, I have prospered, and I need nothing, not realizing that you are wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked. I counsel you to buy from me gold refined by fire, so that you may be rich, and white garments, so that you may clothe yourself, and the shame of your nakedness may not be seen, and salve to anoint your eyes, so that you may see. Those whom I love, I reprove and discipline. So be zealous and repent. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in to him and eat with him, and he with me. The one who conquers, I will grant him to sit with me on my throne, as I also conquered and sat down with my Father on his throne. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. Now we're in the last of the cities of the 7 churches.
Yeah, we're walking one of the main streets of Laodicea. This is going to the Syrian gate, and that's oriented all the way to Pisidian Antioch, Iconium, Tarsus, and Antioch. So this is the road you would take to go east.
So if you were to go through that gate and head toward that mountain, you'd even come across Colossae?
Yeah, that's the next city down the road. So we've got this cluster of early churches, Colossae, Laodicea, and Hierapolis in the 1st century.
And what about going the other way?
So the west gate is the gate to Ephesus. This is the main superhighway of the ancient world.
Now, everything that we're seeing is not 1st century. It doesn't match the time period of the road.
Yeah, so there's a mixture of various periods here, from Hellenistic, Roman, Byzantine.
As we walk along here, I'm seeing these gaps in the pavement down the center of the street. What are those?
So in these ancient cities, they ran the sewage system right underneath the central street. So fresh water would come in for drinking, go into the fountains, then go into the baths, and then the gray water would be used to flush out the sewage.
The water system is important in Laodicea, especially considering what Jesus said through John in their letter.
Yeah, we've been drinking a lot of hot drinks here, haven't we?
We have. Between the Turkish coffee and the chai.
And in this heat, we've been drinking a lot of cold drinks.
Powerade, cold water, exactly.
So lukewarm really doesn't cut it.
Doesn't do it? No.
And you can really understand the image. I'm gonna spit it out of our mouths, doing that. And the behavior of the Laodiceans is prompting Jesus to use this very image. And he is really upset with his church because they've got everything they need. And he uses really ironic language here as he's speaking to them, that they're poor, blind, and naked. Here we are in a very rich banking center, wealthy city. When it was destroyed by an earthquake in AD 60, the Romans asked if they needed help, and they said, no, we can do it on our own. We're rich enough to do it. So this spirit of self-sufficiency was in this city as well. And this is a noted textile center. You know, what are we seeing growing all over around here?
Oh, we've seen cotton in all these fields.
So a city was noted for its wealth. They sent their goods all the way to Rome. Imagery here is they're naked, you know.
Right.
And then finally that they're blind. This is also noted as a place that a particular salve was produced to help with eye illnesses. And so these 3 things the church was lacking, at least spiritually.
So their perception of themselves doesn't match reality. That on the outside, they think they've got it all together, that they're adopting the spirit of the city that they're living in.
Absolutely.
But Jesus sees them in a different light.
Yeah.
And so in his letter, he's very stern with them. He wants them to repent, and he's giving them an opportunity to humble themselves and change.
Yeah, and we have this great image, behold, I stand at the door and knock.
Yes.
You know, and these are believers that he is knocking.
Which is scary. You would think that they've already let him in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I would think that that has a lot of application to us as believers today.
Yeah.
That we need to see ourselves the way that Jesus sees us, and not be self-deceived or prideful. Now we're rolling. Jesus references this hot and cold water. There would have been really refreshing water down at Colossae. Over at Hierapolis, you have the thermal springs. Jesus, through John, talks about how they're lukewarm. And just within about 5 or 6 miles on different sides of Laodicea, you had the natural hot springs here with the boiling hot water. And then at the base of one of the mountains, another few miles away, they had Colossae, which had some incredibly cold water. It looks like snow, but it's not. It is so hard and thick. These mineral deposits that the springs have been bringing up for thousands of years. He used imagery that was familiar to them and their culture, and we're here at one of them. So they had these great visuals that they were familiar with that made them think of hot and cold, but Jesus is calling them lukewarm, that if they don't repent and change, he's going to spit them out of his mouth. Jesus is not saying that hot water is better than cold water or cold water is better than hot water. He said that he wished that they were either cold or hot. He's saying, I wish that you were useful, that you were one of these extremes that were beneficial and productive, not this mediocre, half-hearted in-between. They're coasting. There's no zeal. They're going through the motions. And Jesus is asking them to get off the fence. They need to re-engage and develop a passion for Christ. And I know there have been seasons in my life where I've either been on cruise control or distracted, and it's easier to not be as active or zealous or passionate. And that's the challenge that Jesus is issuing to all of us, is to be mindful of that, to be aware of that, and to make sure that we re-engage and our focus is on being useful to him, not just being complacent and looking for an easy life. We're not promised an easy life, but what we've been asked to be is active for him.
My parents are both Christians. I was baptized maybe in early high school and convinced that the gospel was true and I needed to live my life to Jesus. But shortly after, I think because of influences in school, there were a lot of elements of complacency that I experienced in my faith. And then I met my husband, Dan. I was compelled by his faith to reconsider and evaluate my own.
What I saw when I first met her to who she was just a couple years later was just a dramatic difference and a dramatic change. And that made me just so confident thinking about, all right, what if I could know this person and be closest person for the next decade, the next 2, 3, the rest of my life?
Dan and I grew closer and grew a companionship, got married, and throughout the time of our marriage and relationship, we knew that going overseas was something that we wanted to do. I think in my heart, I recognized that there were areas of spiritual just inadequacy and lapse that I had. And talking to Dan, I saw something different. Dan's way of teaching and influencing people was very much a day-to-day in people's lives all the time, all hours of the day. And so that was definitely a lifestyle change that was really different than what I expected.
Chapter 6, Papa God, whether not Evan, now you one grand, not God.
When we were first aware of a potential need in Sierra Leone, when both of us were there and we were talking with the people and studying with them and just getting to know them, I think both of us were just touched by the eagerness that they had to learn and grow, the deep desire they had for God's word.
Loving Jesus, stand by me. Stand by me.
Thought about it from a distance, but when we actually think about, okay, we're going to a place that doesn't have the same health care that we have there, that there's more exposure to disease, viruses, and more health risks, it becomes more real.
I mean, we've asked ourselves, why would we go? Why should we go? What if something happens?
I don't want to be dramatic about it, but it was probably one of the worst, most miserable nights I've had. Had these shakes and chills. We took my temperature to 104.5. Things got a little bit dark and a little bit emotional, even for Sonia and I, as we're trying to think about what to do. On the drive to Freetown today, some pretty dark thoughts and emotions were running through my mind, and been crying a lot. Just it's been one of the most testing weeks of my life. I think this experience revealed some kinks in my armor and in my faith, and I intend wholeheartedly to learn from them and to grow from this experience. Down the tube and into Eden's body to fix her problems. Yeah.
Couldn't be more thankful for Sonia. She's just taken amazing care of me. I'm so thankful for Sean and for Abby Reich, our good friends and our co-workers here in Sierra Leone, enabled Sonia to be able to then take care of me.
If risk and if health and safety were the number one priority and God intended it to be the number one priority, then Jesus would never have left heaven. The apostles would never have fulfilled the Great Commission. There's a knowledge that Jesus has about me and about what I do and where I live. And that just reminds me, no matter how lonely it gets at times, or how difficult, or how scared, or how challenging it can be, knowing that the Lord knows that and is aware of that, it brings courage.
Previous trips, one of the big takeaways has been how accurate the Bible is, that the Bible is reliable. But the assumption that we had going in, specifically with the 7 churches of Asia and Revelation, was that God's word was relevant. Even though these letters were written thousands of years ago, God's word is what it claims to be. It's God-breathed, it's living and active, and it applies even to us. What has it been like for you to build a home and build a life here in Turkey?
It's been really rewarding. I feel like we're living the dream,
Yeah.
So many New Testament scholars would love to be in our shoes, to
Yes.
be able to interact and be in this living history that's ongoing. And you saw excavations. Every time I visit the 7 churches, I see new things. I learn new things. So that's what makes it really exciting.
What is it like for your church to be in the country that originally received the letters from John?
It's quite interesting because the church in many ways, in terms of size and challenges, is like we're back in these early centuries before Christianity was legalized. So it's quite challenging to be a Christian practicing your faith in Turkey today. Over 10 years ago, we had 3 Christians martyred here in this country. And so that was quite a wake-up call. I was at the funeral for one of them, and you read about Antipas dying, in the book of Revelation, and other martyrs in the early church, but to have it, right in your own community, it was really quite a wake-up call. The West has minimal persecution, but many parts of the world, persecution is a reality. And so Revelation is a living document for them as they read it, and they say, this is our situation, and these words are challenging to us and how to endure in the midst of social, economic, political pressures that are trying to push us back to renounce our faith.
Yeah, I would say that we're experiencing something of a change in culture in the West. To express your faith, to express your values on social media or written media or even spoken media, that's not going to be as acceptable.
Yeah, the secularization that's happened in Europe is moving to North America now. And so how is the church going to respond to that? I think that's a real challenge ahead.
There's a fantastic quote by David Powlison where he says, in the economy of God's instruction, things that he said and did with desert shepherds in the ancient Middle East proved directly instructive and encouraging to urban Greco-Romans 1,000 or 2,000 years later. And those things prove the same for us today, yet another couple thousand years along. Wildly different circumstances are not fatal to significance and relevance. There is no temptation that is not common to all, yet no situations or persons are identical. This dynamic of the living and omni-adaptable Word creates one of the many joys of the Christian faith. It also makes you game to tackle any problem, however unfamiliar, dark, or contorted. We've got a culture that will say, because we're removed by thousands of years, it doesn't apply to us. Or because it was written to this culture of people, it doesn't apply to us. That's absolutely not the case when it comes to God's Word. Because it's inspired, it's written for all people, all time, while it still acknowledges we live in a different place, in a different culture, in a different millennium. Taking this journey has just reinforced what I think Jesus is accomplishing there for those saints, and what he wants to accomplish for us. He wants his people to understand that life here on earth is not always going to be easy. It's just not. He has not promised his disciples an easy life. He has promised them a full life. He's promised them abundant life. He's promised to be with them, and that's one of the things that he's trying to communicate. There are things going on behind the scenes that we don't always understand or see, but he knows them, and he's engaged with them. He wants us to have a better perspective. And so what you see through the book of Revelation and the 7 churches is you see a Jesus who understands, he's aware, and he knows. He sees every single one of us and the unique struggles that we're going through. Love you.
You want a puppy? You want a yellow puppy?
Love you guys.
I love you.
We don't like this message of you're going to suffer, but that's in Revelation. We've got to get through the tough times, and if we got some tough times ahead, that's okay. Our God is greater than all that. And if we're looking at him, we know things are going to turn out all right. So I'm afraid sometimes we don't take a look where we need to look. We look at things that are around us, and all things, it looks like everything nailed down is coming loose. Some people that were on a ship in the South Seas, and a storm came up, and it was really ripping and tearing. One of the passengers said, somebody needs to go talk to the captain. He came back and he said, I have seen the captain's face, and all is well.
Jesus really tries to expand people's perception of him. He's not this weak person from history who died. He's this victor who's overcome. There is a lost and dying world, and they need to hear about Jesus. And we need to do a better job reaching out to them with the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ. that it's not enough just to show up and make sure we take a seat every week in our local congregations, but we need to get busy and we need to take our faith seriously. It's not just one aspect of our life, it's supposed to be our life. And so all of those things just come to life in Revelation, and I think it's fitting that Revelation is the book that closes out the New Testament.
So what do you think? Can the church today overcome the world?
The point of Revelation is that our Savior has already overcome the world. He's already won, and what we need to do is to be faithful to Him to participate in that victory.
The story of the Exodus is our story. There was once a family, an old father and his 12 sons, along with their children. And although they did not yet have a home of their own, God blessed these Hebrews in the land of Egypt. They were fruitful and multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. But God did not intend to leave them there.
Cairo, an ancient and modern melting pot. Chaotic, yet iconic. Everywhere you turn, ancient relics fight for window space with cheap souvenirs. Walking through this sea of people, vendors yelling, animals bleating, you're faced with the reality that every day, a large part of the world still lives with the old and new coexisting side by side.
We're in our first day here in Egypt, and I think the crew's pretty excited.
I'm about to meet someone who lives here in Egypt. Her name is Miriam, and she's going to be telling me about the market and about Egyptian culture and what it's like to live here and grow up here. A local's perspective on living in Egypt, a place with such rich history. Miriam?
Hi, Jeremy.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice
How
to
are
meet
you?
you.
Me too.
So for you, Cairo is home?
Yes.
How long have you lived here?
25 years.
25 years.
Yes.
So as I was flying in yesterday,
Okay.
I was sitting next to somebody that's local, and he commented on New Cairo versus Old Cairo.
Completely different things, Yani.
Yeah.
The first thing that you will notice something like that, and now the architectural buildings from a very past era in Old Cairo, that you feel that you're really in a very historical place. In New Cairo, that you feel that in other countries like Europe, but here, that you feel that you're really in Egypt.
Back home, if something's 100 years old, it's old. Here, you're going back thousands of years and finding things, and even some of the buildings, and that's old. So totally different for us.
Yeah.
So we've got this great restaurant here.
Smell that?
Yeah, I do. I do.
This is Egyptian pie. You want to try?
I would love to try some.
Oh, the food is coming.
Oh. So what all did you get in it?
Sausage and some vegetables.
It is great.
Yeah.
How long have they been making this food?
Okay, this place was more than 100 years. Established, I think, 1907.
This restaurant is over 100 years old.
Yes, it's completely different about the modern cafe. In this place, you will get some things for more than 1 century, for a long time. It's really, really an amazing and historical place.
What is the name of this market?
Khan Khalili.
Okay, and do you have a favorite place in the market?
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, I would love to.
Let's go.
Okay. I love going through markets.
This is the Wise Street. What do you think?
It is amazing.
Really?
It's beautiful, all the detail in the building here.
Yeah.
So what makes the street so special?
This is the oldest street in specific in Islamic Old Cairo.
Okay.
It returns to 969. They laid out the street at the very beginning of Cairo foundation. Okay, this is the very special place that made handmade crafts and souvenirs. That the tourists that take it to their country do as a gift for family and their friends too.
Yes.
Okay, and this place they made some oil for hair.
So the different types of oil.
Yeah, no, this almonds oil, olive oil, black seed oil.
Coconut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Too heavy.
Thank you very much. Filming here proved more challenging than anticipated. All of our preparation, all the YouTube videos, couldn't have prepared us for production in Egypt.
Can I get any more signal in my path?
Okay, let's talk about, we end this journey
Yes.
in this specific coffee.
Yes.
It's called Kaltoum. Kaltoum.
Khartoum.
Yeah,
Okay.
you didn't know her.
No.
She's a very famous singer here in Egypt and around the Middle East. Some people, the Middle East, call her a East planet. Yeah, Kaltoum, like more like this place. She's like a bridge too. This place like a bridge between an old Egypt and a new Egypt.
So you're saying that that's something that's always going on, where you have this rich heritage, and culture and history, and you have evidence for it everywhere.
Yeah.
But then you still have the new, you still have living people here that's been here for a long, long, long time.
Yes.
But it's gone through many changes. What has it been like to live in a place with such history but still goes through change?
The change, we have to change because every day we have new things around the world.
Sure.
So we have to change and we have to be more modern.
Yeah.
But the old, the old.
So there's a place for the old.
Yes.
Yeah.
That you feel that you appreciate that you belong to this place.
Well, it has been a fantastic day.
Thank you.
It was so much fun, and I look forward to doing it again someday.
I'm very happy to see you and very happy to be with you today.
Thank you. What it must have been like for Joseph and his family to come to this country with a culture so different from their own.
While God had blessed Egypt through his people, there arose a new king who did not know what God had done. So, Egypt ruthlessly made the people of Israel work as slaves and made their lives bitter with hard service. Now, the more the children of Israel were oppressed, the more they multiplied, until Egypt was in dread of them.
About 180 miles northeast of Cairo is the small Muslim village of Esbet Rushdi, known as Tel El Daba. The fields outside of Esbet Rushdi were first excavated in 1885 by Swiss archaeologist and biblical scholar Henry Edouard Neville, and the site has been the source of multiple digs and just as many opinions as to whether this is the ancient city of Avaris, once the capital city of Hyksos and home to an ancient Semitic people, possibly the descendants of Jacob and his family. This is thought to be what the Bible calls the land of Goshen. Justin, my brother-in-law, traveled with us as our story producer and helped me visualize what it may have been like for the Hebrews to live in a place like this. Well, this is a huge contrast from being in Cairo yesterday and visiting with Miriam. More rural, but we're still surrounded by apartments and a school and mosques.
Yeah, you can hear the mosque. And actually, when we flew into Egypt, I wasn't expecting it to be quite that brown. This is very, very different.
Right. Where we are is Tel El Daba.
Right. Tel El Daba has significance because this location is believed to be one of the two store cities that Pharaoh had the Israelites build, Ramses. It's also known as Avaris. So you can see some of the dig sites that they brought out here. There's an Austrian team back in the late 90s, went on through the first, decade of the 21st century. So part of the story here is just how much the Israelites would have actually loved living in this land of Goshen.
Right, so Genesis and following that family gets us down into Egypt because Exodus 1 talks about 70 people came down when they came down with Israel's family as they came down to be delivered by Joseph. And so there's some people that speculate maybe one of the palaces that was found here at Tel El Daba may have been Joseph's palace.
It's pretty cool, actually, looking at the evidence because some of it doesn't fit Egypt, but it has like an Egypt flavor to it. So it's one of those things that you start to read Exodus and it almost feels like a fairy tale. And until you start seeing, there are actual places, locations that we're looking around us and we can see dig sites where, no, the Semitic people had a presence here. This event really did happen. Now let's get on to the important thing, which is the story that they went through. There's still a lot of pot shards around and it's exciting to me. This is my first time in a situation like this. It's like 3,000 years old worth of history, but people just walking by and using it any which way. But there's nothing to see here.
So there's a guy that's associated with the site. He works here. He's given us permission to go and take a look at some of the things that they found here. They were afraid that if they left them out, that people would have taken them, so they've put them, some of them are on display, some of them are in storage. Our fixer has negotiated with them, and the team is going to be able to go and take a look at some of this. So I have no idea what town we're in. We got about 2/3 of the way and met up with some local police.
I think sometimes I don't appreciate the threat that's probably there. So this kind of brings things back to reality.
So they just took the camera down. We're waiting outside the gate. There's the police, the national security, and the army. And we needed to get permits for all of them. So we're waiting right now. And hopefully they let us through.
We got permission to go look at these publicly displayed archaeological discoveries from Tel Al-Daba. Not sure what they're going to be, but I'm going to go with my camera, and we'll just see what God has provided for us here.
They gave us permission to come down and look at some of the pieces they sent up to this museum, and one of them is pretty amazing. You know, we were talking about Abraham and the promise that he received, and then talking about Joseph being sold into Egypt and how God used that providentially to preserve his family. So his father and his brothers and their families all come down. 70 people come down to Egypt. And then you get to Exodus, where there's a Pharaoh who comes to power that doesn't know Joseph and his family. We were told that there were some items here that were found there during the Austrians' archaeological dig over approximately 30 years. You see these canopic jars, which would have been used during burial. And what's interesting at Tel Al-Daba is the burial practices were not like the burial practices of Egyptians. They were more Semitic in nature, and then they changed over time and included some Egyptian practices, but they never fully became Egyptian from what I understand. So you also have this coffin, you see the lid, and then even on this side you see even smaller coffins that would have been used for children, which when you think about the Exodus story, especially Exodus chapter 1. And then another thing that we've been trying to learn more about are all these little small statues that indicated the wealth of the people that lived there. All of those came from Tel Al-Daba. And so there was a long period of time in that town's history, that city's history, where they were really wealthy and they were doing really well, which is consistent with why Joseph's family came down in the first place. It was to promote life, and they did really well until that Pharaoh arose that didn't know him.
There is a tension that exists in our minds, knowing that Egypt was not merely a place of slavery and oppression, but also a place of refuge and safety.
It's fascinating to think about how in the Exodus story, you've got Egypt is a place of slavery you want to get out of. In the Jesus story, Egypt was a haven for a time. And both phrases, out of Egypt I call my son, get Israel out and get Jesus out. As it's just fascinating to get a fuller narrative. God has plans for Egypt, and it's not all punitive. Some of it is helping further the Savior. He's bringing salvation about through Egypt.
Our team had now been in country for 2 days, and the jet lag was really setting in. We found exactly what we needed along the shores of the Nile River. One? Yeah. Yeah. How long have you been doing this job?
52 52 years.
52?
Yeah, 52 years.
Wow. Do you work here every day or are you at different places?
تشتغل هنا كل يوم ولا في مكان تاني؟
لا هنا.
Yeah, this is the spot.
This is the spot.
52 هنا 52.
Yeah, from 1955.
1955.
النيل حلو.
The Nile is beautiful.
Yeah.
مرسى عمار.
I asked him why the Nile River is important.
النيل.
Yes.
النيل روحنا. النيل ده روحنا.
Oh, it's your source.
Soul.
Soul, it's your soul.
Yeah.
النيل ده
Yes.
روحنا احنا.
The soul of the Egyptian.
Yes.
حياة.
It's life.
Life.
Yeah.
Ah, very good.
The Nile means life for Egyptian.
Yes.
He can fast, but he wants to drink from the Nile.
Oh, so even when he doesn't eat food,
Yeah.
he still wants water from the Nile.
Yeah.
مفيش زيت في دي.
Yeah. If we don't have the Nile, you will not have the coffee.
Ah, I see.
see?
So if you do not have the Nile, you would not have anything.
Yeah.
It is good. Yeah. Will you be blessed? Thank you.
So the king determined to put an end to their strength and ordered that any son born to the Hebrews should be cast into the Nile and drowned. Now a Hebrew from the house of Levi went and took a wife, and they had a son, a boy beautiful in God's sight. When the mother could hide him no longer, she took for him a basket made of bulrushes, and she placed the child in it among the reeds by the riverbank. And his sister Miriam watched from a distance. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the river, and she saw the basket among the reeds. When she opened it, she saw the child crying. She took pity on him and said, "This is one of the Hebrews' children." And he became her son. She named him Moses, because, she said, I drew him out of the water.
The longest river in the world, the Nile reaches from deep in the deserts of the Sahara all the way to the lush green delta that empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Cutting through the heart of Cairo, this fluid highway isn't just a source of water. It's seen as the lifeblood for the Egyptian people. Not much has changed over 4 millennia. Plenty of people make their livelihood here, including this man, who has agreed to take us out on the river. Can I come aboard?
You're welcome.
Thank you. I am Jeremy.
You're welcome, Mr. Jeremy. You're welcome.
And what is your name?
Bazid.
Bazid?
From Aswan.
Nice to meet you.
Egypt. You're welcome, Jeremy.
How long have you been working on the Nile?
28 years.
So most of your life you've been working on the water?
Yes.
What do you know about the beginning of Moses' life?
أيوة صح طبعا حدثت صح في النيل.
Yeah, he believed that the story happened to you.
Yes.
Me too.
Yes.
Me too. How important is the Nile River to Egypt?
المصريين عايشين عشاك النيل، من غير نيل ما فيش حياة.
Can you tell me what the Nile meant to the ancient Egyptians?
تحول مسار النيل كان جنب الأهرامات على طول، بس تحول مساره وتحول على هنا.
Yeah, he said all the Egyptians from the region live beside the Nile River, from Aswan to Cairo to the sea. Also, the material and the rocks that built the pyramids was taken from Aswan on boats on the Nile River.
Has your family been doing work on the Nile for many generations?
Yes, my grandfather all work in Nile.
The Nile is the life of Egypt.
Yes.
But it's very personal for you. It is life for you and your family.
Yes, also.
I mean, this is just the center of so much Egyptian history. Families from Egypt would have called this home. It would have been their life source.
the Nile River is the Nile River still. It may have changed a little bit, but we're on living history almost. And it's just so peaceful and serene, and you get to experience it this way in a way that you don't with walking amongst ruins or broken things.
It's living.
Right. That's amazing. And the feeling that I get being on the water here is really similar to the feeling that I get when I go to like the Sea of Galilee and you get on the boat there, and it's still the Sea of Galilee. And being out on the water, it pushes you away from a lot of the hustle and bustle of the city.
And there's a lot of that. I kind of imagine what it would have been like for Egyptians, pharaohs, to bring their parties out on the Nile
Which
River
they did.
to celebrate their prosperity,
Yeah.
their place in Egypt, but then to bring doom on a Hebrew people.
So it's interesting, the Nile was used by Pharaoh as his last resort to try to reduce the population size of the Israelites in bondage. So they were bringing them to the river and drowning them. And Moses' family tries to keep him alive and hide him for a period of months until he gets too big to do that. And they bring him to the river, and they do the best that they can do, which is put him in a basket and entrust him to God, not knowing what was going to happen. The faith of those midwives is they tried to find a way to preserve the life of infants, and the faith of his parents. His parents are mentioned in Hebrews 11 because of the faith that they had and what they saw in Moses. They saw something in him, and instead of doing what they were supposed to do, which would have cost them their lives, they risked their lives to save his. And all of that took place right around here. And for Moses in here.
And this became a turning moment. You know, the drama of the nation becomes the drama of this one person, this one child, and God's going to use him, and the story moves forward.
We are getting ready to head to Luxor. We're going to ride an overnight train, which I've never done before. Super excited about this. We'll see how much sleep we get. But we're wrapping up in Cairo. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome to my suite.
Wow. Thank you. That is. I still don't know.
Okay.
We are going to Luxor. There are planes to Luxor. They are quite convenient and quite frequent. But a 10-hour train ride felt like a different experience. I know that I'm personally feeling it. I mean, the exhaustion and the stress and the equipment and the crew and everything.
We haven't traveled this way before. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like I've said that so many times that the culture shock is real, and we've been to Israel, we've been to Turkey, and it's just a different world. So I tell you that yesterday at the Nile, between the guy with the coffee and the boat captain, there was a lot of talk of the Nile as bringing life. I didn't expect that.
You go back in antiquity, they didn't have running water, and we just kind of take that for granted. A lot of their civilization was based right along the riverbanks. They've maintained that appreciation, in a big case reverence, for water to a degree that we just don't have.
We
You look out and you see the green, but then you get to spots where we get away from the Nile and it like immediately turns to desert, dry.
This might be our stop. Yep, we gotta go.
Okay, all right.
So curious to see what it's gonna be like in the next place. Feel a little out of sorts, you know? I just, a little bit of apprehension. The team has been adjusting really well and so grateful for everybody. So that's been the first stage of the journey. Hey, did you sleep?
Yeah, I woke up. I told you before the train, we go the train, it will be awful one.
Yeah.
He didn't believe me. So you can go here.
Go here? Okay.
Go here.
As we made our way further and further from the city, we noticed a local family preparing a week's worth of bread, and they offered us some breakfast. Did he make this oven?
انت عملت الفرن ده؟
Yeah?
He made it. She wants you to eat.
Yes, I would love to try some. Just break? Yeah. It's got a nice crust, but it's soft right there.
Yeah, most of Egyptian people use that.
This one?
This one, yeah. This is in village or countryside.
Yeah. So we've had some like this.
At the hotel.
For dipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is very good.
Yeah. That's really good.
Isn't it good? It's almost like a sourdough.
Yeah. Put a little strawberry jam on that.
Yeah. Oh, he's bringing some cheese.
Yeah, this is cool.
That's a meal.
It's better than McDonald's.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me come to your brick factory. How long have you been making bricks here?
من حوالي 20 سنة. 20 years old.
20 years? How many bricks can you make in a day?
على حسب الأعمال. يعني حاليا أنا عندي مثلا كم عامل عندنا إيش؟ خمسة بيطلعوا 2000 ونص.
In a day?
Yeah. Yes.
So what goes into the bricks?
بنجيبوا التربة اللي هو بالنسبة للحاجة اللي بتدخل في الطينة يعني اللي هي تخليها متماسكة. لو من غيرها تقول كده القالب يبقى ما فيش.
Oh, it will not hold together.
Yeah, not hold together. اللي هي ممكن تعيق معانا بعدين. They start mix it and take out stones, little stones. Like
oh, he's looking for the stone. So he's feeling as he goes. This looks hard.
They used to do it. Have a great experience. For a normal guy, it's very hard.
Yeah. So I wouldn't want to arm wrestle them.
لا هو شقيان برضه تعبان.
No, he said no. Good grip.
This is actually one of the cooler things we've done so far. It gives us a taste of the Hebrew experience as slaves. It'd be one thing if you were like these people making bricks for your own home or for your neighbors' homes, but they were forced to do this heavy labor. And as Jeremy will attest, it's not easy.
Can I try his job looking for the stones?
It will be hard for you.
That's okay.
Okay. It will be great. Yeah, but I will not do it. Be my guest.
Okay.
Gird your loins, man.
So grab here. Oh, that's heavy. Get it. Like this?
Okay.
It's moving. It comes at you.
هذه مسافة. أستاذ محمد قول له لازم يبقى في مسافة بين الاثنين.
It is mucky. And it creates a suction. You can hear it. Yes. You're faster. You're faster. Thank you. Here? And he rolls it on the ground.
Yeah, and put some water.
You make it look easy. Yeah?
Yeah, he knows.
He knows.
Yeah.
Let's start from scratch. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Yes? It's good.
He said if you work here, you will be good. You need
I would have a job.
Yeah.
I would have a job. I think we need a friendly competition going here. Craig, why don't you come see how you can do with bricks, man?
Yeah.
More water. Yeah, let's just see who makes the prettiest brick.
All right. So I'm taking this.
Put it up alongside. Oh!
لا كمل بينا. تاني.
Yeah, more mud.
ده هتخليه قلب مفشل.
Water.
Water, yeah.
Okay, lift it up.
Good.
Good.
Oh, okay.
Who made it better?
I think Craig's is better than that.
Yeah.
Right?
Ask the brickmaker.
This one or this one? That Craig won. Craig won. Thank you, Joseph.
هتفرجي لي أماكن تانية هنا من البداية، ابدأ له من البداية.
You don't have to use them.
Maybe we think about the hard labor, but to be able to capture that and to see it firsthand, that's a pretty amazing experience.
Seeing the process of making the bricks was eye-opening for me. It would have been, and still is, back-breaking work. You're in the Egyptian sun all day, moving that heavy, dirty, smelly mud. To think that was made even harder once Moses initially asked Pharaoh to let the Hebrews go. That is hard to imagine.
The people of Israel groaned because of their slavery and cried out for help. Their cry for rescue from slavery came up to God. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. God saw the people of Israel, and God knew.
I was thinking about it, just like all the different gods and stuff here. It's going to be interesting to see what comparison between the one and the many.
Yes.
The I am piece of it.
Well, the emphasis all the way through, then people will know that I am the Lord. And setting himself up above everything else. But what's the everything else? I don't think
you have a firm grasp of everything else. Deep in Upper Egypt lies a city surrounded by the unforgiving sand. Welcome to Luxor. Known in Moses' time as Thebes, this was the seat of power for the 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties, also known as the New Kingdom. New is a relative term, as Luxor was at the height of its glory between 1600 to 1000 BC. At the heart of the city, the Karnak Temple, the temple and fortified complex built to worship the Egyptian god Amun-Ra, the god of the sun. No place better speaks to the influence of the Egyptians' polytheistic religion than Karnak. If you were the king, this city was holy ground, and you wanted your story told on the temple pillars. If you were a Hebrew slave, Karnak was the essence of opulence and power, and you were afraid of the gods that lived within its walls. Our team is meeting Hamed. He's an Egyptologist and one of the leading experts on the Karnak temple complex. So many different parts to Karnak. It is huge. How does it fit into the chronology of Egypt?
So Karnak actually, according to the chronology and according what we found here, we took about 1900 BC, the 12th dynasty rulers who built a shrine to Amun-Ra at the far eastern side of Karnak.
So Karnak would have been in existence during the lifetime of Moses.
It could be, yeah, because if we talk about the 12th dynasty, we bought Abraham, and then we bought Joseph, and then Moses is after.
So what is the significance of all of these pillars?
Symbolism was very important in ancient Egypt, actually. Here, 134 columns. Of course, the number has its religious meaning in Egypt, but in general, it represents the bulrushes or the reeds. In ancient Egypt, bulrushes represent the sacred dark place where the birth of the sun. But also in Judaism, the bulrushes where Moses was rescued. Let's go and see the most important shrine of Amun, the central shrine.
So the shrine of Amun?
Yes, that's the shrine of Amun-Ra.
So I always pronounced it Amun-Ra.
Amun-Ra, yeah,
But
or Amun-Ra.
Amun.
Yeah, it's both really are correct depending on the pronunciation in hieroglyphics, actually. So here were three standing statues gonna be here welcoming the priests who are visiting the temple. And Seti II is paying homage to the sacred Ark of Covenant of Amun. You know the idea of the Ark of the Covenant?
Yes.
That's from ancient Egypt. Let's see the Ark of the Covenant of Amun. The ram-headed barge of Amun actually was a golden color, being carried every year in a festivity, leaving from here to Luxor Temple. So his Seti II is offering more food, different kinds of food like flowers, like pomegranate, like grapes and figs. This is like a cucumber or eggplant, and more flowers and more bread. Non-fermented bread was very important to be introduced to the Ark of the Covenant.
So unleavened.
Unleavened.
Unleavened bread.
Unleavened, yeah. So that's really an ancient Egyptian tradition, maybe passed to the Hebrews communities who were in Egypt. The food being given by Seti II, who was given the title Mi-Ra. Mi-Ra means you're going to be born forever as light. As we saw the stone architecture, now we have the earliest Egyptian architecture, mud brick structure.
How far back does this go?
Well, actually, mud structures date back to more than 4,000 years before Christ.
Wow.
We talk about pre-dynastic, but actually this is very recent. You can say 400 BCE, but we are still debating why it is here. Is it a ram, a causeway to construct the facade, or structure was built by a Jewish or a Coptic community. So the shape of the mud bricks actually does not give us an idea about a causeway.
But mud brick goes back a long, long time, even before this.
True. That's, as you know, there are a lot of villages that are still doing it, and we have scenes of mud industry in the walls of the tombs, an amazing show, different people. They were Nubians, they were Egyptians, they were Canaanites and Syrians. Mud brick industry was the work of poor families at that time. Not only Jews, but still Egyptians who did it. So Jeremy, we're moving now to see one of the most fascinating and important objects at Karnak, this wonderful marble altar. Actually, we have different altars, a horned altar and then a flat altar. But we're still debating actually what is the function of this altar. Did they use this altar to put the burned offerings, if it is a big religious community lived here and practiced or performed the ritual? Did they have the burned offerings on this marble altar? Or still, as the scholars believe, it is the sacred altar where they put the barge of Ammon, or the sacred boat. We saw it on the walls of the room. Even today, there is a recent theory talking about it as a sundial.
So what is the significance of the layout of this place with the sun?
Karnak is precisely aligned to the rising winter sun. And then it's like the journey of the sun from the east, where the birth of the sun in winter, to the west, where the death of the sun after sunset or after the summer solstice on the 21st of June. And amazing in hieroglyphics, this long avenue from the east to the west was given the name in hieroglyphics as Wat Em Ra, Uben, the sacred root where Ra rises, and Wat Em Ra, Heteb, the sacred root where Ra sits.
Do we know how far back the Egyptians worshipped the sun?
Well, I have to say the word worship is still debated. I have to say that they venerated the sun.
Venerate.
The word venerate, because the sun in their eye is a unique disk. It comes with no power, no seen power behind it. Who pushes the sun to rise? Who pushes the sun to set? So in their image is the manifestation of a one God, or a hidden or invisible power, as the ancient Egyptians used the sun to guide their life, their harvest, their priesthood, or their rituals in temples and tombs. Exactly, the value of the king's tombs aligned to the sun, but there are some temples at Karnak were aligned to the moon.
Yeah. So in the last couple of days, I've visited with a couple of people. There was somebody over on the Nile, it was a captain, and talked about how he venerated the river. He venerated the Nile.
That's true, because the Nile is the lord of navigation. They can navigate by the help of the moon, the stars, and the Nile. Even you know how to navigate not only modern technology that they enjoy, but it's still the rising stars. Here we are in the most important part in the temple. We call it the Holy of Holies, or the sanctuary. And actually it was in hieroglyphics per neter, which means the sacred house of Imen, where there was a statue of Ammon. The birth of the sun starts from here. And the light is spread from this moment, or from this room, to the central colonnade, and then to the outer court, and then farewell to the sun when it sets behind the mountains, where the kings and the queens buried in what we call today the Valley of the Kings and the Queens. So Ra comes to life in December and dies in June. And this is how life imagined by the ancient Egyptians, the beginning of the universe from darkness to shadow life to light, and then back again to the world of night or darkness behind the mountain.
Very cyclical.
That's what we call the cyclical time in ancient Egypt, from darkness, shadow, light, and darkness again.
Why is the stone so dark? I'm assuming they would make sacrifices.
Of course, still sacrifices and offerings is a big topic in ancient Egypt. They have their meaning. Sacrifices that were really very important. Rams were prohibited or were not really sacrificed in ancient Egypt because they were representing one of the manifestations of Amen as a ram-headed divinity. That was the clash between the Israelite community and the Egyptian community because of that kind of animal sacrifices.
Yeah.
If we talk about the Pharaoh of the Exodus, this is really a big topic. Who persecuted them? The word the Pharaoh actually means a tyrant because he made himself the sun, which is really still, I think this is the glory of the Bible and the Quran and the religious texts, that we still search for the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
From today to the end of the world.
Yeah. So the event happened.
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah.
It happened, absolutely, it happened.
Yeah.
But who was? This is still the question.
Still a question.
The question, yeah.
There is a lot to see at the Karnak Temple complex. It's actually a bit overwhelming. What you have are layers upon layers of history. This site stretches more than 600 years across 3 Egyptian dynasties. There's a lot that I'm processing from my visit. For one thing, the connection between icons we see in the Bible to ancient Egypt. The Ark of the Covenant wasn't a new concept to the Hebrews, and the Egyptians had a room in their temple considered to be the Holy of Holies, similar to what we see with the tabernacle and the temple in Jerusalem. This made me think of a couple of things. First, as God described how he wanted to be worshipped, he used some concepts that would have been familiar to the Israelites, but then gave details that were unique to his relationship with them. For example, he instructed them to build the tabernacle and the Ark of the Covenant to communicate that he was present among them. But in contrast to Egypt's many gods, he was one God, and insisted that there be no physical depictions of him, no idols, no carvings, which is a demonstration of his compassion for the Hebrews. Next, I think these similarities help to reinforce the truthfulness of Scripture. These hieroglyphs, these rooms, are extra-biblical sources that point to similarities with what we read in the Bible. I love that. I think it really helps us better understand the world of the ancient Hebrews. You read about how wealthy the pharaohs were, the lifestyles of the rich and famous, like this is how they live, and people perceive them as deity. And that's what Moses was connected to. He was adopted into a family like that. And he turned his back on that and walked away from that, especially when he went into Midian and starts serving as a shepherd.
Moses was keeping the flock of his father-in-law, Jethro, the priest of Midian. And he led his flock into the west side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. He looked, and behold, the bush was burning, yet it was not consumed. And Moses said, I will turn aside to see this great sight, why the bush has not burned. When the Lord saw that he had turned aside to see, God called to him out of the bush, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. Do not come near. Take the sandals off your feet, for the place on which you are standing is holy ground. Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand he will send them out, and with a strong hand he will drive them out of the land. And the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord. The Lord sent devastating plagues upon Egypt through the hands of Moses and Aaron. The Lord struck the waters of the Nile and turned it to blood. He made frogs come up from the water and into the houses of Pharaoh and his people. He turned the dust of the earth into gnats, which covered man and beast. he sent great swarms of flies into the houses of Pharaoh, and the land of Egypt was ruined. Many times Pharaoh relented and begged Moses to remove the plagues, and the Lord showed mercy. But just as quickly Pharaoh hardened his heart and refused to let the people go. So the Lord killed all of the livestock throughout the land of Egypt, but preserved the animals of Israel. Moses threw into the air soot from the kiln, and the people and animals of Egypt were covered in painful boils. The Lord sent thunder and hail and fire down to the earth. The Lord sent locusts and covered the face of the land. They ravaged the fields and the trees. Not a green thing remained. Then the Lord sent darkness. For 3 days, no one throughout the land of Egypt rose from their place, but all the people of Israel had light where they lived. Finally, at midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead.
When you think of the Exodus story, the 10 plagues come to the mind of everyone who's ever heard the story, and they culminate in the death of the firstborn. How does being here impact the way you think about that pivotal moment in their history?
One of the details of the death of the firstborn that haunts me, and it's hard to imagine what that must have been like and felt like for every family in the country on the same night to have the firstborn male in their family die. And it talks about how the nation cried that night and what the wailing must have been like, especially in more populated places.
Now, God did that.
Yeah.
That wasn't something that just happened to a people, this strange kind of pandemic that spread through Egypt. God chose to inflict them with this.
God is demonstrating his justice. Pharaoh has been oppressing the people of God. He's been murdering sons of Israel by having them put to death, thrown into the Nile. It's a form of genocide. God was giving him so many opportunities to stop and let his people go and to respond, but Pharaoh keeps revealing how hard his heart is and continues to harden it. God has been asking him to let his people go. And even with the 10th, there was a warning.
From the very beginning, right?
Yes.
He had told Moses, Israel's my firstborn son. If you don't let them go, I'm taking your firstborn.
Right.
So there's always this calculated justice, compassion. He's going to deliver his people, but he's going to punish the ones who persecuted them. You're a father. We've all experienced death in different ways. You can't make it through life without being touched by it. But you have sons. I have sons. In fact, you've lost.
I've lost sons. Yep.
But losing the firstborn, can you talk a little bit about emotionally what that would be like, but also what would it do to the family dynamic in that time period to lose your firstborn?
Well, everything changes. I mean, there's so much responsibility and blessings that are given to the firstborn because it's assumed he's going to take over in that patriarchal way. And so that shifts, especially in ancient cultures. God has broken Egypt. And it hasn't just been a judgment specifically against Pharaoh. God also is revealing this is a judgment against the gods of Egypt. He's demonstrating that he is exalted above what the Egyptians are worshiping, that he is not like them, that he alone is God. And so there are multiple levels. God is still compassionate and merciful and patient, but that patience has an end. And as traumatic as that was, it was not arbitrary. And so to be in a place at night, looking around and seeing cities and lights and families that are winding down their day,
imagining lights going on or off.
All of a sudden, the pandemonium and the chaos that would have been going on that night as Pharaoh finally relented and in his heartbreak let the people leave, not fully grasping that it was his decisions that brought them there.
Right.
Every man shall take a lamb according to their father's houses, a lamb for a household. The congregation of Israel shall kill their lambs at twilight. They shall eat the flesh that night, roasted on the fire, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs they shall eat it. Then they shall take some of the blood and put it on the doorposts and the lintel of the houses in which they eat it. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. And on that very day, the Lord brought the people of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their hosts. But Pharaoh again hardened his heart and pursued them with his army and his chariots. And Moses said to the people, "Fear not, stand firm and see the salvation of the Lord." And the Lord drove the sea back and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided, and the people of Israel went into the midst of the sea on dry ground, the waters being a wall to them on their right and on their left. The Lord looked down on the Egyptian forces and threw them into a panic, clogging their chariot wheels so that they drove heavily. And the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from before Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians."
When you look at the size of the Red Sea, and to think about what God had to do miraculously to provide a wide enough, dry enough path for that large of a group of people to move through in a single night, it's miraculous, it's supernatural, it's not something that just happened. Even though God used some natural means to get it done, we know there was a wind that blew things up, but in the Song of Deliverance, it talks about how the water congealed and made a wall. And so to imagine something that size, a pathway through the sea, is it's impossible, except God made it possible. So the sea represents this dividing line between slavery and freedom. This body of water represents that deliverance. He had promised it to their ancestors that he would send them into this land and then lead them out. And this marks it. He has led them out. And not only that, but when the sea comes back and overwhelms Pharaoh's forces, so they're not a lingering threat behind them anymore. And so he sets them free, not just from the physical oppression, but from the fear of returning or being drugged back. He eliminates that so they can focus on simply learning to trust him and move forward. And I think that generation struggled with that. I think they struggled with a slavery mentality going forward. But this sea marks that threshold, that doorway of slavery was on one side, freedom was on the other side. While the Egyptian forces no longer pursued the Hebrews, this area was and is still considered part of the nation of Egypt. Their border and their control reaches into what is now known as the Sinai Peninsula. What do you have? Is the best quality?
Good one.
Thank you. And now I'm local. He's the one. We set?
We are running behind schedule. Let's just put it that way.
Why is that?
What?
Because you want us to get started?
What's the words on the paperwork?
The guard has told us we can't go in until we've paid more money. Muhammad and Ryan and Ali are trying to figure out how to handle it.
They say you paid only for the sunset. What about the sunrise? Okay, we will pay. We want to pay cash here. No, you have to pay at Cairo.
No.
Okay, let's us ride right now with our permits for the sunset to save time. No, you have to pay that and we'll go.
We are learning a lot during this production trip. That you can have a binder full of permits, and it's just not enough. It's just not enough.
We're afraid we're not going to get up there.
Yeah. There's a reason we're the only ones down here right now.
Luckily, we are working with a crew, that's doing the best they can to help just spackle in all the gaps.
Yeah. We want you,
Because you're sure that the permits go through, you just want us to get a head start.
Yeah, of course.
So if this comes through,
yes, we're gonna have to move it quickly getting up the mountain because I think because if we're gonna catch that sunset, we're gonna be pushing it. So.
Okay, you say the permits are in? Muhammad says we're good to go.
Mount Sinai. It's one of only a handful of places on Earth where all three of the world's major monotheistic religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, hold great value. However, there's one problem. We don't know with 100% certainty where the biblical Mount Sinai is, and the location is hotly contested by scholars and YouTube commentators alike. Our team chose to visit the traditional site near St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai Peninsula, named Jebel Musa. Jebel is mountain in Arabic, Musa referring to Moses. Numerous sites across Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan are thought to be a possible location for Mount Sinai. Two primary sites are fiercely contested here at Jebel Musa and Jabal al-Lawz in Saudi Arabia. We are not planting a flag saying this is the site, but instead we're using this as a backdrop to consider one of the most important moments in all of Scripture, the giving of the law from God to his people. So, we're hiking up. We finally got on the trail, maybe 3 hours late. And this is my guide, who has been doing this for how many years?
17 years.
17 years. And he's a part of the tribe that goes back many generations here. What is the name of your tribe?
Jabaliya.
Jabaliya?
Jabaliya, it's mean people who live in mountains.
And down the valley you can see the monastery of St. Catherine where they found Sinaiticus. We're on the way. What is this building up here?
This is church. This mountain is called Transfiguration Mountain.
Ah.
And God said to him, look to this mountain.
Oh,
He's
look
there.
to this mountain.
Yes.
And God passes this way.
Yes, transfigured here. The main purpose, the mountain will be in front of the Moses mountain.
So Moses would have hid in a rock in a cleft up there.
Yes, yes.
And then God would have passed by here.
Transfigured.
Transfigured here.
Yes, yes. The story, this is the place. This is the smashed one.
What's that?
He said we have to move back.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want a sunset?
Okay.
Just as it wasn't easy for the Hebrews who were now thrust into the wilderness out of Egypt, we too discovered that getting to the top of this mountain would prove challenging.
An 80-year-old did this.
It didn't say if he was chasing the sunset.
This is amazing and exhausting. So we're in the shade, catching a breather, and then we'll keep going. Yes. What is it like to live next to Mount Musa?
Oh, it's very calm, peaceful. It's full of peace and love.
Do you get to meet many people who come?
Yes, every day. I meet so much people here. They like it when you find the mountain here.
Yes.
What do you feel for you?
Exhaustion. We gotta hustle. We've gotten to this spot about to hit the steps, and if we do this right, we should catch the sunset. We've got a pretty aggressive pace, but I think we're gonna do it.
Climbing the 700 steps to the top. I haven't been keeping count. I think we're gonna make it.
That is incredible. For Moses, he was supernaturally preserved. By the end of his life, it was talking about how God had preserved his strength and his vigor, and his eye wasn't dim. After 3 months of journeying and getting here, to make that hike several times, that's impressive. That is just really impressive. Oh, look at those colors come out.
What are you thinking about right now?
The presence of God. This was the place where Moses met God in the burning bush when he was taking care of his flocks in Midian, and God commissioned him. And up until that point, God had not been revealing himself to his people and interacting with his people for centuries. And so Moses brings God's people out of Egypt to this place to meet the Lord and to enter into a covenant relationship with him. And Moses goes up and down this mountain, and when he comes down from interacting with God, his face is shining because he's been interacting with the presence of God. The struggle to get here is worth it. Oh man, it was worth it. And even for the Israelites, they did not know what it would be like to meet God out here. They just didn't know. They hadn't done it before. Exodus wasn't written. It had not happened yet. For them, it was all new. So they were heading into the unknown. They were coming out here by faith, and God was trying to establish a cultural memory for them that he was the God who had delivered them.
Hallelujah! Look at that, look at that.
Yeah.
That's the way I started walking all along.
You made it with a cane?
I made it with a cane.
Good job, man. Where are you from?
West Virginia.
West Virginia?
Just good mountains.
Congratulations. And you made it in time for that. What does it mean for you to be out here?
I don't care what it was going to take. I wanted to make this journey.
Yeah.
Because
I believe in one God.
I do too.
And besides him, there is no other.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
I prayed all the way up, and here, I'm on the top. And
I'm excited.
And that's what life is all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
You keep on trusting God.
Yes.
Believe in Him. Believe what His Word says. Guarantee you'll make it to the top.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
I'm excited for you.
I'm excited.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
Sure. God bless.
You too.
Now Mount Sinai was wrapped in smoke, because the Lord had descended on it in fire. The smoke of it went up like the smoke of a kiln, and the whole mountain trembled greatly. As the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him in thunder. The Lord came down on Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain, and the Lord called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. And God spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God.
So off to the side of where we were standing, underneath the mosque, are these steps going down into what is called the Cave of Moses. And there's not much to it. Pretty small. On Mount Sinai is where Moses asked to see God's presence, for God to dwell with his people. Some people think this is the traditional location where God let just a small piece of his presence be witnessed by Moses to comfort him and to reassure that he was going to go with them despite what had happened with the golden calf while Moses was up on the mountain. Not much room. There may not have been much room. But to have a spot like this that's been maintained and thought about is pretty special. After years of traveling like this and going to religiously significant places, it's rare to be there by yourself. And that's actually one of the joys of it. You get to meet and interact with people. Some who hold different beliefs than you, some who share very common beliefs with you.
Because this is the story. There are other mountains that are easier to get to, less military to deal with and government regulations.
Well, this is one of the few locations, you know, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem is one of them, but this is another where you have this intersection of the three monotheistic religions of the world. I mean, you've got Judaism and Islam and Christianity, and they all stake a claim to these events.
And so this is a story that everyone connects to. Not just a story of one people coming out and being made to a people here. That's a human story.
Through the Exodus itself, through the judgments, through the Red Sea parting, God was going to make his name known. In one sense, he was going to make himself known to the Israelites. And then with Pharaoh, he was going to help Pharaoh know that he was the Lord. And then he's going to help the world to know that he is the Lord. And that's still going on. You know, God is making himself known through what happened in the Exodus. And the culmination of that happens here, when we teach the Bible classes with the kids, we focus on the birth of Moses, slavery, the difficulty. It's the exciting part, the plagues, you know, the deliverance through the Red Sea.
You get here and it's all law, and it's like, okay.
Right, but we don't think through God establishing his presence among his people in the closing chapters.
Right.
We get to the golden calf and teach the golden calf, but we don't always jump forward into Moses trying to intercede and God revealing himself to be merciful and full of everlasting love.
He's incredibly patient, because the people were just, get us out of here and then the promised land, but God wanted them to stop here, and they stayed here for almost a year, so that God could make them into this covenant people. Some of the things that happened in a location like this, we passed by a place earlier, I can imagine 70 elders and Moses and Aaron and his sons right there eating before God. And I don't know what happened there, but
you can imagine it.
I can imagine it.
Yeah.
And being in a place like this, it just, God did those things and the people responded in those ways.
Out of all the nations of the earth, he was making them his people. And so later in the Pentateuch, when you get to Deuteronomy, and Moses is reminding the Israelites of their journey and of their deliverance and all of these things, he talks to them about what nation is there that heard the voice of God from the mountain and lived. No other nation had that experience.
Every nation can see their gods.
Yes.
But here's a God who's not seen.
But he was heard, right?
Because to hear his voice is to have an opportunity to respond, to build a relationship. I mean, I'm hearing your voice right now, and you're communicating thoughts and ideas, and that's what God wants with his people, is he wants this two-way relationship where we're responding to each other.
Earlier, we were all sitting around after we had been up there for the sunset, and we're talking about our aches and our pains, and this was really hard, but it was worth it. There is a bonding process that takes place through turmoil and strife and suffering. You had this large family that got developed in Egypt over 400 years.
Right.
So they had this shared experience of being delivered, this shared experience of coming to Sinai, this shared experience of hearing God give them law. As they keep going, they're going to continue to have these shared experiences and a refining of their law and their culture. And God's preparing them for that. So by the time they reach Canaan, when they get there and they're ready to go in, they're not just a family anymore.
They're a nation.
They're a nation. And God's point is, what other nation in the history of the world started that way?
So the law, the 10 Commandments, the significance of that, why those 10 words?
The first 4 words are highlighting the importance of their relationship with God. This is how you're going to interact with me. The last 6 talk about how to interact with each other on a very high level.
It's not everything they need.
It's not everything they need to know, and so it gets refined, and then you get to Leviticus, and then you get more details. But key to all of that, God starts the 10 words with, I am the God who delivered you out of Egypt. He's not just giving them law to give them law. He attaches his law with what he has done for them and how he has revealed himself to them in a very personal way. Right. So it's not just some ambiguous moral code, it's connected to Jehovah and what they've come to learn about Jehovah personally.
So the 10 Commandments are not like, here's how to be good so that you get credit with God.
No,
and he likes you and you're good with him. But it's, here's how you respond to a God who's saved you.
Yes.
And to love God and to love each other and to be this covenant people that God saved you to be. So you can see why it's not just saving them so important, it's bringing them and making them all that he purposed them to be. Yeah. Lovers of God, lovers of each other, this family.
The story of Exodus doesn't start with Exodus 1. It starts with Abraham's family and how they come into Egypt. But going back to the promise God made to Abraham in Genesis 15.
Right.
Abraham is heartbroken over the fact that he doesn't have children yet.
Right.
That promise has not been fulfilled. Where he has him look up, God challenges him to count the stars. And he says, that's how many kids you're gonna have someday. I'm gonna keep this promise to you.
But now it's not just Abraham's family. God says, no,
right.
My family.
Well, and he even predicts there's going to come a time where your children will go into a land,
right,
and I am going to deliver them out. And so at Mount Sinai, that has been fulfilled. Abraham's children are numerous, and God has delivered them from the land that he knew they would be enslaved in.
This was a new day for God's people. The giving of the law was a pivotal moment in the forming of their nation. This moment would go with them all the way to the cross of Jesus. But while God was making a covenant with his people, the Hebrews were already breaking the law, and something dark and sinister was taking place far below in the valley.
When Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, the people gathered themselves together to Aaron and said to him, "Make us gods who shall go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." So Aaron received the rings of gold that were in their ears and made a calf. And the people said, "Behold, the gods who brought us up out of the land of Egypt." And they rose up early the next day to worship. They sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play.
It was fascinating to me while we were in Luxor that Ahmed, the Egyptologist, showed us a hieroglyph that had a couple of images on it that gave us insight into the golden calf. So the two images in the hieroglyph was an image that represented gold, or the gold skin of the gods, and then a bowl representing the strength of the gods and associated with the king. And when you take that imagery and then think about what Aaron fashioned for the Israelites, as Moses was up on the mountain for 40 days, they became concerned. They said, "We don't know what's happened to this guy. We need someone to go before us, so make a god for us." And Aaron fashions a golden calf out of the gold that they've collected. So they're using this imagery from their slavery days in Egypt to represent Jehovah. It uses the word Lord. This is the God, this is the Lord who has led you out of Egypt. It shouldn't surprise us that you have this cultural influence that drives what they end up doing, but they associate it with the Lord. And in the exact same moment, the Lord is up on the mountain with Moses trying to communicate how unique and exclusive he is, and the irony of that. And so I don't think there's any way that I can fully appreciate Moses' frustration and anger when he comes down and sees the people in this idolatrous orgy around this Egyptian-influenced idol and associating it with Jehovah. And so even though the people have physically been delivered from Egypt, they have these remnants, these ways of thinking, even religiously and spiritually, that are still ingrained in them. They've physically left Egypt, but emotionally and spiritually and in so many ways, they're still tied there. And especially that generation. You see it in the generation that immediately experienced it. And God is trying to set them free from that. It was at Mount Sinai that God fulfilled his promise to bring his people out of Egypt. But more than that, God was trying to get Egypt out of his people.
It's been a little bit over a week now since we arrived in Egypt, and we're done. Pretty much phase 2 of the production, leaving Egypt. It's the second chapter, so who knows what sort of work we're going to have to do when we get there, but I'm looking forward to just switching gears a little bit.
Okay, so it is, it's either 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night. We're not really sure what time zone we're in. We are sitting in a holding area waiting to clear customs and get our passports back so we can go. Beginning to believe that the only time of day that you can go through customs is late at night when you're tired. Next stop is Jordan.
The Israelites had just come out of the land of Goshen, and compared to where they were in the desert, life was easier back there. The food was readily accessible, they had put down roots, there was a community, and you leave all of that ease, even though they were in bondage and enslaved, you leave all of that ease and come to this. And you don't know where you're going, and you're just doing it day by day, and the sand, the desert wants to kill you. And it makes sense why the Israelites would have struggled in their faith and challenged Moses, like, why'd you bring us out here? Why'd you bring us out here to die? Slavery and bondage was easier than this. It was better than this. And they just didn't have a different perspective. So being out here in this, I understand why they were struggling. God has led them out and God has delivered them, but they have nothing. They have to learn to rely on Him for their daily food. They have to learn to rely on Him for direction, for provision. And being out here, there's nothing they can do on their own. They're not going to put down roots here. They're living a nomadic life, and they left roots. And so they're just living in this in-between space, which is so hard to do, wrestling with whether God's going to fulfill the last part of His promise to take them to a land of rest, because this is not it. Everybody wanders through deserts in their life. They just do, where they get into this in-between space and it seems like there's no joy and there's no happiness. They can't see 1 foot in front of them. They can't see what's coming the next day. And they have to learn to rely on God every single day, every step along the way. And those seasons come and go, and we don't know how long those seasons are going to be. For some people, it's a couple of days or a couple of hours. For some people, they go into these deserts that may stretch their whole lives. But what the Exodus teaches us is that God's a God of deliverance, and there is life. There's life on the other side, there's hope on the other side, and while you're in the desert, there's still provision. God's with you through that desert. Even though you might not see it or understand what He's doing, He's operating and still saving you. He's still giving you life and sustaining you.
Then the Lord said to Moses, "Behold, I am about to rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day, that I may test them, whether they will walk in my law or not." The people of Israel ate manna till they came to the border of the land of Canaan.
The camels, they're beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What is on the nose of this one?
And yes, no friend carries fear.
Because he likes his brother.
Okay, I wondered if that's what that was. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What is life like living in the desert out here?
بعيد عن الميكروبات، بعيد عن الزحام، روقان، طبيعة، عيشة طبيعية.
Yeah, very solitary.
نعم.
Yeah.
على حالي.
But very hard too, because you have such heat and cold.
نعم.
How do you think the desert changes people? If you come here, how does it change you?
تغير بتطلعك من معيشة المدن والزحام وانزحام الشغل وضغط على المخ. Okay.
Can I ride?
مش على هيك. Okay.
God chose this empty and solitary place to help His people clear their minds and break the cords that still tied them to Egypt. When they arrived at Kadesh Barnea, God sent 12 spies into the Promised Land. But 10 of them lacked faith and convinced the people to rebel. So the Lord sent the Israelites back into the wilderness for 40 years. 40 years. That's a long time to be lost, wandering, looking for direction. 40 years. It was necessary to remove doubt and worry and replace it with faith. We're all wandering in the wilderness at times in our life, stumbling, tripping over ourselves as we look for a way out of our sin and idolatry. But if we allow God to use that time in the wilderness to build our character, to humble us, to teach us to fully depend on Him, if we follow His direction, He'll lead us out and make clear the path we need to follow. So much more happened leading up to Israel going in and conquering Canaan. The Israelites spent 40 years in the wilderness with Moses because of their rebellion and not going in when they should have, their lack of faith in God and in His strength and in His ability to take these giants in the land that they saw. And so there are 3 more books in the Pentateuch that chronicle the development of Israel as a nation. You have Leviticus, where God gives His law to His people, helping them understand that He's holy and He wants them to be holy, and gives them details about how to do that, and explaining the sacrificial system of atonement. I want to try something a little bit different today.
Okay.
And I'm going to need your help and probably 2-3 other guys.
Some crew.
We do.
Hey, Nolan, Ryan, you ready to help?
We could probably grab a sound guy.
Dan, do you want to step in on this? You might need to lose the camera.
Okay, so we need everybody to grab the largest rock they can grab.
I get the biggest one.
You get it? Because you're the biggest.
You strongest, all you weaklings.
Okay, so we'll come out here and we're gonna set 6 points. So Stu, if you want to set yours right by that rock. This rock right here. Set it next to that. We need to measure. Justin, you want to help me?
Yes, sir.
So 15 feet.
Right.
Right here. All right. Okay. And once we get these 4 down, so I need someone else to put a rock here. Dan is really close. He's been eyeballing it. Close. So from this point, we need to go forward about 45 feet. This little experiment is to kind of give us a visual of the size of the tabernacle.
If I understand our experiment correctly, what we've just done is we've laid out the tabernacle structure.
We have
10 cubits wide, 30 cubits long.
So for feet, usually that's 15 by 45.
Okay, and this central area, it's a perfectly cubit measurement room. This is the most holy place. It's like the center, not just of the tabernacle, but this is central to the camp of Israel. God wanted it in the center.
Yeah, so even on the outside of the tabernacle complex, you had 3 tribes camping on each face.
And then actually you'd have it insulated by the Levites and the priests because
Correct.
God wanted a pure place to dwell amongst His people. The people needed a holy place that they could interact, a safe place they could interact with God.
Well, as He had demonstrated with the golden calf incident,
right?
You know, He's a holy God, but these unholy people are doing things that if He were to live amongst them in His holiness, He would consume them.
So if we were to step in,
right?
What would we see?
If we were to step in, we would see that curtain covering the Holy of Holies,
all right,
which is the focal point of the whole thing.
Okay.
And inside of that cubed room would be the Ark of the Covenant, which on top of that was called the mercy seat, which was essentially God's throne. That's where God's presence dwelt. And the high priest was the only one who could go in there, and only one day out of the year on the Day of Atonement.
So they don't hang out in here. This is a very special place where God lives with them, dwells with them, just before the veil, and kind of belonging to the most holy place.
You had the altar of incense.
Right, and the smoke would fill in so that the high priest, when he enters in, can't even see.
The idea goes back to the presence of God. With Mount Sinai, God came down and there was fire and lightning and smoke. And as you light incense and that incense permeates the room, it helps communicate the idea of God's presence being in the space.
So what's happening is Sinai is being recreated in the tabernacle. I didn't even think of that. Okay.
Even going back before Sinai, the orientation of the tabernacle on the compass.
Right, because it faces east. When the priests come in, they would come in facing west. And that goes back to the Garden of Eden. In fact, a lot of this imagery is Garden of Eden. But they're walking west because when Adam and Eve left the garden, they went east. When Cain killed his brother Abel, he goes east. So God's taking his people, his covenant people, and kind of bringing them back into this paradise dwelling with him. So over here, when you first come in to the left, would be like the tree, right? It's a lampstand, and then to the right would be the table of showbread.
Table of showbread. Even the ornamentation on the curtains and the ornamentation that was made out of metal, all of it had garden imagery. And so you start the Pentateuch with Genesis and God creating everything, and he's in the garden with Adam and Eve.
And we've lost that.
We've lost the garden because of sin. We've lost that closeness of being in God's presence. And by the time you end the Pentateuch, God's provided a way to reconnect with his people. He's recreating a little bit of the garden.
So this isn't really just about organizing religion or organizing camp structure. This is really about symbolizing, recreating a presence with God.
Yeah.
So having this layout, it's a cool experiment. I like being able to visualize all this.
So it's super helpful to see how compact it is, but it communicated something really big.
We want a God who will tabernacle with his people.
Yes.
Cool.
Then you've got the book of Numbers that summarizes the generation that came out of Egypt and the cycle of rebellion and disobedience and judgment that led to them lying in the desert as their children finally went in 40 years later. And then Deuteronomy is Moses, because he failed as well. In the wilderness, he got frustrated to the point and didn't honor and glorify God. And so God told Moses he would not get to enter in. And so out of that entire generation, only 2 Israelites got to go into the land of rest. And so Deuteronomy is Moses speaking 5 different times to the people, reminding them of everything that God has done in their history to bring them to this point before he finally goes up Mount Nebo to look into the land in anticipation of what God would do when his time with them was over. Getting here to Mount Nebo, even for our crew, this has been an exhausting journey. And it was nothing compared to the 40 years of the Israelites getting here. But there's such a sense of excitement and anticipation, standing at the top and looking across the valley into the land of rest. This is the land that God had promised to Abraham and his descendants. And Moses gets to look in and see what the Israelites are about to inherit. And what we're feeling right now is so small in comparison to what Moses must have felt for them. Israel spent 40 years getting to this moment, and Moses climbed to the top of the mountain, and after God's people being sojourners for all of those generations, on the eve of them arriving in a home, he gets to look in and see how good the land is. I feel tension between the disappointment that this moment marked for Moses, and at the same time, the joy that he must have felt of a job well done. He shepherded God's people for 40 years, knowing that it was going to be hard. And it was. He didn't respond to every test of faith well. He was human, and he made mistakes. And this mountain marks the tension at the close of his life, where he gets to look in and he does not get to experience the arrival in the promised land, but he gets to see it And in faith, he gets to see what Israel is about to inherit. He did his job well and shepherded God's people well. And I'm so grateful that God didn't measure Moses' faithfulness based on his worst day, and that at the end of the day, he was still called the friend of God. Chronicling Moses' life and being here, I appreciate that. There may be some who wonder, what does the story of the Israelites have to do with me? I come from a different family and background and tradition. But the Bible tells us that for those who choose to follow God, those who accept and follow His Son Jesus, we have been rescued out of the slavery of our sin and are being led to a rich, promised land of rest. We belong to God's family. We are part of God's chosen people. We are the next chapter of this beautiful history and heritage. The story of the Exodus is our story.
There are some places, some things you see that just seem to spring more from fantasy than reality. It might be a natural wonder like a scenic waterfall or something as simple yet astonishing as spider's web in the morning dew. There are places you go that you just think, I can't really be here. This isn't real. And Petra is one of those places. Petra is this city. It's expansive, it's a complex. It's a place that was carved out of the sandstone. You see all of the water that would have shaped this place coming down, as well as shaped it coming through the Seek here, about a 3/4 mile long gorge. And the people would have survived off of the water. There are desert people here in the Negev. And they used the water, they collected it, they used it for irrigation. They found a way to create this sort of oasis here. And the Nabateans living here just before Jesus and just 1st and 2nd century here. They had a good relationship with the Roman Empire. They found this way to create this fortress, impenetrable seemingly. There's the treasury. Contrary to its name, it's not full of treasure. In fact, after this area was abandoned, almost forgotten, Bedouins would come in and they would shoot at the treasury face. So you're not just seeing erosion, you're actually seeing people shooting down the face because they thought that there were treasures stored in the face of the treasury. It's more just a tomb. Before the Nabateans came along, this whole area in Petra was inhabited by lots of different people, and the Edomites are one of those people. That's kind of the story we want to talk about today. Scholars believe that Petra is most associated with either Midian or Edom. We're not sure. Both of those nations are major players in the world of the Bible. And talking about this story here, they're both relatives to the Israelites, but Edom seems to be a good fit. The word Petra, of course, means rock, and then there's this area called Sela, and the Edomites, they were said to find their confidence in this rocky place where they lived. And you think about the kind of protection they had. I mean, just think about bringing an army through here. We came in through the back way this morning. They are secure, but they're not as secure as they think they are. There's a kind of pride that comes from self-confidence and your circumstances that God wants to bring low. And so to think about their relationship with Israel, it goes back, well, a long time, generations, to these two brothers, Israel, Judah. They come from Jacob, and Edom comes from Esau. And these two brothers had this rivalry that lasted almost their whole lives, but they came to peace. But the kind of conflict they had, it ruined their families. And so generations later, the two nations, Israel coming from Jacob, and then Edom coming from Esau, they just constantly fought, never came to peace. And so the sins of the fathers had done its work. And so when the Jews were taken into captivity by the Babylonians, the Edomites just stood there watching, sort of rubbing their hands gleefully, excited to see their brothers suffer for their sins. And God hated that. So he sent a prophet named Obadiah, and Obadiah told them what God felt about it. He talked about their confidence in a place like this. In Obadiah verse 2, he sent Obadiah to say this: "Behold, I will make you small among the nations. You shall be utterly despised. The pride of your heart has deceived you, you who live in the clefts of the rock," and that's that word Selah, "in your lofty dwelling, who say in your heart, who will bring me down to the ground? Though you soar aloft like the eagle, though your nest is set among the stars, from there I will bring you down, declares the Lord." See, they lived in this mountainous area. Whether they actually lived in Petra or not, scholars debate. But they certainly lived in an area like this and around this area. They controlled the whole Negeb. And they felt this confidence. Their circumstances made them feel secure. They thought no one can take them down. But God had to come down to them to bring them further down. God hates that kind of pride. And what he says to them in the end is that the kingdom shall be the Lord's. It's a lesson I think we should take to heart today. The kind of confidence, the kind of trust that we have, we've got to put our trust in something. And God wants us to be humble enough, this default humility we have before him, we keep him in the room, we remember that he's our rock, that he's our fortress. That's a lesson worth remembering. Nabateans were really intentional about making the most of the resources through here. So they've built these channels each rainy season. They have found a way to store all this treasured resource. In fact, the Nabateans would sell water to neighbors around them. But one of the most interesting things about Petra, of course, are all these cutouts. Sandstone. So they would chip away and build these, what look like initially dwellings. They're not. You wouldn't live in these. These are tombs. They wouldn't close them in. It's kind of different. It's just different. I would think they'd want to seal the tomb to protect the body, but instead they'd leave it out in the open. And then they would come in below with their family and friends, grieve together for 30 days. In fact, not far from here is Jabal Huran. It's Mount Hor, where Aaron is traditionally known to be buried, and they mourned him for 30 days. So it's kind of a tradition, but nothing is contained. Everything's out in the open, and they sort of let nature take care of things. But the dwellings aren't here. The dwellings are actually, fascinatingly, underground. So there are all these caves through this system, and they would live beneath, keep cool during the day, capture their water, and live in this oasis. These tombs are, I mean, as beautiful as they are for the more common people, but in Petra itself, obviously the Nabateans had royalty, and it's supposed, not sure, scholars go back and forth on this, but the royalty would have been buried here in what are some of the most majestic places here. This is the royal tomb. Obviously more ornate, a lot more work involved, and this one's carved directly out of the sandstone. There's some other places where it's not just carved out of the sandstone, they actually would have carved pieces of sandstone and placed it up as a facade. There's just a lot of importance on remembering your loved ones. The Bible talks about people being gathered to their people. Hello, how are you? We're on a shoot today. We're capturing some film.
Come and take some pieces of falafel.
What are you drinking?
Tea.
Tea.
Bedouin tea.
This is for you. We have a sandwich, we have a falafel. Come.
Shukran.
عفوا.
Shukran. I smell mint.
No, sage.
Sage. You drink sage.
Mm-hmm.
This is falafel?
Falafel.
It's very good.
Shiahana.
You can't do this to everybody who comes along.
Of course.
You wouldn't have anything left to eat.
Yes. I have a lot of tuna and hummus, don't worry. We respect our guest plan, you know? For us here in our Muslim country, exactly the Bedouin people here, we say, welcome, eat. Welcome, eat.
Yes.
So when I eat, I have to invite you. We don't look, for example, for money or for something like that. No, we look for, most of the people to come happy. Because you come visit us for first time, so.
Treat people like family.
Yeah.
Family is a pretty big thing here.
Of course, yeah.
We were talking about the tombs and just the way, you know how the tombs, you have the room underneath where people would have visited with family and then buried the loved one above. Do you have special remembrances for family who die here? How do you handle death and the death of a loved one?
If someone die, we hold it, we carry, we put it in the mosque, we pray, and then we go someplace, we put all the people they died there, and make a tomb, and then we cover it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, death is just such a, it touches everybody.
Yeah.
It touches everything.
Yeah.
Every culture has a different way of thinking
course,
through it and processing it and not letting it destroy you. But it's 10 out of 10 people die.
Yeah, that's the truth.
So it's just, I don't know. I would think living in a place like this, surrounded by the tombs, would
maybe,
keep you in touch with that.
Maybe you hear about that. Actually, it's still living inside Petra here until now, like 35 families.
Yeah.
Still living in the cave.
35 families still living here in the caves.
All of them do have a house in the village.
Right.
But you prefer the life here.
Yeah, and you get to meet fun people.
Of course, the people, you like to support the people. They have a time to talk. They have a time to make fun.
Remind me of your name.
Ahmed.
Ahmed
Yes.
and Justin.
Nice to meet
Thank you so much. Thank you for the tea and the falafel.
You're welcome.
Tell your friends who made it. Thank you.
Your second home.
All right, God bless.
And if you have free time, if you want to come back, we'll drink a couple tea more, we are here.
And we'll talk scarves.
Why not?
Right. Thank you, friend. Thank you.
The beauty and grandeur of Petra is hard to describe. What is particularly striking is how the ancient Nabateans buried their dead here in this solemn ritual. Even more incredible is the picture of supreme security such a rocky fortress provided its people. but it was not a security that could be wholly trusted. Hundreds of years later, and hundreds of miles away, Jesus would teach about lasting security. In Matthew 7, everyone who hears his words and does them has his house, his life, built on the rock, built on the Petra. And whatever storms may come, the one who trusts in Jesus will stand. And in Matthew 16, the church that Jesus built on the solid rock, well, not even death itself should prevail against it.
The synagogue was a special place for Jews in Jesus' day. We read a lot in the Bible about people like Jesus, Paul, and the apostles visiting synagogues to teach. So it probably goes without saying that the synagogue in Nazareth would have been a very familiar place for Jesus. However, when he stood up to read on one Sabbath day, he didn't get a very warm response. A synagogue is a building where Jews meet to learn about God. Jesus was raised a Jew, and the Bible tells us in Luke chapter 4 that Jesus taught in synagogues all over Galilee. These are the ancient ruins of a synagogue in the town of Magdala, close to the Sea of Galilee. Notice the columns and the steps seating around the outside? If you were sitting in a synagogue, you would sit on these seats around the outside, not in long benches or pews like we sit in when we worship on Sundays. See the beautiful tile work on the floor? Synagogues were very beautiful places. This synagogue in Magdala was discovered in 2009. A coin found in the synagogue while they were digging dates back to the time of Jesus. So these ruins are over 2,000 years old. You're looking at one of only a few synagogues from the 1st century that have been discovered. Now, let's go down the road and visit another synagogue in Nazareth, the town where Jesus grew up. This building is a replica, which means this is only a copy of what a real synagogue would have looked like. Now you can see the walls and columns. Remember that step seating around the outside? Here it is again. Where do you think Jesus would have stood while he was reading from the scroll? That's right. He would have stood in the middle of the room, completely surrounded by people who would have been listening to him. In Luke chapter 4, verse 17, it says, "He read from the scroll from the prophet Isaiah. After he finished reading, he rolled it up and gave it to someone to put away. Then he started teaching, and the people were amazed by what he was saying and asked if this was Joseph and Mary's son." Then Jesus said something really amazing. He told the people what he had just read had come true, right in front of them. As he went on to tell them that he was God's son and that these people would reject him, they didn't like what he was saying and they just wanted to kill him. Jesus escaped and left Nazareth, his hometown. However, Jesus wasn't afraid to keep telling people about who he was. Just like Jesus, we shouldn't be afraid to tell people that we believe in God and we're part of a church. Even if we get made fun of or laughed at, it's okay because we need to stand up for the truth just like Jesus did. Jesus knew who he was because he saw himself in God's story. Just like Jesus, We can know who we are when we read God's Word, and we can be brave to be who God wants us to be. Have you ever been told something was going to happen, and then later it didn't actually happen? Maybe your friend promised he'd come over and play, and never came over. Or maybe your parents said you could get some ice cream, but something came up and plans changed. Whatever the case, there are times that promises are made to us, and those promises get broken. Jesus made promises too. He once made a promise that something was going to happen, something bad. And his words, well, they came true. Jerusalem is one of the most well-known cities in the world. Sitting in the southern section of Israel, less than 20 miles from the Dead Sea, this city was the center of Jewish culture during the time of Jesus. In the middle of this city, sitting atop the highest hill, was the temple, a truly incredible building. If you lived roughly 2,000 years ago, during the time of Jesus, going up to Jerusalem would have been a big deal. Imagine walking into the city and looking up and seeing the temple. The temple was where Jewish families living under the old law of Moses would go to make animal sacrifices for their sin. The temple was always a busy place. In the 1960s, archaeologists discovered an ancient but very well preserved Roman road next to the giant temple platform in Jerusalem. An archaeologist is a person who studies human history by digging and looking at clues buried in the ground. The pavement was almost completely untouched, and they found shops where people sold things. However, they found something mysterious, and the clues point to something Jesus had promised. In Mark chapter 13, verses 1 through 6, we read about Jesus leaving the temple, very close to the area that you see here. One of his disciples was talking about how big the stones were and how amazing the buildings were. Jesus said that not one stone would be left on top of another. They would all be thrown down. Yikes, that's some major damage. But what Jesus said that day came true. In 70 AD, the Romans, who controlled Jerusalem, destroyed the temple where the Jews worshiped God. These stones piled up on the street, they came down off this very tall wall, pushed off by the Roman soldiers. They came crashing down onto the city street. Jesus made a promise, and it came true. This might not seem very important, but this shows us how God always keeps his promises. Think of some of the big promises God has made in the Bible. Telling Noah he would not destroy the earth again with water. Remember the rainbow? How about promising Abraham that he would make him a great nation, despite him not having a child? That came true through Isaac. Jesus himself is a promise from God. Jesus came, he was killed, and was raised for us. And now we're promised a home with him in heaven if we believe and obey him. Remember, like the temple being destroyed, what God says always comes true. Have you ever been told something to do even though you didn't completely understand the reason why? Chances are you have. We all have. Perhaps your mom or dad told you to do something that seemed random or unimportant, but you obey, or at least you should. Why? Because you trust the person who gave you the instructions, your parents or a teacher, people who care about you and have your best interest in mind. This is exactly what happened to a blind man sitting on a street in Jerusalem who met Jesus. Jesus' instruction involved some mud and a pool of water, a pool that we're going to visit right now. Jerusalem. It's a big city with lots of people coming and going. Today, the streets are filled with cars and buses instead of donkeys and sheep like was probably the case in Jesus' day. Still, Jerusalem was a busy place over 2,000 years ago, and for a blind man who had been blind from birth, he was probably familiar with being ignored and tripped over and laughed at by the thousands of people who would pass him by. However, one day a man named Jesus stopped and showed him some kindness. Do you remember this story? In John chapter 9, Jesus spit in the dirt to make some mud and rubbed it in the blind man's eyes. He then told him to go wash his eyes off in a pool called the Pool of Siloam. Now, this wasn't a swimming pool. This was a pool people used for fresh drinking water and for religious baths, which were traditions of the Jews from the Old Testament, very different from the baths we take today. The water that filled this pool came from a nearby underground spring called the Gihon Spring. The pool likely looked something like this, decorated with stone columns on one side and several sets of steps that led down into the water. In 2004, while workers were digging underground in Jerusalem, they uncovered a stone pavement, and after archaeologists were brought in, they discovered stone steps leading down to a basin, like in a pool. The architectural style was the same as other buildings that had been dated to the time that Jesus was alive on earth. Now, the blind man, Jesus sent this man, eyes caked in mud, to this pool and told him to wash his eyes clean. It was quite a walk, especially for a blind man. But he did just as Jesus had told him to do, and all of a sudden he could see. Imagine his excitement and joy. The Bible tells us people who saw that blind man after he had regained his sight were so shocked they actually asked if this really was the same man that had been blind. Some people even thought it was just a man that looked like him, but in fact it was him, and he was given his sight by Jesus because he trusted the instruction of Jesus and obeyed. Having your eyes caked in mud and then being told to go wash them seems very strange, but what do you think would have happened if he hadn't gone to the pool and washed his eyes off? Today, the Bible gives us our instructions, and we need to trust that what the Bible says is what we should do. Just like the blind man, God tells us what to do because He wants to bless us. Just like we trust our parents because we know they love us, we should also trust God because He loves us. It's up to us to obey. The Sea of Galilee. Today, this part of Israel is full of tourists going to the beach or spending a day sightseeing. However, when Jesus was on the earth, over 2,000 years ago, the shores of this sea were full of people working to make a living, including fishermen. Jesus chose 4 men straight from these shores to do more than catch fish. They were going to become fishers of men. Measuring just 8 miles wide and 12 miles from top to bottom, the Sea of Galilee is a very large lake, also called the Lake of Gennesaret. Sitting at about 700 feet below sea level, it's surrounded by tall hills that tower 1,000 feet over the surface of the water, making it the lowest freshwater lake in the world. It's a beautiful place. Peaceful shores, golden sunsets. It was the center of life in the region during Jesus' day. And a big part of that life on the Sea of Galilee was fishing. Fishing 2,000 years ago probably looked very different from how you might picture fishing today. It was a hard job that often required fishermen to be out all night in their boats with their nets. Then, in the morning, they would sit on the shore and mend the holes in their nets to get ready for another night of fishing. Fishing was such a big business. In the town of Magdala, archaeologists have discovered a fishery and special tanks for holding fresh fish in the marketplace. In Matthew chapter 4, we read about Jesus walking on the shore and observing the fishermen working. He calls his first 2 disciples, Peter and his brother Andrew, to follow him. Jesus was from Galilee, and Peter and Andrew lived in the small town of Capernaum, right on the shore of the sea. Since Jesus grew up in Galilee and spent most of his life there, it makes sense that he would start there when looking for disciples to follow him. In that chapter, it says Peter and Andrew were casting a net into the sea. We don't cast many nets today, so what would that have looked like? On a trip to Israel, I got to see how a net, similar to the one the disciples might have used, is cast. It was interesting to see because it's very different from using a fishing pole.
1, 2, and...
One thing we can learn from this story is how the men reacted when Jesus asked them to come and follow him. It says they immediately left their nets and followed Jesus. Jesus had big plans for Peter, Andrew, and the other fishermen that he called to follow him that day, James and John. These men were going to work with Jesus to teach, and after Jesus left earth at the end of his ministry, these men would play a big role in helping to establish the Lord's church. They were excited to follow Jesus and went with him willingly. Fishermen weren't well-educated men. They didn't have a lot of influence with people in society. Why do you think Jesus would choose uneducated fishermen to help him with this work? He knew they would work hard, just like they had worked hard fishing. Just like Peter, Andrew, James, and John, we need to be working hard for God. And even more, these fishermen left everything to follow Jesus. And we need to be willing to follow Jesus no matter what we have to leave behind. We all need to be fishers of men, to go out into the world, to share God's word and bring people to Jesus. Have you ever thought about your reputation? A reputation is what people think about you and what you're known for. You might be a really good athlete and you have a reputation for being fast and hard to beat at sports. Or maybe you're a friend to everyone you meet and you have a reputation for being really nice. We are all known for something, and for some people, their reputation might not be very good. In the Bible, Jesus talked about 3 cities he visited, but he didn't have nice things to say about these places because the people who lived there refused to believe him. Today, I want to take you to one of those cities. Let's visit the town of Chorazin. Chances are you have never heard of the city of Chorazin. It's not a well-known city today. It doesn't have tall buildings or beautiful parks. In fact, nobody lives there today because the city has been deserted. However, it's a city mentioned in the Bible, and it was a city Jesus visited and a place where he performed wonderful miracles. Today, the ruins of Chorazim sit on the hill overlooking the northern shore of the Sea of Galilee. Like many villages in the region, during the time of Jesus, it was a small Jewish fishing town. Even though small, Jesus talks about visiting the city in Matthew chapter 11. In that chapter, Jesus talks about doing mighty works or miracles, and the people did not believe Jesus. He compares the city to the cities of Tyre and Sidon, which had a reputation for being wicked, ungodly cities full of people who worshiped idols and did bad things. When you look at the ruins today, doesn't it make you a little sad? This was a beautiful city with homes and public buildings and a large synagogue in the middle of the city that Jesus visited. You couldn't tell from looking at it today that it was a beautiful town. The people are gone and buildings are falling down. Jesus rebuked them for their unbelief, warning the people listening that the judgment would be better for the people living in the cities of Tyre and Sidon than it would be for the Jews that lived in Chorazim.
I don't think I would want to live in a city that has a reputation like that. But Jesus was saying that the people who lived in Chorazim had the chance to believe him, and they chose not to. I hope none of you want to be like the people that lived in Chorazim when Jesus visited that city. We all need to believe in Jesus and his teaching. We need to listen as God talks to us through the Bible. What is your reputation? What are you known for? Are you known among friends as someone who believes the Bible and wants to serve Jesus and other people? Or is this something that the people in your life don't know about you? Are you known for other things, like being selfish or only wanting to have fun? The choice to believe or not believe is yours to make. Just like it was up to the people of Chorazim to make, let's all make sure we are known for our belief in God by the people around us, and that Jesus knows us as a servant of his when our life is over. Do you enjoy doing chores? My guess is the answer is no. I'm right there with you. I don't like doing chores either. But we all have work that needs to get done. Whether it's cleaning your room, doing the dishes after dinner, or going to a job when you're out of school. There's always going to be some work to do. When Jesus was on the earth, it was no different for him. Jesus was a carpenter, just like his earthly father Joseph. Today, we're going to take a look at what it meant to be a carpenter over 2,000 years ago. The city of Nazareth looks very different today than it did when Jesus lived there. Over 76,000 people live there now, and it's one of the largest cities in the Galilee region. During the time of Jesus, the population was likely only a few hundred people, and they probably all knew each other. We see in Mark chapter 6 a story about Jesus teaching in the synagogue in Nazareth. The people were amazed at his ability to teach and the knowledge he had about the law of Moses. They asked each other where he got this wisdom. After all, Jesus was only a carpenter. We also read when Jesus was 12 years old, he was left in Jerusalem during a trip there with his family. When his parents, Mary and Joseph, found him, his response, "Did you not know that I must be about my Father's business?" He wasn't referring to Joseph, his earthly father, but God, his heavenly Father. But the people only knew Joseph, the carpenter, was his father. So when Jesus became a carpenter too, what exactly did that look like? Today, a carpenter works primarily with wood, but in Jesus' day, the word translates as someone who works with their hands. So he likely built things with lots of different materials, including stone. Because many of the homes and buildings during that time period were made of stone with thatched roofs of wood and other materials, Jesus could have very well been a stone cutter. That would have been a very physically demanding job. The job was not easy, and the tools were definitely not the power saws and drills carpenters have today. Still, no doubt, Jesus worked hard because he was raised to work hard by his Jewish family. Jesus had the right attitude about work. It's the same attitude you and I need to have about work today. In Paul's letter to the Colossian Christians, he wrote, "Whatever you do, work heartily, as for the Lord and not for men." There's always going to be work to do. And we need to be ready to work and have the right attitude about doing that work, just like Jesus, who came from his home in heaven and worked hard as a carpenter. We know Jesus prayed a lot to God, his Father. There are several places in the Bible where it says Jesus would go off by himself and pray, but we don't know what he said in many of those prayers. There is, however, one prayer that Jesus made to God, and we do know what he said. It was actually several prayers at night in a garden before he would be nailed to a cross. Today, let's visit the Garden of Gethsemane.
Imagine it's nighttime, and you're just outside Jerusalem in the Garden of Gethsemane. Today, there are lights and cars and people all around. But when Jesus was in the garden about 2,000 years ago, it would have been dark and very quiet. The Garden of Gethsemane sat at the base of the Mount of Olives in the valley called the Kidron Valley. The garden sat just east of Jerusalem, outside the city walls. Known for its olive trees, hence the name Mount of Olives, the Garden of Gethsemane was the location of a press where the olives were squeezed to make olive oil. You can still see olive trees growing in the garden today. Some of them are believed to be 2,000 years old and possibly were small trees when Jesus was in that very garden. This was a place Jesus would come to often to pray and to be with God. The night before his death would be no different. In Matthew chapter 26, we see that Jesus is deeply distressed over suffering such a painful death, which is completely understandable. However, despite not wanting to go to the cross, he said, "Your will be done." And Jesus obeyed God. After praying to God 3 times, the Bible says he went back to his disciples, found them asleep, woke them up and said, "See, my betrayer is at hand." How would Jesus know the mob was about to arrest him? Quite possibly because he could look across the valley and see the mob coming out of the city with torches. Remember, it was night. He would be able to see them walking down into the valley, crossing over and into the garden. What would you have done in that situation, knowing you were about to be arrested? Would you run away? Hide? Jesus waited in the garden for the mob to come and arrest him. Why? Because he was being submissive to God, and because the time in prayer had given him the strength and courage he needed to face the mob.
Think about the last prayer you said. What did you pray for? Did you pray for your food? Maybe you said a prayer asking God for something that you wanted or needed. We see in the Bible that on this night, Jesus prayed to God for protection and asked God if there was another way to fulfill this plan. But when God said no, Jesus chose to submit. Submit means to yield oneself to the power or authority of another, to obey someone of authority. Today we're told to submit. We should obey our parents. We should obey the authorities like police officers or teachers because we should obey God. Do you find yourself being obedient to God, or are you always looking for the easy way out? What about being obedient even when you don't want to, or when you think you know a better way? Jesus didn't take the easy way out. He didn't try to escape. He obeyed even when it was hard. He loved us so much that He gave Himself to die on the cross for you and me. We should all be like Jesus. We should all be submissive to God, even when it's hard. Not my will, not yours, but God's will be done. Storms can sometimes be really scary. The wind and rain, lightning and thunder. And if you're outside during a storm, what do you do? Hopefully you run and find shelter. Now imagine being on a lake in a boat when a storm comes up suddenly. That's where the disciples found themselves on a couple different occasions that we have recorded for us in the Bible. And they were really scared. They thought they were going to die. However, Jesus was more powerful than any storm. Let's head to the Sea of Galilee for a lesson on faith. The Sea of Galilee, usually a very calm and peaceful place. Israel's largest body of fresh water attracts tourists from all over the world to see the ancient ruins of seaside fishing towns like Capernaum and Magdala. Located in northern Israel near the border with Syria and Lebanon, the sea sits down in a bowl with high mountains all around it. As wind blows the cooler mountain air down over the warmer water on the surface of the sea, it makes perfect conditions for a storm to form over the sea very quickly. The fishing boats used by the disciples weren't like the big fishing boats of today. These boats were likely small wooden sailboats. In 1986, during a severe drought in the region, an ancient boat was discovered buried in the mud. The boat was excavated and studied and was found to be from the 1st century AD, the same time period that Jesus was on the earth. It was an amazing discovery and is a great example of the style and size of boats that sailed on the Sea of Galilee during the time of Jesus. This boat could have looked very similar to the ones Jesus and the disciples used when they traveled around the sea. Not very big at all. Remember, several of the disciples were experienced fishermen, so they were used to being on the water and probably had seen their share of storms. However, in Matthew chapter 8, we see the disciples in one of those storms. In verse 25, the disciples go to Jesus and find Him sleeping. They think they're going to die in this scary storm, and Jesus is sleeping through it. Doesn't He care? I think we remember how the story ends. Jesus woke up, and it says He rebuked the winds and the waves, and the storm stopped. It says there was a great calm, and I get the impression that the water was so smooth, you wouldn't have been able to tell there had been a storm there at all. Wow, that's the power Jesus has. In that story from Matthew chapter 8, we see Jesus ask the disciples, "Why are you fearful, O you of little faith?" The disciples were with the Lord, but they still lacked faith. They didn't act like they believed he was the Son of God who has the power over everything, including storms. Can we be the same way today? Do we follow Jesus but are scared that he can't take care of the storms and difficulties we face in our lives? We all will experience different storms in life and different troubles and hurts that make us worried or afraid. But we have to remember that our God is bigger than those storms, and our God has the power to calm our storms. We may not know what storms we'll face, but we can know peace when we know God is with us. If you're like me, you probably haven't herded many sheep in your life. I also don't imagine you have spent a lot of time watching sheep. They're very unique animals, and there's a reason why sheep and shepherds are mentioned several times throughout the Bible, both in the Old Testament and by Jesus in the New Testament. Because we're not as familiar with shepherding today, we can miss some of the important meaning in the Bible's teaching. While you and I are not familiar with the job of herding sheep, it would have been an occupation a lot of people in the first century would have understood well. That's where today's lesson takes us. So let's go herd some sheep.
Sheep. They're dirty, smelly, pretty helpless, and sometimes can be a little hard-headed. Does that sound like some people you know? It's no wonder the Bible talks about us as sheep and compares Jesus to a shepherd, calling him the Good Shepherd. We are his flock, and he is leading us and keeping us safe. Let's first talk about the shepherd. In John chapter 10, Jesus refers to himself as the Good Shepherd and talks about protecting his sheep. It was a common practice for the shepherd to sleep in the doorway of the sheep pen to make sure dangerous animals didn't try to sneak in to attack the sheep at night. We know that several people in the Bible are mentioned as being shepherds. Moses herded sheep for a while after leaving Egypt. That's what he was doing when he encountered God in the burning bush. David was also a shepherd when he was a boy, and the Bible talks about him fighting off lions and bears to protect his flock. Can you imagine fighting a hungry bear? Being a shepherd was a very thankless, dirty, hard job. You were in the hot sun with a bunch of smelly animals and no one was coming up to you wanting your autograph. When you look at Jesus, he was humble and he did the hard work of coming to earth, living a sinless life and dying on the cross for his sheep, you and me. That's our good shepherd, the best shepherd. Now let's talk about the sheep for a minute. What do they add to this relationship? Well, not much. They wander around needing to be fed and watered, and sometimes they get lost. We read about a parable Jesus told to a crowd of people in Luke chapter 15. Jesus talked about a lost sheep and explained to the crowd listening, if you have 100 sheep and lose one, you would go after the one that was lost. However, sheep are extremely loyal and love their shepherd and follow their shepherd and come when their shepherd calls. It's because they know their food, their safety comes from that shepherd and no one else. A shepherd may not be very important to many people, but to the sheep, there's no one more important.
Do you put your trust in Jesus, our shepherd? Are you thankful for him? You know, we probably have many people who take care of us, parents, grandparents, teachers, and we depend on them. They provide for us and keep us safe. That's something to be thankful for. How much more should we be thankful for Jesus, who shepherds our souls? Good sheep follow the Good Shepherd. If we have someone taking care of us, maybe our parents, but certainly Jesus. We have a lot to be thankful for. Light. It shines through the darkness and allows us to see everything around us. Being in the dark can be a scary thing. We can't see where we're going or what we're doing, and that makes it hard to live. However, thankfully, with the invention of electric lights, we now live in a world where it is never completely dark. We have lights in our homes so we can work and play at night, headlights on our cars so we can travel at night, and even street lights in our neighborhood so we can be outside at night. 2,000 years ago, people didn't have electric lights. It was very dark at night, and work and travel tended to stop when the sun went down. So what did people have to light their way? That's today's lesson. Let's take a look. If you had lived during the time of Jesus, you would have been very familiar with one of these. This is a 2,000-year-old oil lamp, similar to the style used in Israel during the time that Jesus lived on the earth. They aren't very big. It could easily fit in the palm of your hand. Here's how the oil lamp works. You pour a little oil into the hole in the top of the lamp. This is the reservoir where the oil is held before it is burned to make the flame. Put a wick into the hole in the front of the lamp, making sure it's soaked in the oil, and light the wick. The oil used could have been olive oil or something similar, and depending on the size of the lamp, it could burn for anywhere from 30 minutes to a couple of hours before it needed to be refilled. Jesus speaks several times about these lamps, and specifically about not covering them up. In Matthew chapter 5, Jesus tells people to be the light of the world. He says people don't light lamps and put them under a basket, but instead put them on lampstands, allowing it to give light to the whole house. When you think of a lampstand, something like a candlestick may be what comes to mind. A lampstand was actually a small cutout in the wall of a person's home, just big enough to hold a small oil lamp. The cutout was generally high, so the lamp could provide light for the whole room. We have very similar practices today with our lamps and lights, sitting on tables high off the ground, or actually hanging from the ceiling. This provides the most light possible for the room. What's the application for us today? Clearly, we need to be a light in the world around us, whether it's to our classmates, our family, other people in our neighborhood. We should be keeping our lamps burning bright to keep the darkness out. The idea of hiding an oil lamp like this under a basket would have seemed like a ridiculous idea to someone listening to Jesus. It would have been a waste, and the darkness would have made it impossible to work. Hiding our lights should seem ridiculous to us today. Hiding our lights and not being the examples of good in the world that we should be seems like a waste as well. Jesus wants us to do good in this troubled world. He wants people to see God at work through us. Let's make sure we're letting our light shine so everyone can see Jesus in us. "2,000 years ago, when Jesus was on the earth, a lot of people worshiped idols and made sacrifices to gods other than the one true living God we read about in the Bible. Even those who were supposed to be part of God's chosen people would visit temples and other gods and worship. One of those temples was in the town of Caesarea Philippi in northern Israel. The city sat about as far away from God's temple in Jerusalem as it could, and the people who worshiped there were also far from God in a spiritual sense. Still, Jesus decided to take his disciples to this town to teach them a very important lesson by asking them one very important question. Let's visit the town of Caesarea Philippi.
Caesarea Philippi sits about 100 miles north of Jerusalem in the region known today as the Golan Heights. This would have been the far northern part of Galilee during the time Jesus walked on the earth. Today, the city is a big draw for tourists who come to take in the historical sites. During the first century, Caesarea Philippi was the location of a large temple where people would come to worship the god Pan. This god was one that people would sacrifice to for good flocks or crops and physical prosperity. He was believed to be the god of nature. You can still see the ruins of the temple when you visit the site today. There's a spring inside the mouth of a cave where people would make sacrifices. There are many ornate columns and even cutouts in the walls where idols were placed for worship. The entire temple was built into the side of a gigantic cliff, so you get the idea of just how large this temple would have been. It could easily have been the size of a 4 or 5 story building. In the book of Matthew, chapter 16, we read about Jesus bringing his disciples to Caesarea Philippi. Considering all the idol worship and evil things that would have been going on there, it's interesting that Jesus would bring them here. Why do you think he would do that? It's because he wanted them to understand something very important, and this city would be the backdrop for that lesson. He asked the disciples who they think he is. Peter said, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God." Jesus praised Peter for his correct answer and said that on this rock he would build his church. Jesus explained that there would be a church that he, Jesus, would establish. The temple that once stood at Caesarea Philippi is gone now. It lays in ruins. Nobody's going there to worship and to make sacrifices to the god Pan anymore. However, Jesus' church lives on over 2,000 years later.
So what's the rock Jesus talked about? The rock is what Peter confessed about Jesus and is the foundation of Jesus' church, that he is the Christ, the Son of the living God. Man can come up with all kinds of ideas for worship. We can invent new religions, we can build the biggest church buildings, but in the end, these things won't stand. Only Jesus and the church he established will stand forever. When you read the Bible, there are a lot of things we can take for granted living in a different time and place than when Jesus was on the earth over 2,000 years ago. We need to learn to be Bible detectives, looking at the little details in stories to make sure we're getting a complete picture of what was happening and what we can learn. Today we're going to visit a well in the region of Samaria. We're going to learn about an encounter Jesus had with a woman while she was drawing up water from the well, and do a fun experiment that brings the Bible to life right before your eyes.
The town of Nablus is in a region of the country known as the West Bank, just 30 miles from Jerusalem. During the first century, Nablus was known by a different name, Sychar. This was the place Jesus decided to stop for a rest, mentioned in the Bible in John chapter 4. If you travel to Nablus today, it's home to a church building that has something rather peculiar in the basement. A well, used for drawing water, believed to be dug by Jacob and his men more than 3,500 years ago. And it's at this spot where scholars believe Jesus asked a Samaritan woman for a drink of water while he rested by the well. Samaritans, like this woman, and Jews, like Jesus, didn't talk to each other. Jews tended to look down on Samaritans. But does that sound like something Jesus would do? We see that the woman is surprised when Jesus asked her for some water. In John chapter 4, verse 9, we see her response. How is it that you, being a Jew, ask a drink from me, a Samaritan woman? Jesus saw this as a teachable moment. He started talking about the living water that he could provide, which would quench thirst forever. The woman didn't understand what Jesus was referring to when he talked about living water. And in response, she says in verse 11, "Sir, you have nothing to draw water with, and the well is deep. Where then do you get that living water?" Notice her statement, "The well is deep." This is one of our clues that can be pulled out of the text to help bring the scripture to life. Have you ever drawn water from a well? If you live on a farm, maybe. But for most of us, we go to our sink, turn the faucet on, and the water comes pouring out. No bucket necessary. That wasn't the way you get your water during the first century. You needed to walk to a well, much like this woman was doing.
When I visited Nablus with Jeremy DeHutt, we drew water from the well and performed a little experiment. Take a look. I'll tell you what, why don't you draw some water for us? Okay, Jeremy, there's one other thing I want you to do for me. I want you to dip a cup of this water and pour it down the well. And I want you to be real quiet. I want you to listen so you can see how deep it is.
How high up is that?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got to be well over 100 feet deep.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? This Samaritan woman provided a clue for us in our Bible study that we can verify over 2,000 years later. Why is that important for us today? Because there are small clues throughout the Bible that might seem insignificant or meaningless, but that help prove the point that the Bible is real. Nothing in the Bible is there by accident. This conversation between Jesus and this woman shows that these were real people, these are real places, and these are real events. Next time you read your Bible, look for those small clues that show that the Bible is real. I'm sure you've heard this said before. I want you to listen carefully. Why do people tell us to listen carefully? Whether it's a parent or a teacher or someone else, usually it's because they're about to tell us something that's very important and they want to make sure we're paying attention. We live in a world with all kinds of distractions. Computers, TVs, oh yeah, and these little devices. The point is, it's become harder to listen to what's important and easier to be distracted. Jesus would often teach to large crowds of people and didn't have the luxury of using video or a loudspeaker system to broadcast his message. So how did people hear him? And were they really listening? Today, Let's visit a little cove on the Sea of Galilee and try a fun experiment that I think will have you all ears. Located on the northwest shore of the Sea of Galilee, just south of the town of Capernaum, is a small cove where the land wraps around the water in a horseshoe shape, known by locals and tourists as the Cove of the Sower. This spot is widely believed to be the location of Jesus' telling of the parable of the sower in Matthew chapter 13. We can't be sure of this because there is no evidence proving that this location is that spot, but there are a couple clues we can take away from Scripture that help with this possibility. At the beginning of Matthew 13, we read that Jesus sat by the sea. It then says that a great multitude had gathered, and Jesus got into a boat and sat while the multitudes of people stood on the shore listening. Jesus is in a boat on the Sea of Galilee, and there are a lot of people on the shore trying to hear him talk. How were they able to hear him speak? When I visited the Cove of the Sower with my friend Jeremy DeHutt, we tried an experiment to see how someone could be heard. Take a look. Many people have questioned whether or not Jesus could actually be heard by a large group of people if he's a few feet off the shoreline. Let's do an experiment. Let me go up the hill a little ways. When I get up there, I want you to read the parable of the sower in a natural but loud speaking voice, and let me see if I can hear it.
Sounds good.
Jeremy, I'm in position. Go ahead and read that passage and let me see if I can hear you.
All right, I'm going to read from Matthew 13.
That same day, Jesus went out of the house and sat beside the sea, and great crowds gathered about him, so that he got into a boat and sat down.
Isn't it amazing how the sound from Jeremy reading the Bible could be heard all the way at the top of the hill? It was the natural acoustics of the space. And it would have been easy to picture Jesus speaking to a large crowd and being able to hear him clearly. If you continue reading the parable of the sower, you'll see that it's talking about spreading the seed or the gospel and the different ground or hearts it will fall on. At the end, Jesus says, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." We need to make sure that when we're reading the Bible, we're listening to the words of Jesus. He's talking to us today just like he talked to that large crowd of people standing on the shore of the Sea of Galilee. Are you taking time to get away from distractions, to read God's Word, to know what Jesus wants you to do? Are you all ears? Are you listening carefully to Jesus? What does it mean when something's out of order? Maybe it's a toy or an elevator or a ride at an amusement park. It means that something isn't working the way it intended to. It's broken. We're all familiar with the term out of order as it relates to objects or things, but did you know that in the book of Judges, in the Old Testament, God's people were out of order? And that led to some serious trouble.
In the book of Exodus, God freed the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. Later, God gave His people the Promised Land, which today is known as Israel. There they followed God for a little while, but then the Bible tells us that they started worshiping idols from the nations around them. Baal was one of those idols. After Moses, Joshua and all the leaders his age died. The book of Judges tells us that a new generation arose who did not know the Lord or the work he had done for Israel. These would have been the children and the grandchildren of Joshua's generation, the people who conquered the Promised Land. Not knowing God or the work he had done for the Israelites is a dangerous thing. It should have been a warning sign that things were starting to go the wrong way. It's the same for us today. If we don't know God, then that leaves the door open for Satan to come in and tempt us to do wrong. And that's exactly what happened. The last verse of the book of Judges paints a very dark picture. It says, "In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes." What do you think happened when each person got to decide for themselves what was right and what was wrong? Trouble. They were hurting each other, killing and going to war with each other. They were afraid of the people around them, and they were sadly becoming evil like the people around them. The Israelites were out of order. They even went to the prophet Samuel and demanded their own king, ignoring the fact that God was their king. That's how Saul became Israel's first king. They wanted to be like the world, instead of wanting to be faithful to God. Were some people still faithful? Yes. People like Samuel still followed God. But overall, the nation of Israel had turned away from him and did what was right in their own eyes. This needs to be a warning sign for us today. We also live in a world that's out of order. A lot of people have turned away from God and are doing whatever they think is right. That could mean lying or cheating in order to get ahead, being disrespectful to parents or teachers, even hurting others, making choices based on their feelings instead of based on what God says is right. As God's people, we shouldn't make the same mistake. If we do, we will get out of control. It's easy for us to look at the world and want to be like them, wear the same clothes, talk the same way, do the same things, and forget who our true King is and the blessings that come from knowing Him. Don't let the world influence you and cause you to be out of order. Instead, let God be your King and use the Bible to learn about the right way to act. Did you know that God can use you to do great things even though you're young? It's true. God uses people of all ages to help accomplish His will, and He can use you. In 1 Samuel chapter 3, we read about God using Samuel even though he was only a young boy. He was able to be used because Samuel was ready to listen to God. Before God anointed His first king over His people, there were priests and prophets. They didn't act as kings, but were instead religious leaders, and they shared God's message. In time, Jerusalem would become Israel's most important city. The temple would be there, and that's where worship would happen. But before Jerusalem, there was Shiloh, where people came to sacrifice and worship. This is believed to be the area where the tabernacle once stood. Inside the tabernacle was the Ark of the Covenant. This was also the place where the priest, Eli, offered sacrifices to God for the people. In 1 Samuel chapter 1, before Samuel was born, his mother Hannah really wanted to have a baby, but couldn't. She would go up to Shiloh and pray very hard to God that she would have a baby. She even promised that if God would give her a son, she would devote his life to serving God. Guess what? God heard her prayer, and in time, Samuel was born. Hannah kept her promise And when Samuel was old enough, she gave him to Eli to serve the Lord. One night, while young Samuel was asleep, he heard her voice calling out to him. Thinking it was Eli, he went and answered, "Here I am." But it wasn't Eli calling him. This happened 3 times. After the 3rd time, Eli told Samuel the Lord was talking to him and to respond by saying, "Speak, Lord, for your servant hears." Again, the Lord called Samuel, and this time Samuel responded to the Lord. Samuel was ready to hear what the Lord had to say, and he was ready to work for the Lord. God gave Samuel a message that was going to be hard to share. Eli and his sons had not honored God like priests should. They had been evil, and God was going to punish them. It wasn't going to be easy to tell Eli this message. It might even upset him. But Samuel did the right thing and told Eli everything that God had said. 1 Samuel 3 goes on to tell us that Samuel grew older, and the Lord continued to be with him. God made him a prophet in Israel. Samuel would grow up to lead the people and later anoint 2 kings in Israel, Saul and David. It all started with a young boy who was ready to listen to what God had to say. Just like Samuel, you need to be ready to hear God's word and to respond with action. Remember, you're never too young to tell someone the good news of Jesus or do the work that God has for you to do. When you walk around the lands of the Bible, there's a lot to see. You can visit hundreds of places mentioned in the Bible, and at the same time get a little peek of what life was like long ago. Every year, people called archaeologists are discovering new things that are connected to the Bible. How are these things discovered? And why are they so important to us as we study God's Word? Let's dig a little deeper as we learn about archaeology and how it relates to the Bible. Whether it's the pyramids in Egypt, the Acropolis in Greece, or the small fishing village of Capernaum, history is all around us. Archaeology is the study of history through the things that people made, used, and left behind. It's a type of science that helps us better understand cultures that we may not be familiar with today. In the Bible, we read about people that lived a long time ago and cities and places that have changed over time. It may be a real challenge to picture in our minds the places in the Bible when you live in a different part of the world thousands of years after those places existed. I want to take you to Shiloh. My friend Jeremy and I talked with an archaeologist who is digging at that site. Shiloh was an important city during the United Kingdom of Israel. It is where the tabernacle once stood, and it was the home of the Ark of the Covenant. Today, a team of people is working to uncover ancient objects from this site, like pottery and coins or jewelry.
There's a piece of pottery.
In order to learn more about what life was like in the time of Samuel and the first kings of Israel. Let's walk through the archaeological process. First, you need tools like this to scrape away the layers of soil that have been uncovered. Once an artifact has been found, you clean it off with a brush and some water to remove the dirt and look for writing or other details that could help tell a story. Sometimes, piles of dirt are shaken up in a sifter like this to help remove the dirt and uncover other artifacts. Next, after you've uncovered and cleaned the artifacts, you can take them to a lab and look at them under a microscope where you can inspect them more closely.
Wow.
That's a beautiful coin. Artifacts that they want to keep are stored in a large warehouse in Israel where museums can borrow them and put them on display for other people to look at. Typically, after big discoveries are made, an archaeologist will write a paper or article letting the world know about the discovery and the importance it has for us today. In 1993, archaeologists digging in northern Israel found 3 pieces of stone that, when put together, describes a battle that one of the enemies of Israel fought in. It mentions that Hazael, the king of Syria, defeated Israel and the house of David, very similar to a story that we read about in the Bible.
Let's talk about why this is important to our Bible study. Discoveries being made in the Bible lands help verify that what we read in the Bible is the truth. Archaeology also helps us visualize the Bible in a better way. Take these artifacts, for example. They look very different than some of the things that we use today. When we read stories in the Bible about an oil lamp or a coin, and we can see what those things actually look like, it brings a richer understanding to what we read. Archaeology can help us better understand history and the people of the Bible, and that helps us better understand how to follow the Bible today. Throughout the Bible, God's people faced many enemies. Whether it was the Egyptians while the Israelites were slaves in Egypt, or the Romans who were hurting Christians in the New Testament. During the time of the United Kingdom, God's people fought with many different groups. One of the nations that comes up over and over again is the Philistines. Let's visit one of the cities of the Philistines and talk about why they didn't get along very well with God's people.
Israel is not a very large country. In fact, in some spots, it's only about 40 miles between the Jordan River to the east and the Mediterranean Sea to the west. With such a small area, these 2 different nations were constantly trying to push each other out of the land and expand their own kingdom. My friend Jeremy and I were able to take a small plane and see some of these places from the air. While up there, we talked about the land where many of the battles between the Philistines and the Israelites took place.
Everybody can hear me, yes? Yes. Okay.
I think to understand a lot of the time of the United Kingdom, I think it's important to understand the geography as well. And of course, there's really no better place to do that than from the air. And so what we're going to do, Jeremy, is we're going to head over the Shpela, which was an area between the coastal plain and the hill country. It was the border area between the Philistines who lived in the coastal plain and the Israelites, which lived up in the hill country. There was not very many ways of getting from the Mediterranean Sea, for instance, up to Jerusalem. So those small valleys in the Shpela were extremely important.
Whoever controlled the valley controlled the access.
That's exactly right. And that just jumps out at you when you see it from this perspective.
The Israelites mostly lived in the land in the middle and eastern portions of the country, near the Jordan River, and the Philistines lived in an area on the coast. In the Bible, we read about the 5 Philistine cities: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Gath, and Ekron. This area was known as Philistia. Here are some of the ruins of Ashdod, although these are from a much later time period. Look how close the city was to the sea. The Philistines were seafaring people, which means they often traveled around by boat. However, they wanted to take over other parts of Israel, land where God's people lived. The Philistines did not worship God like the Israelites did, or like we do today. They worshiped idols, or false gods. One of their gods, Dagon, may have looked like a half fish, half man. Remember, the Philistines were people of the sea. We read many times in the Bible about the battles between the Israelites and the Philistines. In 1 Samuel chapter 4, the Philistines even captured the Ark of the Covenant after the Israelites took it into battle without God's permission. That didn't go well for the Philistines. God made their idol, Dagon, fall over and break and made a lot of Philistines sick. Eventually, the Philistines sent the ark back to the Israelites on a cart pulled by 2 cows. Sometimes the Philistines lost to the Israelites, especially while David was king. But other times the Philistines beat back the Israelites. King Saul, Israel's first king, was even killed during a battle with the Philistines.
So why is it important to study about these enemies of God's people? What can we learn? We can learn that God's people will always face enemies here on earth. While God doesn't call on us to go to battle or fight against these enemies as Israel was called to do, there will always be people who want to stand against or hurt the people who believe in God and follow the Bible. It's important that we don't become discouraged. Instead, we need to remember to trust in the God of the Bible, the true God, and if we follow Him, He will protect us against the enemies of today. If you're familiar with the story of David, you probably know him as a king or remember the well-known story of how he fought the giant Goliath. He stood up for God and for Israel. However, David didn't start out as a powerful king or a brave warrior.
A long time ago, the town of Bethlehem was just a small place south of Jerusalem. Surrounded by hills, it was a common place for sheep to graze. This small town held great significance in the Bible. Jesus would be born here, and years before him, his ancestor David, a man God would anoint to be king over Israel. You wouldn't expect to find a king here, would you? In 1 Samuel 16, we learn that David was the youngest of 8 brothers. God told Samuel to go to the house of Jesse in Bethlehem because he had chosen one of Jesse's sons to be the next king. One by one, David's brothers are brought before Samuel, but God rejected each of them. Samuel paid more attention to what they looked like on the outside, but God looks at the heart, who we are on the inside. Finally, David was brought in from the fields, where he had been protecting the sheep, and Samuel anointed him to be the next king of Israel.
The Bible tells us about David's physical appearance, saying he was ruddy. That's not a word we use a lot today. It means he looked healthy. The Bible also said that he had beautiful eyes and was handsome. But more important than his appearance, we read that David was a man after God's own heart. So what do we learn about the story of David being anointed king?
Being a shepherd wasn't a fancy job. In fact, it was hot and dirty, and the task of feeding, watching, and protecting the sheep was assigned to the youngest son in Jesse's family. However, this young shepherd boy was chosen by God to become the king, the shepherd of God's people.
God doesn't care how old you are, what you look like, or how popular you are in school. God is looking inwardly at your heart. And just like David, God will use those who love and obey Him to accomplish great things. When the Philistine giant Goliath cursed God's people and challenged them to battle, David had no sword, no shield, no armor. He had never even been in a battle before. But one thing was clear to David: God was on his side, and he needed to defend God's honor.
The Elah Valley sits in the middle of Israel in a hilly part of the country. Today it's a quiet place and the land is used for farming.
But in the time of the United Kingdom, this area was the front line of many battles between Israel and its frequent enemy, the Philistines. In 1 Samuel 17, we read about one of those battles, and the story even gives us details about where the Philistines and the Israelites were camped. We read in verse 3 that the Philistines would line up on the mountain on one side, and the Israelites would line up on the mountain on the other side, with the valley of Elah between them. You can see the layout of the valley just as the Bible describes it. And look right here, there's even a dried creek bed. Do you think this is where David picked up his 5 smooth stones? Goliath would come out each day and insult the Israelites, challenging anyone who would dare to fight him. Goliath was big, really big. The Bible says he stood about 9 feet tall. No one wanted to fight him. But then David came along. He was surprised no one had answered the challenge and was upset that Goliath was allowed to continue making fun of God and the Israelites. David stepped up to the challenge and stepped out into the valley to face the giant. How would you feel stepping onto that field? Would you be scared? I know that I would be. What do you think made David so brave? He was brave because he knew God was stronger. He knew God could take down this giant. He was also brave because he didn't want the name of God dishonored. When David faced Goliath, he said something really powerful and really brave. David said, "You come to me with a sword and with a spear and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand." David ran out to meet the enemy, and with God's help, he killed Goliath, and Israel won a great battle. David was not okay with Goliath speaking bad about God or God's people. Like David, we need to be willing to defend God's name today. Some people will tell you that the Bible isn't true, that God isn't real, or that God isn't good. We need to be like David. We need to be brave and to stand up for God and His true word. With God's help, we can encourage God's people to be brave, and we can honor God even if others around us won't. Sometimes it can be hard to wait for things. Maybe you're trying to wait patiently for your birthday or for a vacation your parents have told you about. Now imagine David waiting to become the next king. God had promised him he would be king. He was even anointed by Samuel, but for now, Saul was still the king. Even worse, Saul was trying to kill David, and David was on the run. After David killed Goliath, he became very popular with his fellow Israelites. He went on to be a great warrior. He was even best friends with Jonathan, Saul's son. All of this popularity made King Saul jealous of David, and he tried to kill him. David ran away and hid in a very remote part of Israel, in a cave called the Cave of Adullam. The Bible tells us that while David was hiding there, his family and about 400 other people came and hid from King Saul with him in the cave. Imagine Israel's next king hiding in a cave. David was on the run for several years and eventually went to a place called En-Gedi, which is near the Dead Sea. This part of the country is very dry. You can't survive very long out here without food, water, or shelter. David found all 3 of these things here in the deep canyons where water flows all year round. and there are caves here where David hid with all of his men that were loyal to him. One day, while King Saul was chasing David, he went into one of these caves. David was in the cave with Saul and could have snuck up and killed him, ending this dangerous time on the run. But he didn't. Instead, he cut a small piece of cloth off the corner of the king's robe. Later, he felt bad about even cutting off the cloth. In 1 Samuel 24, the Bible tells us that David actually went out of the cave after Saul and bowed in respect to him. Why do you think David spared Saul's life? Killing him would have meant that David would no longer have to be on the run from danger. Killing him would also have meant that David could take his rightful place as king of Israel. But David didn't kill the king because he respected the position God gave him. David recognized that it wasn't time for him to be king yet, because Saul was someone anointed by God. We need to respect our leaders just like David did, whether it's our parents, teachers, elected leaders, or church leaders. It's important to recognize that God has put those people in charge for a reason. Unless they're asking us to disobey God and do something we shouldn't, we need to listen and respect what they tell us to do. They won't be perfect leaders, but respecting God means respecting the people who have authority over us. Do you think it's important to obey? I hope the answer is yes. So here's another question. Do you think it's important to obey all the way? Is there a difference between obeying part of the way and obeying all the way? Yes, there is. One is called obedience and the other is called disobedience. Now think about that for a moment. In the Bible, we read about Israel's first king, Saul. He started out winning battles and following God, but something happened and he started to disobey. Eventually, his disobedience caused him to lose his throne and his life. Saul was anointed king over Israel around 1050 BC. That's over 1,000 years before Jesus was born. Before that time, there was no king in Israel, only priests and prophets, like Samuel. God was supposed to be the only king the Israelites needed, but they wanted to be like the nations around them and asked to have a man lead them as a king. We read in the Bible that Saul was tall, standing taller than the rest of the people. He certainly looked like a king. At first, Saul seemed like a good king. He won battles for Israel and worshiped God the way he should have. Everything seemed to be going well for Israel under their king. However, it didn't take long for Saul to become prideful about his new power. Let's go to Gilgal. This land near the Jordan River is a likely location for the ancient city of Gilgal. In 1 Samuel 13, we read that Saul was waiting here for Samuel to come and make a sacrifice before Saul and his army went to battle. Samuel had told Saul to wait at Gilgal for 7 days. At first, Saul waited and waited and waited. Eventually, Saul became impatient and went ahead with the sacrifice without Samuel. This was very wrong, as only the priests were allowed to make sacrifices. The Bible tells us that as soon as Saul had finished offering the sacrifice, Samuel arrived. When Samuel confronted Saul about his sin, he blamed the people and made excuses for his disobedience. On another occasion, Samuel told Saul that God had commanded him to punish the wicked Amalekites. He was told to completely destroy every person and all their animals. When the battle was over, Saul had allowed the enemy king to live and kept some of the best animals to sacrifice to God. Saul disobeyed God, because even though he did some of what God said, he didn't follow God's instruction completely. This disobedience led to God taking the kingdom away from Saul and giving it to David.
That was Saul's punishment for disobeying. Now let's go visit Mount Gilboa, the mountain in northern Israel, about 15 miles south of the Sea of Galilee. It's here that we find Saul and his sons in one more battle, this time against the Philistines. Saul fought in this battle without first asking God for permission or advice. He refused to listen to God's warning to him. Mount Gilboa would be the place where Saul was eventually killed, ending his reign as king of Israel. It's sad that Saul's life and reign ended that way. God would likely have allowed him to keep being king if he had obeyed and continued serving him all the way. However, it's important to remember that there are consequences for disobeying, whether it's disobeying God, your parents, or another person in charge. Just like Saul, obeying part of the way is still disobeying. God wants us to obey Him all the way and do it with a happy, willing heart. Have you ever had a friend give you a challenge? Maybe it's a contest to see if you can run faster or possibly beat their high score at a video game. Maybe it's a challenge that seems at first impossible. King David once issued a challenge to his men that seemed impossible, but one of his men stood up, accepted the challenge, and did something amazing. After Saul died, David finally became king. During the first few years of his reign, David lived in a place called Hebron, a city about 20 miles west of the Dead Sea. Today, the city of Hebron is one of the largest cities in that area. After 7.5 years, David set his sights on the city of Jerusalem. There were a couple of problems. First, the Jebusite people were already living in Jerusalem. And second, the city was well protected and was going to be very difficult for David and his men to capture. In 1 Chronicles chapter 11, David gave his men a challenge and the offer of a reward. David said, "Whoever strikes the Jebusites first shall be chief and commander." The Jebusites laughed and made fun of David. They believed that even blind and lame soldiers could fight off David and his men. They were convinced that no one would ever be able to defeat them. But then, one of David's men named Joab stepped up to the challenge. With David's suggestion, Joab found a secret passage up through a tunnel below Jerusalem and captured Jerusalem from the inside out. And just like David promised, Joab was then made commander of David's army. I want to show you a tunnel that Joab could have used to sneak his men in and capture the city. After ruling for 7 years in Hebron, David decided to move his capital to the city of Jerusalem. The problem was that the Jebusites were here, and so he needed a way to enter the city and capture it. He issued a challenge to his men, and he challenged them to go up the water shaft. The word in Hebrew is sinor. Sometimes it's translated as pipe, because he knew that would be an entrance into the city, and if they could get someone in there, they maybe have a chance of capturing the city. Joab volunteered for that and was able to successfully get in. For a long time, we didn't understand exactly what that meant in the Bible. But in 1867, a British explorer by the name of Charles Warren came to this land looking for different biblical archaeological sites. And he found this shaft. And he actually climbed up this shaft and discovered this whole tunnel system under here. And he proposed that this was probably the way that the citizens of the Jebusite city came to retrieve their water. And so he proposed that this is the pipe, the water shaft, the sinor that is mentioned in Scripture.
How do we know that this could be that shaft?
This may not have been the exact way that the people retrieved their water at the time, but this is the way Charles Warren came up. There are 1 or 2 other shafts in this area that Joab could have come up, but it would have been something very similar to this that would have given him access inside the city.
So it still fits the story, whether it was this shaft or another shaft. There was something just like this that Joab would have come up to help capture the Jebusite city.
That's right.
Why would David ask Joab or one of his men to come up a water shaft in order to help capture a city?
Well, the city of Jerusalem, the ancient Jebusite city, sat on a little peninsula of land that was surrounded by the Kidron, Hinnom, and Central valleys. So it was very defensible. It was very hard to attack the city. I think that's one of the reasons why David wanted the city. There was going to have to be something secret to happen. And as you can see, it wouldn't be very easy to get here. Only one man could come up here. You couldn't pull a whole army. And so probably Joab came up a shaft like this, then was able to open the door and allow the army in. Sometimes when you choose to follow God, His Word may challenge you to do some hard things, like standing up for what's right even when you're the only one, or being willing to help someone even when you'd rather be doing something else. Sometimes God's challenges may even seem impossible. Like Joab, we should be willing to stand up and accept the challenge. If God is our King, we'll be asked to do hard things. It's easy to stay silent and hope that someone else will do it for us, but we should be quick to accept the challenge and be glad that we can be used in God's kingdom to do great things for Him. There's an expression that goes something like this: someone was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It means that something bad happened to someone, or they got themselves into trouble because they were somewhere that they shouldn't have been. David found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that led to some very bad things. In the heart of Jerusalem sat David's palace. In the time when David was king, this city was a lot smaller, but it was the center of worship and rule in Israel. You can still visit the ruins of what some believe to be the palace today. Archaeologists have made a lot of exciting discoveries in the area. An archaeologist is a person who studies human history by digging and looking for clues buried in the ground. They've uncovered a giant wall that may have been part of the wall around the city in David's day. From high up on the wall, you can see down over a lot of the valley below. Built into the wall, archaeologists have discovered houses, so people actually lived in the walls of the city. Wow, that's a big wall. We know cities had homes built into the walls from stories like Rahab in Joshua chapter 2, verse 15, where it mentions that her home was built into the city walls of Jericho. One year, in the spring, when David should have been at the battle with his army, he decided to stay home in Jerusalem. In 2 Samuel chapter 11, it says that late in the afternoon he decided to walk out onto his roof, which was more like a balcony for us today. It says he saw a woman named Bathsheba taking a bath, and he thought that she was very beautiful. David asked about her and brought her to the palace and committed adultery with her. Bathsheba became pregnant, and David tried to hide his sin by murdering her husband and marrying her. David had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Where should he have been? He should have been out at battle with his army, but instead he stayed home. That was the first step that led to David's sin with Bathsheba. We need to make sure that we're doing our best to be in the right place at the right time, to keep from getting caught up in sin. Maybe you want to go to a friend's house, but they're a bad influence on you. Maybe you want to stay up late and play, but it's time for bed. Whatever the situation, in order to do the right thing, we need to make sure that we're always in the right place at the right time. When we read the stories of the kings of Israel, sometimes it's easy to get caught up with the interesting characters, the exciting battles, and incredible faith people show. We can forget about whose words we're actually reading. Today, we're going to visit a place where a hidden treasure was kept safe for thousands of years. And we're going to learn a secret for finding God on every page of the Bible.
On the northern shore of the Dead Sea is a place called Qumran. The area is very hot and dry. There's not much out there. However, hidden in the caves around Qumran were some of the most exciting biblical artifacts ever discovered. In 1946, a shepherd stumbled into one of the caves here and found a whole bunch of clay jars, and inside the jars were scrolls, copies of almost every book of the Old Testament. Some of these scrolls were very old, kept safe in these jars for more than 2,000 years. Among the scrolls found were copies of the Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon. Much of David's most beautiful and heartfelt descriptions of God, and much of Solomon's God-given wisdom are included in these books. Think of it. The Bibles that we read today came from these and other scrolls saved for us after all this time. Why would God have kept these scrolls safe for so long? What does He want us to know?
Here's the secret God wants us to know about Him. As you read the stories of King Saul, David, and Solomon, when you read the Psalms of David and the Proverbs of Solomon, you should always ask, what can we learn about God from this? The first kings of Israel were not perfect, not even close. But God chose to share their stories, the good and the bad, and save them for us. He did that so that we could learn that God is the perfect king, that He is faithful, wise, and protects His people. He wants us to be like King David, people after God's own heart. Have you ever found yourself distracted by something? Maybe you're trying to do homework, but you're also watching TV. Or maybe you're praying to God or reading your Bible, but your mind is really thinking about that new phone you want. We can all find ourselves distracted from time to time. Sometimes those distractions may be harmless, but other times they can get in the way of some very important things and lead to trouble. That's where we find Solomon. He had everything in the world, but he allowed all those blessings to distract him from what was really important.
By the time Solomon became king, Jerusalem was a thriving city. The temple had not yet been built, but David had seen the city grow under his rule and built his palace there. After David died, God came to Solomon in a dream and asked him what he wanted. Solomon could have asked for anything, lots of money, popularity, power, you name it. Instead, Solomon asked for wisdom. He wanted to rule God's people and to be able to judge right from wrong. What a noble thing to ask for. That request pleased God. And in addition to the wisdom, God also blessed him with the things that he hadn't asked for, wealth and honor and long life. Solomon would be the greatest king on earth. Under Solomon's rule, Jerusalem grew even bigger. He expanded the borders of Israel to the biggest the nation had ever seen, and he built the temple, which was the most impressive structure in all of Israel. The temple was decorated with gold, silver, beautiful stonework, and wood imported from the forest north of Israel. Then after the temple was completed, the Ark of the Covenant was put in the temple.
where it would be kept in the innermost part of the temple, called the most holy place. Imagine being an Israelite and looking at the temple for the first time. Israel was at the peak of wealth and influence, and God was pleased and continued to bless Solomon. Solomon wrote a lot about wisdom. We read that today in the book of Proverbs and Ecclesiastes and the Song of Solomon. He wrote about money and power and stuff, all being worthless because you can't take it with you when you die. He wrote about worrying and working, but then Solomon started to get distracted. He got distracted by all of his wealth, his power, and he married many wives who worshiped other gods. In a lot of ways, even though God shared his wisdom through Solomon, Solomon didn't listen to it. He lost his focus on God. Eventually, after Solomon's death, the kingdom of Israel was broken apart. Solomon's son would rule over Judah in the south, and another king would rule over Israel in the north. The nation would stay divided for hundreds of years. Tragically, God's people would be forced out of the promised land and into captivity. We can learn a really important lesson from Solomon. Don't let things in this world distract you from following God. One of the darkest times in Israel's history was when the people divided into two nations after the death of King Solomon. It showed that God's people couldn't get along with each other. It also showed that there were men who were not interested in following God anymore. One of those men was Jeroboam, who eventually became king over the northern kingdom of Israel. Once king, he made a very bad choice not to follow God. That choice would hurt his entire kingdom. After the death of King Solomon, who was regarded as the wisest person to ever live, God's chosen people, the Israelites, were divided up between Rehoboam, Solomon's son, and Jeroboam, one of Solomon's servants. Neither of these men were good kings. In fact, both of them made life harder for God's people. Rehoboam ruled the southern kingdom, called Judah, from Jerusalem. Jeroboam became king over the northern kingdom, which was called Israel. Because the city of Jerusalem was home to the temple, it was the place where all of the people would go to worship and sacrifice to God. This now meant people from the northern kingdom would have to go to the southern kingdom to make sacrifices. Jeroboam was afraid that if people went to worship in Jerusalem, they would want to go back to being one kingdom under Rehoboam, and it would mean Jeroboam would no longer be king and likely would be killed. In 1 Kings 12 it says, "So the king took counsel," that means he listened to someone's advice, "and made 2 calves of gold." Jeroboam decided to build altars in 2 cities, Dan and Bethel. He told the people they had worshiped in Jerusalem long enough and that they didn't need to do that anymore. He was willing to cut corners, not obey all of God's instructions, so that the people could worship his gods without having to travel so far. Today you can actually see the remains of an altar where one of the golden calves sat in the city of Dan. Look at the square platform made out of stone and the steps leading to it. Archaeologists, people who study human history by digging and looking for clues buried in the ground, have put a metal frame showing what the altar may have looked like. It was a big altar. As the people traveled to Dan, they hiked up the hill. Even as they took the steps up to the altar of the golden calf, their backs were turned away from Jerusalem and from the temple. Jeroboam didn't want them thinking about or even looking in God's direction. Jeroboam and the people of Israel literally turned their backs on God and worshiped in another city instead of Jerusalem where they had been commanded to worship. In many ways, people turn their backs on God. Think of all the different religions the world has today. A lot of people may think they're doing something good for God when they really aren't listening to what the Bible says. It didn't make God happy to see the Israelites worshiping a golden calf here at this altar in Dan. It doesn't make God happy today when we decide for ourselves how God wants to be worshiped instead of doing what He has told us to do. We have to be careful that we're not taking shortcuts in our obedience to God. We need to listen to Him. He tells us in the Bible how we should live, and Jesus shows us how we're to live through His example. Just like the Israelites, a lot of people have turned their back on God and are ignoring Him. We need to turn towards God and fix our eyes on Him so that He is glorified and so that the people around us will want to do the same.